In the realm of cultivation, Lin Fan, who had been an ordinary mortal until the age of 20, suddenly awakened a system that promised fortune through progeny after a marriage. Arrangement officiated by the sect leader. From that moment forth, formidable beings emerged, blessed with innate Tao bodies, unparalleled sword embryos, and the rare bloodlines of true dragons and phoenixes. Eventually, the demon, charm, and magic clans recognized the anomaly, and at a great cost, captured Lin Fan, leading to the re-emergence of the Nine-Tailed Fox, the Crimson Flame, Demon Lord, and the Spirit Maiden of the Charm Clan. The Demon Clan's Holy Maiden, by Li, proclaimed, Lin Fan, I grant you 10 years. I desire 5 children. The Spirit Maiden of the Charm Clan chimed in, Husband, is it not my turn this month? Lin Fan sighed, I merely wish for a tranquil place to reside for a month, or even 10 days will suffice. Chapter 1. Even stray dogs can suppress for 3 centuries. Do you see? He is Lin Fan from Shao Yinfeng. Is he the son of Master Lin Yuan? This Lin Fan appears to be merely 20 years old. Indeed, I hear he possesses a mortal physique and lacks any cultivation. Alas, poor Lin Yuan, a master ranked among the top 5 in Qingyun's sect, yet he has never found a partner. After falling in love with a mortal 2 decades ago, his beloved tragically died during childbirth a year ago. In a struggle over a secret realm, he was gravely injured and subsequently perished. Without Master Lin, the disciples of Shao Yunfeng have been taken by other peaks. Indeed, having sired Lin Fan with a mortal, yet he is even less capable than a mortal. Master Lin Yuan has sought remedies for over 20 years, employing countless precious elixirs and herbs, yet Lin Fan remains unable to cultivate. Those precious herbs, if used on a mere dog, would likely have enabled it to reach foundational cultivation. Precisely. This is why the disciples of Shao Yunfeng have departed. The truth is that this waste is truly a waste. Haha, what a disgrace for Master Lin Yuan. I've heard that the elders of other peaks seek to disband Shao Yunfeng, for every peak in Qingyun needs to maintain a presence, which is crucial for the sect's survival. Isn't there a saying in Qingyun sect, even stray dogs can suppress the unremarkable for 3 centuries? Ha! I've heard that Lin Fan's appearance at the main peak is merely the sect leader's desire to expel him. He ought to have left long ago. He is but a mortal. Atop the main peak of Qingyun's sect, Lin Fan gazed at the imposing hall ahead, listening to the surrounding gossip, and exhaled deeply. Even stray dogs can suppress the unremarkable for 3 centuries? Quite the rhyme, he murmured with a smile. Beside him stood a man in his 30s, also clad in the robes of Qingyun's sect, who glanced at Lin Fan. Junior brother Fan, the world of cultivation is one where the weak are devoured by the strong, a mingling of fish and dragons. Do not take it to heart. Master Lin Yuan once said the sect leader would take good care of you. This man, named Luo Ping, was the eldest disciple of the sect leader, 39 years old, known for his honesty and approachability. Though not the most powerful or gifted among the sect's disciples, he was the most reliable, earning the sect leader's favor and often entrusted with various tasks. It matters not, senior brother Luo Ping. I am merely fatigued from my journey from Shao Yunfeng, Lin Fan replied with a smile. Luo Ping said no more and continued onward, for he did not engage in comforting others, and these external matters held no significance for him. Lin Fan glanced back at the ethereal clouds surrounding the main peak of Qingyun's sect. Had it not been for the myriad precious herbs his father had provided over the years, he would have taken an eternity to traverse the distance from Shao Yunfeng to the main peak. As for the opinions surrounding him, Luo Ping paid them no heed. Having lived 2 lives, he had long since learned not to be affected by such matters. Even if he were, it would change nothing. Originally a college junior who had toiled through sleepless nights for exams, he awoke in this world of cultivation, greeted by the kindly yet imposing visage of Lin Yuan. As a baby with the soul of a 20-year-old, he neither cried nor fussed. Thus his father named him Fan. On that day, Shao Yunfeng was adorned in festive decorations, bustling with activity, red lanterns and silks draping the mountain, radiating the joy that Lin Yuan felt for his son. Unfortunately, when Lin Fan reached 2 years of age, Lin Yuan, filled with expectation, conducted a test of his spiritual roots, only to discover that he possessed a mortal physique, rendering him incapable of cultivation. Spiritual root grading. Mortal, inferior, medium, superior, extraordinary. Lin Fan, despite his illustrious name, was merely an ordinary being. Over the course of 20 years, he had indeed consumed numerous medicinal substances. Disciple Luo Ping, at the behest of the master, I bring Lin Fan of Xiao Yunfeng. Enter. As Lin Fan lost himself in thought, they arrived at the entrance of the main hall of Qingyun's sect. Luo Ping lightly tapped Lin Fan's arm, straightened his attire, and proceeded into the grand hall, followed closely by Lin Fan. Upon entering, Lin Fan immediately sensed dozens of auras locking onto him, scrutinizing him from head to toe, inside and out. Fortunately, these probing senses bore no malice. Lin Fan slightly raised his head and noticed 5 individuals seated in the 6 designated spots, with the empty seat belonging to his father, Lin Yuan. Disciple Lin Fan pays respects to the sect leader. Greetings to all esteemed uncles and aunts. Luo Ping stood beside him, while Lin Fan stepped to the center of the hall and bowed to the figures above him. Rise, Fan. It has been some time since I last saw you. The sect leader, Lu Chong, possessed a 5th-tier nascent soul cultivation. He had visited Lin Fan during his birth and the testing of his spiritual roots, but had not returned since. Thank you, sect leader. Lin Fan glanced at the empty chair, clasped his hands in salute, and straightened up. Who would have thought that Master Lin, once so mighty, would end up with an ordinary descendant? I wonder if Lin Yuan can rest in peace, came a voice that disrupted the atmosphere. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and turned to the speaker. What? Do you harbor resentment? The most tragic fate for a cultivator is to sever the lineage. The man, upon noticing Lin Fan's gaze, snorted coldly and continued. Dai, enough. Regardless of whether Fan can cultivate, he is still the bloodline of Master Lin Yuan. His passing is recent. What is your purpose in this? Before Dai could respond, Lu Chong interjected. Lin Fan stood still, casting a glance at Dai, then crossed his arms and lowered his head. Humph. Dai scoffed, seemingly unable to contain his disdain upon seeing Lin Fan's demeanor. Fan, you are now 20 years old. While this age is considered young among cultivators, it is a time for marriage among mortals. Marriage. Lin Fan paused, looking up at Lu Chong. You see, within the jurisdiction of Qingyun's sect, there are countless cultivation families, and your father had previously sheltered many. One such family arranged a betrothal at the time of your birth. Following Lu Chong's gaze, Lin Fan indeed noticed 3 individuals not clad in the garments of Qingyun's sect standing to the left. In the midst of the crowd stood a young woman, clad in white, her fair skin radiant. As Lin Fan's gaze met hers, he was captivated by her exquisite features. Delicate eyebrows shaped like willow leaves, a cherry blossom mouth, and crescent-shaped eyes that sparkled with a hint of light. Yet he sensed an undercurrent of reluctance and defiance in her eyes, an impression that lingered in his mind. Judging by her beauty and figure, even Lin Fan would bestow her a remarkable score of 98. Chapter 2. Are you serious? Su Ishue. At that moment, Lu Chong spoke up. Sect Master. Su Ishue stepped out from the throng, taking her place beside Lin Fan and turning to bow respectfully to Lu Chong. Su Ishue, this is Lin Yuan's son. Your Su family has a marriage pact with him, but he is a mortal, unable to cultivate. Are you willing? Could it truly be her? Even Lin Fan was taken aback by the revelation that this woman intended to marry him. Was this a stroke of luck from the heavens, or merely a beautiful compensation for his plight? He was a mortal, destined for a mundane existence, and reflecting on the other's attitudes, he shook his head. Such a stroke of fortune seemed implausible. Not only did he doubt it, but surely this radiant woman was no fool. In tales of transmigration, protagonists often possess divine bodies or imperial prowess, while he was merely an unremarkable mortal, and to marry a beauty like her, without the protection of a sect, he would surely meet his demise within days. Such scenarios were all too common in the novels he adored. Sect Master, if I marry him, can you ensure the safety of the Su family? Su Ishue disregarded Lin Fan and fixed her gaze on Lu Chong. Oof. An elder scoffed nearby, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that left the woman pale and even Lin Fan struggling for breath. Lu Chong raised a hand, dissipating the oppressive aura instantly. Su Ishue and her companions immediately knelt, exclaiming, Sect Master, I harbor no intentions of coercion. I merely seek a promise that I do not ask for the Su family to endure for eternity, but only for us to survive this calamity and find a few years of peace. Lin Bufan gazed at Su Ishua, his expression tinged with confusion. So, she had come with ulterior motives? His initial sympathy faded as he understood her intentions. My nephew, though immortal, is still the offspring of my elder brother Lin Yuan. Should you bear him a son or daughter, it would be a boon for our Qingyun sect. Lin Bufan was immortal, incapable of cultivation. Surely, not all his descendants would share his fate. Lu Cheng had promised Lin Yuan that he would care for Lin Bufan, and ensuring Lin Yuan's legacy was the utmost effort Lu Cheng could provide. Su Ishue's gaze flickered towards Lin Bufan. Up close, he could see her snow-white skin and enchanting beauty, accentuated by her white attire, which enhanced her ethereal aura. Although Lin Bufan was unaware of the Su family circumstances, Su Ishue's demeanor undoubtedly marked her as a lady of the Su family. Lin Bufan assessed her. Su Ishue reciprocated his scrutiny. Despite his inability to cultivate, Lin Bufan was tall and well-proportioned, standing at 1.8 meters, with an air of heroism that bore resemblance to Lin Yuan's formidable presence. Years of medication and cultivation had endowed him with substantial physical strength, and his demeanor was commendable that if other women were subjected to such scrutiny, they would likely feel humiliated. Yet Su Ishue was preoccupied with the future of her family. Although Lin Bufan could not cultivate, he was undeniably handsome. Marrying him would not be a loss. With children to nurture and the backing of the Qingyun sect, her descendants would surely have access to cultivation resources, ensuring the Su family survival. As for her own fate, she could decide whether to stay or leave in 4 or 5 decades. Su Ishue possessed a spirit root, albeit a low-grade one. That a low-grade spirit root could lead to cultivation, though it would yield modest achievements. If she had a high-grade spirit root, the Qingyun sect would likely vie for her. She was willing to invest 4 or 5 decades of her life for the Su family survival. Very well. I consent, but I hope the Sect Master will look after the Su family, Su Ishue declared, her gaze returning to Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng nodded and then turned to Lin Bufan. Bufan, do you have any objections? Humph. What objections could he possibly have? The Su family's Su Ishue is renowned in Qingkong City, a beauty among the elite. Marrying Lin Bufan would indeed be a compromise. Indeed, we thought Lin Bufan was to be expelled. The Sect Master is merely acting out of nostalgia. Otherwise, who would care for the life of a mortal? It is also in consideration of Lin Yuan, my elder brother, to secure a wife for a mortal and to seek the protection of the Qingyun sect. Dissatisfaction murmured through the crowd. Lin Bufan sighed, stating, Uncle, I am grateful for your kindness, but I possess no cultivation. Why should I burden another? Su Ishue was taken aback and turned sharply. She had no objections, yet Lin Bufan did. After all, he was merely immortal. To marry a wife with cultivation was akin to a stroke of fortune bestowed upon him, a privilege that ordinary citizens could scarcely dream of. Moreover, her beauty was well known in Qingkong City, often compared to Hu Yu of the Hu family, earning her the title of one of the 2 beauties of Qingkong. Was Lin Bufan truly rejecting her? Suddenly, a voice echoed in Lin Bufan's mind. Ding! Sensing the host's melancholy, moved by the host's resolve, the My Offspring will rule the ages system has been bound. Ding! System binding successful. The host will receive corresponding rewards based on the number of descendants born. The greater the number, the more substantial the rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving a novice gift package and a system space. The novice gift package is located within the system space. Please check it at your convenience. As Lin Bufan completed his statement, the voice abruptly resonated in his mind. A system? As a seasoned reader of novels, Lin Bufan was well acquainted with the concept of systems. He could hardly believe that after living as a mortal for over 20 years, he had finally acquired a system. My offspring will rule the ages system. Lin Bufan was momentarily stunned. Ding! Please provide instructions, host. Elated, Lin Bufan realized this was no dream. Wait, what do you mean by my offspring will rule the ages? He quickly sensed something amiss. Ding! In response to the host, because the host is a natural mortal, it is said that the father's status is elevated by the son. The more descendants the host bears, the more substantial the rewards. It is hoped that the host will marry more wives and have more children, ensuring an unending lineage that will ultimately dominate the ages. Seriously, is this system for real? Lin Fan was incensed. It seemed to be pushing him to become a stallion. While having many descendants could indeed enhance his strength, it felt absurd. Ding! The system has always been serious. Seriously? Lin Fan could not help but scoff internally. However, recalling Lin Yuan's expectations and the hopes of his late father, he decided to tolerate it. After all, having a system was certainly preferable to having none at all. Chapter 3. Confirming it is not yin-yang compensation? Unveiling the beginner's gift pack. Congratulations, host, for opening the beginner's gift pack and receiving Tuatai Huangudan, which, upon consumption, will enhance the host's physical constitution. Congratulations, host, for opening the beginner's gift pack and acquiring Yin-Yang Dao Jing. As the saying goes, all things are divided into yin and yang. Solitary yang does not flourish. Solitary yin does not endure. The Tai Chi generates the two principles, which are yin and yang. The two principles give birth to the 4 images, the 4 images to the 8 trigrams, and the 8 trigrams to all things. Cultivating this technique can extend the host's lifespan. Congratulations, host, for opening the beginner's gift pack and obtaining Pation Gun FA. With this spear, I can shatter mountains, sever rivers, and pierce the heavens. Mastering this spear technique allows one to vanquish all demons and monsters. Lin Fan, upon hearing the contents of the system's beginner's gift pack, could not help but twitch his lips, despite being able to recount countless words from novels that could circle the earth twice. Is this system boasting such grand claims? However, the prospect of extending one's lifespan through the Dao Jing is indeed a favorable matter. For ordinary individuals, life expectancy rarely exceeds 100 years, typically hovering around 70 or 80. Yet for cultivators, once they enter the immortal sect, their lifespan doubles, and the higher their cultivation, the longer they live. Are you unwilling? Seeing Lin Fan's expression shift continuously, Su Yixue could not help but inquire. Fan, do you have any requests? Lu Chong also asked, realizing his mistake. Lin Fan quickly shook his head. How could he refuse when the system had issued a task? Moreover, with a woman of such caliber, he would not dare to even dream of it in 2 lifetimes. Indeed, in both of his lives, he had been a solitary dog, never having touched a woman's hand. He had no idea if a girl's hand bore fine hair, wrinkles, or if it felt soft, tender, or smooth. Just with Su Yixue's beauty, if she were to be brought to launching, she would surely outshine all the starlets. Disciple has no requests. I merely wish to marry early. If I could have a son or daughter, it would be a legacy for the Lin family. Just moments ago, he was worried about disappointing Su Yixue. Yet now he spoke of marrying early. The onlookers quickly came to their senses, realizing the intention behind his words. This lad is being deliberate. Were they not all elders? They would have long since slapped Lin Fan across the face. Even Lu Chong could not help but cast Lin Fan a sideways glance. Since that is the case, let the wedding take place the day after tomorrow. Luo Ping, this matter is indeed significant for Qingyun's sect. You shall preside over the ceremony. As for the other noble families, do not notify them. Consider it an internal affair of Qingyun's sect. Yes. With Lu Chong's command, Luo Ping immediately accepted. In these 2 days, Su Yixue shall stay in the guest room on the main peak. Yes. Thank you, Sect Master. Once wed, Su Yixue would secure the Su family's position. If the Sect Master has no further matters, I shall take my leave. Lin Fan clasped his fists and said, Very well. As Su Yixue and the others were led away by Luo Ping, Lin Fan also departed, leaving the Grand Hall with only a handful of individuals remaining, mostly elders or heads of various halls of Qingyun sect. Sect Master, all the disciples from Shaoyun Peak have mostly departed. Is it reasonable to leave Lin Fan here alone? I suggest that Elder Daihe take charge of Shaoyun Peak, restoring it as the 5th peak of Qingyun sect, to ensure the safety of the sect. Indeed, currently Shaoyun Peak has only Lin Fan. It is unlikely to activate the formation. I think Senior Brother Wang is a good choice. He was close to Senior Brother Lin Yuan before and could be entrusted with this important task. Lin Fan's visit reaffirmed his identity as a mortal body. The position of the Peak Master is immensely tempting, as the 5 peaks represent the core within the sect. Enough. Senior Brother Lin Yuan's 3-year term has yet to conclude. Why the urgency? Do not tell me the disciples of Shaoyun Peak left without your meddling. Have you forgotten how senior brother Lin treated you? Lu Chang's voice coldly interrupted, silencing all present. Although the power of Qingyun's sect is not the strongest, we still possess a voice in matters. The appointment of a peak master can be postponed for 2 years. As for the various noble families within Qingyun's sect, if you have nothing better to do, you should mingle more. The continuous disputes among the families only hinder the development of Qingyun's sect. Are you all merely concerned with these matters? Should anyone cause trouble within Qingyun's sect, do not blame me, Lu, for being impolite. Once Lu Chong finished speaking, no one dared to utter another word. With a cold snort, he turned and left. As the sect master departed, the remaining individuals gradually followed suit. Only a few exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with dissatisfaction. Xiao Rua, young master, I am here. Upon returning to Shaoyun Peak, Lin Bufan called out, and a girl with a cherubic face peeked through the window. Xiao Rua was a little girl saved by Lin Yuan, brought to Shaoyun Peak at a tender age to grow alongside Lin Bufan. Lin Yuan intended for her to be a companion for Lin Bufan, and she was 2 years younger than him. She too possessed a mortal body, but could cultivate, albeit not proficiently, currently at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Had it been other cultivators, they would have already approached the foundation establishment stage. Qi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, God transformation, great ascension. Each step is increasingly arduous. Just fine, go prepare some red silk, candles. Your young master is getting married. Lin Bufan waved his hand and declared, Married? Upon hearing this, Xiao Rua froze. Yes, the Sect Master has found a bride for me. The wedding will be held the day after tomorrow. Hurry. By the way, all the people from Shaoyun Peak have left. If you wish to go to another peak, you can do so after helping me with the arrangements. Upon finishing, Lin Bufan recalled the attitudes of the elders earlier. Found by the Sect Master, tears instantly filled Xiao Ruer's eyes. Young master, if you marry, will you not want Ruer anymore? Her previously sparkling eyes were now brimming with tears. Oh dear, why are you crying? When have I ever wanted to abandon you? Lin Bufan, seeing her tearful expression, reached out to gently pinch her nose. All right, little crybaby, it is not that I do not want you, but I cannot impart cultivation methods to you. The people of Shaoyun Peak are already scarce, and with them gone, I cannot teach you anything. Thinking back to the several hundred disciples that once filled Shaoyun Peak, now rendered empty, Lin Bufan also felt a pang of sorrow. No, I will not leave. Shaoyun Peak is my home. I will not go anywhere. Wait until young master is married and has children. I can help you look after them. Xiao Ruer wiped her tears and pouted defiantly. Chapter 4. A wedding without witnesses. Very well, go prepare. After all, this is your young master's first bride. Lin Bufan stroked his chin thoughtfully. All right. Xiao Ruer was quite diligent. At the foot of the mountain, there was a marketplace belonging to Qingyun's sect where all necessities could be acquired, and a round trip would not take too much time. One day was sufficient for Xiao Ruer to prepare everything. Xiao Ruer had always regarded herself as Lin Bufan's maid over the years, managing both minor and major affairs. Preparing wedding supplies was a straightforward task. However, this time it required a bit more effort and running around. As the sun rose, Shaoyun Peak was adorned with red lanterns and festive decorations. Luo Ping had specifically sought assistance to arrange the festivities. The once quiet Shaoyun Mountain was suddenly filled with hundreds of people, as if it had regained its former vibrancy. On the road leading to Shaoyun Feng, the presence of Qing Yunzong's cultivators was ubiquitous. Several elders, who shared a close relationship with Lin Yuan, arrived. However, their visit was merely a formality, with the remaining disciples sending gifts on their behalf. Although Lu Chong, as the sect leader, did not attend, Luo Ping brought both gifts and guests, demonstrating commendable effort. Moreover, the arrival of the sect leader would only render the younger generation anxious. In other words, Lin Bufan's marriage, being to a mortal, lacked the requisite prestige. In the realm of cultivation, strength and talent are of paramount importance. After expressing his gratitude to the visitors, Lin Bufan understood that they were merely fulfilling an obligation. Thankfully, they had been instructed beforehand that this was a joyous occasion for Lin Bufan, and to avoid causing any disturbances. The sect leader had also decreed that anyone causing trouble would be expelled from Qingyun Zone. They regarded Lin Bufan with indifference, as if they had come merely to witness the festivities and partake in a meal. Lin Bufan paid little mind to their demeanor. After completing the tedious formalities, nightfall approached. Regardless, today was a momentous occasion for Xiao Yunfeng. Some individuals who reveled in merriment lingered at the banquet until night enveloped the sky. It had been a considerable time since Xiao Yunfeng had witnessed such liveliness, especially after Lin Yuan's demise, when disciples had either departed or fled. The flickering glow of the red lanterns had become a rare sight. Under the night sky, Xiao Yunfeng was tranquil, illuminated only by the silvery moonlight and the occasional chirping of insects. As the crowd dispersed, the red lanterns swayed gently in the night breeze. Dozens of disciples patrolled Xiao Yunfeng as a precaution. After all, being the only son of Lin Yuan, no one wished for this joyous occasion to be marred, and it was only fitting to assign some disciples to maintain order. "Young master, please be careful." Xiao Rauer, supporting Lin Xiao, guided him towards the house. "It's fine. I'm not overly intoxicated. You should rest as well. There are enough people at Xiao Yunfeng today to ensure nothing goes awry. I shall be safe." Lin Bufan waved his hand dismissively at Xiao Rauer. "Oh, very well, then be cautious." Knowing Lin Bufan's resolve was typically unassailable, Xiao Rauer could only watch him stagger away until he was out of sight. However, Lin Bufan did not return to the bridal chamber. Instead, he made his way to a waterfall at the mountain's peak and paused. "Father, today is a day of great joy for me. Here is the wine I bring for you. If your spirit watches over me, may you bless your son with a large family." After sitting for a while and allowing the effects of the wine to subside, he unsteadily returned to the bridal chamber. At this moment, Su Yixue had been waiting for quite some time. She noticed the outside had fallen silent. Ordinarily, after sending off the guests, Lin Bufan should have come to unveil her veil. Yet, he had not arrived despite her waiting patiently. Could it be that Lin Bufan, knowing he could not cultivate, had agreed to this marriage only to have second thoughts? Girls often tend towards sentimentality and overthinking. Yet today, she must marry Lin Bufan. Otherwise, her Su family would lose their standing in Qing Kong City. Just as she began to fear that Lin Bufan might flee from the marriage, the door creaked open. Upon gazing at the meticulously arranged bridal chamber, her eyes finally rested on Su Yixue, clad in her red wedding gown. Even Lin Bufan, having lived 2 lives, felt a tinge of unreality. "I never imagined that I, Lin Bufan, would marry at such a young age in this second life, and to such a beautiful bride." Lin Bufan chuckled and picked up the jade ruby beside him, walking towards Su Yixue. In ancient times, unveiling the bride was essential, typically accompanied by a jade ruby and a scale rod. Both items symbolize harmony and satisfaction. At this moment, Su Yixue was even more anxious than Lin Bufan. Only after the veil was lifted could the ceremony be deemed complete. Ding! Detected host triggering system conditions. Would you like to have offspring? Is there a need to fuse treasures to determine the talent of the descendants? Fuse treasures? Determine talent? What does that mean? Lin Bufan realized he had not encountered such details in the system's introduction before. Ding! In response to the host. This system can decide whether to have offspring based on the host's wishes. It can also randomly endow offspring with talents through the fusion of various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. If you choose not to fuse, the offspring will possess random talents, generally commensurate with those of the parents. Controllable? And it depends on the properties of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Lin Bufan's eyes lit up at this thought. In other words, if he wished for his descendants to be powerful, he could make it so simply by possessing treasures. Would these treasures include herbs or elixirs? Or would scripture suffice? Ding, of course. This system, named My Child Dominates the Ages, possesses such capabilities. Any heavenly material or ancient scripture with potent attributes can be utilized. Even Lin Bufan, who had read countless system novels, was astounded by the system's prowess. The name of the system was somewhat ostentatious. Although he was merely a mortal, once his first child was born, exhibiting formidable talent, he could indeed safeguard Xiao Yunfeng and shield it from bullying. Lin Bufan's spirit sword. Was this not the perfect scenario of a father gaining prestige through his child? However, at present, Lin Bufan possessed no treasures. He was but a mortal. Although his father had been a Yuanying, he had long since perished, leaving no treasures behind. It would be unreasonable to seek treasures from the sect leader, who likely would not oblige. During this wedding, Lu Chong had not attended. His father had a decent sword, but as a mundane item, Lin Bufan found it unworthy. System. Can you really fuse scriptures? Suddenly, Lin Bufon's curiosity piqued. Ding, naturally. Good. System, allow me to recite a passage. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. Chapter 5. The value of reading in his previous life. Lin Bufon had a passion for reading various books. The Tao Te Ching was brief, yet he held a deep appreciation for such profound literature. During his school years, he delighted in exploring metaphysical subjects. Laozi's Tao Te Ching is regarded as an unparalleled masterpiece. Though the text is concise, its influence is monumental. The following day, Lin Bufon and Su Yixue felt less alienated. After all, this was Xiao Yunfeng and their first day of marriage. It was inappropriate to rise late. As a newlywed couple, Lin Bufon, the peak master of Xiao Yunfeng, and Su Yixue, the esteemed daughter of the Su family in Qingkong City, both held significant status. They rose early to pay their respects to Lu Chong at the main peak. Typically, on the second day of marriage, one would present tea and greetings to their elders. After Lu Chong bestowed his blessings upon them, the couple returned to Xiao Yunfeng. Upon their arrival, they found the dining hall already prepared with dishes. Xiao Rower, with a beaming smile, flitted between Lin Bufon and Su Yixue, as if inspecting the changes in her young master now that he had become a groom. Her gaze frequently darted to Su Yixue's face. Greetings, young master. Greetings, young mistress. Seeing Lin Bufon glare at her, Xiao Rower quickly offered her respects. In this setting, she positioned herself as a humble maidservant. Quit staring, you little brat. After running around this morning, I'm starving. Serve the food. As Su Yixue felt a tinge of embarrassment under the gaze of Xiao Rower, Lin Bufon swiftly delivered a playful slap to Xiao Rower's head, causing her to press her hands against her forehead in pain, on the verge of tears. Young master, I didn't say anything wrong, why hit me? Xiao Rower protested, feeling aggrieved. Just get on with it, what kind of look is that? Hurry up and serve the rice. Lin Bufon shot her an exasperated glance. Oh. With no means to counter Lin Bufon, Xiao Rower resigned herself to her tasks. By the way, I haven't introduced you yet. Rower, this is Su Yixue, my wife. She is an orphan my father picked up, and I've always regarded her as my sister, Lin Bufon explained. Su Yixue, having been brought to her room upon arrival yesterday, was only now formally meeting Xiao Rower. Lin Bufon briefly recounted Xiao Rower's background, instantly evoking sympathy from Su Yixue. The bond between girls often facilitates empathy. One girl faced persecution, while the other was utterly alone. Su Yixue felt a deep sense of compassion for this younger sister. Hee, young mistress, just call me Xiao Rower from now on. Xiao Rower chimed. Then you shall call me sister. No need for young mistress. You two have suffered greatly. Su Yixue replied, grasping Xiao Rower's hand tenderly. That one do. The young master is the young master. I hold a lowly status. And both the master and young master are my saviors. I cannot break this rule. Xiao Rower firmly declined. She understood the plight of a young girl, especially after the fall of Lin Yuan. The coldness of humanity had made her eternally grateful to Lin Yuan and Lin Bufon, who treated her as family. Regardless of whether Xiao Yunfeng had anyone left, she would always regard Lin Bufon as kin. Don't worry about her. Rower grew up in Xiao Yunfeng, and from now on we are all family. Lin Bufon expressed his joy at having another person by his side. All right, seeing Xiao Rower's insistence, Lin Bufon shrugged it off, while Su Yixue felt it could be gradually changed. Speaking of which, it was her first time at Xiao Yunfeng, having been carried in yesterday. She now enjoyed her meal while taking in the scenic views of the mountain, which lifted her spirits considerably. Qingyan Sect is, after all, one of the major sects within hundreds of thousands of miles, rich in spiritual energy and lush vegetation, with occasional calls from birds and beasts. Residing in Xiao Yunfeng, she could feel her internal energy circulating. This was quite pleasant. However, she subtly sensed the changes that had befallen Xiao Yunfeng since Lin Yuan's demise. It had been largely deserted. 3 people occupying a single peak felt spacious, as Xiao Yunfeng was one of the 5 peaks of Qingyun Sect, abundant in spiritual energy. Lin Bufon understood that his current safety was merely temporary due to his identity. Without his father's presence, Xiao Yunfeng could not be safeguarded. The only solution was to nurture a powerful child to attract the attention of Qingyun Sect for careful cultivation, or to have a Yuaning-level powerhouse station there. Although Lin Bufon was not the peak master, he possessed some understanding of Xiao Yunfeng's significance. After a satisfying meal, Su Yixue engaged in quiet conversation with Xiao Rower in the pavilion, while Lin Bufan assessed his physical condition. The system's Yin Yang Dao Jing appeared to have enhanced his physical strength and vitality significantly, yet he still could not cultivate. However, his strength seemed to have increased considerably, and his spirit felt somewhat rejuvenated. This was a positive aspect. Seated cross-legged, Lin Bufan attempted to practice the technique, yet received no response. Xiao Yunfeng harbored numerous formations, including the Gathering Spirit Array, making it one of the locations with the densest spiritual energy within Qingyan sect. If he could not feel it here, then it was indeed a lost cause. A mere mortal body? My mortal body seems rather inadequate. After attempting several times, Lin Bufan ultimately surrendered. He found a nearby stone, stroked his chin, and fell into contemplation. While he could not cultivate, his physical constitution remained commendable. These stones of varying sizes have been provided by Lin Yuan to enhance Lin Bufan's physique and break his shackles. It is said that there are two paths to immortality, one through understanding the natural way of heaven and earth, and the other by breaking the limits of the human body. These stones served as Lin Bufan's fitness equipment. Regardless of Lin Yuan's efforts, Lin Bufan often practiced with them. Over the years, he had not been entirely useless. At the very least, he possessed strength far exceeding that of an average person. Gazing at a 500-pound boulder before him, he pondered before seizing it with both hands. Lift! With a fierce shout, the seemingly immovable boulder was astonishingly raised by Lin Bufan. Young Master, Bufan! The commotion instantly startled Su Yixue and Xiao Rower. Boom! The boulder fell, and Lin Bufan's eyes sparkled with excitement. System. Can the Yin Yang Dao Jing truly achieve such feats? Ding! Response to the host. Tai Chi generates the two principles. The two principles give birth to the four images. The four images produce the 8 trigrams, and the 8 trigrams create all things. The world is divided into 5 elements, day and night, yin and yang. The Dao Jing's purpose extends beyond this. Prolonged practice will enhance the host's lifespan and perfect the body. While he couldn't fully comprehend it, the increase in strength was undeniably favorable. Lin Bufan gazed at his hands, as though he had discovered a path for himself. If I diligently cultivate, could I not also attain immortality through the strength of my flesh? He declared with fervor. Chapter 6. The Breaking of the Sky Spear Technique. Mortal strength surpassing cultivator's young master. Can you cultivate now? Xiao Rower inquired, her face brimming with excitement. She desperately hoped for her young master to cultivate, as it would mean a more favorable life for her as well. Previously at Xiao Yunfeng, she had heard far too many negative remarks about Lin Bufan, the most prevalent being that he was a mortal body, and unless someone else became the peak master, there was no hope for Xiao Yunfeng. Su Yixue too felt a sense of confusion. It is said that Lin Bufan cannot cultivate at all. Faced with the puzzled gazes of both women, Lin Bufan shook his head, clarifying that he still could not cultivate. However, since he had now acquired a partner, it was only natural to strive for self-improvement. Perhaps, while the path of cultivation might be unattainable, striving through sheer strength was not an impossibility. Striving through strength? That may not be feasible, but will be far more arduous. For my wife, enduring some hardship is not a concern, especially since I possess this talent, Lin Bufan replied with a smile, flexing his arm to demonstrate his considerable strength. These stones served as proof. Seeing Lin Bufan in such spirits, Su Yixue smiled back. All right, I support you. Perhaps one day, you will indeed be able to cultivate. It's not impossible, Su Yixue added with a chuckle. There once was an elder with the surname Chun who attained enlightenment at the age of 80. Chun Changsheng? Lin Bufan was momentarily taken aback. Is it not so? I cannot recall the name, but he did reach the state of immortality only after nearly passing away at 80, Su Yixue reflected. Goodness, could this be a mix-up? Is there truly a Chun Changsheng in this world? I shall take a stroll around Xiao Yunfeng and perhaps have a word with my father. Lin Bufan's strength had increased at least 5-fold. He was eager to investigate the changes in his body, though he could not do so in front of the two ladies. All right, go ahead. It is time to pay respects to my father-in-law, Su Yixue said understandingly. Marriage is indeed a commendable endeavor, for it grants one the companionship of another. Yet, it is regrettable that one cannot cultivate, reflecting upon the exuberance of Lin Fan. Su Ishue shook her head, a hint of sorrow gracing her countenance. However, it matters not. As long as I remain, I shall protect you thoroughly. In this lifetime, I shall safeguard you. The distinction between cultivators and mortals is, after all, quite palpable, with the age of mortals always posing a significant concern. Lin Fan, having departed, did not linger but promptly made his way to the storeroom of Xiao Yinfeng. Though referred to as the storeroom of Xiao Yinfeng, it merely serves as a repository for the resources of the sect. Although Lin Yuan had fallen, the storeroom still contained a wealth of items. Alongside the treasures gifted by the elders during Lin Fan's marriage, there were numerous precious resources, techniques, secret arts, elixirs, and spiritual energy. As the sole heir of Lin Yuan, Lin Fan naturally possessed the authority to access the storeroom. While many of the finer items were dispatched to the main peak, a sufficient quantity remained to support the development of Xiao Yinfeng. Observing the neatly arranged contents within, Lin Fan commenced his search. It was not long before he discovered a spear, an esteemed first-grade spiritual artifact, the highest rank present. The spear stood at 2 meters in height, perfectly suited to Lin Fan's own stature of 1 meter 80. The entire weapon glimmered in silver, adorned with dragon patterns, with a spearhead extending 30 centimeters, radiating a chilling brilliance. In the realm of cultivation, weapons are categorized into magical tools, spiritual artifacts, and immortal artifacts, each divided into 10 levels. The distinction between first-grade and second-grade spiritual artifacts lies in their innate spirituality. Magical tools are of a lower tier, while spiritual artifacts possess a degree of sentience. Higher-tier spiritual artifacts may even exhibit rudimentary consciousness. As Lin Fan was nurtured by Lin Yuan from a young age, he was well aware of these distinctions. Magical tools and spiritual artifacts are relatively common, while immortal artifacts are said to exist only in the most prestigious sects as treasures of the sect. The use of an immortal artifact signifies a significant upheaval within the sect. This first-grade spiritual artifact, named Longyin Chang, emits a faint dragon's roar upon use, a treasure that even core formation cultivators would envy. To enhance one's strength, possessing a suitable weapon is indispensable. With the Dao Jing to improve my physique. Although I appear as a mere mortal, my strength has already surpassed that of low-tier Qi practitioners. Additionally, with the Pation Spear technique, I can vanquish foes. Who dares to claim that mortals are devoid of merit? Even in my mortal form, I shall prevail. Contemplating this, Lin Fan grasped the Longyin Chang and prepared to depart. However, after taking a few steps, he paused once more. Regardless of circumstances, Su Ishue is now my wife. While I cannot share the techniques of Qinyan's sect, I can bestow upon her other forms of cultivation and elixirs. With this thought, Lin Fan selected a foundational technique from Xian tier, which is categorized into 4 ranks: Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. The Xian tier is already considered a relatively advanced technique accessible to ordinary cultivators. As for the elixirs, they are potent sources of spiritual energy. Rather than returning to his dwelling, Lin Fan ventured to the cliff on the eastern side of the Grand Hall of Xiao Yinfeng, where a magnificent waterfall cascaded down for thousands of meters. Gazing into the distance, one could see the majority of Xiao Yinfeng shrouded in mist, alongside several distant peaks. Lin Fan settled cross-legged, positioning the spear before him, and closed his eyes in concentration. The Pation Spear technique comprises 9 moves. The name itself is grand, claiming that mastery over it allows one to pierce the heavens. Fortunately, the 9 moves are not overly complex. After contemplating for several minutes, Lin Fan began to practice with the spear. Although unable to cultivate, Lin Fan possessed a high degree of comprehension and learning ability, and with the techniques etched in his mind, he practiced with considerable finesse. The essence of reading widely is encapsulated in this very principle. In a certain residence on the Yinfeng, a group of individuals congregated. Hanggu, is what he said truly accurate? Inquired a man with elongated eyes, directing his gaze towards another. Senior brother, Lu Hao speaks the truth. Yesterday, I visited Xiao Yinfeng, and it was predominantly disciples from other peaks present. Only Lin Fan and a maid named Rower remain at Xiao Yinfeng. As for Su Ishue, I have investigated her. She is indeed the second daughter of the Su family in Qingkong City, 18 years of age, at the 9th stage of Qi refinement, yet of inferior talent, likely requiring 3 to 5 years to break through to foundation establishment. The individual pondered before speaking. I truly do not comprehend why the Sect Master continues to retain Lin Fan. The disciples of Xiao Yunfeng have been divided among the peaks, leaving a mere mortal to guard 2 Qi practitioners. Such a useless individual should be cast into Qingkong City to serve as a menial laborer. The senior brother scoffed, a glint of cruelty in his eyes. He was called Lu Zoming, a promising young disciple of the Yunfeng, having reached the 7th stage of foundation establishment and on the verge of breaking into the 8th stage. Senior brother, with no one remaining on Xiao Yunfeng, you two have reached the 7th stage of foundation establishment. In just a few years, the secret realm of the sect will open. I have heard that the treasures within Xiao Yunfeng's treasury have not yet been taken. Why don't we? The person did not complete his sentence, but the implication was clear. An unguarded treasury would surely contain abundant resources, which hold little value for those at the nascent soul and core formation stages, yet are of great significance for Qi practitioners and foundation establishment cultivators. Lu Zoming turned his gaze towards the speaker, scrutinizing him thoroughly. Lu Hao, do you comprehend what you are suggesting? To pilfer resources from another peak? Should the peak master or elders become aware, are you prepared to bear the consequences? The senior brother's authority surged, causing those present to break into a cold sweat. They were merely Qi and foundation establishment practitioners, typically following Lu Zoming's lead. Lu Hao's forehead quickly beaded with sweat. Senior brother, Xiao Yunfeng and the Yunfeng are adjacent, their names similar. Since the last expedition to the secret realm led by Lin Yuan resulted in numerous casualties, only a handful of core formation practitioners remain. Most disciples from Xiao Yunfeng have sought refuge into Yunfeng, and one could argue that the Yunfeng has effectively absorbed Xiao Yunfeng. Moreover, among the elders, only Elder Yang Sheng ranks among the top 3 beneath the Sect Master, and the Yunfeng is already at full capacity. It is only natural for them to occupy Xiao Yunfeng in the future. We merely intend to utilize some of Xiao Yunfeng's resources ahead of time. This is hardly unreasonable. Furthermore, if senior brother can reach the 9th layer of foundation establishment within a few years and secure the grand prize in the trials, directly cultivating to core formation would also benefit the Yunfeng. The title of trial champion would significantly increase the cultivation resources for the Yunfeng. Lu Hao hastened to elaborate. Upon hearing this, Lu Zoming's expression softened, and others began to voice their agreement. Senior brother Lu Shidi is correct. The higher your cultivation, the greater the benefits for the Yunfeng in the future. That mortal guarding those treasures serves no purpose. It would be far more effective to allocate them to those who can utilize them. Indeed, Xiao Yunfeng is devoid of inhabitants. Those resources should be given to capable individuals to unlock their potential, lest they remain mere remnants. Listening to the sentiments of those around him, Lu Zoming could not help but smile faintly. It seems that all the younger disciples share this sentiment, which is ultimately for the good of the Yunfeng. Lu Zoming hesitated to voice any further objections, but he added a caveat regarding the theft of resources from other peaks. Should the elders become aware, the responsibility would be considerable. Lu Zoming raised his hand to silence their chatter, supplementing his remarks. This is manageable. Lu Hao Shidi is a disciple of Xiao Yunfeng. He could take a few individuals with him. As a disciple of Xiao Yunfeng, it will be quite reasonable for him to return and procure some resources for cultivation. Wouldn't you agree? Han Gu suddenly said, his eyes lighting up. Lu Hao looked at Han Gu in astonishment, bowing his head. He had been recruited to Dai Yunfeng and thought he had secured a considerable advantage, especially upon seeing Liu Zoming. However, he never anticipated that he would now be sent back to pilfer resources. What? Is there an issue with Shidi Lu? Han Gu inquired, turning his gaze toward Lu Hao. No, Anxixion. It's just that the array key to the warehouse of Xiao Yunfeng is with Lin Fan, which complicates matters. Lu Hao confessed, feeling troubled. He is merely a mortal. Lu Shidi, you must consider this carefully. These resources are not solely for Da Shixiang, but for Dai Yunfeng and ultimately for yourself. If I am not mistaken, Lu Shidi has also reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, correct? With Da Shixiang around, acquiring a foundation establishment pill in the future will be an effortless task. Han Gu cast a glance at Liu Zoming, pressing the matter further. Very well, I will give it a try, but all of you Shixiang must remember to lend me a hand when I require assistance. Lu Hao raised his head to look at them, resolutely stating, "Naturally, however, next month, Shi Xiang will be entering seclusion to break through to the 8th level of Foundation establishment. So I hope Shitty can act swiftly." Han Gu replied with a smile. Yes. Lu Hao had no choice but to comply. Once everyone departed, only Liu Zongming and Han Gu remained in the room. Liu Shi Xiang, can Lu Hao be trusted? Han Yi asked. The sect allocates resources to each peak in fixed amounts. Given that De Yunfeng has absorbed so many individuals, it is certain that their resources will increase. I believe Xiao Yunfeng has run out of provisions for next month, leaving only some stockpiles. If Lu Hao proves unreliable, then we can stir some public sentiment to drive away these individuals from Xiao Yunfeng. Liu Zongming no longer concealed his thoughts, speaking candidly. Indeed, Shi Xiang is astute. With the arrival of hundreds of people, the disciples of Dai Yunfeng have long harbored grievances. Those resources cannot be freely given to others. In the realm of cultivation, resources are of utmost importance. Most conflicts arise from issues related to resources. If it is discovered that individuals from Xiao Yunfeng are involved, what does it have to do with Dai Yunfeng? After Liu Zongming finished speaking, Han Gu's eyes brightened. On the cliff, Lin Fan wielded his spear, each move radiating formidable power, though regrettably, despite the grandeur of his techniques, they did not possess overwhelming strength. Su Yixue, sitting in a pavilion nearby, gazed at Lin Fan's figure in a daze. To be honest, the sight of Lin Fan practicing spear techniques in the nude was indeed a feast for the eyes. She could not help but look, enjoying the view. Husband, you have been practicing for an hour. Hurry and drink some water. Xiaoro brought a pot of water and set on the table in the pavilion, calling out to Su Yixue. All right, I'm coming. Lin Fan replied as he made his way towards the pavilion, spear in hand. The tea from Xiao Yunfeng is infused with spiritual energy, refreshing and invigorating. Although Lin Fan cannot cultivate, having spent years in an environment rich in spiritual energy, his physical condition is naturally exceptional. Husband, your spear techniques are quite impressive. Where did you learn them? Su Yixue asked with curiosity. Oh, haha, I developed them myself, merely for the purpose of strengthening my body. Lin Fan fabricated a story, omitting the origin of his techniques. You developed them yourself? Su Yixue mistakenly believed they were powerful techniques from Xiao Yunfeng, feeling somewhat disappointed. What is the matter? Lin Fan keenly sensed Su Yixue's emotions. It's nothing. Su Yixue turned away, gazing at the distant mountains below. I just miss my mother and wonder how the Su family is doing. She sighed. You mentioned earlier that the Su family faced difficulties? Would you mind sharing what has transpired? Lin Fan's curiosity was piqued. All right then. Regardless, Lin Fan is my husband, and Su Yixue decided to confide in him. Husband, you know that within a radius of 10,000 miles, aside from several major sects, there are numerous cultivation families. They control certain cities in the secular world, engaging in business with cultivators and mortals alike. Beneath the Qingyun Zone, there lies a city called Qingkongcheng. This city was established with the support of Qingyun Zone, making it the largest city within 1,000 miles. Within Qingkongcheng, the Su family and the Hu family both thrive in commerce. For a long time, Qingyun Zone has only been responsible for safeguarding the area around the sect, not intervening in the conflicts between the cultivation families, which is relatively fair. However, not long ago, the Hu family somehow acquired a group of powerful cultivators, forcing my Su family into a corner and even killing several of our protectors. Because the Hu and Su families are situated beneath Qingyun Zone, they have some connections with it, albeit limited. My grandfather had some dealings with your esteemed mother. So to preserve the Su family, I sought Qingyun Zone as protection through our marriage alliance. Su Yixue quickly recounted the entire situation. This is her attempt to exchange her sacrifice for the survival of the Su family, and only this marriage alliance can grant her what she desires. So, our marriage is merely a matter of exchange? Lin Fan looked at Su Yixue. No. Initially, I thought so, but after marrying you, I realized that this decision was indeed correct. These past few days at Xiao Yunfeng have been the most peaceful days I have experienced in years. Husband, even if you cannot cultivate, it matters not. I am willing to accompany you until the end of our days. Su Yixue immediately stepped forward, embracing Lin Fan's waist, resting her face against his chest. As Lin Fan caressed Su Yixue's flowing hair, he could keenly perceive her anxious emotions. Meeting you has indeed been my fortune. It is only natural to miss home. I believe those Shirwa and Shirshu will not remain indifferent. Lin Bufan released Su Ishue, placing his hands on her shoulders with a smile. Who would have thought that Su Ishue, a female cultivator, would need a mortal for emotional support in such a moment? Lin Bufan turned to retrieve his clothing, then produced a tome of techniques and 3 bottles of elixirs. This is a low-grade, profound technique, along with 3 bottles of Iling Dawn. Regardless of your family's situation, without absolute strength, you will be unable to assist. It is quite tranquil at Xiao Yun Feng. You can cultivate diligently, striving to reach higher levels sooner. The cultivation world is indeed a realm of the survival of the fittest. You should understand that relying on others is not as effective as relying on oneself. Upon seeing the items Lin Bufan placed on the table, Su Ishue was astonished. Her family could only practice mid-grade yellow techniques, and as for elixirs, they were scarce, used only during breakthroughs or in times of danger. Yet now, Lin Bufan presented these items before her. "Husband, thank you." Tears streamed down Su Ishue's cheeks once more, as she clung tightly to Lin Bufan. "All right, aren't you supposed to protect me? I am merely a mortal, and there will be many times I will need you in the future. However, remember to keep everything discreet. Do not easily reveal your cultivation level. And have a backup plan. MHM. Su Ishue nodded obediently. She had never imagined that her mortal husband would one day become her pillar of support. And you, do not stand by with gleaming eyes. Focus on your own cultivation. Xiao Yunfeng belongs to my father, and I cannot fathom how many individuals covet this place. It is likely that someone may come to harm me. Lin Bufan remarked to the nearby Xiao Rower. Suddenly called out Xiao Rower, who had been touched by the affectionate exchange between Lin Bufan and the others, instinctively shrank her neck. "Oh, I understand, young master, but I seem to lack combat skills. Would you be so kind as to teach me that amazing Poxiang spear technique you just used? It looked truly formidable." Xiao Rower pondered with her finger on her lips, tilting her head before exclaiming, Lin Bufan turned to look at Xiao Rower, a little girl clad in a fiery red ancient costume, wielding a spear. The weapon towered over her by 2 heads. Considering the moves of his Poxiang spear technique, he thought, what a peculiar combination. Is it acceptable, young master? Young master. Seeing Lin Bufan lost in thought, Xiao Rower assumed he was reluctant and hurriedly grasped his wrist, shaking it. This was her unique skill, acting cute. Leveraging this talent, Xiao Rower had always managed to get what she desired from Lin Bufan since childhood. She was confident that her extraordinary young master would surely agree. Meanwhile, Su Ishue observed the scene and could not help but stifle a chuckle. Her little sister was far too clingy. "Very well, it's not out of the question. I could use a sparring partner." Lin Bufan, after contemplating some odd notions while sizing up Xiao Rower, ultimately chose to acquiesce. After all, it was merely a set of spear techniques, quite simple. Great, that's wonderful. With both Su Ishue and Xiao Rower training together, Lin Bufan felt invigorated. The following days were quite pleasant for him. He practiced spear techniques by day and chatted with Su Ishue by night, nurturing their bond. However, Xiao Rower bore the brunt of the situation. On the entire Xiao Yunfeng, there were only the 3 of them. Due to her childhood dependency, Xiao Rower had resided next to Lin Bufan, but now that the young master had a companion, she moved to a slightly more distant location. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Lin Bufan's physical prowess had significantly increased. Each day, his vitality surged, akin to boiling blood. He had tested his strength, and now his fists were as tough as cold iron, with power that was astonishing. If he encountered a qi refining practitioner, it was uncertain who would emerge victorious. This was all thanks to his diligent daily training. On one particular night, the Shaoyan phone was lit by but a single flame as Lin Bufan continued honing his Poxiang spear technique, creating chaos in the night. At that moment, 3 shadowy figures stealthily approached halfway up the mountain. "Brother Liu, we are nearing the core area of Shaoyan Feng." "Yes, put on your masks, remember. There are 3 individuals present, one at the 9th level of Qi refining and another at the 6th. The key is in Lin Bufan's possession, so let us avoid raising any alarms." "Understood, Brother Liu." The other 2 nodded immediately. They donned white cloths over their mouths and noses, checked their weapons, and then stealthily made their way to Lin Bufan's dwelling. Chapter 9. So much time, even a bull could be exhausted. The 3 were quite familiar with the area. Although there were numerous structures atop the mountain, They did not waste any time and headed straight to the core of Xiao Yinfeng, eventually locating Lin Bufan's room. By now, it was past midnight, yet a faint light still emanated from Lin Bufan's room, accompanied by occasional sounds. Damn it! What is this Lin Bufan up to? Why is he still awake at this hour? I have heard that Su Yixue is one of the two wonders of Qingkong City, incredibly beautiful. Even some surrounding cultivation families wish to form alliances with her. I wonder what sort of luck this Lin Bufan has stumbled upon. Being the son of the Xiao Yunfeng master is one thing, but to marry such a wife. Brother Lu, what should we do? The two glanced at Lu Hao for guidance. What can we do? This brat is still working hard in the middle of the night. At this rate, even a bull would be worn out, so we must wait. Lu Hao was equally frustrated, feeling as if a fly were stuck in his throat. They toiled outside while he enjoyed his dreams. This stark contrast was unbearable. Were it not for the desire to avoid creating fatalities that would prevent their escape, they would have likely stormed in and dealt with Lin Bufan by now. Remember, if we are discovered, I will hold Su Yixue back while you two search for the key. If Lin Bufan refuses to hand it over, then... Lu Hao made a gesture as if slicing with his hand. Understood. The two recognized that being exposed would indeed be detrimental, and it would be better to silence him outright. Among the three, Lu Hao was at the 9th level of Qi refining, while the other two were at the 7th and 8th levels, making it effortless to deal with a 6th-level practitioner and a mere mortal. They waited for an entire hour. Of course, they grew restless from crouching, but at last, the light in the room extinguished. The three exchanged glances, envy glimmering in their eyes. Incredible. If Lin Bufan were not a mere mortal, he would be our role model. After another hour of stillness, confirming that there was no movement inside, Lu Hao signaled, and the three sprang into action, swiftly making their way to Lin Bufan's window. Lu Hao signaled to one of them to keep watch outside while he and the other slipped into Lin Bufan's room. As they landed, the two glowed momentarily. Making no noise at all, Lu Hao surveyed the room's layout, then glanced at the two figures on the bed. After a brief inspection, they finally set their sights on Lin Bufan. Under the moonlight, the shadows approached. Lin Bufan, deep in slumber, furrowed his brow and suddenly opened his eyes. The yin-yang Dao Jing had enhanced not only his physical constitution, but also his senses. At this moment, he had just finished training, with his blood surging and his body in peak condition. His right hand instinctively grasped the dagger beside his pillow. Although he could not practice, it did not mean he could be easily bullied. As the intruder's hands crept closer, Lin Bufan had already prepared a counterattack. However, he soon realized that the hands were searching through his clothing. With the moonlight as his ally, he saw the intruder rummaging through his belongings and then slowly retreating. The key to the storage array? Lin Bufan realized that this was the only item he carried with him. The intruder was somewhat polite. Having taken the item, they returned his clothing and retreated slowly, leaping out the window. 30 seconds later, Lin Bufan sat up abruptly, glancing at the open window with a glint of murderous intent in his eyes. Husband, be good, sleep on. I shall step out for a moment. Su Yixue, already fatigued, felt Lin Bufan kiss her forehead before sinking back into deep slumber. He dressed quickly, seized a longing spear, and after observing through the door crack and finding no one, swiftly exited. Feeling the empty space in his pocket, Lin Bufan realized that the storage array key was indeed gone. He looked toward a distant direction, took a step, and vaulted over the wall. Lin Bufan is sleeping like a pig. He must be exhausted. Brother Lu is truly clever. One person flattered as they climbed the mountain path. I have always found Lin Bufan displeasing. He is merely a mortal, wielding nothing but a favorable status. Indeed, to eliminate him, one would only require a mere finger. The three conversed with exuberance, unaware of a figure perched upon a distant rooftop, observing their approach. This is the storeroom. I distinctly recall transporting items inside. This formation key is specifically designed to dismantle the storeroom's defensive array. Forcibly breaking the formation will trigger a resonance with the Xiao Yunfeng's array. Brother Lu Hao remarked as he gazed at the crescent-shaped key in his hand. Brother Lu, let us open the door. The three of us should be able to procure a substantial haul to present to our senior brother. Thus, we shall secure a stronghold at Dayanfeng. Faced with the storeroom, the trio felt a thrill of excitement. So, your elaborate schemes to pilfer from Xiao Yunfeng were aimed at seeking support at Dayanfeng. Just then, a figure appeared from the side. Who goes there? The three exclaimed in shock, turning abruptly. On the left rooftop sat Lin Fan, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips. Lin Fan? The trio gasped in astonishment. No, are you not incapable of cultivation? Are you not a mere mortal? Lu Hao felt a chill race down his spine. There was a considerable distance from Lin Fan's residence to this location. He had seen Lin Fan lying in bed moments ago. How could he suddenly be here? Panic-stricken, he scanned the surroundings but detected no other figures. Well, mortals, I reside here at Xiao Yunfeng. Yet it is you three traitors who have exceeded your bounds, brazenly intruding upon our storeroom. Do you not fear the wrath of the sect leader and elders? Lin Fan declared as he leaped from the rooftop. He brandished his spear, positioning it sideways with the tip angled menacingly. The three, regaining their composure, sneered coldly. Lu Hao shook his head, saying, Lin Fan, your intellect indeed fails you. Do you believe you can contend with us wielding merely a spear? Brotherly, dispatch him. I shall proceed to the storeroom. Very well. I have heard that the peak master Lin Yuanfeng has bestowed numerous potions upon you, allowing you to cultivate mundane martial arts. Come, let me witness your prowess. Brotherly chuckled, regarding the challenge of a mere mortal as an extravagant use of resources akin to entertaining a monkey. Lu Hao and his companion turned their backs, striding toward the storeroom without casting a glance at Lin Fan. This incited a cold smile to curl upon Lin Fan's lips. Aside from sparring with Zairower, he had yet to engage in combat, but Zairower had claimed that his strength now surpassed even that of a 6th-level Qi cultivator. With this thought, Lin Fan advanced purposefully, determined to ensure a decisive strike. Chapter 10. I have yet to give birth to my child, yet I am already entangled with formidable foes. As Lin Fan drew near, Brotherly chuckled. Come, allow me to elucidate the distinction between a mortal and a cultivator. Do you truly believe, suddenly, as Lin Fan approached within 3 meters? Before Brotherly could finish his derisive sentence, a spear pierced his heart. The first style of the Breaking Heaven Spear technique, Silver Serpent Unleashed. Gathering all his strength, Lin Fan thrust the spear rapidly, aiming for the vital points. He had been charging the moment he leaped from the rooftop. His energy surged and erupted without granting the opponent any chance. You. Brotherly gazed down in horror at the bloodstained chest, then looked up at Lin Fan with terror. Qi cultivation merely allows one to perceive spiritual energy, to utilize it against foes. Yet, the physical body remains somewhat frail, especially devoid of true energy protection. Lin Fan's strike possessed the force of 1,000 pounds, swift as lightning, compounded by Brother Li's underestimation. He had no time to regret. Thud! Hearing a noise behind him, Lu Hao and his companion furrowed their brows and turned. They beheld Lin Fan retracting his spear, blood dripping from its tip, while Brother Li's lifeless body convulsed on the ground. Brother Li? Impossible. The two were taken aback. They had felt no surge of spiritual energy. How could Lin Fan have slain a 7th-level Qi cultivator without spiritual energy? Seeking death, you concealed your strength. Aside from Lin Fan masking his abilities, there was no other explanation. I curse your concealment. Lin Fan realized that he could not flee. As a mortal, he had entered the path of strength. Yet if he ran, the attacks from behind would rain down upon him, making evasion impossible. Lu Hao and his companion, having regained their wits, acted swiftly. Swords appeared in their hands, and with a flick of Lu Hao's wrist, ripples danced along the blades. Before Lin Fan could react, 2 swords descended upon him. Clang! The sword struck the longing spear, the tremendous force sending both assailants staggering back 3 or 4 steps, astonished. Impossible. Without the fluctuation of true energy, how could he withstand our assault? There exists nothing impossible. Lin Fan too staggered back several paces, but did not afford the adversaries a moment's respite. Should they escape, he could not prevent them. The optimal strategy was to eliminate them before they could react. With a flourish, he wielded his spear, executing the Breaking Heaven Spear technique. While the duo possessed cultivation, their every attack was thwarted by the spear technique. After several exchanges, they could not subdue Lin Fan. Damn it, hold him down. Lu Hao finally lost his patience. He urged his companion forward while producing a talisman. As Lu Hao recited incantations, the runes upon the talisman shimmered, and a fiery lion began to take form in the void. A talisman? At the sight of the talisman, Lin Fan was taken aback. This talisman could only be inscribed by those of foundational cultivation, capable of sealing one's energy within. Once the incantation was invoked, the talisman could unleash the inscribed power. In critical moments, such talismans could be life-saving. Roar! A beastly roar echoed, and a 2-meter-tall, fiery lion materialized. Before Lin Bufan could react, it charged toward him, its flaming maw seemingly intent on devouring everything, reducing all to ashes. Brother Liu, the accompanying disciple of Liu Hao, gasped in astonishment. They were merely Qi cultivators, unable to harness sufficient spiritual energy to wield such techniques, which were exclusive to foundational cultivators, the true entry into the realm of cultivation. What astonished him was the appearance of the fiery lion and Liu Hao's indiscriminate assault. The poison dragon drill. There was no escape. Lin Bufan took several steps back to create distance, channeling all his strength. He thrust his spear with great force. The spear spun violently in his grasp, colliding with the fiery lion. Boom! In an instant, flames erupted and smoke billowed. Liu Hao's companion vomited blood, hurtling backward and crashing to the ground, his face pale as a sheet. Bastard, you squander my talisman. If you are this formidable without cultivation, what would happen should you truly cultivate? Liu Hao's complexion turned ashen. The activation of that talisman had drained all his spiritual energy. Fortunately, the talisman was powerful. Even he, the caster, dared not withstand it head-on. Strong, truly formidable. What? Suddenly, amid the flames, a voice rang out, causing Liu Hao to pale in terror. At that moment, a bare-chested man emerged from the flames, wielding a gun. Fragments of his clothing were still ablaze, and as he advanced, sparks danced away with the wind. His bronze muscles glistened. His elongated figure and drooping visage exuded an air of deadly intent. How could this be? The strength of your physical form is astonishing. No, that is a blow comparable to the foundational stage. Liu Hao could not help but step back. Lin Bufan raised his head, a smile gracing his lips. Just moments ago, he too had believed he was on the verge of death. Yet, the longing gun in his grasp was a spiritual weapon, channeling his final surge of madness. The whirling spear collided with the fiery lion, erupting in an explosion that engulfed him in flames. Had he been at the Qi refining or foundational stages, he might have sustained injuries. At this critical juncture, the yin-yang Dao Jing within him activated, enabling his physical body to withstand the flames. Nothing was impossible. Since you have come here, you must bear the consequences. Lin Bufan lifted his left hand and flicked the spar from his chest. Panic flickered in Liu Hao's eyes. Before he could flee, Lin Bufan, like the wind, was already upon him. A flash of silver light erupted, as the Poxiang gun technique unleashed a rain of petals upon him. When Lin Bufan halted, Liu Hao was riddled with countless wounds, vitality swiftly draining away. Spare me. The last man was rendered speechless with terror. They had been outmatched by a mere mortal who had turned their worldly weapons against them. Upon meeting Lin Bufan's gaze, he instinctively recoiled, as if confronted by a demonic lord. With a swift thrust, the silver spear pierced his shoulder, pinning him to the ground. I demand to know everything I seek. Lin Bufan looked down imperiously. I shall speak. I shall speak. No, I mean my esteemed senior, please spare me. I do not wish to die. The man was utterly terrified. After a brief half-hour, 3 flames burned, reducing everything in the vicinity to nothingness. The senior brother of Dai Yun Feng's foundational stage? It's over. My child hasn't even been born, and I've attracted such a foe. This will not do. I must hasten my cultivation. A sense of crisis surged within Lin Bufan. That Lu Zhongming will surely return, or send someone. Chapter 11. Seizing resources from Xiao Yunfeng. With a shift in thought, Lin Bufan devised a plan. Xiao Yunfeng belongs to Xiao Yunfeng, not to Dai Yunfeng. Besides enhancing his own strength, he would need some means to secure resources. After all, Lin Bufan had lived 2 lives. As a senior brother at the foundational stage, he dared not take any drastic actions within the sect. Now, aside from improving his own strength, Xiao Rower must also enhance her abilities, as must Su Yixue. Currently, Su Yixue held the highest cultivation. If she could break through to the foundational stage, it would at least deter the likes of Qi refining. After eradicating all traces, Lin Bufan took a shower beneath the waterfall and then returned to his room. That night, everything unfolded as if nothing had transpired. For 3 consecutive days, Xiao Yunfeng remained tranquil. Only in a certain courtyard of Dayunfeng did several individuals gather once more. Senior brother, Lu Hao indeed, took 2 individuals to Xiaoyunfeng. But there has been no news for 3 days. Hanga reported to Liu Zongming after gathering information. Utterly useless. Liu Zongming furrowed his brow. He had hoped to acquire some resources in the past few days to expedite his cultivation, but now that hope had been dashed. Senior brother, should we seek others? There are quite a few on Xiaoyunfeng. No need, I shall enter seclusion. When I emerge, I will consult my master to see if we can unite some individuals to seize Xiaoyunfeng. During this time, you should maintain contact with some disciples from Xiaoyunfeng. When I return, it will be of great use. Dayunfeng cannot simply occupy Xiaoyunfeng, but if they require assistance, that would be manageable. Yes, Hanga's eyes lit up. Indeed, following the senior brother yields benefits. Here are the resources for you few. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Enhance your abilities swiftly and keep pace with me. Liu Zongming tossed out 2 storage bags. Understood. No one dares to challenge us. During this period, Lin Fan cultivated with even greater diligence. However, it was soon discovered by Su Yixue that she was pregnant. In the realm of cultivation, there were no pregnancy tests. As time passed, her belly gradually swelled. This development left Lin Fan with less time to train, causing him some anxiety. Yet, upon witnessing Su Yixue's morning sickness, his heart ached for her. After months of companionship, Su Yixue had dispelled her previous gloom. News arrived from her family that the Su family was safe and the Hu family had ceased their attacks. With Lin Fan by her side, Su Yixue was filled with joy, even forgetting that Lin Fan was a mere mortal. Is this the physique of a mortal? Lying on Lin Fan's chest, Su Yixue felt like the happiest woman in the world. Come, you are pregnant. You should eat some fruit. Lin Fan tenderly fed her freshly cut fruit, the soft sweetness enveloping her. Meanwhile, Xiao Rower practiced her spear techniques, casting a disapproving glance at Lin Fan before playfully restraining his wandering hands. My dear husband, Xiao Rower is still here. Shall we retreat to our room? Su Yixue's eyes glimmered with affection as she spoke. Those eyes could melt even the coldest of glaciers. No, it is not appropriate now. Though Lin Fan was enraptured, he understood the need for restraint. This was his child, and he must not act recklessly. Su Yixue mischievously cast a seductive glance, beginning to act playfully herself. Are you truly the second miss of a Su family? Could you be a little vixen? Even with Lin Fan's remarkable composure, he nearly unleashed the Poxiang gun technique. She is indeed your little enchantress. Such words flowed naturally, stirring something unusual within Lin Fan. Just then, an aura emanated from Xiao Roer, who was practicing her spear technique, enveloping her in an abundance of spiritual energy. Without a moment's hesitation, she glanced at Lin Fan, quickly sitting cross-legged and closing her eyes in meditation. Achieving the 7th layer of qi refining is quite commendable. Although Xiao Roer possessed a mortal body, she surpassed Lin Fan significantly. After a short while, she awakened. Young master, I am at the 7th layer, Xiao exclaimed happily, tugging Lin Fan's arm. Indeed, but do not become complacent. Su Yixue is at the 9th layer of qi refining. Some prodigies can reach the foundational stage by the age of 15 or 16. Lin Fan replied with a smile, knowing the importance of tempering expectations. I shall prepare the meal. I am so hungry. Xiao Roer wrinkled her nose at Lin Fan, turning to leave, uninterested in his lectures. During this time, Lin Fan had set numerous warning bells around Xiaoyunfeng, always on guard against any stealthy intruders. The previous disappearance of the 3 individuals only heightened his unease. With the yin-yang Dao Jing unable to be cultivated, Lin Fan dedicated his days to spear practice. Yet, as time passed, no one came to disturb him. He could not believe that the so-called senior brother of Dayunfeng would let him off easily. The more the adversary bided their time, the more it hinted at a grand scheme in the works. Thus, he resolved to enhance his strength. Lin Fan had already decided to utilize the resources of Xiaoyunfeng to nurture both Xiao Roer and Su Yixue. He could also employ various spiritual herbs to bolster his physical resilience and strength. Time swiftly passed. It has been over 9 months since Lin Fan's wedding. In the Grand Hall of Qingyun's sect, an elder inquired, "Respected sect leader, we are uncertain about the distribution of this year's cultivation resources. Each month, Qingyun sect prepares basic cultivation resources for its disciples, which they must collect themselves. If left unclaimed, these resources can be accumulated. For the path of cultivation is indeed a defiance against fate. The companions one encounters today may vanish without a trace by tomorrow. Each year, every peak's leader receives a portion of resources, serving as capital for the development of the 5 factions. Cultivation resources? Lu Chong calculated the days and realized it was indeed that time. Respected sect leader, aside from Lin Fan and 2 others, all disciples of Shaoyun Peak have been dispersed. I believe we should redistribute the resources among the 5 factions, as many disciples from Shaoyun Peak have sought refuge in the other peaks, and resources for Shaoyun Peak should be severed. Another voice interjected. Indeed, sect leader, there are no nascent soul disciples left in Shaoyun Peak, and the majority of disciples have moved to the Yun Peak. The cultivation resources are truly insufficient. Even accommodations for the Yun Peak have become scarce. Spoke Yang Sheng, the leader of the Yun Peak. To attain the position of peak leader, one must possess formidable strength and a stable disposition, thus earning the trust of their peers. As several peak leaders and elders voiced their concerns, Lu Chong furrowed his brow. Respected sect leader, Lin Fan requests an audience. At that moment, someone entered the hall to report. Lin Fan? The crowd was taken aback. A mere mortal traveling from Shaoyun Peak, taking at least an hour and a half to reach the main hall. Could it be that he had something of importance to discuss? Chapter 12. I am here to collect resources. Is that too much to ask? Let him in. Amidst the puzzled gazes, Lin Fan entered the grand hall, standing slightly forward before bowing to the sect leader. I, Lin Fan, greet the sect leader and esteemed elders. Lin Fan scanned the room and spoke respectfully. Fan, what brings you to the main peak, not remaining in Shaoyun Peak? Lu Chong queried with some confusion. Sect leader, I am here to claim the sect's resources. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Lu Chong and the other elders were momentarily stunned. A mortal's audacity astonished the cultivators, likely making Lin Fan the first to do so. Lin Fan, do you understand what you are saying? Dai could not help but chuckle as he asked Lin Fan. Of course, sect leader, I have come to collect resources for Shaoyun Peak. Lin Fan replied, again cupping his fists toward Lu Chong. There are no disciples left in Shaoyun Peak. What use do you have for resources? Moreover, you are but a mortal. How can you cultivate with those resources? If I recall correctly, your wife has only reached the 9th layer of qi refining, and your maid merely the 5th or 6th. Is the storage of Shaoyun Peak not sufficient? Dai could no longer contain his ridicule, suspecting Lin Fan was merely jesting. Not just he, but other elders also shook their heads, evidently baffled by Lin Fan's actions. Only Lu Chong regarded Lin Fan with seriousness. Fan, do you understand that Shaoyun Peak has no disciples left? These resources are reserved for the sect's members. We were just discussing the allocation of Shaoyun Peak's resources. Lu Chong spoke candidly. Lin Fan smiled knowingly, evidently anticipating this outcome. His purpose for being here today was indeed to secure resources for Shaoyun Peak, which he lacked. In truth, Shaoyun Peak storage contained ample supplies to support qi refining cultivation, even with surplus. Even without external resources, it would not be a problem for Su, Yixue, and Xiao Ruer to reach the 2nd or 3rd layer of foundation establishment. Within the sect, many resources were accessible, such as techniques, spells, and various talismans. Only the most ordinary elixirs, spiritual herbs, and liquids were kept in the storage. Pricier items were reserved for those who were fortunate enough to obtain them. If resources were shared among the sect, aside from the essentials, anything else could be kept by the individual, as they were a result of personal opportunity. Occasionally, it was permissible to trade for equivalent or discounted items. Lin Fan was aware of these matters, yet he still came. Sect leader, I do not understand why the resources of Shaoyun Peak should be allocated to others. Lin Fan raised his head, gazing at Lu Chong with neither humility nor arrogance. Lu Chong and Lin Fan exchanged glances, momentarily astonished. When did this nephew dare to speak so boldly? Fan, do you know that all the disciples of Shaoyun Peak have already departed to our other peaks? Were it not for the sect leader's protection, Shaoyun Peak would likely have ceased to exist. Dai laughed, finding the situation amusing. Oh, is that so? If the disciples of Shaoyun Peak have joined your peaks, then they are naturally your disciples. What concern is that of Shaoyun Peak? I have heard my father say that resources are distributed equally each year, irrespective of the number of disciples. If it were based on numbers, then one should simply recruit more disciples. Lin Bufan's voice resonated powerfully, directly confronting them. He was not courting death. Rather, he was gambling, betting on the relationship between his younger brother and Lu Chong, as well as on his own offspring. Furthermore, who said Shaoyun Peak had no one left? Although many traders had left, and many lacked loyalty, I, Lin Bufan, remain, along with my wife Su Yishue and my maid Xiaoruer. As for those who left, my father once said, those who forget their benefactors shall not be received. Those who lack loyalty shall not be approached. And those who kick someone when they are down are beneath contempt. My father may be gone, but Shaoyun Peak endures. His words were fervent, presumptuous. The internal affairs of Qingyun's sect are not for a mere mortal like you to meddle in. Finally, someone could no longer endure, and a powerful aura surged forth. Lin Bufan took 3 steps back before regaining his footing. Enough. As Lu Chong spoke, the oppressive force shattered instantly. Why must you make things difficult for a junior? After all, he is also the offspring of Lin Shixiao. Which of you here has not benefited from Lin Shixiao's kindness? In his absence, do you bear no responsibility? Lu Chong's words silenced everyone. Lin Bufan looked up at Lu Chong. Respected sect leader, is there more to my father's death? After all, Lin Yuan was Lin Bufan's father, and he had treated him well during his lifetime. If Lin Yuan had perished unjustly, Lin Bufan could not accept that. Even as a mortal, he could not allow it. If he could not take revenge himself, he would ensure his son or grandson would. Bufan, this matter is somewhat complex. Let us first discuss the resources. It is true that Shaoyun Peak has lost its disciples. I can issue an order for the disciples of Shaoyun Peak to return and send an elder to do so. What do you think? Alternatively, I can offer you 1/3 of the resources. The sect leader must consider the entire sect's welfare. He wished to protect Lin Bufan, but also needed to account for the feelings of others, as this was Qingyun's sect, which must consider all disciples. No, I will not accept the return of those who left Shaoyun Peak, nor do I wish to share resources. Lin Bufan needed the resources for a significant purpose and was determined not to yield. Lin Bufan, do not act unruly. Do you truly believe Shaoyun Peak will always house just the 3 of you? Just 1 mortal and 2 chi refiners. Being offered 1/3 of the resources is already generous. Do you think you are 1 in 10,000, a true prodigy? Dai He could no longer contain his disdain, looking at Lin Bufan with contempt. Prodigy? Lin Bufan tilted his head toward Dai He, for he was indeed here to secure resources for his child, and the time was indeed drawing near. The system, are you truly reliable? Did you not assert that my child is about to be born? I find myself in a precarious wager, and if things do not unfold favorably, the consequences may be dire. Lin Bufan felt a surge of anxiety within. Indeed, he had timed his arrival meticulously, knowing that his child was on the cusp of birth, necessitating a vast array of resources. Should he miss this opportunity? Who could predict the availability of supplies from Shaoyun Feng? The magnitude of resources required for a single Peak S development is unfathomable. The Qilin child, a rare phenomenon of cultivation. It is said that a Qilin child was born in Dongzhou, achieving great mastery after a century, invincibility after 2 centuries, and immortality after 3. Each one possesses the potential to alter the fate of their sect. Dai He gazed longingly, for this was a Qilin child. Suddenly, a resounding thunderclap echoed from outside, and the skies dimmed ominously. What transpired? Chapter 13. Purple Qi from the east, radiance spanning the horizon. Everyone was taken aback. Cultivators, defying the heavens, can only tremble before celestial might. The sect leader and the elders swiftly emerged from the grand hall. The disciples of Qingyun's sect had already gathered, fearfully gazing at the heavens. Lin Bufan followed suit. The entire sky above Qingyun's sect was shrouded in dark, roiling clouds, particularly intense over the western peaks. It was Shaoyun Feng. The crowd turned their gaze towards that direction, where mist enveloped Shaoyun Feng. The sect leader spoke. Just moments ago, the sky was clear, yet now a tremendous celestial force has unleashed these dark clouds, obscuring the heavens within the vicinity of our sect, especially over Shaoyun Feng. A disciple who had been outside reported urgently, casting a glance at Lin Bufan. Shaoyun Feng? What could be of significance there? Lu Chong expressed surprise, pondering if perhaps a rare treasure had emerged. Yet, Qingyun's sect had existed for millennia without discovering any treasures beneath its peaks. Something was amiss. The crowd gazed upwards, the clouds above swirling ominously like a ferocious beast, enveloping Qingyun's sect in an oppressive darkness akin to a heavenly tribulation, with a destructive aura that pressed ever lower. Was it a heavenly tribulation? Such phenomena could signify either the arrival of a rare treasure or an individual's ascension. Yet, how could it be the latter? Lin Fan had not exhibited such power even during his advancement to the Yuanying stage. Nor had the previous sect leader's ascension to Hua Shun ever triggered such an anomaly. Suddenly, Lu Cheng turned to Lin Fan with a realization. On Shaoyan phone, only Lin Fan, his wife, and a maid were present. It was impossible for a treasure to be the cause, and considering the timeline. Lin Fan had been married for nearly 10 months. Lin Fan too looked towards the sky, particularly at Shaoyan phone. By the heavens, is this truly celestial might? System. You failed to inform me that the birth of a child would invoke such divine power. Thunder rumbled ominously. Within the clouds, lightning flickered, and near Shaoyan phone, the cloud formations seemed to come alive, swirling around the peak and extending downwards from the center. Let us go. The sect leader's expression darkened, and with a swift motion, he restrained Lin Fan, stepping forward. By the time Lin Fan comprehended the situation, he found himself soaring a kilometer above, with the peaks of Qingyun's sect below him. The rushing winds howled, yet he felt secure, enveloped by the sect leader's protective energy. Was this the sensation of flight? Lin Fan gazed down in exhilaration. Cultivating immortality was truly magnificent. What had taken nearly 2 hours to reach Shaoyan phone was traversed in the blink of an eye by the sect leader's flourish. Behind them, the elders followed closely, their expressions grave. Upon arriving at Shaoyan phone, they discovered the sky was low and thick with clouds, resembling the claws of a monstrous beast looming above, threatening to tear them apart should they ascend any higher. At the core lay Lin Fan's residence. The elders exchanged glances, uncertain of what awaited them inside. Just as 2 elders prepared to enter, a voice echoed from within. Sister, hold on a little longer. I will fetch the young master. A woman clad in red dashed out, her face marked with urgency. Upon seeing so many individuals gathered under the ominous sky, she momentarily froze, but her gaze brightened upon spotting Lin Fan. Young master, hurry. Sister is about to give birth. Xiao Ruru, unfamiliar with the others, rushed towards Lin Fan, pulling him back into the room. Lin Fan, about to become a father? Considering the timeline, it seemed just about right. It must be Su Yixue. Thus, the celestial phenomenon was indeed linked to the birth of Lin Fan's child. The individuals gathered here were the core members of Qingyun's sect, with the least among them being elders, seasoned and knowledgeable. Yet witnessing an infant's birth herald celestial signs was a first. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan immediately rushed forward, only to be halted by the sect leader. Slow down. What can you do at the moment of birth? Wait here. Jiang Qiong, please assist. Lu Cheng gestured to the right. Yes, do not fret, Fan. Young lady, please fetch some hot water. Jiang Qiong, the sect leader of Duanyue Peak and a third-stage Yuanying cultivator, the only female sect leader among the 5 peaks, regarded Lin Fan with a hint of affection. Leader, Elder Jiang, have you considered the implications? The ominous clouds clearly signify a threat to this child's existence. What manner of being could invoke such a celestial response? Lin Fan's brow furrowed. Hearing this, he abruptly turned. A man with a goat-like beard, appearing around 50, regarded the house with a glint of malice in his eyes. Lin Fan narrowed his gaze. What did you just say, old man? Enough, Elder Mu. Do you understand the gravity of your words? You dare to speak of calamities? Lu Cheng admonished, causing Elder Mu to bow his head in fear. I have heard tales of a prodigy from Zhongzhou, who upon birth displayed a Qilin phenomenon. He established his foundation at 10, formed his core at 20, achieved Yuanying at 30, and attained immortality at 100. If Fan's child also exhibits such signs, with proper nurturing, it is conceivable that Qingyun's sect may gain a Qilin child. What calamity? Speak further, and I shall confine you to the back mountain. The thunderous roars could indeed be deemed a celestial sign. In the minds of the gathered, an overwhelming cloud cover was not typically associated with auspicious omens. It was no wonder that misunderstandings arose. Yet how could Lin Fan's child be considered calamity? Neither he nor Lin Yuan nor Su Yixue bore such attributes, especially considering one was a mortal and the other merely a foundational cultivator. Their lineage was well known. How could malevolence arise from them? The sky, dense with ominous clouds, was already fearsome. Just as Lu Chong was about to speak again, a thunderous roar emanated from the east. Suddenly, the clouds parted as if sliced by a sword, revealing a glimmer of light, followed by a radiant beam that shot forth, illuminating Lin Bufan's residence in an awe-inspiring spectacle. In an instant, the entire Qingyun sect was bathed in a violet glow. Subsequently, 1, 2, 3, and countless beams of purple light pierced through the clouds, directly illuminating Xiao Yunfeng and converging upon Lin Bufan's abode. Was this the arrival of purple qi from the east? A breathtaking radiance? Was this the manifestation of an innate celestial body? A voice of surprise erupted, leaving Lu Chong's face pale, his body trembling, and his eyes gleaming with intensity as he commanded, "Quick, seal the mountain gates and activate the protective formation of Qingyun Zone. No one shall leave the mountain without my command." Chapter 14, Dao De Jing. A stinging reprimand arrives too swiftly. Indeed, the elders were taken aback, particularly the one with the goat beard. He had never anticipated that the celestial phenomenon could evolve further. Just as he was about to depart, he suddenly sensed at least 3 formidable presences locking onto him. The goat-bearded elder could only smile wryly, remaining stationary. He understood that his earlier mention of a demon had already displeased some individuals, so it was best to stay put. The dark clouds in the sky were thoroughly pierced through, coalescing into an expanse of purple aura. The entire Xiao Yunfeng was shrouded in a violet glow, with boundless spiritual energy permeating the air. Above, swirling dark clouds thunderously shattered, and amidst the purple aura, a radiant spectrum erupted, forming a straight column of light. At that moment, all disciples of Qingyun Zong turned their gazes toward this spectacle, their eyes filled with astonishment. They were merely ordinary disciples, unaccustomed to such overwhelming majesty. Various murmurs arose, and a few disciples, aware of the significance, felt their hair stand on end. In that instant, no less than 100 transmission talismans were activated. Yet the Qingyun Zone was enveloped in mist, with formations and runes circulating in the sky, powerful auras sweeping through the sect repeatedly. Everything here was concealed by the formations. Even the most junior of disciples sensed that something monumental was occurring within the Qingyun Zone today. Ha ha! What heavenly tribulation punishment! This is the manifestation of the heavenly Tao. The purple aura from the east, the legendary innate Tao body has appeared in our Qingyun Zone. With such a child among us, our sect shall rise in Dongzhou. Lu Chong laughed heartily, overwhelmed with joy. In the realm of cultivation, one's strength is gauged upon leaving the confines of home, while the selection of disciples hinges on their cultivation levels. A person's advancement is dictated by their innate talent. In this world, there exist special physiques favored by the heavens, enabling them to dominate with their gifts. As long as they do not self-sabotage in their youth, they can generally attain great heights. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiong seized Xiao Ruru and soared into the room. Lu Chong grasped Lin Bufan firmly, exclaiming, "Bufan, you have accomplished a great feat this time." "Innate Dao body?" Lin Bufan murmured. Indeed, he had anticipated that this Dao De Jing was extraordinary, crafted by the progenitor of Taoism, and was surprised it bore fruit in the realm of cultivation. At this moment, a flicker of excitement flashed in Lin Bufan's eyes as he beheld the descending rainbow light, a smile gracing his lips. "My son is truly remarkable. Once he cultivates for a decade or so, what heights might he reach? By then, Qingyun Zone will undoubtedly pamper him. I may lack such talent, but my son possesses it. Is it not said that a father's prestige is amplified by his son's merit?" Lin Bufan felt emboldened to speak more audibly. If it were as it had been during his first visit to the main hall, he would have had to unleash his wrath upon Dai, he to quell his grievances. Moments later, the spiritual energy atop Xiao Yunfeng surged to its zenith, while the energy within Qingyun Zone also circulated fervently. Complex and mysterious runes suddenly manifested around the radiant column. A faint glow began to permeate the entirety of Qingyun Zone. In that instance, the true qi within every individual began to circulate involuntarily, and those with higher innate talents seemed to gain insight and immediately sat cross-legged in meditation. The sect leader and others were equally astonished. Heavenly Tao runes. Quick, seize this opportunity to cultivate. These runes can enhance your cultivation. Lu Chong promptly sat cross-legged, excitement evident in his gaze. Meanwhile, Lin Bufan felt the true qi within him commencing its flow, accelerating rapidly. This was his first experience of true qi aside from the yin-yang union with Su Yixue. Ding, congratulations, host. The first offspring has been born, possessing the innate Tao body. Host physique has transformed. The system notification chimed suddenly. However, Lin Bufan had no time to check. He was nervously focused on the front. A full tea session later, he heard the sound of a baby crying. Wah wah, it has arrived. Lin Bufan's eyes sparkled as he rushed out in haste. Meanwhile, the radiance in the sky gradually faded, returning to tranquility. Congratulations, a precious daughter. At that moment, the door swung open, and Jiang Qiong appeared, cradling a newborn in her arms. Ha ha ha, daughter. Lin Bufan attempted to reach out several times, hesitating to embrace her, fearful of causing harm to the tiny infant. Yet, upon seeing Lin Bufan, the baby, who had been crying, suddenly erupted into laughter. Never mind. I shall wait until she's a bit older. Lin Bufan scratched his head, while Jiang Qiong chuckled and nodded, acknowledging the clumsiness of a grown man. Lin Bufan turned to Su Yixue in a room, saying, Yixue, you have worked hard. Having just given birth, Su Yixue's complexion was somewhat pale as she weakly shook her head. Xiao Ru, quickly, prepare some nourishing soup for Yixue to recuperate. All right, I shall do so right away. Xiao Ru, seeing such a tiny being for the first time, was enchanted and left to busy herself upon hearing the call. At that moment, Lu Chong and the others entered as well. He pointed his right hand at the infant's forehead, and a shimmering light flickered. Indeed, it was an innate Tao body, and it appeared in a little girl. Regardless of gender, this physique would lead to extraordinary accomplishments. Greetings, Sect Master. Su Yixue was surprised to see Lu Chong in person, completely unaware of the events unfolding outside. Do not stand on ceremony, Yixue. Congratulations on birthing a Qilin child. Now, you must take care of your health. Bufan, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you. Lu Chong spoke with palpable eagerness. Sect Master, please speak. Lin Bufan surmised the topic and looked toward Lu Chong. I wish to take your daughter as my disciple. Would you consent? Lu Chong expressed with a hint of shyness. However, such an innate Tao body must be accepted as a disciple at the earliest opportunity. As expected, Lin Bufan regarded Lu Chong, sensing a rare nervousness from the sect leader, while the other elders hesitated to speak, unable to contest against the sect master. He turned to Su Yixue, showing her the respect she deserved, and she nodded, visibly excited. If her child were accepted as a disciple by the sect leader of Qingyun Zone, it would confer significant benefits both to her and the child. Certainly, that is agreeable. However, Lin Bufan's gaze swept over Lu Chong and the elders behind him. Hesitating slightly, Bufan, the innate Tao body is of utmost importance, and it may impact the rise and fall of Qingyun Zone. Present your conditions. I will accommodate whatever I can. I will treat her as my personal disciple. You are aware that I do not yet have any personal disciples among my students. Lu Chong declared with a grand gesture. Lin Bufan was heartened by Lu Chong's attitude. Very well, I shall speak. I remember an elder mentioning that as long as I have a Qilin child, I would receive resources from Xiao Yunfeng. I wonder if that still stands? Suddenly, Dai He's complexion soured amidst the crowd. The slap in the face had come too abruptly. Hearing this, Lu Chong chuckled. Indeed, the youth hold grudges. I shall agree to this condition. Chapter 15. The Master bestows a name, a more affectionate gesture. Thank you, Master. I have a second request. I hope an elder can visit every half-month to guide me, Su Yixue and Xiao Rou, in our cultivation. Lin Bufan expressed earnestly. As you know, there are only the three of us, no, four, on Shaoyin Peak. I wish for a distinguished, selfless, Yuanying elder to provide us with guidance. This was Lin Bufan's second condition, which he believed would benefit Su Yixue and Xiao Rou. Cultivation is no simple endeavor. Having someone to diligently instruct them would be most advantageous. On other peaks, the peak masters are responsible for imparting teachings. If a peak master is occupied, there are also transmission elders available. Unfortunately, the revered elders of Shaoyun Peak had perished alongside Lin Yuan, leading to its eventual decline. Lu Chong regarded Lin Bufan with a glimmer of admiration. He had not expected Lin Bufan to still think of his wife and maidservant at this stage. Very well. I shall grant your request. He discerned that Lin Bufan's desire for resources and a transmission elder stemmed from his intention to expedite Su Ishue and Xiao Ro's cultivation. With the addition of an innate Dao body, it would only take Xiao Yun Peak a decade or so to achieve foundation establishment or even core formation, thus regaining dominance under his stewardship. He chose not to expose this underlying motive, for it would be truly alarming to lack foresight. Of course, Lu Chong also considered Lin Yuan's reputation in his decision. And I present a third condition. Lin Bufan spoke once more. Lin Bufan, how many conditions do you have? Dai he could no longer restrain himself. This fellow was being excessive. Previously, he only sought resources, and now he demanded everything. Coupled with Lin Bufan's demeanor, Dai he felt his temper flaring. This elder is speaking on the Master's behalf. Please refrain from interrupting. Lin Bufan shot a glance at Dai he, asserting his status as the Master's disciple's father. Dare you lay a finger on me? Just wait until my daughter grows up, and I shall deal with you. Dai he was on the verge of exploding. This brat seemed perpetually opposed to him. No matter, Lu Chong interjected, I have agreed to these terms. They are inconsequential. Lin Bufan cast a smug look at Dai he before turning to Lu Chong. This is the final request. I hope Xiao Yun Peak will not be annexed or directly assigned to another for at least 20 years. Upon uttering these words, Lin Bufan's expression turned grave as he bowed respectfully to Lu Chong. Several elders attempted to interject, but were halted by Lu Chong. Very well. I can agree to this. However, when the sect recruits, I will still need to bring in some outer disciples. After all, Xiao Yun Peak is too sparse in numbers and requires some miscellaneous workers and lower-tier disciples. I believe your father has informed you that these 5 peaks are, in fact, a grand formation. They thrive on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and during crucial times, many disciples must work in unison to activate it. I cannot leave a formation I vacant. The world of cultivation is inherently a survival of the fittest. One cannot foresee the future, and no one can guarantee peace for the next 20 years. Lin Bufan's inquiry was serious, and Lu Chong's response matched his gravity. He spoke sincerely, acknowledging the reality of the situation. Agreed. Lin Bufan contemplated before ultimately acquiescing. However, the identities of incoming disciples must be verified, as well as the intentions of the transmission elder. You understand, the human heart is inscrutable. Lin Bufan did not believe that safety could be guaranteed within a sect. His audacity in confronting others stemmed from Lu Chong's authoritative backing and his own child status. Who could predict if someone might conspire against him? Lu Chong evidently grasped Lin Bufan's concerns. Rest assured, any disciples sent to Xiao Yun Peak will have undergone a thorough selection process. Moreover, from this day forth, anyone who dares to harm my disciple's family will be my enemy. Even if it costs me my position as the sect leader, I shall seek retribution. Furthermore, the matter of the innate Dao body must not be disclosed, lest it brings calamity upon Qing Yun's sect. Lu Chong's words were spoken with genuine earnestness. The innate Dao body held immense significance. Master, allow me to teach Lin Bufan's disciples. At this moment, Jiang Qiong stepped forward. Jiang Qiong? Lu Chong was taken aback. Looking at her, ah, you are Jiang Qiong? Lin Bufan's eyes brightened as he regarded the woman. Previously, he had noticed only the celestial phenomena and not her name. Indeed, Jiang Qiong nodded with a smile. I have heard my father speak of you. Ah, Lu Chong immediately cleared his throat, interrupting Lin Bufan. Jiang Qiong had harbored affections for Lin Bufan's father since childhood. Lin Bufan had heard whispers of this from several elders. He had never met Jiang Qiong until after his father's demise. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Qiong appeared to be under 40, yet her eyes bore the weight of experience. Her demeanor exuded an air of regal elegance, while her skin, figure, and beauty suggested she was in her late 20s. My apologies, Master Jiang. Lin Bufan knew better than to indulge in gossip. You are Linda Ji's child. Simply call me Aunt. I shall provide instruction for you and your family, while your child will be under the guidance of the sect leader, his father's former love. Surely she would not wish him harm. After all, she was the leader of a peak. Those who attain such status are inherently trustworthy. Very well, I shall rely on you, Aunt. Lin Bufan felt the title rolled off his tongue effortlessly. It was wise to seek shelter beneath a sturdy tree rather than remain exposed. All right, I shall trouble you. Junior Sister Jiang, it will be best to send a few individuals to protect Xiao Yun Peak. In a few days, we will recruit some lower-tier disciples. Understood. Lu Chong quickly made the necessary arrangements. By the way, Bufan, what is your child's name? Suddenly, Lu Chong's eyes gleamed as he gazed at the infant, whose fair skin and cooing demeanor were undeniably adorable. A name? Lin Bufan turned to Su Yixue. Darling, you should decide. Su Yixue was at a loss for names. It was better suited for Lin Bufan. Master, this is my daughter and also your disciple. Would you bestow a name upon her? A named disciple shares a closer bond. Lin Bufan's mind raced with possibilities. Certainly, Lu Chong was eager for this opportunity. My disciple must possess the grace of an immortal emperor. Thus, she cannot bear a commonplace name. Let her be named Lin Yue. With hands clasped behind his back, Lu Chong gazed upward at a 45-degree angle, presenting a perfect profile as he spoke. Alas, with such an expression and words, he has completely overshadowed my intentions. Lin Bufan had also wished to convey that his daughter should embody greatness, indeed extraordinary in the truest sense. Lin Yue, a splendid name. In that moment, it seemed as though everyone envisioned a woman clad in white, standing gracefully beneath the moonlight, gazing down upon all. Chapter 16. Spiritual Roots Enhanced. One Qi transforms into three pure ones. The innate Tao body indeed commanded respect. Lu Chong's thoughts were astute, regardless of Lin Yue's future achievements. He would always be her first mentor. Throughout the annals of history, his influence would remain. Soon, the gathering dispersed, leaving Lin Bufan, Su Yixue, and their companions alone in the room. Watching Lin Yue nestled against Su Yixue as she drifted into slumber, Lin Bufan gently caressed Su Yixue's cheek. Darling, I feel as though I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Su Yixue suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. A breakthrough? Yes, I need to cultivate for a while. According to common understanding, after Su Yixue gave birth, her physical strength should have been greatly depleted, along with her true energy. However, she felt an invigorating surge of true energy throughout her body, and she was increasingly filled with strength. This contradicted all that she had known. Wait for me. I will be right back. Xiao Raoer, take the baby and leave first. Breaking through requires an immense amount of spiritual energy. And who knows if it would affect the child. It is better for Xiao Raoer to depart with the baby for now. Lin Bufan sought numerous spiritual stones and elixirs, placing them beside Su Yixue. At that moment, Su Yixue sat cross-legged, her palms facing the heavens, as energy swirled around her, forming a powerful aura of protection. Lin Bufan couldn't help but lick his lips. A foundation-building wife? He sat in a chair nearby, awaiting her progress. At that moment, he recalled the system notification he had previously received. Ding! Congratulations, host, on having your first child, granting you the innate Tao body. Your constitution has changed. Based on the system rewards, your physique has improved from a mortal body to a low-grade spiritual root, now possessing 1/10 of the innate Tao body constitution. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the celestial grade technique. One Qi transforming 3 purities. Upon reading the system prompts, Lin Bufan perused them 3 times, and upon confirming their authenticity, his eyes gleamed with excitement. The birth of a child could actually enhance one's spiritual root and grant 1/10 of such a formidable attribute. Did this mean he could commence his cultivation? Yet, it mattered not. 1/10 was still invaluable. This celestial grade technique, one Qi transforming 3 purities, was no mere legend. Was it not? One Qi transforming 3 purities has 2 interpretations. One is that Pangu opened the heavens, and in a critical moment, the primordial spirit transformed into the 3 purities to assist in creating the world. Others say it is Laozi's one Qi transforming 3 purities. The 3 purities are often identified as Taishang Lao Jun, Yuan Shi Tianzuan, and Lingbao Dao Jun, while some also refer to them as the heavenly, human, and earthly trigrams. Regardless of the interpretation, it remains an extraordinary concept. However, here it pertains to a cultivation technique rather than a spell. Lin Bufan glanced at Su Yixue and noted that she exhibited no abnormalities. While the surrounding spiritual stones rapidly depleted, energy permeating the area. Resolute, he seated himself beside her, harnessing the potent spiritual energy emanating from her to begin his own cultivation. One chi transforming 3 purities could refine the sea of consciousness, the sea of chi, and the soul. Following the instructions embedded in his mind regarding the technique, he promptly initiated his cultivation. Before long, he sensed the energy flowing through him. Lin Fan's cultivation progressed from the first level of chi refinement to the second, third, and fourth levels, swiftly reaching the 5th level of chi refinement. In the midst of his training, he suddenly opened his eyes. No, I cannot drain the spiritual energy surrounding Su Yixue. It would be best for me to seek a spiritually abundant location for my cultivation. He forcibly halted his practice and turned to Su Yixue. Her aura intensified, rapidly advancing to the initial stage of foundation building. The overwhelming energy stirred a sense of envy within Lin Fan. After a full incense sticks time, Su Yixue finally opened her eyes. Husband. A glimmer of excitement danced in her gaze. Have I succeeded? Indeed. As Lin Fan approached, Su Yixue enveloped him in her embrace. Husband, thank you. I have finally reached foundation building, and inexplicably my spiritual root has also risen to a medium-grade spiritual root. With this level, I can become an inner disciple in a cultivating sect. I suspect it is due to Xiao Yue and you. Su Yixue held him tightly, as if fearing he might vanish unexpectedly. Spiritual root enhancement? Lin Fan suddenly recalled the Yin-Yang Dao Jing. This technique was rather peculiar. Could it truly alter one's constitution? It seemed he needed to find a moment to experiment with it. To be honest, after reaching the 9th level of chi refinement, my cultivation slowed significantly. Breaking through with a low-grade spiritual root is quite challenging. However, after marrying you, I sensed a loosening in my cultivation, and my comprehension of the forces of heaven and earth sharpened. After giving birth to Xiao Yue, not only did my cultivation advance, but my spiritual root improved as well. This must be the influence of you and Xiao Yue. Ah, husband, you have reached the 5th level of chi refinement? Suddenly, Su Yixue realized that Lin Fan had also made progress. This 5th level of chi refinement was no trivial matter, and she scrutinized his aura 3 times. Hush, this is a secret. It is also a gift from you and Xiao Yue. But please keep it hidden for now. I do not wish for anyone to discover it. Very well. Su Yixue obediente native. Lin Fan suddenly remembered something. He closed his eyes, circulating his cultivation, swiftly causing his aura to vanish once more. Husband, you. A minor technique to conceal my cultivation. The innate Tao body is our child. Not only are there many who covet us outside, but there are also numerous individuals within the sect who watch us closely. Concealing our strength serves as a safeguard. Within one chi transforming 3 purities, there happened to be a method for hiding one's cultivation. As long as one refrained from using true energy, it would be nearly undetectable, an excellent strategy for deception. Indeed, husband speaks wisely. I grasp your intent. I never anticipated that you, a mortal, could comprehend the rules of the cultivation world so profoundly. Su Yixue gazed up at Lin Fan, her eyes brimming with affection, as if they might overflow. Husband, my hands have already begun to wander. Your body, no harm done. I have just reached foundation building and absorbed an abundance of primordial energy. My body has long since recovered, as long as it is not excessively depleted. I do not know why, but after giving birth, Su Yixue exudes an even more enchanting aura. Lin Fan had endured for far too long. How could he restrain himself any longer? Within the grand hall of Qingyun's sect, the doors were tightly shut, and those who gathered were all significant figures of the sect. Everyone, you are already aware of the situation. With the arrival of the innate Tao body, as long as we nurture it well, our Qingyun sect will soar to new heights. However, this secret must be kept. Ailu, caution you all, should any news be leaked that endangers the innate Tao body, you shall be my enemies, and there will be no forgiveness. Lu Chang's cultivation erupted. No longer at the 5th level of Yuanying, but rather the 6th. Chapter 17. Insufficient resources, eyes hungry for flesh. Sect Master, you have advanced. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The Yuanying stage was already the highest combat power of Qingyun's sect. Each elevation and level dramatically amplified one's strength, particularly after the 5th level of Yuanying. The 6th level of Yuanying is not to be underestimated. I believe that within a century, we may very well witness a transformation into a Shun formation expert. The sect's grand formation was still active, and no one could leave. Now, Investigate who has sent voice transmission talismans during this period and who wishes to leave. Furthermore, erase the memories of all disciples regarding this unusual phenomenon. We must ensure absolute secrecy. Master, do you mean everyone? Elder Zhong was astonished. There were tens of thousands in Qingyun's sect, and nearly all had witnessed the celestial phenomenon. To erase memories could only be accomplished by those at the late stage of Jidan or above. Yes, everyone. We ought to eliminate a portion of the sect's spies from other factions. Do not blame me, Liu, for being ruthless. This matter pertains to the very legacy of Qingyun's sect. Additionally, I will dispatch 2 Yuanying elders to closely monitor Shaoyan Peak, and Lin Bufan and Su Yixue must be protected. Sister Jiang Qiong, send someone immediately. Soon, due to the appearance of the innate Tao body, the entire Qingyun sect busied itself under Lu Chang's orders. On Shaoyan Peak, Lin Bufan sat cross-legged at the edge of a cliff. With a flick of his wrist, countless spiritual stones and elixirs appeared. Now, let us see how much my cultivation can improve. Lin Bufan was fully prepared, having set aside time specifically for this endeavor. Due to Su Yixue just giving birth and recently being promoted, Lin Bufan merely sought to indulge himself without excessive demands. At this stage, the most prudent course of action was to devote himself entirely to enhancing his cultivation. With a robust physique and having previously consumed some diluted medicinal liquids, Lin Bufan did not hesitate this time. He directly swallowed over a dozen qi-enhancing pills and subsequently surrounded himself with spirit stones. As he activated the I Chi Hua Sanqing mantra, a torrent of energy surged into his body. Soon, the meridians within Lin Bufan were filled with genuine qi. This energy then split into 3 parts. One portion concentrated at his brow, another at his dantian, and the last at Baihui. Lin Bufan's cultivation rapidly ascended from the 5th to the 6th, 7th, and 8th levels of qi refinement, until it reached the pinnacle of the 9th level. In the midst of his practice, Lin Bufan furrowed his brow as he summoned another pile of spirit stones and consumed several bottles of qi-enhancing pills as if they were free. Yet, his cultivation stagnated at the apex of qi refinement. Stuck? Lin Bufan opened his eyes, assessing the situation within his body, and glanced at the spirit stones turned to dust and the empty pill bottles around him. Why do I feel as if I consumed 3 times more spirit stones than an ordinary person? This is merely the 9th level of qi refinement, and I haven't even grazed the threshold of foundation establishment. Does this mean my path to advancement and any future cultivation will only lead to my demise? System. What sort of cultivation technique is this? Why does it consume so much genuine qi? Lin Bufan couldn't help but grumble. Ding. Responding to the host. Do you think a heavenly level technique is easy to cultivate? Ichi Hua Sanqing requires the cultivation of 3 internal chambers. However, its power is formidable. Formidable power? Lin Bufan frowned. According to the rules, the higher the level of the technique, the more resources it demands. Yet one's strength also increases significantly. Considering this, the resources available at Shaoyan Peak were already scant. Perhaps I should wait for the sect leader to deliver more resources. Achieving the 9th level of qi refinement is already commendable. However, I need more resources. I entrusted my child to the sect leader, so resources can be requested directly, but since he is my child, I must provide him with special care. Additionally, I must account for my own consumption, along with Su Yixue and Xiao Rower. The scarcity of resources vexed Lin Bufan. In cultivation, resources are paramount. Without them, everything is mere talk. I must quickly acquire more resources. Moreover, regarding my spiritual root, I currently possess a low-grade spiritual root. If having 1 child can elevate it to a low-grade spiritual root, then if I have 2 more, wouldn't that mean I could ascend to a middle-grade spiritual root and gain an additional 10% of my child's attributes? If I were to have 10 innate Tao bodies, would I not also become an innate Tao body? The more Lin Bufan pondered, the brighter his prospects appeared. The root of my troubles lies in resources. Yet having children can yield tremendous benefits. Lin Bufan began to contemplate having a 2nd child, a 3rd, and even a 4th. Ideally, he envisioned a set of octuplets. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. After all, Su Yixue is my wife, not some pet. Yet, every childbirth demands powerful resources. I have the Tao Te Ching, certainly, but I must also seek out other treasures. Where can I find such treasures? Lin Bufan, not being a scholarly genius, enjoyed reading but could only recall a few texts. Besides the Tao Te Ching, he was uncertain about any other works that might be of use. Surely, I cannot transcribe the Jinping Mei, can I? That would be utterly inappropriate. Lin Bufan hastily quelled that notion. For the first time, he felt the weight of regret for not having read extensively before his transmigration. Resources, exotic treasures, even heavenly materials and divine weapons. These are what I need most at this stage. Lin Bufan contemplated, gazing towards the mountains beyond Qingyan Sect. With his current low cultivation, he could not venture out. He must swiftly break through to Foundation establishment. Perhaps then he could seize opportunities. Young master, I finally found you. At that moment, Xiao Rower hurried towards him. Xiao Rower, what is it? Lin Bufan turned to her with curiosity. Master Jiang Xiong has arrived, accompanied by over a dozen individuals. She mentioned that she sent people to care for and protect sister. Xiao Rower informed him. Jiang Xiong? Lin Bufan's eyes lit up. Jiang Xiong had indeed come. As the former lover of his father and a formidable cultivator in the nascent soul stage, it should not be difficult to procure some treasures from her. Regardless of Jiang Xiong's intentions, Lin Bufan felt confident about the prospects. There's a saying, love the house and its crow, and since Jiang Xiong has Lin Bufan call her aunt, they are as family. Excitement glimmered in Lin Bufan's eyes, startling Xiao Rower. Young master, what are you doing? Your gaze looks as if you wish to devour someone. Xiao Rower timidly remarked, having never seen such an expression before. What do you know? Cool me. Quickly take me to her. My aunt is here. I am overjoyed. Do not speak nonsense. Lin Bufan exclaimed, pulling Xiao along. Chapter 18. In the future, Aunt will pamper you upon Lin Bufan's return to his residence. He beheld 10 women standing in the courtyard. Inside, Jiang Xiong and 2 other women were conversing with Su Yixue. The women outside possessed cultivation levels ranging from foundation establishment to qi refinement, while the 2 within exuded a powerful aura, leading Lin Bufan to speculate they were at the core formation stage. It seemed Jiang Xiong held great regard for this place. Aunt, you have come. As he stepped inside, Lin Bufan greeted her with a smile. Bufan, you have returned. Upon catching sight of Lin Bufan, Jiang Xiong swiftly approached him. Qi refinement first layer? You have begun cultivating? She scrutinized him from head to toe. Indeed, Lin Bufan confirmed, deliberately revealing that he had reached the first layer of qi refinement. He considered that he must instill some hope in others. Should any situation arise, it would be reasonable for him to act. Yes, and has keen eyesight. However, due to my physique, I have only reached the first layer of qi refinement, and it is rather weak. Please have a seat. Lin Bufan gestured for Jiang Xiong to sit, genuinely apprehensive that she might discern his true state. He needed to swiftly shift the conversation. Aunt, thank you for coming to see them. Lin Bufan expressed his gratitude. Oh, you child, do not speak such foolishness. After all, you are the son of Lin Dage, and the sect leader has already ordered that someone assist in caring for you. However, given your physique, Jiang Xiong gazed somberly in a certain direction. If Lin Dage were aware that you have begun cultivating, he would surely be even happier. At the mention of Lin Bufan's father, Lin Yuan, he couldn't help but fall silent. Perhaps this was one of the benefits his child had brought. My spiritual root has also reached the low-grade level. However, without my father to guide me, I am uncertain how far I can go. Lin Bufan found an excuse to divert the topic, speaking with a hint of melancholy. Do not worry. Your father would be pleased from the heavens. Bufan, you two have truly given me immense joy. It has only been a day since Yixue gave birth, yet she has reached foundation establishment, and you have attained the first layer of qi refinement, with your physique also elevated by a level. Do not fret. Your aunt will teach you diligently. With a wave of her right hand, Jiang Xiong produced a storage ring. Inside, you'll find resources from the sect leader for Shaoyan Peak. Since you have genuine qi now, I will erase the seal on it, and you can take possession of this ring. As she spoke, the ring was placed on a Lin Bufan's hand. Thank you, Aunt. With a surge of true energy, the array on the ring was instantly activated, and Lin Bufan's eyes sparkled as he gazed upon its contents. Inside, there were crystals, elixirs, and even magical treasures. It was as if the resources of an entire mountain were contained within, and the quantity was undoubtedly substantial. With these resources, Lin Bufan was certain he could directly advance to the foundation establishment stage. So many items. He exclaimed, licking his lips in delight. You should know that this was secured for you by senior brother Zhongzhu, who has faced envy from countless others. However, you need not worry. I have arranged for 10 disciples and 2 elders to oversee this place. Should you have any issues, you can approach them. However, UAE is still an infant and not yet ready for cultivation. The Zhongzhu has stated that she will officially take disciples when she turns 2. Bufan, all the resources of this sect will be allocated for the 3 of you. You must strive to excel, especially you, Bufan. You should understand the reason why Lin Yuan, your senior brother, named you Bufan. It is his hope that you will indeed be extraordinary. Upon mentioning Lin Yuan, Jiang Xiong could not help but sigh. It was evident that she cared for him deeply, which warmed Lin Bufan's heart. Thank you, Aunt. Lin Bufan sighed, prompting Jiang Xiong to instinctively embrace him. The warmth enveloping him left Lin Bufan momentarily dazed. Although Jiang Xiong was over 50, her skin and appearance belied her age. And having been without a partner for many years, her sudden embrace caught Lin Bufan off guard. Your father has departed, and from now on, I shall be your dear aunt. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to let me know. In Xinyan sect, no one dares to bully you. I have just accepted Su Yixue as my disciple, and from now on, both of you shall be under my wing. She affectionately ruffled Lin Bufan's hair, embodying the role of a caring elder. Thank you, Aunt. As he left the warmth of Jiang Xiong's embrace, Lin Bufan quickly gathered his thoughts. You all listen carefully. From today onwards, you will be stationed at Shaoyan Peak. Treat them as family. I do not care what your personalities, statuses, or levels of cultivation are. Lin Bufan is the master of Shaoyan Peak. Once he reaches the Jidan stage, or even the Yuanying stage, the Zhongzhu will have no objections. We will remember your contributions. Understood? Yes. Those selected by Jiang Xiong were evidently trustworthy. If any of you falter in your duties, do not hesitate to inform me. I will advocate for you. Jiang Xiong said as she sat by the bedside, holding Su Yixue's hand. This gesture moved Su Yixue to tears. Thank you, Aunt. I have never been treated with such affection in the Su family. Perhaps it was the sensitivity from just giving birth, but tears cascaded down Su Yixue's cheeks. Foolish child, there will be no more troubles from now on. Jiang Xiong was quite fond of Su Yixue and wiped her tears away. Lin Bufan finally exhaled a breath of relief. He had found a powerful ally. He glanced at the peacefully sleeping Zhao Weiyuai beside him, a smile gracing his lips. My daughter, it is all thanks to you. Lin Bufan knew that all these blessings came from his father and the daughter of the innate Dao body. Nevertheless, it mattered not. He could cultivate now, and that was the greatest reward. And, speaking of bullying, I recall something. Lin Bufan suddenly interjected. Oh, what is it? Jiang Xiong inquired. You know that the people of Shaoyan Peak have vacated, but some days ago, someone entered my room and stole the array key to the storeroom. When I checked the next day, I found traces of a fire outside the storeroom, but saw no one. Since Yixue was pregnant, I did not investigate further. I suspect it was someone from Shaoyan Peak attempting to pilfer resources. Lin Bufan recounted the events, blurring the lines between truth and falsehood. What? Such a matter exists? Yes. I found a Chinkoan bag nearby, but I cannot open it, and I have yet to mention it to Yixue. As he spoke, Lin Bufan produced Lu Hao's storage bag. He had left it intact when he disposed of the body, intending to seek vengeance one day. Jiang Xiong furrowed her brow as she examined the storage bag. After erasing the imprint, she revealed the identity Jade token. Lu Hao. Chapter 19. The Mysterious Small Sword. The Transformation of Spiritual Roots. Upon seeing the name, Jiang Xiong's anger ignited. Based on the aura, he should be a 9th layer Qi refining cultivator. Leave this matter to me. I will handle it. Jiang Xiong's fury was palpable. Thankfully, Lu Hao had not laid a hand on Lin Bufan and Su Yixue. Had he done so, given their cultivation levels, they would have stood no chance. Aunt, Bufan has a humble request. Seeing Jiang Xiong's wrath, Lin Bufan immediately clasped his hands in respect. Bufan, just tell me what you need. Whatever I can do, I shall. Jiang Xiong encouraged. Are you asking to pursue Lu Hao? No, Aunt. I am not yet capable of dealing with such individuals. I merely wish to know if you possess any formidable magical treasures or artifacts that could ensure the safety of Yixue and me. Our cultivation levels are low, and I fear even a foundation establishment cultivator could easily dispatch us. Lin Bufan glanced at the 2 women beside him, both at the Jidan stage, which made the disparity clear. Jiang Xiong paused for a moment before breaking into a smile. Rest assured, those who come here are all my trusted confidants. As for magical treasures, I do have a few. With a wave of her right hand, dozens of radiant artifacts materialized in the air, each emitting a soft glow. Although Lin Bufan's cultivation was not high, he could still sense the distinct aura emanating from them. Jiang Xiong surveyed the items and picked up 5 talismans. These are talismans I crafted in my spare time. As long as you infuse them with some true energy, they can activate the array within, capable of resisting attacks from cultivators below the Yuanying stage. Even against a first or second layer Yuanying cultivator, they can deflect some attacks. Take these for you and Su Yixue. Without hesitation, she tossed the items to Lin Bufan. Then, she produced a sword. The sword was entirely crimson, with a faint red light swirling around it. Yixue, this is for you, a first-grade spiritual weapon. It is quite a remarkable sword. Having a good weapon will greatly benefit you. It possesses an array. Once you infuse it with true energy, it can conceal its aura and can even be summoned. I retrieved it from a secret realm. Jiang Xiong did not stop there. She brought out several vials of elixirs. These are some elixirs that can replenish true energy, invigorate blood circulation, and even unlock latent potential. They are available among the resources of Shaoyan Peak, but these are of superior quality, so take them with you. And this, she added, producing a tome of techniques, is a manual that you both, including your little maid, can cultivate. Jiang Xiong was generous, producing 7 or 8 items in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Lin Bufan's gaze fell upon a peculiar item, a broken sword with only a worn hilt and a sword blade approximately a foot long. Even the blade bore signs of fracture. "Aunt, what is this?" he asked, pointing at the sword. "This." Jiang Xiong was momentarily taken aback, recalling a prior adventure with her senior brother Lin Yuan, during which they stumbled upon a small secret realm and discovered a broken sword. She remembered that the fragments were likely with his father, who should have given him the ring. "Oh, is there such an item?" Lin Bufan was surprised, realizing that it indicated a joint exploration between his father and Jiang Xiong. "If you want it, I can give it to you. My father and I have studied it for quite some time, but have yet to uncover its mysteries." "It's not particularly valuable," Jiang Xiong said, offering it freely. "Very well, take these items for now. They should suffice for your protection. Moreover, this is Qingyun's sect, where few would dare to act recklessly." After providing some items, Jiang Xiong began to collect the rest. "Thank you, Aunt." The 2 Jidan cultivators expressed their gratitude, their envy palpable as they realized these were treasures of a Yuanying expert. "Do not mention it. Summon your little maid as well. I shall conduct a lesson for you. And feel free to ask me anything you do not understand." Jiang Xiong had come not only to deliver items, but also to arrange matters and provide guidance to a few individuals. Lin Bufan and his companions were more than willing to oblige. It was not until nightfall that Jiang Xiong took her leave, leaving behind 2 Jidan elders, Han Yu and Gao Man, who settled in at Shaoyan Peak. There were many rooms atop Shaoyan Peak, and Lin Bufan encouraged them to choose freely. As for Lin Bufan's residence, it was situated at the core of Shaoyan Peak, owing to his father Lin Yuan being the Peak Master, thus deserving of the most central location. Han Yu and Gao Man were both disciples of Jiang Xiong, one being lively and the other introverted, complementing each other well. Among the other 10 disciples, 4 were at the foundation establishment stage, while the rest were at the Qi refinement stage. Each of them took on their responsibilities and quickly organized the patrols and maintenance of Shaoyan Peak. After Jiang Xiong's departure, she promptly sought out Lu Chong, sharing the details of her findings. Lu Chong immediately instructed Luo Ping to investigate. Before long, information regarding Lu Hao was unearthed. Lu Hao had defected to the Yun Peak and had vanished a few months prior along with 2 disciples, one at the 8th layer of Qi refinement and the other at the 7th layer. Witnesses reported seeing them depart together, and further investigation revealed a close relationship among the 3. Luo Ping reported the situation. Indeed, a few months ago, Lin Bufan was still an ordinary person, while Su Yixue was already pregnant and at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Even with that maid, they could not contend with Lu Hao and his companions at the 9th layer. I never anticipated that Qingyun's sect had such disciples. No wonder Lin Bufan previously did not allow anyone to reside at Shaoyan Peak. Jiang Xiong felt a surge of anger upon hearing this information. Lu Chong's brow furrowed in concern. "Luo Ping, you shall handle this matter." I want a thorough investigation into what Lu Hao has done and whom he has associated with. If there are others like him who harm the innocent, do not expect me to be lenient. Yes, master. I will investigate this matter with all my might. Luo Ping replied. By the way, Sect Master, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Jiang Qiong glanced at Luo Ping, who understood her cue and departed. What is it? Sect Master, can spiritual roots change? Jiang Qiong inquired, her uncertainty evident. Not at all. If it were possible, someone would have already achieved a top-tier spiritual root. Sister, why do you ask this? Lu Cheng responded, puzzled. Brother, what kind of spiritual roots do Su Yixue and Lin Bufan possess? Jiang Qiong pressed on. One has an inferior spiritual root, and the other is an ordinary body. Everyone knows this. Yet, now Su Yixue had ascended to a mid-grade spiritual root, albeit the lowest tier, while Lin Bufan transitioned from an ordinary body to an inferior spiritual root, still the lowest among inferior roots. What did you say? Throughout history, many have rapidly enhanced their cultivation and combat prowess, yet none have consistently elevated their spiritual roots. Unless one possesses some celestial grade spiritual herb, it is impossible to alter a person's spiritual root. Such treasures would not appear in our remote eastern wilderness, nor would they easily fall into the hands of Lin Bufan and Su Yixue. Lu Cheng pondered deeply. This is undoubtedly not a treasure acquired by Lin Yuan. If it were, he would have long since guided Lin Bufan in his cultivation and would not have perished. Moreover, it is indeed remarkable that an ordinary body and a Qi refinement cultivator could produce a congenital Dao body. Jiang Qiong shared in his bewilderment. Lu Cheng nodded and took a couple of steps forward to gaze out at the clouds. This matter must not be disclosed. Do not reveal it even to the two of them. For the time being, I must trouble you, sister. Rest assured, I will safeguard Shaoyan Peak. Jiang Qiong, being meticulous, ensured thoroughness in her actions. Although Qingyun's sect was formidable, there were other sects miles away, not to mention in the core regions of the eastern continent. Ancient sects still existed, relegating Qingyun's sect to a mere corner of the eastern wilderness. The path to growth was arduous. Should a congenital Dao body break through to the Yuanying stage and ascend to the Huashan stage, Qingyun's sect would undoubtedly rise alongside it. Without delving into Lu Cheng's subtle aspirations, Lin Bufan found himself unable to sleep that night. The individuals sent by Jiang Qiong were not far from him, ensuring their lives would not be disrupted while also safeguarding their safety, which was quite commendable. Jiang Qiong had taken Su Yixue as her disciple. Thus their relationship had grown considerably closer. Lin Bufan understood that these gestures were largely due to the past connections between Lin Yuan and Jiang Qiong, as well as Lin Yue. Relying on others could provide temporary security, yet to ensure lasting safety, one must cultivate oneself. At the cliffside of the main hall, Lin Bufan braved the pressure and traversed through the waterfall, discovering a small cave. Inside, the space was not very large, spanning over 100 square meters, with the ground adorned with flowers and grass. At the farthest end, two graves stood, one ancient, belonging to Lin Bufan's mother, and the newer one, naturally, for Lin Yuan. This space also contained stone tables and chairs, along with a bed, and the entrance was secured with a barrier. This was the beloved spot of Lin Yuan and his wife. It was serene, accompanied by the sound of flowing water, and through the waterfall, one could glimpse the moon. In his childhood, Lin Yuan had brought him here, but after his mother's passing, he would only visit on the anniversary of her death. Due to the barrier at the entrance, Lin Bufan had never been able to enter until now. Father, mother, I am ready to cultivate. He brought offerings of pastries and wine, filling a cup and placing it before the graves. Moreover, I have married and welcomed a little princess. Lin Bufan spoke at length in this sacred place. In his previous life, he was an orphan, yet in this life, he had experienced the warmth of paternal love for at least 20 years, which evoked some emotions within him. After sharing a sip of wine with his parents, he sat beside the flowing water and gazed up at the moon. Then, he retrieved Lin Yuan's storage ring. With the master now deceased and the spiritual energy within the formation having nearly dissipated over time, Lin Bufan easily opened it. The interior was spacious, containing healing elixirs and various herbs. There were also numerous types of magical artifacts, which could be considered Lin Yuan's legacy. Once these items were placed upon ground, Lin Bufan discovered a collection of letters and books among them. Driven by curiosity, he picked them up and was soon moved. Within the correspondence, He found inquiries from Lin Yuan asking friends if there were any methods to alter their spiritual roots or cultivate their mortal bodies. The books contained various peculiar tales, anecdotes of famous individuals, and techniques for modifying spiritual roots. Some herbs he had never seen before were sealed within formations, presumably for the purpose of altering one's constitution or spiritual roots. To his surprise, his father had been so preoccupied with him, even with Lin Yuan having lived 2 lives. He could not help but feel moisture at the corners of his eyes. Among these items were some fine magical tools, precious herbs, and, most remarkably, books on alchemy along with a commendable alchemical furnace. Glancing back at the 2 graves behind him, Lin Bufan sighed. This system arrived too late. He seemed to envision Lin Yuan's sunlit, yet slightly weathered face smiling joyfully at him. If only resurrection were possible, alas. Such mastery would be even more extraordinary than altering my spiritual roots or constitution. After collecting his thoughts, Lin Bufan swiftly discovered a long sword tip. He retrieved the hilt and brought the pieces together. Indeed, it was a complete sword. Its exterior radiated an aura of sharpness. Not only Lin Bufan, but even powerful figures like Jiang Xiong and Lin Yuan sensed its uniqueness. When this sword was whole, it would undoubtedly be formidable. Regrettably, it was a broken blade. The material of this sword bore no resemblance to any he had encountered, still retaining a hint of chill. In due time, he would learn to forge. If he could reconstruct it, that would be splendid. Aunt Jiang mentioned that she could not discern the metal's nature, and concluded that this sword was crafted by a master at the transformation stage, or perhaps an even greater cultivator. If this broken sword were whole, it would be extraordinary. Jiang Xiong had attempted to refine it, but after 3 days, she could not melt it down, indicating much about its origin. Furthermore, the alchemical furnace seemed to be a treasure in its own right. If only he could learn alchemy. His unique cultivation method and physique consumed vast amounts of resources. If he could concoct his own medicines, it would grant him a wealth of materials. Aspiring to become an alchemist was no simple endeavor. After tidying up, Lin Bufan produced a knife. This blade stood half a person tall and was palm width. It was Lin Yuan's magical artifact, named Thunderclap Blade. When coupled with Lin Yuan's technique, it produced the sound of thunder while slaying foes, accompanied by a numbing effect. With this knife, only 2 or 3 individuals within Qinyun sect could contend against it. Alas, he had chosen a spear instead. Perhaps he could find a suitable child in the future to wield it. After organizing his belongings, Lin Bufan sat cross-legged once more, surrounded by a plethora of spirit stones, and took out some medicinal pills. Today, he aimed to reach the foundation establishment stage. Chapter 21. Merge this thunder and lightning for me. Lin Bufan's thoughts were indeed sound. He aimed to cultivate to foundation establishment first. After 20 years as a mortal with a wasted body, he had managed to cultivate to foundation establishment in a single move. He felt quite pleased with the changes over these past 10 months. With a substantial accumulation of spirit stones and a few foundation establishment pills consumed, the true energy within Lin Bufan rapidly swirled, incessantly impacting his meridians and 3 energy seas. In his dantian, the spirals of spiritual energy whirled madly. And with the effects of the foundation establishment pills and surrounding spirit stones, a faint purple glow flickered within his body. His chi transformation technique was operating at full capacity, gradually sending forth beams of purple light from the clouds above Shaoyan Peak. However, this time it was faint and occurred during the night. Unbeknownst to them, this was all the result of Lin Bufan channeling the forces of heaven and earth. Even a tenth of an innate Tao body is still an innate Tao body, with purple energy flooding his being. A faint glow also appeared on the sleeping Lin Yue, as if responding to Lin Bufan from afar. At last, as the true energy within Lin Bufan surged like boiling water, the energy whirlpool transformed into a pool of flowing water, emanating a powerful aura from his body. Lin Bufan opened his eyes, and with a flick of his right hand, an endless supply of spirit stones appeared once more. Foundation Establishment Stage 1. Foundation Establishment Stage 2. Foundation Establishment Stage 3. In the blink of an eye, Lin Bufan reached Foundation Establishment Stage 6. The surrounding spirit stones were reduced to ashes, cascading down like a waterfall. Vanishing from sight. Foundation Establishment Stage 6. Lin Bufan's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he clenched his fist. In an instant, crackling noises emanated from his hand. This was not the end. A vortex formed around Lin Fan, filling his spirit and consciousness instantly, also radiating a faint glow. The innate Tao body is indeed formidable. Breaking through minor realms posed no hindrance whatsoever, but the consumption of spirit stones was immense. Observing his storage ring, he noted that 2/3 of the spirit stones meant for cultivating on Shaoyan Peak had been used, prompting Lin Fan to exclaim that he could not sustain such cultivation. These spirit stones could provide a mountain peak with a year's worth of resources. Nevertheless, he decided to reserve some for Su Yixue and Xiao Ruer as cultivation. He needed their cultivation levels to rise as well. After adjusting his attire, Lin Fan swiftly returned. Over 3 months, the sect leader had visited twice, leaving behind a protective gold talisman after inspecting Xiao Yui before departing. After expending a considerable amount of spirit stones, Lin Fan's cultivation finally reached Foundation Establishment Stage 8. This level was already considered quite high. Attaining Foundation Establishment by the age of 20 was deemed the hallmark of a genius. Su Yixue's progress had been somewhat slow, just reaching Foundation Establishment Stage 2. In contrast, Xiao Ruer had made rapid advancements, finally reaching Qi Refinement Stage 9, thanks to Lin Fan's abundant supply of spirit stones and medicinal pills. It had been a year since Su Yixue's arrival. During this time, she had become quite familiar with Shaoyan Peak. As Lin Fan could not cultivate, he seldom left Shaoyan Peak. He had informed others of his cultivation endeavors only later. Throughout the year, he had dedicated himself to enhancing his cultivation, avoiding unnecessary wanderings, while Su Yixue gradually became acquainted with Qingyun's sect. Many disciples of Qingyun's sect displayed kindness towards Su Yixue. To be able to exchange one's own self for the safety of their family required considerable courage. Due to the birth of Xiao Yue, Su Yixue could not leave for extended periods. After all, the child was still small, and venturing too far could lead to unforeseen circumstances. Although Jiang Xiong had sent some female disciples to assist, those disciples were only responsible for the defense of Shaoyan Peak. It would be inappropriate to ask them to watch over the child daily. Fortunately, Su Yixue was not particularly lively or active. In her household, she was the young lady of the Su family, rarely stepping beyond the threshold, which did not cause any significant issues. However, Lin Fan found himself troubled. Su Yixue expressed a desire to have another child, yet time had passed without any sign of a second child. The truth was, Lin Fan was not yet inclined to pursue this. It was simply because he had not yet discovered any powerful treasures. Previously, Lin Fan had utilized the Tao Te Ching. This time, he could not resort to the Great Compassion Mantra, could he? The thought of his child being born, seated cross-legged, eyes closed, with a halo of merit behind them, and uttering benefactor, was enough to send shivers down his spine. Thus, Lin Fan had been postponing the matter. Adhering to the principle of better to have none than to have a surplus, Lin Fan sought to glean information from a few senior sisters atop Shaoyan Peak. Regrettably, the cultivation levels of these disciples are rather modest. Although they have ventured out on missions and engaged in training, it is indeed challenging to uncover any extraordinary treasures. Consequently, Lin Fan finds himself in a state of worry. Perched at the summit in a cave adjacent to a waterfall, he observes the cascading waters resembling a celestial river. In the innermost corner of the cave lies the grave of his father. "Oh, father, despite being a Yuan-Ing practitioner and the most esteemed in Qingyun's sect, couldn't you have left me some valuable relics? Perhaps an elixir of immortality or some heavenly fire, so that I too could ascend to immortality? But alas, you departed without leaving anything behind. I am now unable to even conceive a grandchild, which is truly disheartening. Without a uniquely gifted descendant, how can I elevate my status? Others who traverse realms often possess extraordinary artifacts for protection, at the very least a magical ring or a tower with a time dilation effect. While I am burdened with misfortune, as Lin Fan skewers several kebabs over a flame fueled by his true energy, he laments toward the grave. Yet, how could a grave respond? He merely seeks to vent his frustrations. In this world, the only solace lies in complaining to his father and indulging in delectable food. Father, perhaps you could send a dream to inform me if you had any powerful lovers? Let them prepare some treasures for me. Suddenly, a thought strikes Lin Fan, and he speaks earnestly to the grave. Just then, a thunderous clap resounds from the sky. Goodness, that startled me. Lin Fan exclaims, instinctively retreating deeper into the cave. Even a foundational practitioner fears the wrath of heaven, for it is a formidable force. A misstep could lead to dire consequences. However, amidst the flickering light, Lin Fan's eyes sparkle with realization. Father, is this your way of guiding me? If the system can integrate the Tao Te Ching, could it also harness the power of this thunder? By the heavens, the more I ponder, the more exhilarated I become. Very well, I have resolved it. My next descendant shall merge with this thunder. Chapter 22. An ominous sign 1 month later, at the cliff's edge. A young woman sips tea in a pavilion, while a young man directs the movements of a girl clad in crimson, wielding a wooden staff. Lift your hand higher. Your posture is incorrect. Where's your strength? You cannot lean forward. How can you exert force if you do? Lin Fan tirelessly instructs. But, young master, this is exhausting. Protests Xiao Rower, her voice tinged with grievance. Practice more, and you will become accustomed to it. This is genuine training. Indeed, Lin Fan is imparting spear techniques to Xiao Rower. Clad in a form-fitting red outfit, she wields a silvery spear with vigor, though there are several points requiring correction from Lin Fan. Oh, Xiao Rower is obedient, following Lin Fan's commands without question. If the young master says 500 repetitions, then 500 it shall be. But must it be so many? Practicing 500 times daily would be exhausting. Come, have some water, interjects Su Ishua coolly. Ah, sister, you truly care for me. Xiao Rower beams, dashing over to Su Ishua, well aware that her words hold more sway than Lin Fan's. Since Su Ishua's marriage, she has gained a sisterly bond with Xiao Rower. Hey, you little crybaby, are you disobeying? Lin Fan chides, still within the pavilion, not yet calling for a break. Young master is the best. Xiao Rower rushes to cling to Lin Fan's arm, employing her tried-and-true tactic. Hee, you are all here. How fortunate for me. At that moment, a voice resonates from behind. It's Jiang Qiong. Aunt, you have arrived. The trio quickly offers her a seat, while Xiao Rower stands aside, understanding the nuances of their differing statuses. I came to check on you, Jiang Qiong states. Lin Yue, nestled in Su Ishua's embrace, coos and stretches her arms toward Jiang Qiong. Oh, let me hold her, Jiang Qiong exclaims, having attained the title of grandmother, despite lacking a partner. As Lin Yue snuggles against Jiang Qiong, Lin Fan feels a twinge of envy. Yet, amidst the playful banter, Su Ishua's expression suddenly shifts, a wave of nausea washing over her as she covers her mouth. What is happening? Jiang Qiong inquires, startled by Su Ishua's reaction. I'm fine, husband. I just feel a bit nauseous and desire something sweet to settle my stomach, Su Ishua confides. Feeling nauseous? Jiang Qiong's eyes gleam with excitement as she seizes Su Ishua's arm. Ah, it's true, Ishua. You are expecting again. Upon sensing Su Ishua's condition, Jiang Qiong's astonishment burst forth. I don't know, Su Ishua replies, turning sharply to glare at Lin Fan. Hey, this isn't my fault, Lin Fan retorts, only to be met with Su Ishua's sharp rebuttal. Even Jiang Qiong cannot help but shoot Lin Fan an incredulous look. Can you too consider the feelings of others? I am still without a partner, she thinks to herself. Perhaps it is time to seek a partner? Jiang Qiong muses, reflecting on her admiration for Lin Fan's child. A tranquil mind is essential. Ah, Anne is here. Let's not speak of such things. Lin Fan, sensing Jiang Qiong's discomfort, quickly diverts the conversation. You troublemaker. This is all you're doing. Su Ishua casts a disapproving glance at Lin Fan. Jiang Qiong watches the couple, feeling uncertain about interjecting. After several attempts to speak, she finally stammers, You young people, but Ishua, you must take care of yourself during this pregnancy. Lin Fan feels a wave of awkwardness wash over him. After all, she is an elder. Ishua, you are a child again. Take care of your health. Lin Fan, you better behave yourself. Previously, you had a child with a congenital Tao body. I wonder what this one will be. Jiang Qiong's gaze sparkles with anticipation, as if Su Ishua's belly were a rare treasure. Master, what are you saying? Such coincidences are improbable. A congenital Tao body is exceedingly rare. If another were to emerge, it would be extraordinary. Su Ishua shakes her head, caressing her belly. Lin Fan merely smiles quietly, knowing she is unaware of his true capabilities. Indeed, Lin Fan was also eagerly anticipating the arrival of his child. After offering guidance to Su Yixue and Xiao Ru once more, Jiang Qiong took her leave. Before departing, she reminded her two disciples to diligently protect Xiao Yunfeng, especially Su Yixue and Lin Fan, and informed them of Su Yixue's pregnancy. This revelation left Han Yu and Gao Man feeling somewhat awkward. "What is the matter?" Jiang Qiong inquired upon noticing their expressions. "In nothing. We will certainly protect Xiao Yunfeng." The two girls, being young women, felt reluctant to elaborate. "Speak." Jiang Qiong, as the master of a peak, exuded authority that was not to be dismissed lightly. The two immediately grew flustered. "Master, truly nothing is amiss. We had already guessed about Su Yixue's pregnancy. It was only a matter of time," Gao Man whispered, while Han Yu opted for silence. Jiang Qiong was puzzled. Gao Man leaned closer to Jiang Qiong and whispered something in her ear. Jiang Qiong sighed. "No wonder. Well then, I must take my leave. You two carry on with your affairs." "Yes." Jiang Qiong departed swiftly, while Han Yu and Gao Man exchanged glances, unable to suppress their shaking heads. Unbeknownst to Lin Fan, such matters were unfolding. After learning that the two had left, he assumed they simply preferred fewer people around. After all, Xiao Yunfeng was vast, and they were free to relocate wherever they wished. As the days passed, Su Yixue's belly grew ever larger. "Husband, please take a concubine." Su Yixue broached the subject once more on that day. Over the past days, she had contemplated much. Lin Fan treated her well, and being the sole heir of the Lin family, perhaps it would be best for him to find a younger partner. "Do not speak foolishly. I have yet to even descend the mountain. Where would I find a concubine? Lin Fan chakil, embracing Su Yixue. Or perhaps I could ask Master to arrange for senior sister Han Yu and senior sister Gao Man to be betrothed to you," Su Yixue suggested, her eyes lighting up. "Han Yu? Gao Man?" Lin Fan was taken aback, questioning her sanity. Truth be told, both Han Yu and Gao Man had attained the Golden Core realm and were formidable. If they were to discover any such intentions, Lin Fan would surely be in peril. "Enough. What kind of reasoning is this, pushing your husband into the fray?" Lin Fan thought her quite peculiar. "Then what about Xiao Ruru?" Su Yixue proposed once again. "She is my maid. Be quiet." Lin Fan found himself in a quandary. His cultivation of the Yin-Yang Dao scripture had stagnated, and his resources were dwindling. He found himself stuck at the 9th layer of foundation establishment. While this level of cultivation was already quite advanced, Lin Fan was unsatisfied. It simply wasn't enough. He had started late, and in the realm of cultivation, foundation establishment was merely the second stage. Even at the pinnacle of the 9th layer, it was hardly impressive. "I require abundant resources." With 8 months remaining until the next distribution of sect supplies, he pondered how to survive these months. There seemed to be no feasible way forward. Early the next morning, Lin Fan informed Su Yixue and then sought out the External Affairs Pavilion. This was a grand hall, primarily responsible for the issuance of various tasks. Although he had heard of it before, he had never been there, as an ordinary person could not undertake tasks meant for cultivators. Inside the hall, numerous signs were displayed, detailing various tasks such as delivering messages, treasure hunting, and procurement, creating a bustling atmosphere. "Is that Lin Fan? What brings him here?" Murmurs spread through the crowd. Just an ordinary person. What task can he possibly undertake?" Lin Fan's appearance indeed caused quite a stir, for he was a well-known figure. Ignoring the whispers around him, he made his way straight to the innermost part of the hall. "Greetings, senior sister." Upon reaching the counter, he addressed a beautiful woman there. "Lin Fan, what brings you here?" "You may call me Wang Fang." The woman appraised Lin Fan and remarked that he was rather handsome, albeit just an ordinary person. I wish to descend the mountain. I need to register," Lin Fan stated succinctly, placing his token on the table. In Qingyun's sect, whether departing or returning, one was required to register. Thus the registration area was conveniently located alongside the task issuance desk. "You wish to descend?" Wang Fang was momentarily taken aback, but nodded to assist him with the documentation. She found it curious why an ordinary person like Lin Fan would want to return. Was he not afraid of danger? Meanwhile, at Diyun Peak, Lu Zoming knelt while Yang Sheng stood with his back turned. "Regardless of what Lu Hao has done, I expect you to recognize your position. You are forbidden from causing trouble at Xiao Yunfeng or sending anyone there. Should I discover otherwise, I will not hesitate to cripple you." Yang Sheng's voice carried a chilling undertone. "Master, this matter has nothing to do with me. It was Lu Hao who caused the trouble." Lu Zongming, stripped of his earlier arrogance, hurriedly explained. Leave. Lin Bufan of Xiao Yunfeng is not someone you can provoke. Yang Sheng did not even glance at Lu Zongming as he spoke. Master, with so many people coming to Xiao Yunfeng, our resources before Lu Zongming could finish. A gust of wind sent him sprawling, blood spilling from his mouth as he lay on the ground. Fear etched across his face as he gazed at Yang Sheng. This was the first time he had been struck by his master since joining the sect. Why? Lu Zongming was still processing the situation. Yang Sheng had previously mentioned that he was the most likely genius disciple to reach the golden core before turning 30. However, get lost. If you dare to act recklessly again, I will kill you myself. Lu Zongming realized his master was genuinely furious, quickly rising to bow and retreating. You fool. Yang Sheng had never been so enraged, all due to a recent conversation with the sect leader, who informed him that someone was provoking Lin Bufan. Xiao Yunfeng was a place where the innate Dao body resided. While Yang Sheng and his peers enjoyed competition, they understood the significance of the innate Dao body, as it could determine their futures. This foolish disciple truly did not comprehend the gravity of the situation. If anything were to happen to Lin Yue, he might not even retain his position as the peak master of Qingyan Peak. He couldn't fathom how Lin Bufan had stumbled upon such fortune, giving birth to an innate Dao body. Yang Sheng yearned for a disciple of such caliber. With a formidable disciple by his side, would he not dominate at Qingyan Peak? With careful nurturing, this disciple could surpass the other ineffectual ones. It was conceivable that they could revive the glory of Qingyan sect. Alas, Lin Yue had already been accepted as a disciple by the sect leader, a truly rare existence. Damn it, a mere mortal whose father is dead. What could possibly be so untouchable? It is clearly just nepotism. Back in his quarters, Lu Zongming's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he wreaked havoc in his room. Master brother, upon arriving, Han Gu was taken aback by the scene before him, unable to suppress a shiver. Who could provoke such ire in Master brother? Lin Bufan. I shall eventually bring about his demise. Lu Zongming seethed, gritting his teeth in anger. Han Gu, momentarily stunned, inquired, Master brother, what has Lin Bufan done? It is that good-for-nothing Lu Hao who has stirred my master's wrath. Lu Zongming felt a lingering discomfort in his heart. This favoritism is glaringly obvious. The peak leader is actually favoring Lin Bufan? Han Gu pondered, perhaps it is due to Lin Yuan's influence. He then turned to Lin Bufan and asked, Master brother, do you intend to teach Lin Bufan a lesson? Lu Zongming shot a glance at Han Gu, furrowing his brow. Are you seeking your own demise? He was just reprimanded. No. I was initially planning to descend the mountain, but upon visiting the Foreign Affairs Department, guess what? Lin Bufan is also descending. Han Yi vi Spirit, glancing around the room. Chapter 24. Descending the mountain to seek kin, what did you say? Lu Zongming's eyes brightened as he looked at Han Gu. Master brother, Lin Bufan is indeed descending. I witnessed it with my own eyes. This presents an excellent opportunity for revenge. Han Gu chuckled. Descending? What purpose does he have in going down? Lu Zongming was momentarily perplexed. He is accompanying his wife back to the Su family. Han Gu had approached Lin Bufan to eavesdrop earlier. Back to the Su family? Lu Zongming narrowed his eyes. The Su family is one of the prominent clans in Qingkong City. However, they suffered significant losses last year. Su Yixue is a member of the Su family, the second daughter of the clan head, and it is only natural for her to visit after a year. This truly is an opportune moment. Master brother, if Lin Bufan were to perish, then it would be quite normal for us to divide up Xiao Yunfeng. Han Ji's eyes glinted as he spoke partially. If Lin Bufan is gone, then claiming Xiao Yunfeng would be a matter of course. Yet, Master does not permit us to provoke Lin Bufan. This is the crux of Lu Zongming's hesitation. If he is gone, it would be of no consequence. He is merely a mortal. Master brother, you are the esteemed elder of the younger generation, and moreover, your brother is a direct disciple of the peak leader. The reverence that Han Gu and others showed Lu Zongming is not solely due to his lineage in the Nanqing Lu family. It is also because of Lu Zonghao, one of Yang Sheng's direct disciples. Every peak leader in Qingyan sect is at the nascent soul stage, and the disciples below them are categorized into direct disciples, who are likely to inherit the mantle in the future, followed by core disciples, inner disciples, outer disciples, and registered disciples. Only direct disciples are personally taught by the peak leader, bestowing upon them an extraordinary status. Lu Zongming's brother, Lu Zonghao, is one of Yang Sheng's two direct disciples, having reached the 8th level of the Golden Core stage, making him quite prominent among the 6 peaks of Qingyun sect. Those at the nascent soul stage can become elders, while those at the Golden Core stage can hold significant positions within Qingyun sect. How many disciples from Shaoyun Feng have you gathered? Lu Zongming suddenly inquired. Over 300. Hanye pondered before responding. This time I must meet Lin Fan. Lu Zongming, feeling the sting of Master S reprimand, could not bear it any longer. He yearned to personally ruin Lin Fan. Why should my master scold me for a mere mortal? This was the first time he had ever been reprimanded. Master brother, I shall make arrangements immediately. Han Gu promptly departed, needing to find some capable individuals. Ishue, I have already notified the Foreign Affairs Office. We can set off now. Xiao Ruer, please take good care of Xiao Yue at home. To both of you senior sisters, I leave Xiao Yunfeng in your capable hands. The next day, Lin Fan bid farewell early. Understood, young master. Fan, we have already informed master of your departure. In the eastern part of Qingkong City, there is a base for Qingyun sect. Should any issues arise, you may go there. I have already notified the little junior sister of Qingkong City. Han Yu explained. Little junior sister? Lin Fan was taken aback, not knowing much about the people from Duanyue Peak. Yes, she is Ji Jinyue, a direct disciple of master, and she happens to be responsible for the safety of Qingkong City during this period. The disciples of Qingyun sect take turns stationed in several nearby cities. This is a task assigned by the sect, also one of the means to earn sect points. After all, such a vast sect and territory require guardians to ensure the development of Qingyun sect. Thank you, senior sister. Lin Fan accepted a jade slip, which was indeed a token of communication. Yes, do return quickly from the Su family. Han Yu urged. All right, thank you for your concern, senior sister. Lin Fan replied, taking his leave with Su Ishue. It was only after they had departed for a considerable time that Han Yu let out a sigh of relief, remarking that she could finally get a good night's sleep. This elicited a playful tongue-out gesture from Xiao Ruer, who knew exactly what Han Yu meant. Su Ishue had been missing her family dearly during this time. Over the past year, she had missed her mother, realizing the hardships her mother had endured only after giving birth. Now that she was pregnant again, waiting for the second child to be born would mean not seeing her mother for 2 years. Although the Su family sent gifts at the time of her marriage, her parents did not attend. The letters exchanged over the past year expressed the deep longing between mother and daughter. Fortunately, the Su family was situated at the foot of the mountain in Qingkong City, and at their pace, they would arrive shortly. Su Ishue was quite excited. She was now at the foundation establishment stage, while Lin Fan remained at the first layer of qi refinement. Lin Fan's cultivation had not changed at all. Yet Su Ishue did not mind. She was already content that he could cultivate from a mortal body. At least it meant he could live a few more years. Once her cultivation improved, she could seek various celestial materials and treasures for Lin Fan. Moreover, their daughter was a congenital Dao body. As Su Ishue expressed her feelings for Lin Fan, it brought great comfort to Lin Fan's heart, suggesting that even as a mortal, he could enjoy the fruits of her labor. For a fleeting moment, he almost revealed the truth to Su Ishue. Ishue, there is no need for you to control your pace. You are most aware of your husband's physique. Lin Fan chuckled. The foot of the mountain, Qingkong City, would take half a day's journey for a mortal. With Su Ishue accompanying him on the road, he would not be bored. But Lin Fan also wanted to see what the city below was like. The sooner they descended, the sooner they could progress. Su family. Dozens of individuals were assembled in the main hall. At the forefront stood the head of the Su family, Su Ming. Today, Ishue is returning, and accompanying her is the offspring of Lin Yuan, the peak leader. You must remember, without this marriage, our Su family might have perished long ago. Su Ming, sporting a youthful beard and dressed in luxurious attire, exuded an air of shrewdness. Indeed, aside from Su Ming, there were his brothers, Su Heng and Su Yu. Those present were all influential figures within the Su family. Eldest brother, I heard that Lin Fan is a mere mortal. This must be a great disappointment for Ishue. Su Yu interjected inappropriately at that moment. Third brother, regardless of whether he is a mortal or not, he is still the son-in-law of our Su family. It is precisely for this reason that Qingyun sect would assist us. Such large sects seldom offer help to noble families. And it is due to the prior relationship between father and Lin Yuan, the peak leader. Su Ming admonished his younger brother. The third brother, now in his 30s, remained unmarried, indulged by their parents, and had developed some undesirable traits. Third brother, you are no longer young. It is time to settle down and start a family. Only with a wife and children can one find stability. Su Ming spoke once more. Elder brother, I can handle this matter myself. However, I have taken a liking to someone, Su Yu stated. Oh, who might that be? Everyone turned their gaze towards him, surprised by the change in the third elder. It is a lady from the Qingyun sect, named Ji Jinyu. Chapter 25. Do you think I want my daughter to marry a mortal? Boom. In an instant, the table before Su Ming shattered, and Su Yu was sent flying 6 or 7 meters away. Family head. The crowd gasped in shock, rising to their feet. Su Yu looked at his elder brother with terror. You fool! Do you dare provoke someone from the Qingyun sect? Are you seeking death? If you wish to die, do not drag the Su family down with you. Su Ming was furious. The others looked at Su Yu, unable to utter a word. Su Ming's authority as the family head remained intact. Last year's crisis was resolved thanks to the Qingyun sect. Why did the third brother have to set his sights on a disciple from there? Su Heng could no longer remain silent. Elder brother, calm down. As the saying goes, a graceful maiden is a gentleman's ideal match. It is not a bad thing for the third brother to fancy someone from the Qingyun sect. Why such an extreme reaction? Su Ming snorted coldly. Humph, do you not know the character of the third brother? He spends his days in indulgence, reveling in pleasure. Is he genuinely enamored? Or is he merely captivated by beauty? If he offends someone from the Qingyun sect, can he bear the consequences? Do you know who Ji Jinyu is? She is one of the direct disciples of the Peak Master of Duanyue Peak in the Qingyun sect. Su Ming was enraged. It was not that he disallowed his brother from having feelings. Rather, the third brother's inconsistency and penchant for trouble were concerning. Su Yu was equally filled with fury. Yet he could not oppose his elder brother, the family head. Su Heng remained silent, unaware of Ji Jinyu's status, thinking her merely an ordinary disciple. Su Ming, you always assume you are right. Your daughter can marry into the Qingyun sect, so why can't I wed a woman from there? Have you forgotten the trouble you brought to our Su family last year by teasing someone from the Hu family? Su Ming's anger flared. Those words made Su Yu grit his teeth in hatred. Fine, I am leaving, Su Yu exclaimed, rising from the ground and turning to depart. Su Yu. Su Ming called out, but it was futile. At the mention of last year's incident, everyone fell silent, afraid to speak. Enough. My daughter and son-in-law are coming today. You all better watch your words. If you offend the Qingyun sect, our family cannot bear the repercussions. Managing the Su family was no simple task. It dictated their fate. The culmination of generations of effort. Yes. Soon, everyone departed, leaving only Su Ming, who sighed heavily. A woman approached him. It was Su Ming's wife. You want my daughter to marry a mortal? Do you think I am pleased? If not for the Su family, every father loves his child. This is a reluctant decision. She will understand. The woman, dignified, poured Su Ming a cup of tea. Do not let your anger harm your health. You fool, you absolute fool. Back at his residence. So you could not help but lash out in frustration. It seems the third elder is quite unhappy. At that moment, a man clad in black and wearing a mask appeared behind him. This has nothing to do with your Haisha sect, does it? The Haisha sect, a powerful faction on the eastern fringes, stood alongside the Qingyun sect and Baiwa Valley in this remote region. The members of Haisha sect, true to their name, were ruthless in their dealings, committing numerous heinous acts. It has no relation, but has Su Yu forgotten how the Su family nearly faced annihilation? The man in black said with a grin. Was it you? Su Yu questioned. Calm down, Su Yu. You are the brother of the Su family head. Do you not wish to take the helm? At that moment, the masked man spoke again. What do you mean? Su Yu felt a sense of crisis related to the Su family. Previously, he had nearly caused their downfall, and now, the mention of the Su family filled him with dread. He feared not only Su Ming's reprimand, but also understood that as long as the Su family existed, he could indulge in his excesses. If the Su family were to fall, everything he had would come to an end. What do you imply? You are a clever one. Are you not? The Hu family has decided to ally with my Haisha sect, and I need a stance from your Su family. Had it not been for the sudden intervention of the Qingyun sect, your Su family would have likely perished. The man in black chuckled. This is the territory of the Qingyun sect. Su Yu was astonished. The audacity of the Haisha sect was astonishing, considering Qingkong City lay at the foot of the Qingyun sect's mountain. And so what? This vast world is but a remote corner of the East. If we remain divided among 3 sects, how can we develop? Only by unifying can we establish a foothold in the East. can we not? The words of the man in black were shocking, causing beads of sweat to form on Su Yu's brow. He began to regret his earlier excitement upon learning that the man belonged to the Haisha sect, thinking he had made a friend. Now, it seemed all part of the man's plan. No wonder the Hu family had suddenly gained numerous experts. Did that mean there were many members of the Haisha sect in Qingkong City, and the Hu family as well? Yet, the Qingyun sect seemed completely unperturbed, unaware of any irregularities. It was common for the presence of more cultivators in the city to go unnoticed, as long as they did not cause trouble. However, it now appeared that beneath the calm surface of Qingkong City, undercurrents were swirling. Su Yu, let me inform you, I am the black-clad protector of the Mo Sha sect, and my goal is to seize Qingkong City. If you disagree, I shall turn to your second brother. After all, many are willing to collaborate with us. It is a pity your family head has chosen to ally with the Qingyun sect to resolve the crisis. I had originally intended to leave him a way out. The weight of this information left Su Yu feeling overwhelmed. I have heard that the third elder has taken a liking to Ji Jinyu of the Qingyun sect. What if I provide you an opportunity to attain her? As Su Yu's mind went blank, the man in black suddenly spoke. In that moment, Su Yu's eyes brightened at the thought of the ethereal woman in white. However, he quickly regained his composure. She is a direct disciple of Duanyue Peak from the Qingyun sect. This is their territory. I will be risking my life. Your plan will get me killed. What if we left Qingkong City? For instance, if a small secret realm appeared 1,000 miles away, accessible only to those with foundational cultivation? Sometimes, one does not need to possess a flower entirely. One only needs to pluck it at the moment of its bloom. Do they not? A glimmer of dark light flashed in the eyes of the man in black. In that instant, desire consumed Su Yu's thoughts. If this could be achieved, he would gladly sacrifice half of his life. Seeing Su Yu's infatuated expression, the man in black could not suppress a smirk of derision. Chapter 26. How could a mere mortal be worthy of my sister? This is Qingkong City. At this moment, Lin Fan stood at the gate of Qingkong City, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. The city was vast, encircled by towering walls. It seemed that within such walls, the common folk could find a semblance of safety. This was indeed significant. As long as the 4 main gates were secured, anyone entering or exiting would be subject to inspection. Currently, the guardians of the city were members of the Qingyun sect. Indeed, I have grown up here since my childhood. Previously, there was no one to guard this place. But it seems that the people from Qingyun Zone are now overseeing the city defenses. Observing the 4 cultivators at the entrance, Su Yishue finally felt a sense of relief. The Qingyun Zone holds dominion over this area, and due to her familial ties through marriage, any affairs concerning the Su family would be swiftly communicated to her. It appears that Qingyun Zone has been adhering to their pact all along. Let us proceed inside and take a look. This is my first descent from the mountain. Upon their return, Lin Fan and Su Yishue found themselves alone. After displaying the Qingyun Zone token, they faced no hindrance. As they entered the city, the cacophony of voices filled the air, with vendors hawking various wares. Qingkong City is among the largest cities in the vicinity, situated at the foot of Qingyun Zone. It enjoys relative safety from beastly incursions and rogue cultivators, thus maintaining a stable environment with a population exceeding 3 million. 3 million? In this vast world, with its many cities, a population of 3 million is indeed considerable. As the two walked along the bustling streets, Su Yishue began to enlighten Lin Fan about the local customs. With such a multitude of people, half of whom are ordinary citizens and the other half cultivators, it is somewhat remarkable that they coexist peacefully within the same city. Both shops and stalls displayed an array of goods, from mundane food items to precious elixirs and magical artifacts, dazzling the onlookers. At a stall selling hairpins, Lin Fan paused momentarily. He was captivated by a golden hairpin adorned with a blue gemstone and purchased it without hesitation, placing it in Su Yishue's hair, which filled her with joy. This could be considered Lin Fan's first gift to her. Make way. Clear out. Suddenly, a harsh voice echoed from afar, followed by the sight of a group of imposing steeds charging towards them. While some cultivators managed to react swiftly, several pedestrians were knocked aside, and a few stalls were overturned. Get out of my way, or I shall end your lives. The leader, clad in armor and wielding a whip, struck an elderly man, sending him flying several meters away. The onlookers could only seethe with anger as they dodged the chaos. Su Ishue's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes sharpening with intensity. As the horseman bore down on a young child holding a candied hawthorn skewer, Lin Fan swiftly moved to rescue the little girl. Oomph. The leader scoffed, retracting his whip. His gaze now fixed on Lin Fan, a smirk of derision playing on his lips. Hu family. Lin Fan recognized the leader as Hu Zhong, a servant of the Hu family, with the young master Hu Shua following behind, boasting a cultivation level of the 6th layer of foundation establishment. Su Ishue grasped Lin Fan's arm, fearful of his impulsiveness. The Hu family was not one they could afford to provoke at this moment. Isn't your Su family on equal footing with the Hu family? Lin Fan queried, perplexed. Alas, the Su family cannot compete with the Hu family now. A year ago, some formidable experts appeared within the Hu family, and their intentions remain unclear, though they seem poised to leave the city. Just then, the departing Hu family members abruptly halted, and a rider on a white steed approached Lin Fan and Su Ishue. Ah, if it isn't the second young lady of the Su family, Su Ishue. It has been over a year since we last met. I heard you married a second-generation commoner from Qingyun Zone. The rider's gaze then shifted to Lin Fan. And you must be Lin Fan, the only commoner of Qingyun Zone? Who shall all be quiet? It will be wise not to provoke us. I am now a disciple of the master of Duanyue Peak at Qingyun Zone, with my brethren stationed in the city. Su Ishue immediately shielded Lin Fan behind her. Why? Ishue, what do you mean? I'm merely passing by to greet you. Oh, if only you had married me last year. Our families would have been as one. Hu Shua disregarded the onlookers, continuing his audacious remarks, his gaze brazenly resting on Su Ishue, until Lin Fan stepped in front of her. Hu Shua, is it? Su Ishue is now my wife. Should you continue to gaze upon her so lewdly, I shall not hesitate to remove your eyes. Lin Fan dismissed the 6th-layer foundation establishment cultivator with casual disdain, sensing the Hu family's reckless pursuit of confrontation. Oh, a mere commoner with such bravado? How amusing. I hope you do not stray far. When I return, I shall entertain you properly. Hu Shua's lips curled into a cold smirk as he turned to leave. Fear not. He dares not act. Lin Fan reassured Su Ishue, who was visibly anxious, patting her hand gently. There was a thought he withheld. Should Hu Shua dare to cross the line, Lin Fan would not hesitate to eradicate the root of the Hu family's arrogance, even if he could not confront the entire clan. Ignoring the whispers and glances from the crowd, Su Ishue and Lin Fan swiftly departed. Upon arriving at the Su residence, Su Ming emerged from the study to greet them, accompanied by various members of the Su family. Uncle, I am Lin Fan. Lin Fan introduced himself respectfully, as he presented a box that he placed on the table. Inside were several third-grade elixirs and 2 manuals of profound techniques, intended as a gift for his father-in-law. Ha ha ha! Fan, you are far too courteous. The aid from Qingyun Zone last year has already been the finest gift, Su Ming exclaimed, inviting him to sit and introducing him to the family members. All eyes turned toward Lin Fan, who greeted each warmly. However, he soon caught an unfriendly gaze directed at him, recognizing it as that of Su Ishue's younger uncle. It struck him as peculiar, as this was their first encounter. Yet animosity lingered in the air. Lin Fan remained vigilant while engaging in pleasantries with Su Ming. Meanwhile, Su Ishue was taken aside by her mother, engaged in quiet conversation. Why all this courtesy? He is merely a commoner, unworthy of my sister. A boy, no older than a teenager, interjected. Zijuan, do not be disrespectful. Su Ming's expression darkened as he reprimanded. Father, it is the truth. My second sister is so virtuous, yet she married a commoner. Decades hence, when this commoner becomes a mere corpse, will my sister not be left to mourn? Su Zijuan boldly pointed at Lin Fan. Well, it seems we have a self-important little brother-in-law here, Su Zijuan declared haughtily. His outburst prompted laughter from Su Ishue's third uncle, diminishing the hostility directed at Lin Fan. Enough. Stand down. Su Ming's voice thundered, and Su Zijuan, turning crimson, retreated to his previous position, huffing, apologies, my nephew. My son is merely unruly. Do not hold it against him. Not at all. Children speak without malice. It is heartening to see the bond between Ishue and Zijuan, Lin Fan replied, dismissing the boy's words with ease. Unbeknownst to them, Su Ming had taken notice that Lin Fan and Su Ishue's return did not include any children, quelling his wish to embrace his granddaughter. Father, Yue is still quite young, and she has been accepted as a disciple by the master Qingyan sect. Next year, she will officially become an inner disciple. At this moment, Su Yixue arrived with a smile. Inner disciple? Ha ha, this is splendid news indeed. Who is unaware of the privileges accorded to an inner disciple? This revelation made Su Ming even more enthusiastic, although Su Zijuan felt somewhat resentful. He recognized the significance of this status. Nonetheless, he remained discontented with his brother-in-law. Zijuan, you must not speak to your brother-in-law in such a manner. Do you understand? He is your sister's husband, and who told you he cannot cultivate? He is currently at the first level of qi refinement. If you truly care for your sister, you ought to assist your brother-in-law in enhancing his cultivation and protect him diligently. It is always better to have one's own spouse close. Su Yixue patted Zijuan's shoulder as she spoke. Su Zijuan pouted, saying, "Humph, he is only at the first level of qi refinement, and I have already reached the 6th. Su Zijuan, at 15 years of age, was indeed in his rebellious phase, yet he stood a commendable height of 1.70 meters. You little rascal, do not behave like that." Su Yixue playfully tapped his head. "You have grown taller. I can hardly reach your head now." "Hey!" Su Zijuan rubbed the back of his head. "Sister, I'm not a child anymore. People will laugh at me." This remark elicited laughter from those around. "All right, let us prepare for the meal. Bufan, this must be your first time coming down the mountain. Stay a few more days at the Su residence and allow Yixue to show you around Qingkong City." Su Ming expressed his satisfaction with the harmonious relationship among his children and turned his gaze toward Lin Bufan. "Okay, I understand, father. It has been quite some time since I last returned. The next time I come back, it may be another year or two." Su Yixue added with a hint of nostalgia. "Haha, you must return. Old master, Yixue is pregnant again." At this moment, Yixue's mother announced. "Ah, pregnant again?" Su Ming looked at Lin Bufan, pondering how this fellow had no skill in cultivation, yet was proficient in producing offspring. Nevertheless, he shrugged it off, knowing his daughter's beauty was exceptional. "Father, do not worry. I have already reached the foundation establishment stage, and this is largely thanks to Bufan, who provided me with resources from Shaoyan Peak and taught me the techniques of the Xian level." "Good, splendid." This time, Lin Bufan brought Su Ming an abundance of good news, making the meal a joyous occasion as he clung to Lin Bufan. He was not merely a son-in-law, but also a bridge between the Su family and the Qingyan sect. After spending 2 leisurely days enjoying delicious food and exploring Su Mansion, accompanied by Su Yixue sharing tales of her childhood, a sudden burst of firelight erupted from a mountain peak 3,000 miles away. "There is something happening over there. Let us go. It could either be a rare treasure or someone making significant moves." This location was a mountainous area, a favorite spot for cultivators on the fringes of the eastern wilderness. It was known as Luofeng Mountain, rumored to be where a phoenix had fallen in ancient times. For thousands of years, no phoenix had been sighted, yet the region was teeming with exotic beasts, and the deeper one ventured, the more formidable the demonic creatures became. Naturally, the secluded forest harbored various precious materials. The firelight had erupted from within a certain area. Instantly, it captured the attention of hundreds of treasure-seeking cultivators at Luofeng Mountain. They soon discovered a ravine where the surroundings were barren. For a kilometer, blackened marks evident, and a searing aura emanated from the crevices. Occasionally, a powerful burst of flames shot into the sky. It was an undeveloped secret realm. "Let's enter." The first arrivals, their eyes gleaming with excitement, rushed in, but as they touched the formation, a torrent of flames erupted, incinerating 3 of them to ashes. The remaining 2 quickly summoned their protective artifacts. 3 dead? The 2 remaining individuals were astonished and immediately expanded their consciousness. "Damn it, the secret realm is not open yet. Recklessly entering will lead to being engulfed in flames. It won't fully activate for at least 3 days. A flurry of jade slips flew out, calling for help. Small secret realms typically belong to powerful cultivators' caves or remnants of ancient eras, forming their own worlds and housing treasures from antiquity. For contemporary cultivators, these places were filled with great opportunities, though they also signified danger. As flames erupted several times, the number of treasure seekers quickly surpassed 1,000. Not far from the ravine, atop another mountain, a figure observed the scene. "Is this the method of the Haisha sect?" So you turned to the man in the black robe beside him. "Haha, is that not splendid? This secret realm belongs to my Haisha sect. A small secret realm is enough to attract countless individuals. Rest assured, only those at the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages can enter, while those at the nascent soul and core formation stages are barred. Do you think Ji Jinyue at the 9th level of foundation establishment will come? After the black-robed man spoke, 20 disciples at the 8th level of foundation establishment emerged behind him. Su Yu's eyes sparkled with realization as he sensed the might of the Haisha sect. They casually summoned 20 disciples at the 8th level of foundation establishment. Unless the opposing side had 5 at the 9th level, he felt confident. I have already spread the word that a small secret realm of the Tianfeng has appeared here. It will only last a few days, and there may be abundant phoenix inheritances and fire-type treasures, but only those at the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages can enter. Su Yu's eyes gleamed at the enticing prospect. If no formidable cultivators appeared, most would likely be disciples at the foundation establishment stage. Since they were at the foundation establishment stage, he too could venture inside, as he was at the 7th level of foundation establishment. The 3 brothers of the Su family had not forgotten their cultivation, and reaching the 7th level of foundation establishment by their 30s was commendable. Chapter 28. Everyone leaves the city. Husband, look at this. Over the past few days, Lin Fan and Su Yixue explored Qingkong City thoroughly. Despite its modest size, Qingkong City was bustling with activity, offering a variety of snacks. While it did not compare to the culinary delights of the past on Blue Star, it surpassed the offerings at Shaoyan Peak of Qingyun Sect. This was a delightful experience for Lin Fan, who had not descended the mountain for the past 20 years. However, Lin Fan's descent was not solely for leisure. He also visited several shops to examine the prices of elixirs, herbs, and artifacts, thereby gaining a clearer understanding of the market. Currently, Lin Fan was considerably wealthier than other foundation establishment disciples, as most of the resources from Shaoyan Peak rested with him. Nevertheless, in terms of cultivating resources, he found himself lacking. He required at least 3 times the resources of his peers. Do you like it? Then buy it. Regarding cosmetics and similar items, Lin Fan was not one to be stingy. A woman beautifies herself for her beloved. Su Yixue purchased these cosmetics to enhance her appearance, which pleased Lin Fan greatly. Thank you, husband. She chuckled, handing the packaged items to her younger brother, Su Zijuan. Indeed, the pair had been accompanied by a little assistant these past few days, or rather, a little brother responsible for carrying their purchases. This was Su Ming's intent, with Su Yixue pregnant and Lin Fan's cultivation still low. Her younger brother was the most suitable companion, as he had little to occupy his time. It's a good thing you treat my sister well, otherwise. Throughout these days, Su Zijuan had been somewhat discontent with Lin Fan. However, seeing his sister so cheerful and receiving gifts from Lin Fan softened his demeanor. Ignoring his younger brother's mutterings, Lin Fan remained unfazed. After all, he was merely a child, and there was no need to take offense. He maintained his magnanimity. At that moment, a sharp rumbling sound echoed through the air, heralding the arrival of a crimson sword that soared from afar, piercing directly into the heart of Qingkong City. Imbued with a formidable aura, it was a message-carrying sword belonging to a Yuanian cultivator, and its trajectory pointed unmistakably towards the stronghold of Qingyun Sect. The diminutive blade landed effortlessly within the chambers of the Qingyun Sect's residence. Lin Fan's eyes flickered. The urgency of such a message indicated that significant events were afoot. Indeed, within mere minutes, a contingent of over 30 individuals emerged from the Qingyun Sect stronghold, making their way toward the city's outskirts. Leading the group was a woman clad in white, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall, her serene visage captivating the attention of countless onlookers. Was that Ji Jinyue? Truly, she was a celestial being. Cultivators generally possess an extraordinary aura, yet Ji Jinyue exuded an aura that felt almost untouchable. It was rumored that she was a direct disciple of the master of Duanyue Peak at Qingyun Sect. How beautiful! Mother, I too wish to cultivate. Very well. When Qingyun Sect accepts disciples in the future, you shall go. This group was the center of attention, and upon exiting the city, they promptly summoned a spiritual vessel, which materialized in an instant, carrying over 20 individuals swiftly away. Is that senior sister Ji Jinyue? She is truly stunning, Su Yixue remarked as she watched them depart, unable to contain her admiration. Oh, the Hu family has arrived. Just then, a carriage approached, behind which lay a woman reclining on a soft couch. her body tilted and adorned in pink attire, her right hand propping her forehead. She bore a strikingly delicate appearance. Her entrance once again drew the gaze of those surrounding her. Another beauty? Though she could not rival Ji Jinwei, she possessed an enchanting allure. Her beauty comparable to Su Ishiue's. Who you? Su Ishue identified her with a knowing glance. Unfazed by the throng of onlookers, Hu Yu was effortlessly escorted away by over 50 individuals. How strange. Why is everyone leaving the city? Su Yixue Bander de Laoth. Just then Su Ming arrived, accompanied by a similar number of followers. Father. Upon spotting her father and second uncle, Su Ishue could no longer restrain herself and called out. Ishue, I was just looking for someone to inform you that I have matters to attend to and will be away for a few days. You and Bufan should return and keep your mother company. If you wish to leave Qingkong City, do so promptly, as it is imperative not to disrupt your pregnancy. Su Ming gazed at his daughter with a hint of affection in his eyes. Father, what matters require your attention? Why have both Qingyun sect and the Hu family departed? Su Ishue was reluctant to hear the explanation. A secret realm has emerged 3,000 miles to the southeast, accessible only to those at the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages. The major sects regard it with indifference, yet many cultivation families have ventured there in search of fortune. I too wish to explore this opportunity, Su Ming stated solemnly. A minor secret realm? Lin Bufan's interest was piqued, making sense of the situation. Father, I, Su Ishue, wish to go as well. Enough, listen to me. You are with child, and it is best to return soon. Remember to bring back my grandchild next year. Su Ming smiled, turning to lead his group out of the city. Lin Bufan felt a surge of excitement. A minor secret realm, although he had never visited one, sounded remarkably intriguing. He longed to go, yet Su Ishue remained there. Ishue, go back and inform your mother. We shall return to Qingyun's sect, for after a few days. I worry for Xiaoyu, Lin Bufan suggested. Very well, we shall return to inform mother. Zijing, while father is away, you must take good care of the household. Do you understand? Su Ishue instructed her younger brother, Su Zijing. Rest assured, second sister, I am no longer a child. After conversing with Su Ishue's mother, Lin Bufan and Su Ishue departed. Though Su Zijing was reluctant, he could only accompany them to the foot of Qingyun Sect's mountain before watching them ascend. After escorting Su Ishue back to Shaoyan Peak, Lin Bufan pretended to feel the urge to break through and decided to enter seclusion. Su Ishue was aware that Lin Bufan's cultivation was nearing the foundation establishment stage. She assumed he sought a secluded spot to cultivate. Yet Lin Bufan's figure soon reappeared at the foot of Qingyun Sect's mountain before vanishing into the distance. 3,000 miles away seemed quite distant, but it appeared that a transportation artifact lay within his father's pack. He quickly discovered a small boat within Lin Yuan's belongings. This vessel resembled Ji Jinyue's but was black, adorned with intricate runes. Finding a secluded spot, he recited the incantation, and in an instant, a 20-meter-long black boat materialized. What a marvel! This is even larger than Ji Jinyue's. Once aboard, Lin Bufan swiftly learned to navigate, and the small craft transformed into a fleeting shadow, covering several dozen miles in the blink of an eye. Chapter 29. The secret realm commences, seeking opportunities even at the Qi refining stage. 3,000 miles away, outside the secret realm, combat had already commenced, and in an instant, the surrounding withered trees turned to ash, just as two combatants were locked in a fierce struggle. A gigantic black hand descended from the heavens. The two were taken aback, realizing it was too late to evade. Moments ago, they had exhibited overwhelming strength. Yet now they were reduced to mere pulp beneath the colossal appendage. A figure clad in black robes materialized in the sky, emanating an overwhelming aura. The Haisha sect, at the core formation stage. In this central region of Luofeng Mountain, core formation cultivators were seldom seen. Even if they did come, they would typically venture deep into Luofeng Mountain. As for Yuanying cultivators, they were even rarer. Everyone sees hostilities at once. If you wish to live, behave yourselves. The black-robed figure spoke, his voice gravelly. As he descended, the onlookers recognized him as an elderly man, emaciated and with a head of disheveled white hair, his face riddled with wrinkles. Upon his command, the crowd immediately halted their actions, retreating as far as possible. Only a few disciples of the Haisha sect dared to approach. Elder Kumu, the leader, was none other than the black-robed man beside Su Yu. along with his disciples. If you wish to live, keep your distance. The elder cast a cold glance at the crowd, causing them to recoil in fear. The secret realm lies within Luophone Mountain. It is not your Haisha sects to hoard. A man interjected indignantly, pointing at them. Just as the man spoke, Elder Kumu gestured with his staff. In an instant, a vine erupted beneath the man, towering over him, and pierced through his body. You. The man gasped in horror. It was merely a single remark. Yet his flesh and blood were swiftly absorbed by the vine, leaving only a lifeless corpse and tattered clothing behind. The surrounding crowd recoiled in terror once more. How imposing is the Haisha sect? At that moment, an old woman accompanied by 30 to 40 maidens arrived. People from Baiwa Valley. The old woman, also a core formation cultivator, approached. Madam Shi, your Baiwa Valley has received news rather swiftly, Elder Kumu remarked. Your Haisha sect is the farthest away. Yet you arrived first. Madam, she replied with a smile, her own aura radiating as she drew nearer. Madam Shi, do you have grievances against our Haisha sect? Elder Kumu inquired with a grin. It is not just I who bears grievances. Does Taoist Wu Feng not share similar sentiments? Madam, she retorted, glancing toward a specific direction, where, amidst the distortion of space, a man sporting a goatee appeared. Madam Shi, you jest. The balance of good and evil is predetermined in this world. As Wu Feng began to speak, a small vessel appeared in the sky, and Ji Jinyu and others emerged. Upon seeing Wu Feng, they immediately approached to pay their respects. The disciples of Qin Yunzong also arrived, and the atmosphere became increasingly lively. Elder Kumu, noticing the arrival of two other sects, couldn't help but chuckle. Elder Kumu, the opportunities in this world are meant for those who are destined to seize them. The emergence of the secret realm is a boon for all cultivators. Why don't we take on the role of maintainers of order, allowing the younger generation to compete? What do you think? Madam, she observed the surrounding cultivators and then spoke. Certainly, my Hei Shaman is not unreasonable, as long as there is no collective attack. As for what lies within, let the younger ones handle it. After all, those in the Jedon stage cannot enter. Elder Kumu readily agreed. Momentarily leaving Madam, she and Wu Feng taken aback. When did Hei Shaman become so accommodating? Do not be surprised. I am considering the younger generation. There must be over 3,000 people here, right? Those below the Jedon stage can enter freely, regardless of whether they belong to the three major sects, renowned families, or are wandering cultivators. Elder Kumu continued. Well, judging by this formation, it seems the opening is imminent. Everyone, refrain from internal conflict that might disrupt the opening of the small world. If you wish to fight, do so inside. Thank you. The surrounding crowd expressed their gratitude in unison. Moments later, the radiance in the mountain gorge intensified, erupting in bursts, and the eyes of the three Jedon cultivators gleamed with anticipation. It has been activated. If we do not enter now, when shall we? In an instant, disciples from Hei Shaman, Bai Huagu, and Qin Yunzong rushed in. The wandering cultivators followed suit. With 3,000 individuals needing to enter, it would take some time, and naturally, no one dared to provoke those from the three major sects who led the line. Among the crowd stood a figure wielding an exaggerated sword, his features obscured by clothing. He had been waiting under a tree for quite some time, and when the wandering cultivators entered, he finally stood up. With the three major sects, the Su family, and the Hu family all having entered, there were so many wandering cultivators that it was unlikely anyone would recognize him. However, he had not anticipated that several Jedon cultivators would also be present, likely from other renowned families, as Su Ishiwa's father was also at the Jedon stage. This individual was Lin Fan, who had arrived early. Although escorting Su Ishiwa back had delayed him, the powerful flying device allowed him to catch up. Keeping a distance, he blended into the crowd. There were many solitary wandering cultivators like him, which would not attract undue attention. As he observed the majority entering, Lin Fan licked his lips and stepped towards the mountain gorge. This small secret realm is only accessible to those at the foundation establishment and Qi refining stages. His current cultivation was sufficient. He just needed to exercise caution to avoid any issues. Initially reluctant to take risks, he now had no choice but to venture forth. He was in dire need of resources, an abundance of them. He had already spotted some heavenly materials and earthly treasures in Qin Kong City that could be sold for a fortune. Only upon reaching the Jedon stage would he feel secure. How intriguing. This secret realm is open to all cultivators. Yet there are chi refining novices who dare to enter. Are they not afraid of death? Just as Lin Fan was about to step into the mountain gorge, Elder Ku Mu suddenly burst into laughter. He tapped his staff on the ground, and it seemed as if some living entity had instantly appeared. Lin Fan initially thought he would go unnoticed, especially as a chi refining novice, only to realize he was mistaken. A probing strike from a Jedon cultivator? He had no courage to withstand such an attack. Even if he escaped without severe injury, he would still be exposed. Channeling his physical power to the utmost, he swiftly dashed toward the mountain gorge. With a resounding explosion, the ground where Lin Fan had stood erupted. He spat out a mouthful of blood, plummeting into the gorge. Remarkably resilient, he survived the blast. Elder Ku Mu pondered, surprised that a mere chi refining novice could withstand such a strike, which would typically severely injure even a foundation establishment cultivator. Elder Ku Mu, why trouble a young one? Madam, she interjected with a smile, halting him. Merely curiosity, nothing more. Elder Ku Mu replied, closing his eyes to meditate once more. Chapter 30. Is this the power of foundation establishment? Goodness. Despite Lin Fan's repeated restraint, relying solely on his physical strength, he still sustained injuries. Elder Ku Mu's casual strike had inflicted some internal damage, but thankfully his physical prowess was formidable. Otherwise, even a chi refining 9th stage cultivator would have been gravely hurt. After tumbling several times within the array of the mountain gorge, Lin Fan finally came to a halt. When he looked up, he found himself in a world suffused with a crimson aura. The formation must have randomly transported him. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed no one else. Everything was shrouded in dark red mist, with nothing but bare gravel beneath him. Aside from some shattered stones, visibility extended no further than 100 meters. Is this the small world? Lin Fan sensed the spiritual energy here, which was filled with a scorching and chaotic essence. Prolonged exposure to such intense chi could drive one mad. It would be wise to use spiritual power sparingly. Could it be that this Mount Luo Feng truly harbors the remains of a fallen phoenix? Before arriving, Lin Fan had overheard many discussing the situation here and gathered some information. Remaining stagnant was not an option. He needed to explore deeper, uncertain if he might encounter others. Considering the Su family, Hu family, and Qingyun zone, Lin Fan concealed himself and sought out areas rich in spiritual energy. This is a small world. The core should be the area with the densest spiritual energy, and by continuously gauging its intensity, he should find it soon. With that thought in mind, Lin Fan assessed the spiritual energy and proceeded inward. The oppressive heat intensified. The scorching aura he had felt outside the array and the surging flames were not mere illusions. They emanated from within this small secret realm. After less than half an hour of walking, he found the heat unbearable, likely injuring anyone below the 5th stage of chi refining just by traversing this area. During this time, he also discovered that the small world was a series of undulating hills. There had likely been vegetation previously, but now only dry, charred stumps remained. As for its size, Lin Fan was unsure, but it felt larger than the gates of Qingyun Zone. Just as Lin Fan began to grow impatient, he suddenly heard a faint sound behind him. He swiftly concealed himself behind a large stone, stifling his presence. How peculiar. Where did they go? After a mere 10 breaths, 2 figures rushed forward, clad not in the garb of the 3 major sects, indicating they were either from a lesser family or wandering cultivators. Upon arriving at the spot where Lin Fan had stood, they began to examine the traces left behind. Their cultivation appeared to be at the 5th or 6th stage of foundation establishment. This scoundrel ran too quickly. I can't believe a chi refining novice could reach this place without concealing his cultivation. TSK. It's fortunate he was swift. Otherwise, I would have made a fortune. These two clearly viewed Lin Fan as an easy target. Gentlemen, there is no need for regret. I am right here, having followed me for so long. You must be after something. Just as they were about to depart, Lin Fan emerged from his hiding place. His sudden appearance startled the two. Upon realizing it was Lin Fan alone, their expressions instantly brightened with excitement. Hee, young lad. I thought you had departed, but it seems you have merely concealed yourself. To be able to obscure your cultivation to the first layer of Lianqi and still dare to confront us, it appears you possess a secret treasure. This was the reason the two individuals had been trailing Lin Fan. Secret treasure? Lin Bufan finally comprehended why he was being followed. Evidently, his cultivation had been suppressed too low, daring to venture into a minor secret realm, thus raising suspicions. Yes, yes, yes. You have uncovered my secret. I possess a treasure that can mask my cultivation to the first layer of Lianqi. It remains to be seen if you too have the capability to seize it. Lin Bufan immediately adopted an air of arrogance, brandishing his treasure and challenging them to take it. The two exchanged glances, then regarded Lin Bufan as though he were a fool. Who does not know that wealth should not be flaunted? This young cultivator has indeed made an admission. Very well, do not blame us. Attack. One wielding a knife. A burly man with a thick beard stepped forward, raising his massive blade overhead and bringing it crashing down, unleashing a blade aura that descended from above. The other individual, incanting a spell, ignited the sword in his hand with flames, pointing it menacingly at Lin Bufan as the fiery sword surged forth with a thunderous roar. Aim to strike him down. Is this the strength of the Foundation establishment stage? Lin Bufan, having transitioned to the Foundation establishment stage, had never engaged in combat with others before. After reaching this stage, one could unleash the formidable might of magical treasures and infuse them with true energy. This was far from the petty tactics of Lianqi. As the two attacks approached, even Lin Bufan, at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, did not underestimate them. No one wishes to suffer an unwarranted blow. However, he still intended to test their abilities, to gauge the prowess of those at the 5th and 6th layers of Foundation establishment. With a swift motion, the longing spear appeared in his hand, and he channeled his true energy into it, drawing the snake from its lair. In an instant, the spear transformed into a colossal silver serpent, devouring the blade, aura, and sword energy. Boom! In a heartbeat, an explosion of energy rippled outward. Impossible. No, you are not at Lianqi. You are at Foundation establishment. The two were astounded. Their techniques had failed to overpower Lin Bufan, indicating he was indeed of the same cultivation level. They had fallen into a trap. Their guess had been correct, yet alas, there was no reward. The explosive sound had been too loud, undoubtedly attracting many others. The attacks from the 5th and 6th layers of Foundation establishment were merely trivial. He did not wish to attract unnecessary trouble. Thus, swift resolution was paramount. This is bad. Retreat. In that fleeting moment, Lin Bufan's aura surged, swiftly surpassing the 6th layer of Foundation establishment, then the 7th, and finally the 8th. This terrified the two. They had anticipated encountering a plump sheep, yet instead, they had stumbled upon a wolf. Leave him. Lin Bufan twirled his spear, unleashing the viper's drill. Spare us, senior. The two were already petrified with fear. Such an attack meant certain death for them. Boom! Following the explosion, a 5-meter-long scar marred the ground, alongside 2 shattered corpses. Lin Bufan suddenly glanced to the right, and with a flick of his wrist, 2 storage bags flew into his grasp. He then concealed his aura and swiftly vanished into the crimson mist. Just 2 minutes after his disappearance, a group of individuals clad in black arrived. Observing the bodies on the ground, their leader looked around cautiously. Be careful, a powerful presence arrived before us. Increase your speed and hasten to the Phoenix Shrine. Chapter 31, Bloodfire Lake. Within the secret realm before long, the group continued onward. Meanwhile, Lin Bufan appeared several hundred meters away after they had passed. The members of the Haisha sect seemed to be searching for something. It is said that every member of the Haisha sect is ruthless and within their territory. The number of commoners is minimal. Without considerable strength or connections, survival is impossible, though it remains uncertain if this is indeed true. Observing their demeanor, it appeared they were familiar with the circumstances of this minor world. Moreover, why did I find one of the black-clad men's voices somewhat familiar? Lin Bufan furrowed his brow, suddenly sensing that the events within this minor secret realm were far from simple. The Phoenix Shrine, I wonder what kind of place it is. I shall follow and see. Perhaps there lies some fortuitous opportunity. The area of the minor world is not vast, and there exists a core region. It seems the Phoenix Shrine is the heart of this minor world. Following behind the members of the Haisha sect, Lin Bufan trailed them. On another front, by a lake filled with magma, a group was under siege. At the forefront was Ji Jinhua. Senior sister, we are surrounded by these fire spirit beasts. The magma teemed with fire spirit beasts. Let me hold them off. At this moment, Ji Jinhua and her companions numbered over a dozen. Fortunately, upon their teleportation. They had arrived in close proximity and were together. After utilizing the Qingyun sect's token, they had gathered as a group. Indeed, many major sects possess unique means of communication, allowing them to locate fellow disciples nearby and providing additional means of survival. However, they were not fortunate. After gathering their dozen members, they had reached this bloodfire lake. In the center of the bloodfire lake stood a spiritual herb, and as Ji Jinyue and her companions attempted to collect it, they were attacked by the fire spirit beasts that appeared from thin air. These beasts varied in size, some standing 2 meters tall, while others measured a meter, dwelling in areas of intense fiery energy. The accumulation of energy over the years had granted them rudimentary intelligence. Hundreds of fire spirit beasts surrounded them, each attack unleashing waves of searing heat, with magma spurting from the ground. Senior sister. Upon hearing Ji Jinyue's words, her companions grew anxious. Among the hundreds of fire spirit beasts, over 30 were at the foundation establishment stage. Even though Ji Jinyue's cultivation was high, she could not contend with them. We must go, do not hesitate. Yes. With Ji Jinyue leading, her command forced the group to retreat. Ji Jinyue produced a red bracelet and donned it. In an instant, a red rune aura enveloped her. This was indeed a fire-type magical treasure. Let us go. As the multitude of fire spirit beasts surged forth, Ji Jinyue shouted fiercely once more, the red flame aura around her flickering, and the flames began to spread outward. Along the path, several weaker fire spirit beasts were reduced to mere fragments by the flames. Yet, before Ji Jinyue could catch her breath, the ground within a 100-meter radius beneath her shattered violently, and torrents of magma erupted forth. Senior sister. The disciples of the Qingyun sect realized it was too late for rescue. The ground, already permeated by magma, fractured in an instant, transforming the entire area into molten lava. We must leave this place. As the area of cracked ground expanded, someone urged them on. The dozen individuals could only watch helplessly as the scene unfolded. Ahead lay the Phoenix Shrine. According to legend, the shrine was encircled by a ring of bloodfire lake, teeming with countless fire-type spirit beasts. One cannot deny the benefits of following a major sect. At least the scattered cultivators along the way dare not provoke them. And the families of cultivators are even more reluctant to engage, especially the dreaded Haisha sect. Lin Fan followed them, and soon arrived at the periphery of the bloodfire lake, where the ground was covered in magma. Yet visibility had improved considerably. One could vaguely see a colossal structure atop a peak. You members of the Haisha sect certainly possess formidable means. No need to be so polite. I believe no one understands the Tianfeng's secret realm better than our Haisha men. The man in the black robe chuckled and spoke. Is that place the Phoenix Temple? Lin Fan had never been here and guessed it must be their destination. Sir, you've been following us for quite a while. Shouldn't you show yourself now? I find your behavior rather unfriendly towards our Haisha men. At that moment, the leading man spoke without turning his head. Discovered? Lin Fan was still 100 meters away. How could he have been noticed? What, do you need a Mo to invite you out? The black-robed man continued. Haha, brother Mo. You're being too formal. It's me. I didn't expect to be discovered as soon as I arrived. It seems your cultivation has indeed improved significantly. A man, accompanied by a dozen others, appeared in the distance. Hu Shuo? Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Fan was taken aback. Does Hu Shuo know the people from Haisha men? The two groups quickly converged, indicating a close relationship. Interesting. Lin Fan observed them, stroking his chin. The Hu family is a clan from Qingkong City, located at the foot of Qingyun sect, yet they are acquainted with Haisha men? I was wondering who it was. So it is the young master of the Hu family. What? Are you not with your sister? The black-robed man inquired. My sister is naturally my sister. The person beside brother Mo seems somewhat familiar. Hu Shuo replied. Just an old acquaintance of mine. I came to take a look. Brother Hu Shuo, would you like to join? Mo Ran asked. That would be wonderful. I've heard that the Demon Shah have some understanding of the Tianfeng secret realm. Following brother Mo might yield some benefits. In that case, the more, the merrier. Let us proceed together. Soon, the two groups gathered and moved downward towards the expansive area known as the Bloodfire Lake, which leads directly to the central location of the Phoenix Temple. What is the true relationship between the Hu family and Haisha men? From Hu Shuo's words, it seems there is some conflict between him and his sister, Hu Yu. Lin Bufan waited until they had moved far away before following them. Within less than 3 kilometers, Lin Bufan noticed the temperature rising significantly. The ground was permeated with a pungent odor, and he could vaguely see traces of flowing lava. Scattered bones lay on the ground, belonging to both humans and exotic beasts. At that moment, Lin Bufan discovered a sword embedded in the ground. The sword appeared to be of good quality, but upon pulling it out, he found it had already melted away significantly. This was a first-tier spiritual weapon. What a pity it was ruined. He wondered what had transpired here. It seemed many treasures had met their demise. Faintly, a scent of blood wafted through the air, mingling with the stench of sulfur, leading Lin Bufan to believe that this place was far from simple. Chapter 32. By Hua Valley? Are you courting death? Entering further might pose great danger. Before that, I need to organize my equipment to avoid unnecessary troubles. Lin Bufan advanced cautiously while remaining vigilant of his surroundings, his hands already holding 2 storage bags. These were left behind by the 2 individuals who had followed Lin Bufan. They contained little of value. Only a few magical tools and several bottles of elixirs were present, while the rest were random pieces of clothing. Wandering cultivators are truly impoverished. With such scant belongings, it certainly wouldn't suffice for me. If they were children of aristocratic families or members of other sects, they would likely possess more. After placing everything into his system bag, Lin Bufan tucked the storage bags into his robe. As he entered the next area, Lin Bufan felt increasingly agitated. Here, lava was everywhere, and thick clouds of acrid smoke rose, likely the reason the entire space was enveloped in heat. If the surrounding Bloodfire Lake is like this, one can only imagine how scorching it would be inside the Phoenix Temple. Just then, Lin Bufan noticed something glowing with an orange-yellow light amidst the distant lava. Upon closer inspection, it seemed the people from Haishamin and the Hu family were oblivious to it. Whatever could survive in such a place must be a fire-type treasure. Lin Bufan ultimately chose to investigate further. The Phoenix Temple may hold treasures, but with so many people around, it would be best to gather some natural materials to avoid making the trip in vain. He moved swiftly, covering 3 kilometers in the blink of an eye. Finally, he discovered a lotus emitting an orange-yellow glow amidst a pool of fiery red lava. Qi Yin Huo Yin? Upon seeing the lotus, Lin Bufan's eyes brightened. The Qi Yin Huo Yin thrives in the high-temperature depths filled with lava, formed from the concentrated fire energy of the Earth's core. This lotus is an exquisite material for refining elixirs, and its seeds hold immense significance for fire element cultivators. It is not only a precious resource for Qi, refining, and foundation establishment, but even Yuanian cultivators would vie for it. If it could be refined into an elixir, its value would soar. What a splendid find. This could fetch a considerable sum. Lin Bufan had not anticipated that the first treasure he encountered would be such a heavenly material. Though he had been unable to cultivate before, he was passionate about reading, and Lin Yuan had provided him with numerous books. Despite being only 20, he possessed considerable knowledge. Lin Bufan wasted no time and soared towards the center where the Qi Yin Huo Yin resided. Just as he took off, a sense of danger emerged. From the lava, a fiery hand, about a meter in size, suddenly reached out towards him, with lava cascading down from its palm, its robust fingers intent on turning Lin Bufan to dust. What is this? Get lost. Lin Bufan spun his spear and thrust downward, unleashing a powerful aura that momentarily halted the hand. Lin Bufan had already soared 3 meters high, reaching again for the fire lotus. Just as he was about to grasp the lotus, a whip shadow struck, wrapping around the Qi Yin Huo Yin. Lin Bufan let out a cold snort. How could he allow a treasure so close to slip away? It was within his reach, so it rightfully belonged to him. Spring. Lin Bufan thrust his spear, a third of its length submerged in the lava, and spun his body, sending a dragon-shaped spear energy along with the lava towards the white silk. At the moment the white silk coiled the Qi Yin Huo Yin, it collided with the dragon's roar of the spear. Lin Bufan seized the opportunity with his left hand and directly grasped the Qi Yin Huo Yin. So hot. The moment he held it, it burned fiercely, and Lin Bufan dared not toss it directly into his system bag. Fellow Taoist, the Qi Yin Huo Yin is of great use to me. I hope you will be gracious enough to let it go. Before Lin Bufan could respond, 2 strands of white silk launched another attack. Lin Bufan did not dare to linger. He maneuvered his spear through the lava and leaped towards the shore. Roar! At that instant, a colossal creature, 5 meters in size, emerged from the lava pool, its massive form resembling a wall. Fellow Taoist, get lost. Boom! As the monster's palm and the white silk descended simultaneously, Lin Bufan unleashed his full cultivation, dodging the monster's foot, while his spear transformed into a giant dragon, knocking the white silk away. Fire Spirit Beast. Is it attempting to break through to the Jedon stage? Only when the creature spoke did Lin Bufan clearly see that it was a magma giant beast, exuding a formidable pressure and exhibiting immense strength. The palm that had just been struck by his spear remained completely unscathed. Gazing across, 6 women emerged, the foremost adorned in a flowing gown of pale blue floral patterns, draped with a white silk ribbon over her shoulder. As the fiery spirit beast unleashed waves of scorching heat, crystalline ice enveloped her form. Observing her visage, one noted her striking features: defined cheekbones, ruby lips, and pearly teeth, exuding an air of aloofness and beauty that surpassed both Hu Yu and Sui Shu, primarily due to her ethereal aura and the azure halo surrounding her. Hey, my senior sister is addressing you. A woman, irked by Lin Bufan's unwavering gaze upon the leading figure, stepped forward, accusingly pointing at him. Lin Bufan furrowed his brow. While the beauty was indeed captivating, the companions beside her were rather disruptive to his aesthetic appreciation. Friend, one must adhere to the principle of arrival order. Treasures are meant for the fated. If it reaches my hands, it belongs to me. Must I simply hand it over to you? Lin Bufan retorted, casting a glance at the fiery spirit beast emerging from the magma pool before turning to leave. You are audacious. Never before has anyone spoken so to us of Baiwa Valley. The woman, enraged, exchanged glances with another, and with a swift motion, they lunged towards him, disregarding the fact that Lin Bufan had his back turned, aiming directly for his vulnerable spot. Baiwa Valley, do you believe your power is unmatched? Though Lin Bufan had no intention of causing trouble, he sensed the impending assault. As the 2 women launched their attack, Lin Bufan sidestepped, brandishing his spear in a sweeping motion that struck one woman in the abdomen. She was taken by surprise. Realizing that her 6th layer of foundation establishment rendered her no match for him, as she was sent reeling by the impact. You, the other woman, equally astonished by Lin Bufan's formidable strength, unleashed a flurry of sword energy, only for Lin Bufan to respond with a disdainful grunt, his spear thrusting into the ground and emitting a powerful aura that shattered her attacks, sending her companion sprawling several meters away. Are you seeking death? Lin Bufan's eyes narrowed, scrutinizing the assembly before him. Chapter 33. 3 Lotus Seeds. Hua Yuqi as the first woman soared towards the fiery spirit beast. The one with the white ribbons skillfully maneuvered to rescue her, brushing against the beast's fiery edge. The colossal creature, now fully emerged from the magma, roared in fury, unleashing a torrent of molten flames that swept towards the crowd. Lin Bufan, unwilling to engage in combat with such a beast, glanced back at it and decided to make his exit, resolving to circumvent the area and access the Phoenix Temple from another direction, as the women of Baiwa Valley were exceedingly bothersome. Friend, please wait. However, the previous woman persisted in following him. Upon turning around, Lin Bufan witnessed the magma freezing mid-air, overwhelmed by an intense chill. What formidable cold! He couldn't help but exclaim. This woman likely maintained an icy aura even in summer, rendering air conditioning unnecessary in her presence. Noticing the woman closing in, Lin Bufan continued onward without a backward glance. Why should I heed your request to stop? Senior sister, what should we do? You all proceed to the Phoenix Temple. I shall return shortly. Understood. The woman, upon glimpsing Lin Bufan's direction, immediately pursued him, while the others scattered, recognizing the strength of the fiery spirit beast and unwilling to linger. Friend, after traveling several kilometers, Lin Bufan believed he had eluded the woman, only to find her once again in pursuit. Miss, why do you follow me instead of your companions? Do you truly think I would hesitate to act against you? Lin Bufan's brow furrowed. He had no desire to provoke anyone, as he was there for fortune, not trouble. Friend, there is a misunderstanding. I am Hua Yuqi of Baiwa Valley. I do not wish to make things difficult for you. Rather, an elder in our valley requires the seeds of the Qian fire lotus to alleviate cold energy entering her body due to her cultivation. If you would be willing, I can exchange other treasures in return. As she spoke, Huayuchi gestured, summoning several items that shimmered with light: talismans, weapons, herbs, and techniques. Oh, Lin Bufan mused. It seemed implausible that such a frigid woman would pursue him for a fight or theft. He hesitated momentarily. Friend, if you could provide me with 3 fire lotus seeds, consider it a favor from Baiwa Valley. In the future, should you require assistance, we shall be obliged to help. Huayuchi earnestly clasped her hands together. Seeing her sincerity, Lin Bufan pondered what would happen if he refused. Huayuchi's expression shifted, her brows knitting together. Then do not blame me for my persistence. I do not wish to be your enemy, and since you're a loose cultivator, how about this? I can offer you a mid-grade Qian level cultivation technique. She continued, knowing the significance of such techniques to cultivators, as the best ones were typically held by major sections. As she spoke, she stowed away the items and produced a jade slip, illuminating it with radiant symbols that reveal the initial characters of the technique. Indeed, it was a mid-grade Qian level technique, but Lin Bufan found it unsuitable for his use. Huh, do I appear to be someone in need of techniques? Lin Bufan chuckled, crossing his arms as he circled around Huayuchi. Ah, beauty, truly a delight to behold. Friend, I am amiable, but not to be trifled with. If you continue to gaze at me so, do not blame me for being impolite. Huayuchi's demeanor shifted instantly, her expression freezing as icy rays emanated from her, even causing the ground beneath her feet to frost. Lin Bufan's eyes lit up. Wait, you seem to have misunderstood. While I may be intrigued by you, I'm not one to act recklessly. Moreover, I am interested in the frost technique you possess, along with 2 of those treasures you previously displayed, plus all your spirit stones. Despite her composure, Huayuchi was nearly thrown into disarray. What do you mean by intrigued? In Baiwa Valley, even among women, Huayuchi was a notable figure, sought after by many men. What had led him to such a sentiment? What? Do you disagree? Lin Bufan observed her deepening chill, perplexed. I can offer you 2 treasures and spirit stones, but the frost technique is my personal cultivation method and cannot be shared. Very well, if it cannot be shared, then I shall take my leave. Lin Bufan spun on his heel to depart. Stop. Why are you in such a rush? Huayuchi called after him. What? Do you wish to fight? Young lady, you may not be my match. Lin Bufan spoke truthfully, at present. His physical and cultivation prowess had reached the 9th layer of foundation establishment, even surpassing that of Huayuchi, who was merely at the mid-stage of the same level. I have yet to finish my words. While I cannot provide you with my technique, I can offer you this cold jade bracelet. I know you seek entry into the Phoenix Temple, where temperatures will soar. This bracelet is a spiritual item that can withstand high temperatures and help you maintain focus. As she spoke, Huayuchi reluctantly removed a frost blue bracelet from her left wrist, visibly pained to part with it. It appears that this bracelet holds significant importance for you. Nevertheless, I shall accept the 2 treasures and the spiritual stones you mentioned. Furthermore, I shall forego any gratitude from Baiwa Gu. Who knows if they would act on behalf of a mere insignificant individual like myself. However, Lin Bufan smiled. Upon hearing that the bracelet would not be taken, Huayuchi could not help but exhale in relief. Please, my friend, as long as you provide 3 lotus seeds, I shall gladly assist. Indeed, Lin Bufan replied. The favor from Baiwa Gu is immense. I only require your personal assistance. In the future, when I find myself in need, your help will suffice. After some contemplation, he spoke again. To have led a team here, your status must be remarkable. Moreover, given this young lady's beauty, she does not seem like one destined for an early demise. Myself? Huayuchi was taken aback, then laughed. Very well, I agree. As long as it does not harm Baiwa Gu's interests, I shall do what is within my power. She indeed held some standing within Baiwa Gu. Then, to Lin Bufan's astonishment, Huayuchi surprisingly vowed a blood oath. Subsequently, 2 treasures and a Chinquan bag were tossed over. Upon seeing a talisman and a small cauldron, Lin Bufan smiled. This talisman, capable of random teleportation, although damaged, still emanated an aura of terror. The small cauldron was equally an ancient artifact. Most gratifying was the Chinquan bag containing over 100,000 spiritual stones, surpassing the amount in his father Lin Fang's ring. Chapter 34. Fire Spirit Crystal, Core Unveiled. Baiwa Gu is indeed wealthy. Even a woman at the 9th level of foundation establishment is a small fortune. Thank you. Looking at the 3 red lotus seeds. Although Huayuchi wished to request more lotus petals, she ultimately refrained, realizing her finances were depleted. No need for formalities. It is fate that brings us together. If any matters arise in the future, I may still require your assistance. Miss Hua. Miss Hua? Lin Bufan felt her surname was rather unique. Very well. I wish you a fruitful journey to the Phoenix Divine Temple, Taoist Lin. With that, she took her leave. Wait. Just as Lin Bufan was about to depart, Hua Yuqi called out to him once more. Is there something you need? Lin Bufan was on high alert, prepared for battle. No. I believe you require a cold attribute treasure for the Phoenix Divine Temple. I possess a jade pendant crafted from a millennium-old ice jade, which I shall gift to you. As she spoke, Hua Yuqi detached the pendant from her waist and tossed it towards him. As Lin Bufan examined the jade pendant, a faint chill emanated from it, providing immediate comfort amidst the oppressive heat of the secret realm. Truthfully, the temperature here is excessively high, and I find it quite disagreeable. This pendant brings a welcome coolness. Thank you, Miss Yuqi. I shall take my leave now. With that, Lin Bufan turned and departed, swiftly covering a distance of several dozen miles. Observing his surroundings, he pondered the identity of the youthful cultivator who had reached the 9th level of foundation establishment. Perhaps they were concealing their identity, possibly nurtured by a prominent sect. Perhaps Qingyan sect? If it were Haisha sect, they would likely not be so generous. Gazing at the 3 lotus seeds, radiating heat, Lin Bufan noted that had it not been for his technique, which emitted cold air, he would have been burned by the seeds. After placing the seeds in a jade box, Hua Yuqi turned and hurried back in the direction of her fellow disciples. Conversely, Lin Bufan traveled several dozen miles, pausing only after confirming no one was pursuing him. No one followed. That is reassuring. It seems Hua Yuqi of Baiwa genuinely required the lotus seeds for her survival, which indicates some level of trustworthiness. Had she continued to pursue me relentlessly, I would have had no qualms about eliminating her. Regardless of Baiwa Gu, my safety is paramount. Only the dead can remain silent. This jade pendant is rather peculiar. It exhibits no warmth and offers a hint of coolness. It seems she values the 3 lotus seeds far more than this pendant. Very well. It is time to enter the Phoenix Divine Temple. Lin Bufan felt a surge of excitement. The main event was about to commence. As Lin Bufan delved deeper, he soon encountered numerous individuals. The entire core temple was enveloped in the blood-fire lake, teeming with fire spirit beasts. To advance would require extraordinary luck, or one would invariably encounter them. Thankfully, the courageous souls who dared to venture here possessed some skills, with battles unfolding everywhere. Some slaying fire spirit beasts while others met their demise at their claws. Yet, such was the nature of the cultivation world. Lin Bufan also observed fierce confrontations between various parties. Just then, a flash of sword light approached from the side. Lin Bufan's eyes narrowed as he swiftly struck out, shattering the sword light. The assailant halted abruptly, turning to flee, yet Lin Bufan was already upon him in a flash. Swift as lightning. "Spare me, fellow Taoist," he exclaimed, realizing he had encountered a formidable foe. However, Lin Bufan swiftly snapped his neck and seized the assailant's storage bag before making his escape. At the 9th level of Foundation establishment, he was the strongest combatant present. Lin Bufan was fortunate not to encounter the massive fire spirit beast he had previously faced. Instead, he felled at least 20 Foundation-level fire spirit beasts, acquiring over 20 red crystals. Fire spirit crystals. No wonder so many were battling here. It was all for this. Fire spirit crystals, akin to spiritual stones, harbor energy. Yet they contain the purest fire attribute energy. These lower-grade fire spirit crystals are equivalent to hundreds of ordinary spiritual stones for cultivators with fire attributes, making them scarce commodities when sold. This pure fire attribute energy is difficult to find, and even if discovered, it may not yield fire spirit stones. Lin Bufan decided to explore the area further, as the Phoenix Divine Temple would not close once opened. Allowing those from Haisha sect to scout ahead was a wise choice. Naturally, some reckless rogue cultivators attempted to attack Lin Bufan, but alas, they were swiftly dispatched, enhancing his combat skills significantly. For half a day, Lin Bufan traversed the Bloodfire Lake, soon amassing over 100 Shinkuan bags, with a number of fire spirit stones exceeding 2,000. Those who fell to Lin Bufan's hand could only blame their misfortune. They foolishly attempted to ambush a lone cultivator. The cultivation world is indeed one of the survival of the fittest. Had they been capable of defeating Lin Fan, they would have shown no mercy. As for the spiritual stones, Lin Fan acquired millions. Rogue cultivators often possess more spiritual stones, as many are nomadic, keeping most valuable items in their packs for convenience. Over 3,000 rogue cultivators entered, and even with 2 to 3 dozen dispatched from the 3 major sects, they were but a fraction of the total. Boom! Just as Lin Fan was transferring the contents of the Chinquan bags into his system backpack, the ground of this small world suddenly trembled violently. Instantly, the ground of the Bloodfire Lake began to collapse. It is the Phoenix Divine Temple. Sensing the intense vibrations, Lin Fan raised his gaze toward the distant mountains where the Phoenix Divine Temple stood, leaping forward towards the temple. Meanwhile, outside, a powerful surge of fire attribute energy erupted, causing hundreds at the entrance to retreat. Even several at the core formation stage staggered back several meters. It seems someone has opened the grand doors of the Phoenix Divine Temple. The core region is now accessible. Madam, she gazed at the formation within the mountain gorge, murmuring her hopes for fruitful outcomes. It was impossible not to worry about the disciples inside. However, the secret realm was inaccessible due to the protective formations, leaving them only to wait. Elder Ku Mu, upon sensing a tremor, flickered his gaze and couldn't help but smile without uttering a word. He pondered about his second brother's well-being. Meanwhile, Su Ming felt a twinge of anxiety from a distance, unable to enter because of the formation, and could only rely on his second brother, Su Hong, to lead the way. The Su family was under pressure from the Hu family, and Su Ming desperately needed something to alter the fate of the Su family. Although a marriage alliance could offer temporary protection, it could not safeguard them indefinitely. A hint of concern glimmered in his eyes, wishing his eldest daughter, Qing Shui, were present. He found himself longing for her company. Chapter 35. Inside the Divine Temple. Active volcano within the small secret realm. A dilapidated grand hall sprawled across several mountain peaks, exuding a majestic aura. At that moment, thousands had gathered before the hall, some in groups of 3 or 5, while others congregated in larger clusters. The Haisha sect, Hu family, Su family, as well as Baiwa Valley and Qinyan sect were all present, alongside hundreds of scattered cultivators. When Lin Fan appeared, he did not draw attention. His black robe concealed his features. To his surprise, Ji Jinwei was absent. Observing the crowd, Lin Fan's expression turned grave. Those who could arrive here were all cultivators of at least the 3rd layer of Foundation establishment. Many had been halted at the Bloodfire Lake, and he was neither the last to arrive nor the only scattered cultivator, thus not attracting notice. As Lin Fan surveyed his surroundings, a figure approached him. Frowning, he prepared for confrontation. "Friend, there has been a misunderstanding. I am Zhao Ying, also a scattered cultivator. This Phoenix Divine Temple does not seem to be a peaceful place. I noticed your exceptional cultivation. May I propose we explore together?" Zhao Ying gestured toward the individuals behind her. A short distance away stood an elderly man, a burly figure, and a masked man clad in black. Cooperation? Lin Fan regarded the group and then focused on the woman. All were at the 9th layer of Foundation establishment, particularly the elder, who, despite his stooped form and reliance on a cane, had reached the pinnacle of that level. Upon noticing Lin Fan's gaze, he offered a knowing smile and a nod. "What do you think, friend? As scattered cultivators, we cannot compete with those from major sects and aristocratic families. But we must survive. Forming a temporary alliance could enhance our chances of obtaining treasures. What do you think?" Zhao Ying spoke cheerfully. This woman, in her 30s, still possessed a vibrant aura, but for the faint wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, her age would be hard to discern. It was indeed challenging for scattered cultivators to reach Foundation establishment, and even more so to attain core formation, with very few succeeding. The group consisted of capable individuals among scattered cultivators. "And how shall we distribute the treasures?" Lin Fan inquired, recognizing the importance of establishing terms beforehand. "That's simple. If we find unique treasures, we can divide them equally if there are multiple. If only one exists, we can either sell it together or trade it for something of equivalent value," Zhao Ying explained, outlining the customary rules for scattered cultivators teaming up. Lin Fan glanced towards the 3 major sects and aristocratic families in the distance. After a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. "Very well. Wonderful. Let's proceed. We should first find suitable scattered cultivators before deciding on cooperation, as too many participants can complicate treasure distribution, Zhao Ying said, leading Lin Bufan towards the assembly. Soon, Lin Bufan learned the names of his companions. The elder was Jiang He, the tall man was Gao Shan, aptly named for his height of nearly 2 meters. And the masked figure emanated a chilling aura, known as Zhao Hong. Lin Bufan introduced himself under a pseudonym, Lin Buhui. Lin Daoyu, your youth belies your achievement of the 9th layer of Foundation establishment. You must possess extraordinary talent or secrets. As for me, I remain unable to break through. Lamenting the whims of fate, Jiang Daoyu remarked with a chuckle. Your words are kind. Perhaps you hold insights unknown to me. Being young, I am yet unworthy of such comparisons. Lin Bufan replied, acknowledging Jiang He's conversational prowess, which quickly fostered camaraderie among the group. Before long, Zhao Ying brought another individual into their fold, a woman who spoke little and wore tattered clothing, suggesting she had endured fierce battles. She introduced herself simply as Wang Mei. As they observed the diminishing flames of the Phoenix Divine Temple's formation, the group decided to form a team of 6. The formation is about to collapse, someone exclaimed. Just then, the formation shattered, followed by a piercing cry of a phoenix. The sound penetrated the void, resonating within the minds of the crowd. Some of the weaker cultivators spat blood in response. As if sensing something, flames erupted within the temple, and a colossal phoenix silhouette materialized in the air, leaving shimmering afterimages as it soared skyward. Simultaneously, an overwhelming wave of fiery energy surged from the hall. Not good, the phoenix fire. Boom! The flames were inescapable, engulfing everyone and forcing them to stagger backward. Protective auras and talismans flared to shield the crowd. Lin Bufan's dragon roar spear pierced the ground ahead, channeling his energy to part the heat waves. Observing the surroundings, everyone employed their respective techniques. Looking up, the grand doors of the hall fully opened, releasing an ancient aura. After a few breaths, the fiery energy dissipated. A scattered cultivator laughed heartily and was the first to charge inside, vanishing from sight. Haisha Sect, advance. Baiwa Valley, proceed. Qingyan Sect, enter. With each prominent force entering, the scattered cultivators followed suit. Friends, let us go, Jiang He called out, stepping forward as Lin Bufan and the others closely followed. It was evident they rallied around Jiang He, an elder with considerable knowledge and combat experience. At the entrance of the hall, another formation awaited. Beyond it lay a corridor, but once they passed through, they discovered they were within a vast hall featuring a massive stone sculpture of a fire phoenix at its forefront. The entrance was situated within the phoenix's mouth. Figures surged forward, and Lin Bufan and his companions followed suit. Yet, upon entry, they were taken aback. The setting was that of a cavern, with numerous suspension bridges extending towards distant platforms, adorned with strange, glowing runes above. This was a man-made cavern. Some cultivators had begun to cross the bridges, while beneath them, 100 meters down, lay an expanse of endless lava, bubbles erupting from its depths, the acrid scent intensifying. According to legend, the phoenix resided in a live volcano, located underground. Even a temporary dwelling would be in a searing place, and this location perfectly matched the characteristics of a phoenix's habitat. Jiang He surveyed the scene, equally awed. Look, the platform ahead has runes and several caverns. The group turned their gaze, noting the distinct features of the platform 200 meters away, marked with phoenix insignias and illuminated by a blazing flame. Feng Wang Xindian, it is estimated that a mountain has been hollowed out. Here, indeed, lies within the peaks, and it is a location of a volcano. To carve out a small realm amidst such volcanic ground is a testament to unparalleled cultivation. After a group of people crossed the suspension bridge, Jiang He led the others to choose another bridge. Lin Bufan frowned, glanced back, and then followed suit. Chapter 36. Liu Baoshu, Nirvana Wutong everywhere. There were formations. When Lin Bufan and his companions reached the opposite platform, they also beheld runes and formations. The ability to arrange such intricate designs in such an expansive area indicates that this place is far from ordinary. Let us proceed. These caves have already seen entrance, and there should be multiple passages leading inward. It is merely a matter of luck. Jiang He's eyes sparkled as he directly walked toward the cave on the left. This cave sloped downward and was quite lengthy, but fortunately, Torches intermittently appeared to illuminate the cavern's interior. However, as they delved deeper, the group felt their breathing becoming increasingly labored. We have descended over 100 meters. Everyone, the air here is volatile. Exercise caution, Jiang He at the forefront declared while waving his staff. Dozens of green lights emerged, enveloping him at the center. The group sensed a surge of vitality, strengthening Jiang He's presence and causing his blood energy to churn. Remarquable technique. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. This power shielded them from the surrounding oppressive heat, and their spirits lifted. Time slipped by, and the ground finally leveled out. Ahead, there was light. As they emerged from the cave, they discovered a natural lava lake. Is this the lowest level? Surveying the surroundings, they did not see anyone else, only their small team. This was a peculiar space, resembling a lava cavern, with the ground entirely covered in magma, sprawling over thousands of square meters. Look, what is that? One of the taller members spotted a platform in the distance. As the others turned to look, their eyes widened. There stood a small tree, only 1.5 meters tall, growing on a platform in the center of the lava. From this tree radiated a golden light, adorned with fiery red fruits. Liu Baoshu. Upon sighting the tree, Jiang He instantly became animated. Taoist Jiang, the Liu Baoshu, is said to be where the phoenix nests upon the Wudong. After 3 cycles of nirvana, the Wudong transforms into the Liu Baoshu, sinking into the magma, imbued with the essence of the phoenix. Even a single leaf can grant rebirth akin to that of the phoenix. Moreover, after 3 rebirths, the Wudong bears a fruit known as Liuhua. Consuming one grants a temporary nirvanic body, not only shedding mortal coils, but also reviving the dead. Truly a miraculous medicine. Jiang He spoke, his voice brimming with excitement. The others gazed at the treasure tree, equally laced with a hint of greed. This was a life-saving elixir. If obtained, it could fetch a handsome price. Everyone, let's not squabble. We have a prior agreement. And look, this treasure tree bears more than one fruit. There is no need for infighting. Zhao Ying quickly interjected, sensing the tense atmosphere. Just then, a new group of over a dozen individuals appeared from the direction they had come. Liu Baoshu, one of the fabled treasure trees. Ha ha! This must be the place of the phoenix's nirvana. We have struck gold. With this treasure, we can exchange for countless resources, even break into the Jidan stage. After entering, this new group cast a glance at Luo Ping and the others before their eyes fixated on the Liu Baoshu. Jiang He and his companions did not expect that these newcomers also recognized the treasure. Exchanging glances, several of them instinctively stepped back. Gentlemen, even in treasure hunting, there should be a sense of order, shouldn't there? Gao Shan could no longer restrain himself and stepped forward. Ah, so there are others here. You 6 may leave. We only wish to take the treasure tree and do not desire bloodshed. In an instant, the over a dozen individuals unleashed their cultivation, revealing themselves as cultivators of the 7th, 8th, and 9th layers of the Foundation establishment stage. Jiang He narrowed his eyes and smiled. I wonder why you disregarded us. It seems some of you possess abilities. Unfortunately, the opportunity belongs to us. It is time for you to retreat. Old man at your age. You should be at home waiting for death, not taking risks here. The 15 newcomers swiftly surrounded Lin Fan and the others. Are you going to attack? Jiang He chuckled, questioning. What do you think? We will strike you down first. The leader shouted in fury, suddenly launching an attack, his sword creating myriad afterimages aimed at Jiang He. This seemed to signal the commencement of battle, as all over a dozen individuals unleashed their assaults. Instantly, spells and magical artifacts were employed. Scatter. Lin Fan's group, already outnumbered, found it increasingly difficult to evade when clustered together, but fortunately, the expansive ground provided them room to maneuver. Following a volley of attacks, they immediately retreated in every direction. Boom! In an instant, the ground where Lin Fan and his companions stood was shattered. Run? Can you escape? Eliminate them all. Those rogue cultivators dare to come here surely carry valuable items. We will divide the spoils. It was evident that this group operated as a cohesive unit, likely engaging in such activities frequently with seamless coordination. The pursuers of Luo Ping comprised a 9th layer foundation establishment and 2 8th layers, with others similarly matched. Essentially, the main offensive was led by those of the 9th layer. Encountering an ordinary 9th layer cultivator, one could only meet certain death when facing 2 or 3 assailants. Their assessment was entirely accurate. The three assailants moved with remarkable speed, launching several attacks at Lin Fan in the blink of an eye. Lin Fan could only guide his companions toward the edge, as the lava columns along their path were shattered. On the other side, He shimmered with green light. Countless vines swirling around him as he engaged three opponents without losing ground. Gao Shan, possessing formidable physical strength, wielded a large blade, focusing solely on offense. Zhao Hong exhibited an elusive movement technique, shrouded in a mist, evading his pursuers, though it appeared he was not exerting himself fully. The two female companions fought in a more conventional manner, already engaged in battle against two opponents. It seemed the realm of cultivation also harbored gender biases, with the males facing multiple adversaries. These adversaries were formidable. Even in one-on-two or one-on-three scenarios, they managed with ease. Clearly, Lin Fan had underestimated their prowess. With no path to retreat, Lin Fan had no choice but to turn and engage the three attackers. Remarkably, their cooperation was seamless, one leading the assault while the others flanked him, forcing Lin Fan, despite his daily practice, to retreat step by step. Since entering this secret realm, he had not concealed his cultivation. If he were to appear as a mere first-layer Qi cultivator, it would be too conspicuous, and he would likely become a target. Chapter 37. Mo and Huasha. Initially, he believed he could evade significant troubles here, yet unexpectedly, he found himself embroiled in conflict. Just then, a scream echoed through the space as Lin Fan dodged one attack, glancing toward the distance. Before him, a man pursuing Zhao Hong had already been pierced through the chest by a swirling black mist, while Zhao Hong was forced to retreat repeatedly. Both were at the late stage of Foundation establishment, where each strike was nearly lethal. A moment of carelessness could lead to death. He was equally in peril. However, numerous vines surrounded him, allowing one person to keep three adversaries at bay. Just as an opponent's palm came crashing down, a vine suddenly rose from below, impaling the assailant. This scene reminded Lin Fan of Elder Kumu's techniques. These vines, born from wood-based martial arts, were indeed formidable, capable of regenerating if severed, provided the wielder possessed sufficient cultivation. Unfortunately, Zhao Eng was not as fortunate. Facing two opponents, she was already at her limit, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. While Wang may still retain some strength, "You will all perish." At that moment, Gao Shan roared. Golden light enveloped his body as he withstood the attacks of three foes. When one failed to evade, a powerful punch shattered the opponent's jaw, tearing him in half. The assailant never anticipated Gao Shan's ferocity. However, he too was left bloodied by the remaining two attackers. No matter how formidable, one could not withstand overwhelming numbers. With 6 adversaries, the fall of even one would escalate the challenges for the others. Everyone, do not hold back. Unleash your true abilities, or we shall all perish. Surely, you do not wish to leave empty-handed and meet your demise. After exchanging dozens of blows with the enemy, He could no longer contain his frustration and shouted. Just as he finished speaking, the ground began to fracture, and a colossal hand made of stone emerged from the side, slamming one opponent into the earth. Meanwhile, Zhao Hong had vanished, having beheaded another foe. Impressive. This was Lin Fan's first experience in such a battle. It appeared everyone had their hidden strengths. His previous thoughts were validated. In the face of absolute power, it was wise not to act recklessly. This is the first and last time. I shall no longer take risks. Is it not due to poverty? As he defended against 3 attackers, Lin Fan contemplated seeking alternative means of earning money upon his return. If all else failed, he would wait until his precious daughter matured before resuming cultivation. Yes, that is also a good plan. Silver Snake, sever the waters. Return the spear. Having practiced with the spear 800 times daily, Lin Fan possessed formidable close combat prowess. With his immense physical strength, the longing spear in his grasp became an azure dragon. In less than 30 moves, he pierced one assailant's throat, then swiftly directed a second strike through another's heart, leaving only one opponent at the 9th level of Foundation establishment. "I will fight you all." In a brief span, Gao Shan bellowed, his body drenched in blood as he was battered. With a thunderous crash, he exploded, sending one enemy's arm flying. Dead. The 9th level of Foundation establishment was strong here, yet not invincible. With 6 opponents slain, there were still 9 remaining, while Lin Fan faced 5, 2 of whom were severely injured. Seeking death. If we do not eliminate every last one of you, we will suffer greatly. Kill them all. Leave no survivors. The leader of the opposing group was furious, as these companions had taken considerable time to gather. Losing so many at once jeopardized their plans. He produced a talisman and threw it towards Jiang He. In an instant, a flaming lion appeared, roaring as it charged forward. Jiang He was startled. Forming hand seals as vines danced around him, but they were reduced to ashes by the flames of the lion. By the time the ground began to churn in an attempt to block the attack, it was already too late. Jiang He was engulfed by the fiery beast. Boom! An explosion resonated as the flaming lion detonated. Being in a cavern filled with magma amplified the fire-based attack, and Lin Fan felt the strain of withstanding it. Ha! Old man, you! Before he could finish, a vine emerged from the flames, sending him flying. Jiang He's figure appeared amidst the chaos, but his clothes were tattered, and his hair bore signs of scorching. His breath significantly labored. Panic flickered in his eyes as he surveyed his surroundings. The sight troubled him. Wang Mei lay slain. Gao Shan was dead. Zhao Hong was engaged in battle with two foes, and Zhao Ying bore wounds. Lin Fan was also fighting for his life. Old man, you seek death. The man roared, charging at Jiang He. Fellow cultivators, it is not that I do not wish to resist, but Jiang He, seeing no escape, suddenly dashed towards the Liuhui treasure tree. In the blink of an eye, he flew several meters away. Stop him! Who allowed you to touch my belongings? The crowd yelled in anger. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, preparing to act, when suddenly, the magma below surged. A massive maw opened, swallowing Jiang He whole. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their focus shifting away from battle. They beheld red scales writhing in the magma, followed by the emergence of a colossal serpentine head. Its crimson tongue flickering, a fiery python. Mo Lin Hua Shi, someone shouted, and Lin Fan instantly recognized the creature. The Mo Lin Hua Shi, a python dwelling in searing environments, sustains itself by consuming flames. Those exceeding 6 meters are at the foundation establishment stage, while those over 12 meters reach the core formation stage. The serpent's exposed head already stood 3 meters tall, with magma cascading down its body, clearly surpassing 12 meters. This was evidently a serpent beyond the core formation stage. Hiss! Without waiting for the crowd to respond, the serpent lunged forward, devouring another cultivator. Retreat, do not panic. Though the leader was shocked, he knew they still sought the treasure. Unable to leave empty-handed, he immediately called for a retreat to organize a defense. Meanwhile, Zhao Ying had reached Lin Fan's side, collapsing to the ground as her legs buckled beneath her. Miss Zhao, are you all right? Lin Fan did not approach, sensing her lingering wariness. Though he was no paragon of virtue, he had no desire to kill indiscriminately, especially not against a comrade. Zhao Hong also approached Lin Fan, but maintained some distance. No worries, I will recover shortly. They are gone. As she spoke, Zhao Ying swallowed a medicinal pill and sat cross-legged, circulating her energy. Chapter 38. You want to take my kidney? This woman was astute, realizing Lin Fan was not the type to commit heinous acts, at least not while she cultivated. Moreover, a massive serpent and several outsiders posed a greater threat. Hiss! At that moment, the Mo Lin Hua Shi reached the edge of the magma. Lin Fan then observed the serpent's scales, dark red and resilient, capable of withstanding the magma's searing heat, indicative of its defensive capabilities. Indeed, as the treasure was obstructed, the opposing group immediately launched an assault on the fire serpent. Several flying swords struck its body, producing sparks, yet failing to inflict any substantial damage. Conversely, the serpent's tail lashed out, hurling magma away with tremendous force. As Lin Fan and his companions huddled together, their adversary was preoccupied, engaged in a fierce battle against the fire serpent. Lin Daoyu, with Zhao Daoyu injured, only you and I possess the strength to fight. The enemy has 8 or 9 individuals, distracted by their struggle. Why not seize the opportunity to explore for treasures? Zhao Hong interjected, sensing Lin Fan's hesitation. That is feasible, but the lava lake stretches 70 to 80 meters. Crossing it will surely alert the fire serpent. We must also contend with several of their members. Do you have any insights, Zhao brother? Lin Fan inquired, aware of the risks involved. Treasures are typically guarded by spiritual beasts, a universal law in this realm. Acquiring any fortune is seldom straightforward. one might end up losing their life instead of gaining the treasure. Let us first secure the treasure tree. We can coordinate our efforts effectively. To be honest, I only desire one treasure and have no interest in other caves. What are your thoughts, Lin brother? Zhao Hong proposed, displaying commendable restraint. Seeing Lin Bufan remain silent, Zhao Hong continued, if you have reservations, how about this? I will seize the treasure and pass it to you. Once we are out, we can divide it accordingly. Initially hesitant, Lin Bufan found himself intrigued by Zhao Hong's integrity. Very well, but as for Zhao girl, there should be no issues. Once the treasures are taken, they will be too distracted to notice us. I possess a secret technique for swift movement, and I hope for your sincere cooperation, Lin brother. Zhao Hong affirmed, bowing once more, appearing earnest. Agreed. Lin Bufan consented after careful consideration. Excellent. Let us proceed. Zhao Hong then whispered plans to Lin Bufan. The Mo Lin Fire Serpent proved formidable, repelling the attacks of 8 or 9 opponents, with 3 already scorched. Its fiery breath was corrosive and toxic, deterring even those at the 9th foundation level from engaging. Nevertheless, they understood the treasure tree's immense value and were willing to take the risk. The group managed to temporarily restrain the Mo Lin Fire Serpent. At that moment, Zhao Hong stealthily retreated into the shadows while Lin Bufan quickly assumed a meditative posture. Suddenly, one opponent was struck away by the serpent's tail, and a dark figure darted from behind the rocks toward the flowing fire treasure tree. Not good. Someone is stealing the treasure. The leader of the opposing group immediately sensed the anomaly, evading the fire serpent's attack and unleashing a barrage of talismans toward the shadowy figure. Boom! These were fire talismans that detonated in midair. The dark figure, reaching the central platform, did not flinch at the explosions behind. Clad in dark energy, it reached out to grasp the trunk of the flowing fire treasure tree. The diminutive tree, barely taller than a person, was swiftly seized. Roaring, sensing the imminent loss of its treasure, the Mo Lin Fire Serpent vanished into the lava. Damn it, it's so tough. The shadowy figure was none other than Zhao Hong, who felt an intense heat upon grasping the treasure tree. Attempting to forcibly sever it, he found his first effort futile. As the fire serpent emerged from the lava, he cast aside caution and seized both the treasure tree and the platform beneath it. In an instant, a meter-wide section of earth was uprooted, connecting to the upper treasure tree. He aimed to stow it in his Chinquan bag, but merely in the blink of an eye. The treasure tree reappeared, shattering a Chinquan bag in the process. Damn it! At that moment, the Mo Lin Fire Serpent approached, its head thrusting forth as the lava surged. Zhao Hong, desperate, hurled the treasure tree away. Lin Buhui, catch it and run. The treasure tree arced through the air toward Lin Bufan, who sprang up from his seated position. Just then, an overwhelming sense of danger surged through him. Lin Bufan turned sharply, noticing a green dagger aimed at his lower back. Chow, are you attempting to take my kidney? That's off limits. I rely on it to survive. The assailant was none other than Zhao Ying, who was on the ground recovering. Upon hearing Lin Bufan's outburst, Zhao Ying paused momentarily, bewildered by his mention of a kidney. However, as she contemplated her next attack, a powerful slap struck her face. I don't strike women, but your lack of awareness is unacceptable. The force of the blow sent Zhao Ying flying, her head snapping forward as she soared through the air. Lin Bufan's physical strength, augmented by his cultivation, propelled her toward the edge of the lava lake. Sister, Zhao Hong exclaimed, taken aback by the turn of events. He disregarded everything else and rushed to catch Zhao Ying. Meanwhile, Lin Bufan successfully caught the flowing fire treasure tree and tested his storage ring, discovering some resistance before decisively placing it in his system backpack. You have lost the treasure, and your sister is injured. Zhao Hong has suffered a double loss. What do you mean you? I've long suspected you, cloaked in darkness, were no good. Zhao Hong and Zhao Ying, claiming there is no connection, is absurd. Thank you for the treasure. I shall take my leave. With the treasure secured, the Mo Lin Fire Serpent and several others charged forth. Lin Bufan, not foolish, recognized he could no longer contend and dashed toward the exit. The treasure tree was undoubtedly the most valuable asset here. Yet, to his astonishment, as the treasure tree vanished, the cave began to tremble, blocking the exit with 3 individuals. Those who stand in my way shall perish. Lin Bufan swung his spear, unleashing a dragon-shaped aura that obliterated the 2 opponents before him. However, the third was a 9th foundation cultivator, wielding a small bell as a shield. The resounding clash reverberated, the recoil sending Lin Bufan sprawling 5 meters back. What in the world is this? Chapter 39. The struggle for treasures, the battlefield roaring. This was the first obstacle Lin Bufan could not overcome. Just then, he heard the rush of wind, signaling the approach of the Lin fire serpent's gaping maw. In that critical moment, Lin Bufan exerted himself, leaping high and flipping over the serpent's head. The stench of blood nearly overwhelmed him. Poison dragon drill. As he passed the serpent's neck, Lin Bufan thrust his longing spear between two scales with all his might. In that instant, sparks flew as he expended every ounce of his strength. Crack! As the Lin fire serpent writhed in pain, attempting to turn, the gap between its scales fractured, and the longing spear penetrated a quarter of the way in. Roar! As the saying goes, strike the snake at its weak point. The Lin fire serpent writhed in agony, desperate to devour Lin Bufan, but its neck was its vulnerability, preventing it from reaching him. In a moment of panic, the serpent coiled around him. Given the serpent's size, if it ensnared him, even Lin Bufan's formidable physique would struggle to escape, even upon reaching the nascent soul stage. At the moment of constriction, Lin Bufan suddenly broke free. Beast, do you intend to break my bones? As Lin Bufan deftly evaded an attack, he immediately darted towards a companion nearby. Baoshu, take this. The Liuhua Baoshu materialized in Lin Bufan's hand and was hurled towards the individual. The Maoho snake, upon spotting the Baoshu, charged forward with ferocity. The man, caught off guard, barely had time to react before he saw the Maoho snake approaching. The Baoshu lay at his feet, yet before he could retrieve it, the snake's gaping maw was upon him. Meanwhile, the Baoshu, under its influence, veered off to the side. I don't want it for myself, he bellowed, cursing inwardly. But it was too late. He was devoured whole by the snake. With a thunderous crash, as Lin Bufan prepared to make his escape, calamity struck again. Rocks began to rain down from above, sealing the entrance of the cave beneath a mountain of rubble. It became clear that there was no way out. This is bad. The adversaries also sensed the impending doom. With the exit blocked and a formidable golden core level snake on their tails, it seemed they were destined to perish here. Fellow cultivators, the exit is sealed. We should first eliminate the snake. Its corpse is a treasure in itself. What say you? The leader addressed Zhao Hong and Lin Bufan directly. Zhao Hong, cloaked in dark energy, glared at Lin Bufan with malice, as though wishing to crush him. Do you think that's possible? Lin Bufan surmised the man's intentions. Their numerical advantage was unmistakable, and they aimed to exhaust both the Maoho snake and Lin Bufan before striking decisively. Lin Bufan was no fool. Suddenly, sensing the shift in the environment, the Maoho snake went into a frenzy, doubling its speed as it lunged at Lin Bufan. The cave continued to collapse at an alarming rate. Since Lin Bufan refuses to cooperate and won't fall for our tricks, eliminate him. The onslaught of attacks forced Lin Bufan into a corner. At that moment, a dark mist emerged just as he landed, glinting ominously and aimed at his throat. Zhao! Lin Bufan's eyes narrowed as he transformed his spear into a flurry of pear blossoms directed at Zhao Hong. No, that's impossible. Zhao Hong was taken aback. How could Lin Bufan, pursued for so long by the snake, respond so swiftly? In a fraction of a second, Zhao Hong was pierced through before he could react. Blood mist enveloping the air. Snatching Zhao Hong's storage ring, Lin Bufan deftly evaded the snake's strike and consumed Zhao Hong whole. With a resounding crash, several stone pillars shattered, debris raining down. At that moment, Lin Bufan noticed Zhao Hong's mask, which remained intact despite the chaos, and quickly pocketed it. There were still 6 adversaries left. Having provoked Lin Bufan, he was resolute in his intent to annihilate them all with the aid of the snake. Take it. With that thought, Lin Bufan tossed the Baoshu, its fruits now absent. As the Baoshu soared through the air, the remaining 6 and the snake lunged at it almost in unison. Quick, stop that snake, they shouted, unleashing a barrage of attacks. I got it. One individual grasped the Baoshu, yet he could not secure it as a spear pierced through his chest before his astonishment could fade. Roaring in rage, the Maoho snake unleashed a relentless assault, disregarding its wounds. You beast, do you truly believe I cannot subdue you? The leader, incensed, produced a small sword, no larger than a palm. He bit his tongue, spewing blood onto the blade. Instantly, the sword erupted with blinding light, transforming into a beam that struck the Maluoho snake's neck. The small sword, forged from unknown materials, pierced the snake's scales, causing a torrent of blood to gush forth, fully inciting the Maluoho snake's wrath. It no longer cared for the Baoshu, lunging at the group with unrelenting ferocity. A perfect opportunity. Lin Fan discerned the moment and swiftly dodged aside, consuming a pill to bolster his strength. The remaining 4 adversaries engaged in combat with the Maluoho snake. The small sword proved formidable, shattering countless scales, yet the 4 were not faring any better. Seizing the chance to observe from a distance, Lin Fan stealthily approached the bodies of the fallen, collecting their storage bags without a second thought, stuffing them into his system backpack. Had I known a single Baoshu would incite such internal strife, I wouldn't have bothered to steal anything. Sitting at a distance, Lin Fan retrieved a spirit fruit, savoring it to quench his thirst after the prolonged battle. I'll fight you to the end. As the confrontation drew closer to its climax, only the leader and the bloodied Maluoho snake remained, both on the verge of collapse. At that moment, a spectral figure appeared, seizing the Liuhua Baoshu from the ground. In the distance, an elderly man sat, radiating a green glow. "It can't be. I thought you were dead." The leader gasped, astonished by the sight before him. Even Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. The figure was none other than the old man Jiang He. "Huh, merely a ruse to deceive the eye. Why concern yourself, fellow cultivator?" However, this illusion did cost me a fair amount of my cultivation. Chapter 40. Mutual Destruction, the Fisherman Gains. Indeed, the older generation often possesses their own clever tactics. Even Lin Fan had not anticipated this old man's trickery. It was clear now why he had not perished easily. He had merely faked his death. With the sudden emergence of the old man, the Qi Lin snake was incensed. Its fury directed at humanity as it sought to eliminate all before it. With a massive tail swipe, it aimed for a swift resolution, intending to crush 2 foes at once and eliminate the coward in the distance. Boom! In an instant, boulders tumbled down and clouds of poisonous flames erupted from its maw. Jiang He reacted swiftly. Unable to evade entirely, he used vines to shield himself, but this place restricted him, forcing him to rely on earth-based attacks. Stone walls rose to protect him. Neither he nor the leader was inclined to merely defend. An abundance of vines surged beneath the snake, attempting to ensnare and restrict its movement. Meanwhile, the small sword flared with light, coordinating with the vines to severely injure the snake's eyes. Yet being a golden core cultivator, the 2 were ultimately overwhelmed, their bodies battered and bloodied. At last, the leader was struck down by the snake's tail, reduced to a pulp, leaving only Jiang He standing. "Lin Daoist, you have been watching for quite some time. Will you not make your move? Once we vanquish this snake, the treasure shall belong to us both." Jiang He urged, unable to endure any longer. He dodged deftly while occasionally striking the snake, showcasing his unusual techniques and extensive battle experience. "Come now, Jiang Daoist. Unleash all your abilities. Having lived for so long, your combat experience must be vast. A severely wounded golden core snake should be easily dispatched. As for me, being young and lacking in experience, I am eager to learn." Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Jiang He's expression shifted dramatically. "He, I never expected that among these individuals, the one hiding the deepest is you, Lin Daoyu. I concede to your prowess. In that case, I shall first eliminate this fire serpent before seeking you out." Jiang He displayed an unexpected confidence as he turned to Lin Fan, sneering coldly. Witnessing this scene, Lin Fan took a step back, allowing this fellow ample time. Life is everlasting, and reversals are possible. With a furious roar, Jiang He was enveloped in a green aura, and his cultivation level surged. His once stooped form now standing tall and erect. He quickly reached the foundational stage, on the brink of breaking through to the core formation stage. To give you a good look, I shall unleash the full power I have accumulated over decades. Young man, observe closely. Though Jiang He spoke these words, the palpable hatred emanating from him was unmistakable, even from 100 zhang away. "Hate me? Old man, you've mistaken your target." Lin Fan felt a surge of displeasure. Why was this elder being so unreasonable when he and T even made a move against him? With a roar, Jiang He, as the Mo Lin fire serpent charged forward, suddenly found the ground beneath him shatter, and he was encased in stone, transforming into a towering 6-meter stone giant. Boom! As he swung his massive stone fists, they crashed down on the head of the fire serpent. This provocation incited the Lin fire serpent's wrath. Its body twisted as its tail swept through the air, sending the stone giant crashing into a nearby pillar. The already crumbling cave succumbed further to the impacts of these two colossal beings. Debris fell like raindrops, with some plunging into the lava lake and splashing molten rock everywhere. Observing the fierce clash between the two monstrous entities, Lin Fan quickly retreated, positioning himself against the wall, smashing the falling stones around him. Could it be that I am to be buried alive here? I merely sought to gather some items for sale. With this thought, Lin Fan began to search his surroundings. Being in the Fenghuang Shindian, there must be more than one exit, other ways out. He had not yet exhausted his life. A beloved wife awaited his affection, and he had a congenital Tao body to nurture, not to mention the hope of being cared for by future generations. Gulu, swalala. In the distance, the two combatants had evidently ignited their true flames, rolling toward the edge of the lava, causing it to erupt chaotically. Something was amiss with that lava chamber. Suddenly, Lin Fan realized that the previously surging lava was now bubbling with a plethora of bubbles. Initially sparse, their numbers quickly multiplied. Normally, lava lies calm beneath the ground. Yet where did these bubbles come from? There was but one possibility. A fissure had been created beneath the lava due to the tremors, leading to a sealed space below. Though lacking a map of this area, Lin Fan was confident, based on a route they had taken to arrive here, that there was indeed another chamber underground. However, just as Lin Fan was about to proceed, the Lin fire serpent coiled around the stone giant, blocking his path. At this moment, Jiang He's stone body began to crumble. He grasped the serpent's head tightly with both hands, unleashing a barrage of punches. The brutality of his attacks astonished even Lin Fan, who was adept in close combat. But how could a body formed of stone possibly contend with the Lin fire serpent? After rolling on the ground twice, he lost one of his legs. The Lin fire serpent, fierce and unyielding, opened its jaws wide, intent on devouring the stone giant. Ah, beast, I shall not let you succeed, even in death. Boom! Just as half of He's body was about to be consumed, a flicker of green light enveloped him as he opted for self-detonation. Roar! The serpent's mouth, devoid of scales, was obliterated by the explosion, and it fell to the ground, not rising for quite some time. Above, the cave's ceiling continued to collapse, with enormous boulders crashing down upon the serpent. Is it dead? Lin Fan sensed the diminishing aura of the Lin fire serpent and approached it, collecting the flowing fire treasure tree and He's storage ring before turning his gaze to the colossal serpent. This single serpent head could easily swallow Lin Fan whole. It was the largest exotic beast he had encountered since his arrival. Lin fire serpent, you have met a tragic end. Nevertheless, I shall claim you. You may prove useful in the future. Lin Fan wasted no time, piercing its forehead with a single thrust, ensuring its demise before stowing it within his system's inventory. This 15 to 16 meter long serpent weighed several thousand pounds, taking up significant space in his bag. Swalala. With much of the cave's ceiling collapsing, Lin Fan gritted his teeth and leapt into the lava. Chapter 41. Flames enveloping, heat overwhelming. Hot, scalding, unbearable. As Lin Fan plunged into the lava, despite his formidable physique and protective chi, the suffocating sensation was still discomforting. The temperature soared into the hundreds. Had he not achieved the foundational stage and learned to conserve energy, he would have been reduced to ashes by now. Even so, the intense heat rapidly ignited his clothing, leaving him with little more than half a pair of trousers. By the sun, Lin Fan surveyed his fiery surroundings. All was crimson. At the sight of a series of bubbles forming, he plunged downward with urgency. He needed to find a passage quickly. Just before his descent, he had witnessed the cave's complete collapse, leaving no retreat. His body, now glowing red from the surrounding heat, was racked with excruciating pain, nearly suffocating him. No, I cannot endure this any longer. Having anticipated this outcome, Lin Fan quickly retrieved a flowing fire fruit and tossed it into his mouth. The overwhelming flavor nearly choked him. Boom! The agony coursing through his body ignited an energy surge that radiated outward, the heat from the fruit equally intense. Caught in this dual onslaught, Lin Fan struggled to maintain his chi. I am doomed. He felt as though he would be reduced to nothingness. How could he survive in such a predicament? In that instant, a refreshing sensation suddenly coursed through his waist. It was the jade pendant given to him by Hua Yuqi. Lin Bufan cared not for anything else and quickly held the pendant in his mouth, having no other place to secure it. In that moment, his trousers disintegrated, turning to ash in the flames. Pain! The coolness from the pendant contrasted starkly with the heat. Lin Bufan had none of the Mo Lin Fire Serpent scales. Wait! The Mo Lin Fire Serpent. With a swift motion, Lin Bufan summoned the serpent and climbed into its mouth, sitting cross-legged within, vigorously circulating his cultivation to suppress the pain racking his body from both inside and out. Furthermore, he cradled the flowing fire treasure tree in front of him. Yet the surrounding heat remained relentless. Lin Bufan's skin began to char rapidly. As he refined the searing energy within, new skin burgeoned beneath the charred surface. This tender skin would emerge, only to darken again, repeating this cycle time and again. Lin Bufan held his breath, his body numbed by pain to the point where he could scarcely feel it. In that moment, he seemed to exist in a hollow world. His blood spread around him, enveloping the flowing fire treasure tree. The corpse of the Mo Lin Fire Serpent rolled in the magma before sinking into its depths. Time passed, though he could not tell how long. Lin Bufan's body emanated a crimson glow. The flowing fire treasure tree, after being stained by his blood, surprisingly radiated a golden light, which then swiftly merged into Lin Bufan's being. However, at that moment, Lin Bufan had already entered a state of apparent death, unaware of these happenings. The glowing essence of the flowing fire treasure tree directly merged into his Qi-Si, sprouting at its central point. As his Qi-Si condensed, the true energy brought forth by the flowing fire fruits settled into stillness before frantically converging towards the treasure tree. Gradually, the true energy, akin to flowing water, crystallized around the flowing fire treasure tree, forming a cohesive center. Lin Bufan was oblivious to these transformations. He could not perceive anything, instinctively operating his cultivation. A soft radiance emanated from within him, shielding his corporeal form from being scorched. As the newly grown skin extended, the delicate, fair surface eventually enveloped Lin Bufan's body. Enduring all, it was only when he teetered on the brink of chaos that a lucid awareness would emerge in his consciousness, pulling him back. He had lost all sense of time. In another chamber of the Phoenix Temple, an expansive hall housed a blazing flame at its center. The heat here surpassed all, compelling even those at the 5th level of Foundation establishment to mobilize all their cultivation to withstand it. This was the essence of the Phoenix. Over 300 individuals gathered in this place, including members from Qingyan Sect, Bawa Valley, and Haisha Sect, along with several prominent families. Among them was Hu Yu from the Hu family, unexpectedly present. Was this your aim? The essence of the Phoenix, a remnant of divine fire left during its rebirth. If one could fuse with it, they could at least cultivate to the stage of divine transformation. Hua Yuqi gazed at Haisha Sect and finally realized the implication. Hua Dao Yu, your vast knowledge is indeed commendable, but alas, there are no rewards here, laughed a member of Haisha Sect. Hua Yuqi furrowed her brow, unable to suppress a few steps back. Observing this scene, everyone stood frozen, unaware of the reason. Looking at the others, aside from those from Haisha Sect, all were injured, evidently having survived a fierce battle to arrive here. Those who made it here were either exceptionally powerful or extraordinarily fortunate. In this world, treasures belong to those with fate. It does not mean they're exclusive to Haisha Sect or Baiwa Valley. Brothers, we are scattered cultivators and require opportunities too. Do not hold back. Someone in the crowd shouted. Once that remark was made, chaos erupted. Initially, several prominent families were reluctant to fight like the scattered cultivators. But the ensuing battle inevitably drew them in. Even the 3 major sects found themselves affected. Ignorant. Mo Ran stood at the forefront, while his allies managed to fend off the ensuing skirmish. At this moment, Hu Shua approached. Mo Xiong, your plan can now be set in motion, correct? If successful, remember to take the Hu family with you. How could I possibly forget the Hu family, Hu Shua? As Mo Ran turned, he noticed Hu Yu approaching, causing Hu Shua to frown. His sister was not known for her decorum. He had been vying for power within the family against Hu Yu, and he certainly did not wish for her to collude with Haisha Sect. Yet, Mo Ran's subsequent actions left Hu Shuo dumbfounded. He actually bowed to his sister, Hu Yu. Saintess? Saintess? Hu Shuo was astonished. How had his sister become a saintess? In his incredulous gaze, Hu Yu approached the flames ahead. Kill all those who are of no use here. Yes, Mo Ran promptly replied, gesturing with his hand. His followers immediately dispersed, and soon a massive formation was activated. Chapter 42. How did you end up here? Hu Shuo could never have imagined that events would unfold in such a manner. This was not what he wished to see. Why had it developed to this point? Suddenly, he recalled that a few months prior, his sister had begun to behave abnormally, and after the arrival of Haisha's sect, Hu Yu's actions became even more peculiar. He had initially thought that Haisha's sect supported the Hu family, but it now seemed they had grander scheming. Gazing at the formation in the sky, Hu Shuo felt a surge of terror. Mo Ji sure. Rest assured, not everyone will be killed. Hu Dao you all should leave. Lest. Mo Ran did not glance at Hu Shuo, but the sweat on Hu Shuo's forehead began to flow. They had gone mad. Haisha's sect was truly insane. He suddenly realized a terrifying truth. This was a conspiracy, a murderous plot. You have acquired the treasures. How can this be a conspiracy? It was merely something we had long planned. Mo Ran's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smirk. Haisha's sect, it was indeed you who were orchestrating this. Quick, do not be ensnared in the formation. At long last, someone from Qin Yun's sect recognized the anomaly and shouted. But amidst the chaos of battle, who could still heed such warnings? Hu Yu had already reached the position of the Phoenix Flames. Anyone who attempted to attack her was instantly repelled by the energy emanating from the flames. She sat cross-legged, and the Phoenix Flame resonated harmoniously with her true energy. At that moment, dark red lights swirled around them. All were consumed by a bloodlust, teetering on the brink of madness, unaware of why they were engaged in such slaughter. Suddenly, after an indeterminate passage of time, Lin Fan opened his eyes. He felt somewhat disoriented. The searing magma had vanished, and the heat dissipated. With a wave of his right hand, he stowed the Mo Lin fire serpent. Only then did he survey his surroundings. This was yet another cavern, albeit one with a small area of magma. He surmised he had just emerged from there. Having endured the magma's scorching heat, his body had fragmented. Yet it was the flowing fire fruit that had saved him. Recalling the agony he had experienced, Lin Fan could only smile wryly. Hadn't he promised to endure until his children grew? Earning a living was exceedingly arduous. Wait. Suddenly, Lin Fan sensed something was amiss. His cultivation had surged. He was at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, on the verge of forming his golden core. Remarkably, he had gained so much merely from a baptism in magma, and his physical strength had significantly increased. As Lin Fan assessed his newfound physical prowess, it had surpassed even his cultivation level, reaching the golden core stage. At this tier, he could easily handle magma. Perhaps it was indeed a blessing in disguise. Lin Fan murmured to himself, "Ha ha ha, do not flee. Today can you still escape my grasp?" Just as Lin Fan prepared to investigate the cavern further, an enraged shout erupted from behind him. He swiftly darted behind a nearby rock, gathering his breath and focus. The sound of clashing swords quickly filled the air, revealing 6 individuals besieging a lone woman. This woman, clad in a white long dress, was already stained with blood and bore signs of burns. The attackers comprised 3 at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, 2 at the 8th, and 1 at the 6th. The cave was somewhat dim. It was not until the fierce battle drew closer that Lin Fan discerned the scene clearly. The assailants belonged to Haisha men, and the woman was Ji Jinhue. Lin Fan never imagined he would encounter Ji Jinhue at such a moment. Ji Jinhue, the youngest direct disciple of Jiang Qiong, was at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, yet she appeared quite disheveled, biting her lower lip, a hint of abnormal flush gracing her jade-like face. "Haisha men, you're all courting death." Ji Jinue's voice, melodious and crisp, was now laced with fierce indignation. "Haha, Ji Jinue, why not submit to me willingly? It would be quite fitting, wouldn't it? You are a direct disciple of Qin Yun's sect, and I am the helmsman of a prominent family. Our union could surely deepen our ties," the speaker said, his voice familiar, causing Lin Fan to furrow his brow. By the glow of the lava, Lin Fan finally saw the man who was speaking, removing his cloak. Su Heng. Indeed, this was Su Yu, the uncle of Su Yishue. This man was actually conspiring with Haisha men against Ji Jinhue. Was the realm of cultivation so morally bankrupt? Despicable. Is your sword poisoned? Ji Jinwei began to retort, but her words halted as she glared fiercely at Su Hong. Of course, Ji Jinwei. Little do you know, to obtain you, I made a deal with Haishamin, offering the Su family as a puppet to them. That is the infamous love flower poison from Haishamin, which can only be lifted through a fusion of yin and yang. Originally, I could have played the hero to save a damsel, but you were absent and now wounded. So I had no choice but to come for you. You must know, the moment you first arrived in Qingkong City, I likened you to the bright moon above. Stir in my heart. Just hearing your voice makes me want to embrace you, and if I could possess you even once, I would die without regrets. Su Heng's voice dripped with a lewdness that repulsed Lin Fan. How infuriating. I thought I was already a scoundrel. Yet here stands a man more loathsome than I. No, you are just vile and despicable. Lin Fan could no longer contain himself, speaking out sharply. Just as Lin Fan prepared to emerge from behind a rock, he suddenly realized he was not fully clothed and hastily donned a pair of trousers. Boom! However, their malicious plans were foiled, as the opponents had already initiated their attack. Shattering the stone Lin Fan was hiding behind. He emerged from the side. Lin Fan? Suyu was taken aback upon seeing him. Weren't you with Su Ishue? How could you possibly be here? Su Hong was equally astonished to encounter a familiar face. Wait, aren't you at the first level of Qi refinement? How did you get in here? Confusion clouded Su Heng's mind, struggling to comprehend Lin Fan's presence. Are you Lin Fan? Ji Jinwei initially thought she had found an ally, but upon realizing it was Lin Fan, she scrutinized him with curiosity. His muscular physique, revealing 8-pack abs, was at odds with her expectations. Chapter 43. Kill and Silence? What a coincidence, so am I. Lin Fan stood barefoot, shirtless, clad only in trousers, his well-defined muscles on full display, having devoted himself to body refinement. Lin Fan had sculpted his physique impeccably, especially after devouring the flowing fire and enduring the lava's scorching embrace, resulting in a complete transformation. The flawless skin bore no scars. For reasons unknown, Ji Jinyue's gaze grew intense, her vital energy becoming uncontrollable and chaotic, nearly causing her further injury. Lin Fan swiftly leaped onto a nearby stone, pointing at Suyu. How dare you plot against my Qingyun sect after I once called you uncle? You must truly wish to meet your end. Suyu was utterly shameless, resembling a lecherous old man. His insults left Suyu dumbfounded, akin to a guilty party caught in an illicit act. Then a realization struck him. Lin Fan lacked cultivation. Silence, you fool. You, at the first level of Qi refinement, dare to point fingers at me? You should be the one fearing for your life, Lin Fan. Don't think that being Su family's son-in-law gives you the right to speak so freely. Someone eliminate him. Suyu had resolved to protect himself at all costs. If word of this got out, he would be utterly doomed, especially since Qingkong City lay beneath Qingyun's sect's domain. The Su family had previously received protection from Qingyun's sect. Now, aligning with Haishamin and inciting the family head was a death wish. Upon hearing Su Heng's command, the two 8th-level cultivators soared toward Lin Fan. Lin Fan, be careful, Ji Jinyue cried anxiously. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Fan's arrival had inadvertently entangled her in this predicament. Moreover, Jiang Qiong had mentioned that Lin Fan referred to her as aunt, making him somewhat of a family member. If anything happened to Lin Fan now, how could she explain it to Jiang Qiong? Yet before Ji Jinyue could leap to his aid, a mouthful of blood erupted from her lips, her complexion growing even more flushed. Senior sister, Lin Fan disregarded the approaching attackers and dashed toward Ji Jinyue, preventing her from collapsing. You! Ji Jinyue felt a strong arm wrap around her, and the scent of masculinity enveloped her. Despite her severe injuries, she felt momentarily dazed, particularly when her hand brushed against Lin Fan's chest, intensifying the turmoil within her. Do you truly believe me to be easy prey? As the attackers closed in, Lin Fan's ire flared. He gently placed Ji Jinyue on a nearby stone before swiftly turning to face them. Just as one assailant's sword was about to pierce Lin Fan, he tilted his body, grabbing the man's throat with lightning speed. The attacker was taken aback, unable to comprehend how Lin Fan had acted so swiftly. The other assailant was equally astonished, as Lin Fan seized the sword from the first man and slashed it toward his throat with blinding speed, leaving no opportunity for evasion. Crack! Splat! The two 8th-level cultivators stared wide-eyed, unable to fathom how their lives had been extinguished when they had assumed Lin Fan was merely at the first level of qi refinement. Do not waste. It's hard to come by opportunities outside. Let me collect from their chinquin bags. Lin Fan remained unfazed and collected the spoils after dispatching the two. At that moment, everyone present was utterly stunned. What had just transpired? These were two 8th-level cultivators. Even a 9th-level practitioner would require several exchanges to defeat them. Yet how had Lin Fan, seemingly without any cultivation aura, dispatched them so effortlessly? At this moment, Su Yu's jaw dropped in disbelief, his finger tremblingly pointing at Lin Fan. As Ji Jinhua gasped in astonishment, she gazed at Lin Fan, perplexed by the stark contrast between his demeanor and the description provided by her master. Wasn't she told that although he possessed an impressive appearance, he was merely at the first level of qi refining? Wasn't it said that his background was pitiable, that he had never descended from the mountains and had never witnessed the harsh realities of the cultivation world? Furthermore, wasn't it claimed that Lin Fan was always smiling and kind-hearted, wishing for a life filled with joy? Master, is this bare-chested figure with chiseled abs truly the Lin Fan you spoke of? What am I even thinking? Ji Jinhua quickly wiped the sweat from her brow. What's wrong with you, Suyu? Your sins have accumulated, and you dare to summon others to kill me? Why not come forth and try it yourself? Suyu, it seems, truly harbors no sense of loyalty. Accursed be he, concealing his strength while claiming to be an ordinary man, asserting he does not engage in cultivation. You must be at least at the 9th layer of foundation establishment. At that moment, Suyu erupted in fury. He could not allow word of this incident to escape. If it did, not only would the Qingyun sect seek his downfall, but the Su family would also no longer offer him sanctuary. Kill him. Eliminate him, he ordered. For he had two 9th-layer cultivators at his disposal, brought forth by Mo Ran to bolster his standing. Senior sister, wait for me. I shall return shortly. Lin Fan turned and flashed Ji Jinhua a radiant smile before dashing forward with his sword in hand. He wished to keep his secrets. Yet Lin Fan was even more determined to protect his own. The truth of his cultivation must not be revealed, especially given that these were individuals from the Haisha sect. Both Haisha sect and Qingyun sect were major sects, yet the former acted recklessly, and their members bore a strong vendetta. Lin Fan was not keen on leaving the Qingyun sect only to live in perpetual fear. The most prudent course of action was to swiftly eliminate them. Only the dead would remain silent. As for Ji Jinhua, he would address her later. If gentleness would not suffice, then he would resort to force. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan engaged in combat with the two adversaries. Though wielding a sword, his speed was equally remarkable. In this era, who among the cultivators lacked proficiency in various weapons? The sword in his grasp erupted with radiant sword energy, catching the two off guard and launching them away. Their astonishment was palpable. They had believed that, being both at the 9th layer of foundation establishment, 2 against 1 would easily dispatch a mere youth. However, they soon realized their grave error. A fleeting shadow passed, and one was sent flying by Lin Fan's palm. As Lin Fan tossed his sword into the air, he formed hand seals, causing the sword to grow in size, sweeping toward the two in an instant. This is bad. Quick, block it. They shouted in alarm, sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from the sword. They hastily retrieved talismans, forming a defensive array. In that fleeting moment, Lin Fan's countenance radiated authority as his palms crossed over his forehead. With a sweeping gesture, the massive sword came crashing down. Suyu was on the verge of collapse, trembling in fear from a distance of several dozen meters. Who was it that claimed Lin Fan was an ordinary man? Who dared utter such nonsense? The ground before him was cleaved, forming a chasm deep enough to see the bottom, spanning half a meter, precisely slicing through the bodies of the two 9th-layer cultivators. They raised their magical artifacts, terror etched on their faces, only to topple over as blood stained the ground, mingling with the remnants of sword energy. Suyu had never witnessed such a ferocious display of power. He crumpled to the ground, mouth agape, retreating in shock. Family. How can someone at the 1st layer of qi refining slay 2 at the 9th layer of foundation establishment? Is there no one to save me? His throat parched. He swallowed hard, and Ji Jinhua gasped in disbelief, her eyes fixed on Lin Fan. Even her sister, at the golden core stage, could hardly match such a feat. To slay two ninth-layer cultivators with a single stroke was akin to extinguishing two of her own. A wave of powerlessness washed over Ji Jinwei, her breath erratic, nearly causing her to faint. Ninth layer of foundation establishment? Merely that. Lin Bufan stood firm, sword in hand, gazing at Su Yu with a slight smile. Uncle, your men are lacking. What do you propose we do next? He approached Su Hong, sword poised. Do not come closer. I am Su Ishue's uncle. If you kill me, Su Ishue will despise you for eternity. Su Yu flailed, yet could not regain his footing, stumbling backward several meters in a desperate attempt to distance himself from Lin Bufan. Is that so? And what if the Su family learns of your schemes to usurp the family head position? What then? Not to mention, you dare to toy with a direct disciple of the Qingyan sect? Lin Bufan advanced step by step, tightening the noose around Su Yu's throat. There was no escape. Death was imminent. Overwhelming terror compelled him to unleash a low growl. I will fight you. From where he drew the strength, Su Yu produced a dagger, lunging toward Lin Bufan. With a swift kick, Lin Bufan sent Su Yu flying, crashing heavily onto a protruding rock. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His spirit shattered. His head tilted. He exhaled his final breath. Ah, I suppose there are few who have slain their own father-in-law's brother. If Su Ishue discovers this, or if the Su family learns of my demise, my fate is sealed. A headache surged. This was unbearable. Lin Bufan summoned the storage bag and ring from the corpse, watching as the bodies ignited in flames. After being purified by the magma, he felt his control over fire had improved significantly. Glancing at his palm, Lin Bufan smiled lightly. With several storage bags from the 8th and 9th layers in hand, he knew they must contain valuable treasures. Without a second thought, he tossed them into his system backpack for later inspection. Just then, he heard an unusual sound behind him and recalled that Ji Jinwei was still gravely injured. Senior sister, are you all right? Observing Ji Jinyue's flushed complexion and dazed expression, Lin Bufan rushed forward to support her, grasping her hand. Your pulse is racing. Were you injured? No, I cannot. Ji Jinyue's face reddened further, her body temperature rising. Upon noticing the singed edges of her clothing and the charred skin of her arm, Lin Bufan realized she had been poisoned. Lacking knowledge of pharmacology, he hesitated before retrieving a liuhua fruit. Senior sister, this is a liuhua fruit. It may induce some heat, but it cures all ailments. Lives are at stake, and besides, you are a talented fellow disciple. Saving you could be fortuitous in the future. The world of cultivation demands not only skill, but also connections. A liuhua fruit? Such a precious item. Maintaining a semblance of clarity, Ji Jinyue intended to refuse. But Lin Bufan had already taken advantage of her need for air and fed her the fruit. In an instant, the heat enveloped Ji Jinwei, who now felt as if she were a human fireball, her vital energy spiraling out of control. Witnessing this scene, Lin Bufan was horrified. Would the potency of the liuhua fruit, given her already critical state, have adverse effects? Senior sister, how do you fare? Your body is extremely hot. Lin Bufan remained silent until he spoke, causing Ji Jinyue's breathing to quicken. Lin Bufan. Ji Jinwei suddenly called out his name. Senior sister? Lin Bufan was taken aback, while Ji Jinyue's hand rested upon his chest. In the next moment, Lin Bufan held his breath as a wave of heat enveloped his lips. He was suddenly toppled, and her small hands wandered over him in utter confusion. At that instant, both Lin Bufan and Ji Jinyue's minds went blank as a flame ignited between them. Lin Bufan vowed it was not his initiative. The garment was not shattered by him, yet the fire engulfed them, and he found himself utterly consumed by its fervor. The cave was filled with a romantic ambience. 2 hours later, the two gazed at a crimson stain on the ground, lost in a profound silence. Suddenly, a sword was drawn and pressed against Lin Bufan's neck. Lin Bufan, if you dare speak of today's events, you shall face dire consequences. Ji Jinwei, her face still flushed, glared at him while biting her crimson lip. I want tea, I promise. Lin Bufan quickly raised his hands, realizing that it was imperative not to provoke her at that moment. Turn around. Oh. As the sword was sheathed, Lin Bufan complied and turned away, hearing the rustling behind him. Once he sensed silence, he turned back, only to find Ji Jinyue had vanished. Well, I did nothing. It wasn't my initiative. He glanced around, but there was no sign of Ji Jinyue, prompting him to dress and leave. Once he departed, A striking figure emerged from the shadows. It was Ji Jinhue. You scoundrel. Wasn't he that your initiative? How dare you deny it? Ji Jinhue's face flushed red as she composed herself, then examined her own body. To her astonishment, she realized she had broken through to the Jedon stage. I only need to return and solidify my cultivation. That Liuhua fruit is a heavenly treasure for fire-based techniques. I never expected to acquire it in such a manner. She shook her head at the memory of recent events. Just then, the ground began to tremble. Chapter 45. The struggling phoenix flame. Oh no, this small world is collapsing. Rocks began to fall from above the cave entrance, and Ji Jinue's figure flashed, escaping to the cave's exterior. All her injuries had healed, and her cultivation was at its peak, even stronger than before. After sensing the locations of her companions through the Qingyun sect's token, she swiftly sped away. An earthquake? Upon exiting the cave, Lin Fan felt the earth shaking around him. He found himself atop another peak, affording him a clear view of the Phoenix Temple. At that moment, a phantom phoenix materialized in the sky, with waves of scorching heat cascading down. The surrounding mountains crumbled. Special runes flickered, as if attempting to envelop the Phoenix Temple, while some scattered practitioners fled in a frenzy, as though confronted by a terrifying presence. Yet, before they could escape far, a surge of black flames rapidly expanded from behind, consuming the last few fleeing practitioners. Run! Quick! Flee! The Haisha sect has gone mad. Their desperate cries echoed, embodying their despair as they sprinted away. At that moment, Lin Fan spotted a crimson figure on a nearby peak charging towards the Phoenix Temple. It was Ji Jinhue. So she practices fire-based techniques and is heading straight into danger? Lin Fan furrowed his brow. Could something urgent have arisen that compelled Ji Jinhue to go there? The Phoenix Temple clearly posed some risks, yet Lin Fan hesitated. He had previously vowed to avoid risks. Nevertheless, a man must bear some responsibility. I shall go and see. If it becomes too perilous, I will flee. With that, Lin Fan dashed towards the temple, having previously navigated through the magma with ease. Upon entering, he witnessed countless individuals rushing towards the exit, while the temple's ceiling crumbled. Soon, Lin Fan beheld the chaos unfolding ahead. Inside, the Phoenix Phantoms formation engulfed hundreds of people, creating a tumultuous scene. Bodies lay strewn about as dozens outside relentlessly attacked the formation. A mass of black flames emanated from within, soaring towards the heavens, merging with the Phoenix Phantom above. A figure sat cross-legged amidst the flames. That figure seems familiar. Is that Hu Yu? Lin Fan gasped in shock as he recognized her as Hu Yu from the Hu family of Qingkong City. Why is Hu Yu amidst the flames? This is decidedly abnormal. The scene before him transcended Lin Fan's comprehension, yet he was certain it was a conspiracy. Boom, boom, boom. In mid-air, dozens of cultivators raged. Yet the formation appeared to merge with the flames within, making it exceedingly difficult to breach. Meanwhile, Ji Jinhue was similarly enveloped in flames, summoning runes around her body as fireballs rained down, causing the formation to tremble. Fine, I shall assist you. Lin Fan concealed his face and approached Ji Jinhue, though he kept his distance. As he cultivated his energy, spells formed at his fingertips, transforming into fleeting shadows in an instant. Concurrently, immense power coalesced around him, manifesting as runes that circled his feet, spinning with fervor. At the pinnacle of his energy, Lin Fan brandished a long spear and stepped forward. Senior sister, let us unite. With his soft utterance, the poison dragon drill was unleashed, and the spear morphed into a colossal silver dragon that charged towards the formation with a thunderous roar. Ji Jinhue turned, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment at the overwhelming energy Lin Fan wielded, rivaling that of the Jedon stage. As the silver dragon roared toward the formation, Ji Jinhue responded with her own fierce cry, transforming her sword into a fiery dragon. Unbeknownst to them, their respective dragons, one large and one small, entwined and unleashed an astonishing force as they roared forth. Boom! This surge of energy surpassed the full power of an early Jedon practitioner, shattering the formation before them. Quick! The formation has crumbled. Save them. Elder brother, I'm coming. Ah, Haisha sect, you are inhuman. The moment the formation shattered, Lin Fan swiftly evaded to the side. He had no intention of becoming a target. Ji Jinue's eyes sparkled with joy as she turned to Lin Fan. just in time to see him fleeing. Oomph. In the entire Qingyun sect, you were the only one sneaking around. With that, she dove downwards. Indeed, the entire Qingyun sect had been deceived by Lin Fan, who appeared to be an ordinary person, much to their surprise. The more Jinhua pondered, the angrier she became. Raising her hand to slay two approaching Haisha sect practitioners at the 8th layer of Foundation establishment. Let us go. She hurled dozens of fireballs, urging the disciples of Qingyun's sect to evacuate. Moazhishu, the formation has shattered, and 3 key points have been destroyed, rendering them irreparable. A disciple of the He Shaman reported to Mo Ran. Humph, worthless. Jinyu is here, and it seems that Su Hong has met his demise. Hu Shua, if you wish to survive, you had better assist me and the He Shaman in thwarting these cultivators and safeguarding the safety of the Saintess. At this moment, the disciples of He Shaman have begun to attack indiscriminately, sparing no rogue cultivators or disciples from prominent families. Hu Shua was left dumbfounded. After all, he was merely the eldest son of a small family. What, are you unwilling? A murderous intent emerged from Mo Ran, instilling fear in Hu Shua, who immediately bowed in submission. Very well, I shall go at once. What are you still dawdling for? He called upon the surrounding disciples and charged into the fray. Observing Hu Shua's reaction, Mo Ran's lips curled into a mocking smile. This chaotic battle had already claimed numerous lives, and with the furious roar of a phoenix echoing through the sky, the heavens of the secret realm began to fracture, with rifts appearing ominously above. This is perilous. It must be a spatial rift. Lin Fan witnessed a rogue cultivator soaring through the air when a rift suddenly erupted, cleaving their body in twain, leaving only a lifeless corpse to plummet. Oof, do you think you can escape? Just then, a voice emerged from the flames beneath the phoenix, chilling to the bone, while the creature above struggled more violently. Something is amiss. Realizing the abnormality, Lin Fan's instincts kicked in. The flames of the phoenix should be pure. Yet what malevolent force lurked beneath? Why did the phoenix's ethereal form appear to be in agony, as if it were in a desperate struggle? Chapter 46. The Phoenix Feather. There is definitely something wrong here. Although Lin Fan could not pinpoint the issue, the phoenix's spectral visage was evidently not right. As he observed the disciples of He Shaman wreaking havoc, Lin Fan stealthily maneuvered to a concealed vantage point, where he finally discerned the scene below. Hu Yu, unbeknownst to the nature of her cultivation technique, was consuming the flames beneath her. Within that fiery mass, a palm-sized white object shimmered. A treasure? Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. That white object was undoubtedly extraordinary. A fierce struggle was transpiring between the black flames emanating from Hu Yu and the crimson fire from the white object, resembling a process of devouring. Indeed, it was a consumption. A daring thought struck Lin Fan's mind. Hu Yu was fusing with the flames, aiming to absorb the phoenix's fire. Should she succeed, it was likely that Hu Yu would undergo a transformation, significantly elevating her cultivation. While the consequences remained uncertain, it was clear that such an event would disrupt the balance among the 3 major sections. Most alarmingly, the blood of the corpses littering the ground was coalescing towards Hu Yu, emanating an aura of malevolence and bloodshed. The more chaos and death ensued, the more potent Hu Yu's influence seemed to grow. Crackle. At last, red lightning streaked across the sky, and the number of spatial rifts multiplied, as if the very fabric of this world were on the brink of collapse. Enough of this. Treasure awaits. With this thought, Lin Fan retrieved the mask worn by Zhao Hong and donned it to conceal his identity, then cloaked himself in his garments, creating an afterimage as he stealthily advanced toward Hu Yu amidst the turmoil. Upon glimpsing the object within the flames, Lin Fan's heart raced. The Phoenix Feather. It was a stunning white feather, radiating an intense blaze, the very flames cascading from its form. At this moment, the black flames surrounding Hu Yu were advancing upon it, having already claimed a quarter of its surface. Though it was not a spiritual beast, the feather still exuded an indomitable will. No wonder the phoenix appeared to be struggling from afar. It was due to this very artifact. Thinking of the necessity of treasures for procreation, Lin Fan concluded that this phoenix feather was the perfect fusion material. Without hesitation, he charged forth before the disciples of He Shaman could react. In his grasp was a magical artifact, which he aimed toward Hu Yu in an attack. Hu Yu, seated in meditation, suddenly opened her eyes wide. "You seek death." Her gaze glimmered with crimson light, and surrounded by black flames, she resembled a demonic deity. With a mere finger gesture, dozens of black flames manifested as crows, hurtling toward Lin Fan. "I've waited long enough." Sensing the pressure from her aura, Lin Fan hurled forth a flurry of magical artifacts. Boom, boom, boom. As the fiery crows collided with the magical artifacts, Lin Fan triggered a massive explosion. In an instant, flames soared into the sky, and debris filled the air. "You've chosen death." From a distance, Mo Ran witnessed this spectacle and immediately rallied his comrades to advance. However, Lin Fan had already leveraged the explosion's force to obscure Huyu's line of sight, reaching for the phoenix feather. A piercing and terrifying screech erupted from Huyu, causing the black flames to surge violently, half of them charging toward Lin Fan. Scorching. It burns. Upon grasping the phoenix feather engulfed in flames, Lin Fan inhaled sharply. His skin turned black in an instant. Despite having endured the depths of magma and rigorous training, he felt the terrifying, searing power of the phoenix feather. Screech. The phoenix's ethereal form suddenly lowered its head, flapping its wings downward. The flames of the feather enveloped Lin Fan before the black flames could reach him. Once again, he was ensconced in searing heat. A powerful aura surged through his meridians, and before Lin Fan could react, the phoenix in the sky had attached itself to him, its wings flapping, propelling him several kilometers away. "What is this? You possess consciousness?" Lin Fan was taken aback. If the phoenix feather were sentient, would he not become its pawn? No, this is a small world. Behind him, Huyu, wreathed in black flames, pursued him with blinding speed, causing Lin Fan's heart to race. If captured, he would surely perish. He could not afford to offend He Shaman. This is disastrous. Provoking such a faction could lead to his demise. As he glanced back, the flames surrounding his body began to diminish, and he dared not linger. Channeling his vital energy, he accelerated to his utmost. Just before the flames extinguished, he managed to distance himself from the pursuers. Whoosh! A visible rift emerged before him, and Lin Fan abruptly pivoted. A spatial rift? Is this the edge of the small world? Peering ahead, it appeared as though he had entered a realm of infinite reflective surfaces, where rifts appeared without warning. At that moment, Lin Fan slashed forward, his body tilting. The artifact, at least of 8th rank, was cleaved in half effortlessly. "It's over. I'm doomed." Lin Fan did not wish for his life to end. He still had much to accomplish. "Haha, boy, hand over the phoenix feather, and I shall grant you a complete corpse." Behind him, Mo ran and the others halted, while Huyu returned to her original state, her eyes still flickering with crimson light. "You desire the phoenix feather? Then come and take it." Lin Fan warily surveyed his surroundings, fearful of being slain by the spatial rifts. Even the Haisha sect dared not intrude here, illustrating the perilous nature of this place. "You are doomed today," Mo Ran declared, brandishing a skull that grew in size with the wind, swelling to 2 meters in the blink of an eye. Green flames flickered in its eyes, and a sinister aura enveloped it as it surged toward Lin Fan. This entity was undoubtedly formidable. Observing the throng of individuals outside, Lin Fan gritted his teeth and swiftly retreated inside. If death awaited him, he would seize the phoenix feather himself. Lin Fan directly stowed the phoenix feather into his system backpack. There was always a way out. He refused to believe he could not escape this place. Several spatial fissures appeared, and blood instantly marred Lin Fan's shoulder, yet he pressed on, determined to find an exit. Chapter 47. Yuaning? Is this the Yuaning? At Luofeng Mountain, flames erupted from the original ravine. The formation revealed flashes of lightning within. Something was amiss. There was turmoil within this small secret realm. Wu Feng's figure flickered, and he was already outside the ravine. Accompanying him were Madame, Shi, and Kumu. At that moment, several figures tumbled out, some in tattered clothing, others assisted by companions, all bloodied. A few had been rendered crippled. What transpired inside? Wu Feng seized a scattered cultivator. It's madness. The phoenix has awakened. The Haisha sect is slaughtering indiscriminately. Countless have perished. Many scattered cultivators and disciples of noble families are dead. The man exclaimed, his gaze shifting to Kumu, his expression shifting dramatically as he hastily broke free from Wu Feng's grasp. The faces of the others outside turned grim. Elder Kumu, We require an explanation. Madam, she suddenly turned to Kumu. The other Jidon cultivators fixated their eyes on him. Gentlemen, is it wise to heed only one person's account? Unexpectedly, Kumu smiled nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed, continuing to observe those before him. Upon emerging, they did not depart, but instead sat cross-legged to cultivate. Not a single individual exiting appeared unscathed. If anything happens to the disciples of Baohua Valley, do not hold me accountable. Madam Shi, visibly anxious, gazed into the ravine. The formation continued to churn, yet the atmosphere within had descended into chaos, even striking fear into those of Jiadon cultivation. 3,000 to 4,000 had entered, yet only a few hundred emerged. Wu Feng's brow furrowed as he discreetly formed a hand seal. Yuqing. Just then, a group of disciples emerged, led by Hua Yuqi. Her face pale with blood at her lips as she staggered upon exit. Elder, the Haisha sect set a formation, slaughtering countless individuals, while others may fear them. Baohua Valley does not. Madam Shi's aura erupted fiercely as she turned to Kumu. Kumu, your Haisha sect has gone too far. At this moment, Ji Jinwei emerged with her team. Upon seeing Wu Feng, her expression brightened but quickly darkened as she scanned the surroundings. Where is he? Did he not make it out? Her subtle movement went unnoticed by others. Ji Jinwei, where are the others? Despite Wu Feng's restraint, his expression soured upon realizing that more than half of the Qingyun sect's disciples were missing. Elder, this is a conspiracy. Someone from the Haisha sect has usurped Hu of the Hu family, and she is devouring the phoenix feather's spiritual fire. Countless disciples, including scattered cultivators and those from noble families, have perished. As Ji Jinwei concluded, other scattered cultivators began to accuse the Haisha sect. Elder Kumu, I demand an explanation. Wu Feng and Madam, she commenced channeling their energies, subtly encircling Kumu. At that moment, members of the Haisha sect also emerged, though their expressions were grim. Elder, Mo Ran bowed to Kumu, scanning the surroundings, yet failed to notice the earlier individual. He sensed that something was amiss, but chose not to dwell on it. All eyes were on the members of the Haisha sect, encircled by the crowd. The Haisha sect will not depart without an explanation today. Do you truly believe that the Qingyun sect, Baohua Valley, and we noble families can be trifled with? Fury ignited in the eyes of those surrounding. Damn it! My family has lost 80% of its disciples. You Haisha sect are the culprits. The surrounding crowd glared furiously, while the Haisha sect remained indifferent. Kumu, do you have nothing to say? Wu Feng inquired, exchanging glances with Madam Shi, sensing that the situation was far from simple. Huh, what is there to say? In a secret realm, danger is inherent. Everyone must rely on their own capabilities. It simply reveals your inadequacies. Kumu retorted, brown energy emanating from him. With dozens of vine-like tendrils swirling around him, a cruel smile gracing his lips. This display intimidated the gathered noble families and scattered cultivators. The three great sects, one sect, one gate, one valley. Who would dare provoke them? Many noble families harbored intricate connections with these three factions. The Haisha sect's extreme methods could lead to dire retribution. Very well. Let me witness just how rampant your Haisha sect truly is. Madam, she was the first to strike, her foot giving rise to innumerable blossoms that encased Kumu. As the flowers bloomed, powerful energies erupted around Kumu. The vines enveloped him entirely. With a swift motion, Madam, she summoned a long sword that transformed into scattered plum blossoms, encircling Kumu. Just as everyone expected Kumu to be gravely wounded or, at the very least, engaged in a life-and-death struggle, the sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds. An oppressive force akin to divine wrath accompanied the roiling clouds. Madam Shi's countenance shifted dramatically as she gazed up in terror. A human visage materialized amidst the clouds, colossal in size, followed by a gigantic hand, at least a dozen yards in breadth, descending toward Madam Shi. Poof! In an instant, Madam Shi spat blood, while the others turned pale. Only the members of the Haisha sect bore faint smiles. We welcome the divine retribution of the heavens. Kumu and his disciples bowed to the sky, rising with heads held high. Yuaning, flee! It is the Yuaning elder of the Haisha sect. Wu Feng exclaimed, startled. Amidst the swirling sand and stones, he cast dozens of talismans, swiftly enveloping Ji Jinwei and others before fleeing into the distance. Madam Shi similarly clutched her chest, spitting blood, summoning a lotus to shield all disciples as they retreated. The scattered cultivators and disciples of noble families had long since fled, with the astute among them having already distanced themselves by several miles. Is this truly the Yuaning? On a distant hill, Lin Fan, bloodied, gazed at the visage in the sky, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. In a critical moment, he had activated a teleportation talisman, avoiding detection by the crowd, and concealed himself to recuperate his injuries, witnessing the entire scene unfold before his eyes. We cannot provoke the Haisha sect. They are unleashing a massacre. Lin Fan was fully aware that with his current cultivation, he could not withstand even a single blow from a Yuaning. Laozi must hurry and flee. Returning to Qingyun Zone, he shall not venture forth again. From this point onward, let danger come to whomever it may. Casting aside his flying vessel, Lin Fan prepared to escape. Yet suddenly, from the north, a glimmer of sharp brilliance approached, prompting Lin Fan to turn abruptly. Chapter 48. You have no idea how much we despise you. The roar of thunder resounded even before the brilliance arrived. A face in the sky looked towards the distance, subtle emotions shifting across its visage. The colossal hand that had descended was suddenly raised again, striking towards the horizon. At last, the thunderous clash commenced, revealing a massive blue sword. As it collided with the hand, both were swiftly obliterated, while the trees below and the forest disintegrated into mere ashes. Tianfa, you have gone too far. Accompanying this exclamation was a man clad in a Taoist robe, standing 100 meters above, hands clasped behind his back, his long hair dancing in the wind. A long sword floated beside him, having arrived from afar. Opposite him, amidst the thick clouds, another man appeared, dressed in black robes, surrounded by a haze of gray smoke, exuding an air of arrogance. Haha, I wondered who it might be. It turns out to be Mu Hongjie of Qingyun Zone. Both were at the Yuaning stage, and were thus familiar with each other, having crossed paths previously. Humph! You of the Haisha sect dare to encroach upon the territory of Qingyun Zone, causing such harm to many. Will you not provide us with an explanation? Mu Hongjie proclaimed, gazing at Tianfa. Haha, an explanation? It has been over a decade since we last met, hasn't it? I wonder how much your Mu Fengzhu's cultivation has increased. As Tianfa of the Haisha sect raised his hand, the clouds in the sky morphed into a gigantic skull, which he pointed towards, sending it hurtling towards Mu Hongjie with immense pressure. With a cold snort, Mu Hongjie pointed his sword skyward, summoning swirling thunderclouds. In an instant, a thunder pool formed, enveloping his sword. In that moment, the skull collided with the lightning sword, unleashing a powerful aura that spread outward. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Even at several kilometers away, Lin Fan witnessed the already devastated forest suffer further destruction, as the tremendous energy shattered the protruding rocks into fragments. Despite the distance, Lin Fan could still sense the horrifying aura. This is the Yuaning stage. If a true battle were to erupt, it would likely obliterate everything within dozens of miles. I must flee quickly. I shall not emerge again until reaching Yuaning. Without further hesitation, Lin Fan cast aside his flying vessel, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Brutes, have you truly lost sight of him? Outside Qingkong City, in the woods, Lu Zoming chastised the dozen or so individuals before him. The group hung their heads, not daring to retort. Senior brother, Lin Fan was already on his way back to the sect, and we thought we had lost our chance. Who could have predicted he would suddenly leave again? I was unable to keep up for just a moment. We have been searching the vicinity of Qingkong City for days, but he has eluded us. Perhaps he is hiding in someone's home? One timid disciple suggested. Hiding in someone's home? A mere mortal who has never descended the mountain? Aside from the Su family, who else could he possibly know? Lu Zoming was never this furious before. Humph, I will give you 2 more days. If you still do not find him, you need not return to Dayun Peak. Lu Zoming declared, turning to leave. Senior brother Hangu, is also here. Feeling somewhat vexed. Let us continue searching. I will accompany you. You all understand that without Lin Fan, we might have been able to reside at the Shao Yiyun Peak. It is quite possible that Dayun Peak would then rise to become the strongest in Qingyun Zone, reaping abundant resources. Hangu remarked, patting several disciples on the shoulder. This is an issue of resource allocation. However, we have scoured all of Qingkong City, and the Su family is nowhere to be found. Where else can we look? A disciple lamented. Instead of wasting time, We might as well focus on cultivation. Let us search for 2 more days. One Lin Fan has dampened the spirits of so many of us. When we finally encounter him, we shall ensure he meets a gruesome end. Han Ge harbored no fondness for Lin Fan. It is well known that during resource distribution, Lu Zongming held certain privileges. As Lu Zongming's sycophant, Han Ge naturally enjoyed some benefits as well. Cultivation is merely a matter of accumulating resources. To eliminate a mere mortal for some gains is of no consequence. To cultivate is to defy the heavens. What cultivator has not used stepping stones along their path? As the group finalized their strategy, preparing to split into 3 parties, one to ambush at the entrance of Qingyun Zone, one to search the surroundings, and another to continue the search in Qingkong City. An individual emerged from the woods in the distance. Papa, after rushing back, I am covered in dust. I should have flown a little slower. The figure brushed off the dust from his clothes. However, after taking a few steps, he sensed something amiss and looked up, only to find a dozen pairs of eyes fixed upon him. These individuals appeared to be loose cultivators, not donning the garb of Qingyun Zone. Good heavens! Has this forest sprouted people? So many have suddenly appeared. Determined to avoid confrontation, he decided to take a detour around them. Lin Fan. Lin Fan was taken aback. These individuals recognized him? Then he saw them rush towards him, excitement evident on their faces as they encircled him. Ha ha ha, Lin Fan. You have made it easy for us to find you. This time, we can report back to senior brother. Hey, to tread upon iron shoes and find nothing. Yet this comes without effort. The group was ecstatic, akin to having discovered a coveted prize. Yet, their exuberance only deepened Lin Fan's confusion. Wait, do you truly know me? Lin Fan swore he had never encountered these individuals before. Fear not. You need not recognize us. As long as we know you, that suffices. Lin Fan, it is your misfortune to reside on Shao Yunyan Peak as a mere mortal, with no one around, in this desolate wilderness. The prospect of eliminating Lin Fan without anyone knowing thrilled some of them, who began to chuckle. Hold on. As the group prepared to act, Lin Fan interrupted once more. Esteemed heroes, I am merely 20 years old, and this is my first descent from the mountain. Who have I offended that you seek my life? Please, allow me to understand my predicament. Lin Fan clasped his hands together and smiled. At that moment, a man stepped forward. It was Han Ge. Haha, Lin Fan. It matters not if I tell you, for soon you'll be a corpse. Do you know how many disciples of Dayun Peak have harbored deep-seated hatred towards you over this past year? Hate me? Lin Fan was taken aback. You are for Dayun Peak? Why do you hate me? Chapter 49. Who says I cannot kill with Qi refinement level 1? Han Ge chuckled. What do you think? You have been relying on your status as Lin Feng's son, hoarding so many resources. When disciples from Shao Yunyan Peak come to us, do you know how many resources we have lost this year? Only with your demise might the Sect Master cease to favor you. At that point, perhaps all resources from Shao Yunyan Peak will flow to Dayun Peak, and both peaks may become ours. The more Han Ge spoke, the brighter the smiles of those around him became. Under the seductive allure of resources, these individuals have utterly lost their integrity. Is it truly worth compromising for a mere handful of resources? Lin Fan felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. What do you think? Han Ge chuckled. So, the previous Lu Hao was also one of your group? Who was that senior brother behind you? Lin Fan continued to inquire. Indeed, but regrettably, Lu Hao is utterly incompetent. As for the senior brother, you're not worthy of knowing his name. Let me put it this way. The senior brother is on the brink of achieving the Jiedan stage, far beyond what a mere mortal like you could ever compare to. Your father is deceased. What purpose does your continued existence serve? To marry and bear children? Such a waste of Su Ishiwe's extraordinary beauty. Han Ge sneered. The surrounding individuals joined in with uproarious laughter. However, none of them noticed the frost that had settled on Lin Fan's face, his gaze turning icy. Initially, he had thought to teach these members of Qingyun sect a lesson, but the situation had escalated beyond that. Intrigues over trivial resources are acceptable, but they should never insult Lin Fan's father or his wife. What? Did we say something wrong? Lin Fan, why do you look so grim? Just a mere mortal. Why not test your skills against us? At least it would be a struggle for you. One foolhardy individual remarked. Lin Fan shook his head, letting out a cold snort. You still fail to realize your errors. You should not covet what belongs to your fellow disciples, nor should you defame my father or insult my wife. Lin Bufon's gaze turned frigid as he looked at Han Ge and the others. Yet they showed no sign of retreat. Oh, then what wrong have we committed? Feel free to enlighten us. Han Ge asked with a disdainful smile. This is merely a lamb awaiting slaughter, with no room for resistance whatsoever. Ha! The greatest mistake you have made is truly believing I am a mere mortal. Lin Bufon laughed, unleashing the power of his Qi Refinement Stage 1. The crowd fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. Haha, Qi Refinement Stage 1. I'm so scared. What a remarkable level of cultivation. Ha ha, what a surprise. I thought you had reached the Yuanying stage. Qi Refinement Stage 1, Lin Bufon. Should we congratulate you on finally beginning your cultivation? After 20 years of being a mere mortal, suddenly achieving Qi Refinement Stage 1. That is indeed rapid progress. Let me see if your Qi Refinement Stage 1 is truly as frightening as you claim. One of the individuals raised his hand and swung it towards Lin Bufon, thinking that if he could slay Lin Bufon, perhaps the senior brother would reward him handsomely. However, just as the blade approached Lin Bufon, he effortlessly grasped the assailant's wrist, halting the blade midair. The previously jovial expression on the assailant's face suddenly morphed into one of terror as he looked at Lin Bufon in disbelief. You. He stammered in fear. Zhang Ming, what are you doing? Can you at least try to act a little better? The onlookers could hardly contain their laughter. Zhang Ming was truly overacting. Crack! With a sharp sound, Lin Bufon twisted Zhang Ming's wrist, then seized the blade, which swiftly glided across Zhang Ming's throat before anyone could react. Lin Bufon, you. It is impossible. The crowd was astounded. How could Lin Bufon counterattack? How had that blade ended up in his hands? Zhang Ming was a third-tier foundation establishment cultivator, unable to handle a mere Qi Refinement Stage 1. I had intended to spare you, but regrettably, you sought your own demise. Observing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Lin Bufon shook his head. Indeed, there are always some scoundrels wherever one goes, even among fellow disciples. Act quickly. He is alone. If he does not perish, we all shall. Han Ge bellowed. In that instant, numerous magical artifacts surged toward Lin Bufon, intent on eradicating him swiftly. Clang! With a cacophony of metal clashing when the dust settled. Several individuals lay sprawled on the ground. Han Ge felt a chill run down his spine, staring at Lin Bufon in sheer terror. How is this possible? What is your cultivation level? Among them were several at the 8th tier of foundation establishment, yet they could not withstand a single strike from Lin Bufon, rendering Han Ge utterly powerless. What is your senior brother's name? Lin Bufon approached Han Ge, his voice icy. The aura emanating from Lin Bufon had petrified Han Ge, who stumbled backward, his legs quaking, devoid of the previous arrogance. Why yes, it is Lu Zoming. Lin Shixiang, I was blind, I was wrong. Han Ge no longer dared to resist, immediately kneeling and slapping his face repeatedly. Lu Zoming, I believe I have no grievances with him. Is this how you treat your fellow disciples? Lin Bufon's gaze grew colder. This Han Ge deserved to die. Lin Shixiang, I was blinded by greed. Lu Zoming is the personal disciple of the Peak Master, responsible for distributing resources for our Qi refinement and foundation establishment. I was driven by greed. It is all my fault. Please spare me, Lin Shixiang. Han Ge was utterly terrified, repeatedly bowing before Lin Bufon. He was genuinely afraid. Blinded by greed? Ha, very well. Then you shall die. Lin Bufon would not grant an enemy a second chance. A flash of white light surged forth. Han Ge could hardly believe that Lin Bufon had truly killed him. He exerted his last ounce of strength to utter something, yet no words escaped his lips. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Bufon collected the storage bags from the corpses, then set their bodies ablaze. Before long, all that would remain would be a handful of ashes. Have you seen enough? You may come out now. After completing this task, Lin Bufon turned to gaze at the nearby forest. However, despite his invitation, no one emerged. Suddenly, the blade in his hand flew forth, pointing in a specific direction. Boom! The massive tree shattered, and from behind it, a figure soared out, gracefully landing in the clearing. Upon seeing this figure, Lin Bufon was momentarily taken aback, feeling the aura around her had returned to its original state. Senior sister, did you summon me for something? At that moment, Lin Bufon appeared transformed, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. The newcomer was none other than Ji Jinwei. Ji Jinwei regarded Lin Bufon with a gaze filled with complexity. This fellow, possessing such formidable skills, chooses to feign being at Qi Refinement Stage 1. Truly infuriating. Everything that just transpired, I can attest to it. Ji Jinwei unexpectedly declared. Lin Bufan was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. After all, the crime scene was right before them, making any attempt at denial futile. If it had been anyone else, Lin Bufan would have been indifferent or perhaps even resorted to silencing them. But this was Ji Jinwei. Recalling their previous encounters in the secret realm, he noticed Ji Jinwei's icy demeanor and felt a surge of warmth in his gaze as he looked at her. Clearly, Ji Jinwei sensed that the atmosphere had shifted. In this desolate wilderness, devoid of any onlookers, such a fervent gaze could spell trouble. I overheard their words. These scoundrels deserve their fate. If you seek retribution against Lu Zoming, I could provide my testimony to the sect leader. Ji Jinwei turned her gaze away, avoiding Lin Bufan's eyes. Hearing Ji Jinwei's words, Lin Bufan smiled. Thank you, senior sister. However, I prefer not to disclose the matter of my cultivation to others. In the realm of cultivation, the law of the jungle prevails, and I do not wish to attract numerous enemies. As a mere first-layer Qi refinement practitioner, I believe I'm doing rather well. Moreover, I must assert that, until I attain absolute strength, I shall not leave Qingyun Zone. I hope, dear senior sister, you can keep this a secret. Lin Bufan felt a sense of gratitude. This young woman was quite understanding. Nevertheless, certain things must be addressed, for they pertain to his future. Absolute strength? Ji Jinwei suddenly turned around, glaring at Lin Bufan, her teeth clenched in frustration. With your current capabilities, you call this absolute strength? What do you even define as absolute strength? Yet, upon further reflection, she decided against pressing the issue, for Lin Bufan was indeed her savior. Had the situation been different, and she had fallen into the hands of a lecherous man, she shuddered to think of the outcome. But it seemed Lin Bufan was already married. Ji Jinwei's thoughts whirled, her cheeks flushing and her lip biting, as she caught sight of Lin Bufan, sparking a sense of panic within her. What on earth is my senior sister contemplating? As the saying goes, the heart of a woman is as unfathomable as the depths of the sea, impossible to decipher. Humph, keeping your secret is not out of the question. But would you expect me to do so merely on your word? Hand it over. In an inexplicable turn of events, Ji Jinwei extended her hand towards Lin Bufan. At that moment, Ji Jinwei herself was oblivious to how she resembled a petulant child rather than a senior disciple of a lower rank. Lin Bufan was momentarily taken aback. What was she up to? Do you expect me to keep your secret just because you asked? Shouldn't you provide me with something of value to seal my lips? Ji Jinwei asked playfully. Well, in that case, I have a branch from the Lu Huabao Shu, which I noticed aligns with your fire-based cultivation technique. I can certainly offer you a portion. Lin Bufan summoned a branch the size of his forearm from his right hand, placing it firmly into Ji Jinwei's grasp without further ado. This is a Lu Huabao Shu? You not only acquired the Lu Huagua, but also the branch? Ji Jinwei feigned difficulty, for even if Lin Bufan possessed nothing, she would not betray him. However, she was astonished to discover such a treasure. Yes, senior sister. Do not be modest. I have more of these branches. Consider this a token of gratitude from your junior disciple. It was now Ji Jinwei's turn to be startled. No, you have already given me the Lu Huagua. If I take this as well, there is no need for concern. I assure you I have more to spare. In the future, should you require assistance, I hope you will look out for me. Lin Bufan understood deeply the significance of connections. Ji Jinwei's status was akin to that of Hua Yuqi from Baiwa Valley. Nurturing such relationships was undoubtedly advantageous. Ji Jinwei hesitated, astonished that a jest could yield such a treasure. As the saying goes, wood fuels fire. The branches and leaves of the Lu Huabao Shu would indeed greatly benefit her cultivation. Senior sister, please do not decline. Jiang Xionggu is your mentor. And we are in essence family, are we not? Lin Bufan promptly employed his knack for establishing rapport. Eventually, Ji Jinwei sighed. All right, I will accept this branch from the Bao Shu, and I shall keep your matter confidential. However, be cautious of Lu Zoming. He has an elder brother who is at the late stage of foundation establishment. I shall take my leave now. With that, Ji Jinwei cast Lin Bufan a meaningful glance before departing. In truth, she could have left with Elder Wu Feng, but she had chosen to wait and see if Lin Bufan would emerge. Unbeknownst to her, a subtle shift had occurred within her heart. Upon witnessing the fierce battle of the nascent soul that obliterated dozens of miles, Ji Jinhue finally boarded the flying vessel and sensed the ongoing conflict, which had caused her to linger longer than intended, fortuitously witnessing the scene. Senior sister, take care. Having acquired his belongings, she felt a sense of obligation to protect his secret. Lin Fan believed Ji Jinhue would not divulge it carelessly. Her beauty suggested she was not a heartless person. Yes, indeed. Ji Jinhue nodded and departed swiftly, her mind still occupied with thoughts of Lin Fan. Until she was some distance away, she turned back and murmured softly, Lin Fan, what kind of person are you? After bidding farewell to Ji Jinhue, Lin Fan finally exhaled in relief. It was time to return home and see my wife. Though I wonder how many from the Su family have returned. Reflecting on the uncle he had slain, Lin Fan gazed towards the direction of Qingkong City. It would be prudent to gather some intelligence first. This incident had already attracted the attention of the nascent soul practitioners from Qingyun Zone, and it was likely that the Hu family and Su family would soon reach a decision. I hope Su Ming is safe. After all, he's my esteemed father-in-law. I wonder if he managed to escape during the nascent soul battle. After spending a day in Qingkong City, Lin Fan discovered that Su Ming had returned. However, he noted an influx of Qingyun Zone disciples, as well as Foundation establishment practitioners and elders. Given the circumstances, a significant conflict was surely imminent. At that moment, Lin Fan had already returned to Shaoyin Peak. Yishui, I am home. After several days apart from Su Yishui, Lin Fan found himself missing her dearly. Indeed, the tender embrace of a beloved often proves to be a hero's grave. Husband, upon seeing Lin Fan, Su Yishui's eyes lit up, and without a moment's hesitation, she leaped into his embrace. At this moment, Lin Fan's cultivation had stagnated at the second layer of qi refinement. Husband, your cultivation. Did you not say you were going to train? Have you only managed to reach the second layer? I have established my foundation. Remaining at the first layer is not ideal, so I thought I would elevate to the second layer for appearances. Lin Fan kindly explained to Su Yishui. How can you be so casual about it? Su Yishui couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. However, dear husband, your progress is indeed rapid. It has only been a short while since you established your foundation. Su Yishui had just recently established her own foundation after giving birth a few months prior. The disparity between their cultivations left her puzzled. Perhaps it was due to the influence of Yu and Xiao Yi. Lin Fan cherished this life, feeling a sweetness in their shared moments. Meanwhile, the little rower wrinkled her nose and hurriedly took Xiao Yi away, not wanting to witness the couple's affectionate display in broad daylight. Over the next few days, Lin Fan continued with his daily routine as if nothing had transpired, and his cultivation reached the second layer of foundation establishment. During this time, Qingyun Zone was quite busy, with practitioners frequently descending the mountain, including nascent soul practitioners. From the letters Su Yishui received from her father, Lin Fan learned of a large-scale battle in Qingkong City, where the Haisha sect clashed with Qingyun Zone, and Baiwa Valley had also become involved. The Hu family was essentially on the brink of extinction, and Qingkong City had come under the control of Qingyun Zone and the Su family. However, Su Yu, his brother-in-law, had gone missing, and they suspected he had fallen victim to the Hu family. Lin Fan, of course, did not reveal that he had been responsible for the incident. Such individuals were hardly worth mentioning. What concerned Lin Fan was the sudden emergence of a woman with the bloodline of the Dark Phoenix from the Haisha sect, none other than Hu Yu from the Hu family. It was rumored that she had been possessed by a senior elder of the Haisha sect, which posed a significant threat to Qingyun Zone. Relying on the gains Lin Fan acquired from the previous secret realm, he possessed 1/10 of the innate Tao body, which propelled his cultivation to the 6th level of the Jedon stage, as if he were on a rocket. However, Lin Fan soon found himself impoverished. With the occasional visits from Jiangqiong, Su Yishui had already advanced to the 3rd level of the foundation establishment stage, while Xiaoruru made the most rapid progress, reaching the 1st level of foundation establishment. In the blink of an eye, several months passed, and Su Yishui's belly grew increasingly round. It had been a year since Lin Yue's birth. In the grand hall of the Qingyun sect's main peak, Lu Chong wore a serious expression. An elder was reporting on the current state of affairs. Sect Master, brothers and sisters, I have just received news that the Haisha sect has once again occupied an area of 3,000 kilometers in the Baiwa Valley. Since the emergence of the Haisha sect's ancestor with the bloodline of the Dark Phoenix half a year ago, they have become increasingly rampant. Our Qingyun sect has already lost 1,005 outer disciples and 600 inner disciples. Anger was palpable on everyone's faces. How audacious! Does the Haisha sect truly believe that they can act with impunity just because they have a 9th level Yuanying? Someone exclaimed indignantly. But the highest cultivation level in the Baiwa Valley is that of our Sect Master, who is only at the 6th level of Yuanying. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. After a while, someone spoke up. The 9th level of Yuanying is merely a facade. The ancestor of the Haisha sect needs at least a few years to fully merge with her current body. This presents an opportunity for us. If possible, we should eliminate her during this growth phase. Once she fully merges, she will enter her second life, which would be highly detrimental to us. Fortunately, it is said that someone caused a disturbance during her fusion with the phoenix feather, preventing her from succeeding. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. She is merely a small figure, likely at the late stage of foundation establishment. The bounty issued by the Haisha sect has yet to locate her. If we could obtain a phoenix feather, we might cultivate a powerful successor ourselves. The events in the small secret realm had been pieced together to some extent. Many individuals were present at the time, including disciples from noble families and sections. However, no one could recall the individual's appearance, only that they were cloaked in tattered robes, their head wrapped up and their garments marked with burn marks. Send someone to search for that individual. If they are found, they must be well protected. Perhaps we could exchange treasures with them. Additionally, we should maintain relations with the Baiwa Valley. If a 9th level Yuanying appears, the next Baiwa Valley will be ours. Lu Chong spoke with a hint of concern. Yes, Sect Master. Lu Chong held absolute authority within the Qingyun sect. This was a meeting of the Qingyun sect, where several elders brought their personal disciples, and Ji Jinhue was allowed to attend due to her recent attainment of the Jidan stage. This was her first time participating in such a meeting, largely due to her remarkable speed of cultivation. Previously, she had only just reached the 9th level of foundation establishment, and to progress to Jidan typically required 2 to 3 years. If the qi refinement stage involved condensing qi into a cyclone within the body, then foundation establishment was about transforming qi into water, forming a cyclone resembling flowing water in the Dantian. As for Jidan, it was the process of condensing true qi into a source of energy. Even in the absence of true qi, the golden Dan obtained after reaching Jidan could unleash tremendous power. This process required continuous accumulation and condensation. Thus, a significant number of cultivators, about 75, remained stuck at the 9th level of foundation establishment, such as Jiang He, who had entered the small secret realm previously. Ji Jinhue understood that her rapid progress was not solely due to her own cultivation or her physique, but rather because of Lin Fan. Following that absurd incident, she might have directly broken through to Jidan due to the Liuhua fruit. Most importantly, she discovered that her medium-grade spiritual root was undergoing a transformation, as if it were evolving into a high-grade spiritual root. After stabilizing her cultivation over the past few days, she had been examining various materials, only to find that aside from some rare heavenly treasures, nothing could change a person's spiritual root, neither could the Liuhua fruit. Otherwise, if someone obtained a few Wuden tea, they directly elevate to high-grade or even supreme spiritual roots. As for the mysterious black-robed man and the bounty from the Haisha sect, she was well aware of their identity. Could it be Lin Fan? No wonder he was willing to give me branches from the Liuhua treasure tree. This was the reason. Months had passed, and had it not been for her attendance at this Qingyun sect meeting to broaden her horizons, she might have remained unaware. No, when the opportunity arises, I must seek out Lin Fan for some valuable items, particularly the phoenix feather. I wonder how powerful it is. Sect Master, Lin Fan has arrived and requests an audience. Just as the crowd engaged in discussions, concerned for the Qingyun sect, Luo Ping entered with a wry smile. Chapter 52. The Power of Thunder. Is this meant to annihilate our Qingyun sect? Lin Fan? Lu Chong was taken aback. What does Lin Fan want? Has anyone called for him? Dai He couldn't help but glance around, inquiring. At this moment, everyone was perplexed, looking at one another. It was evident that no one had summoned Lin Fan. Thus, what was his purpose for coming? Does he not know we are in a meeting? Luo Ping, feeling the tension, remarked. Why didn't you send him away? Dai He was furious. He still felt aggrieved by Lin Fan's previous actions. Last year, he faced losses simply because there was a child with an innate Dao body. This had led to Lin Fan becoming the Sect Master's direct disciple without even formally apprenticing. His teeth ground in frustration. In truth, he was not alone. Other elders and peak masters also seethed with anger, as Lin Fan had taken away a considerable amount of resources last time. Currently, on Shaoyan Peak, aside from those sent by Jiang Xiong, there were barely 20 individuals remaining. Well, the disciple mentioned that Lin Fan insisted on seeing the Sect Master urgently. Luo Ping continued, his smile strained. What is the matter? Did he say? Lu Chong waved a hand to silence Dai, he and the others before asking. He was also concerned that something might have happened to Zaiwei Ui. After all, she possessed an innate Dao body. In these past few months, he had been preoccupied with the affairs of the Haisha sect and had neglected to check on Zaiwei Ui, which he usually did once a month to foster their relationship. Lin Fan, however, had not mentioned anything, though he did not appear overly anxious. Luo Ping was an honest man, stating what he observed, and this was understandable. Oomph. Dai He and a few other elders snorted coldly. What does he have that as so special? Just a good daughter. How infuriating. All right, let him in. After some contemplation, Lu Chong determined that Lin Fan did not seem like someone who would cause trouble without reason. Perhaps he truly had something important to discuss. Yes. Before long, Lin Fan entered. He strolled into the hall and approached a central position before bowing. Lin Fan of Shaoyan Peak, greetings to the Sect Master and esteemed elders. Observing Lin Fan's polite demeanor, many faces softened. One should not strike a smiling face, they thought, appreciating his understanding of decorum. No need for excessive formalities. It has been a few days since we last met, and you have indeed reached the second level of qi refinement, Lu Chong said with a warm smile. Ah, Lin Fan can cultivate now? At this moment, people noticed that Lin Fan had indeed reached the second level of qi refinement. In truth, Lu Chong had been somewhat negligent, as he had visited Shaoyan Peak less frequently lately and had not paid attention to Lin Fan's progress. Only Jiang Xiong smiled knowingly, choosing to remain silent, as she understood him best. In the grand hall, there was but a solitary figure, Ji Jinyu, whose silver teeth clicked rhythmically. This scoundrel had brazenly displayed her cultivation at the second level of qi refinement. Could she possibly be at the second level of golden core? This little rascal. Her turbulent aura left Jiang Xiong perplexed. What was amiss with her disciple? Was it due to that Lin Fan? Jiang Xiong sighed, recalling the turmoil in her heart upon first encountering Lin Yuan. Even now, she remained single. Would her foolish disciple have developed feelings for Lin Fan? In truth, Lin Fan was quite handsome, albeit with a lower level of cultivation. Now, that he could practice, as long as resources were sufficient, reaching the golden core stage should pose no problem. Unbeknownst to Ji Jinyu, her master was in a frenzy, wondering who would be enamored with such a deceiver. Thank you for your concern, Sect Master. I should reach the third level of qi refinement in a few days. Lin Fan bowed again, exhibiting impeccable manners. Very well. Strive diligently. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to consult me or Jiang Xiong and the others. For cultivators, cultivation level is of utmost importance. Lu Chong encouraged him with a few words. Understood. Lin Fan replied affirmatively. Pray tell, what urgent matter brings you to me? Lu Chong inquired, his mood considerably improved. Lin Fan glanced at the Sect Master, then at Dai He, who was deliberately avoiding his gaze, and bowed once more, unsure how many times he had done so. Reporting to the Sect Master, I have come from Shaoyan Feng with a matter of great significance. Lin Fan paused before continuing. It has been a year since my last visit, and, as the year's deadline has arrived, I specifically sought you out for the resources of Shaoyan Feng. What did you say? No sooner had Lin Fan finished speaking than a surge of golden core and nascent soul auras erupted throughout the Qing Yun sect's Grand Hall, all converging upon Lin Fan. Lu Chong, Jiang Xiong, Ji Jinyu, and Luo Ping were all left dumbfounded. What was this fellow babbling about? Had he not thought this through? He came here for the resources of Shaoyan Feng. With a few steps back, Lin Fan was intentionally staggered by the overwhelming pressure of the auras. In truth, the force emanating from the golden core and nascent soul cultivators was indeed insurmountable for someone at the qi refinement stage. Yet, after regaining his composure, he persisted. I am here to claim the resources of Shaoyan Feng. It has been a year, and resources are distributed annually. I cannot have miscalculated the date, can I? Lin Fan innocently remarked, counting the days with his fingers and nodding emphatically. Indeed, it is today. Lin Fan, you have gone too far. What are you saying? Last year, Xiao Yunfeng received the entire allocation of resources. How many people are there at Xiao Yunfeng? You now demand more resources? Haven't those resources sufficed for you for over a decade? Dai could no longer hold his tongue, and several peak masters were similarly inclined to voice their frustrations. Only Jiang Qiong, after a moment of realization, chuckled. Her disciples were primarily female, and the few at Xiao Yunfeng did not greatly affect her. However, this young man required a touch of boldness. Xiao Yunfeng was Xiao Yunfeng. Lin Fan requesting resources was entirely reasonable. After all, Lin Yuan had never been one to compromise. Is this truly the significant matter you wish to discuss, Lin Fan? An elder inquired. Lin Fan faced them without fear. Indeed, this concerns the resources of Xiao Yunfeng. Cultivation necessitates resources, and my physique is rather frail, consuming more. However, esteemed elder, the resources from last year were for last year. I am speaking of this year's allocation. Do you suggest that if last year's resources remain, we forego the new allocation? Lin Fan remarked, pouting slightly. This infuriated Dai He. Lin Fan, this is a matter pertaining to Xiao Yunfeng, and I hope you will refrain from intervening. Sect Master, when will the resources be distributed? Lin Fan directed his gaze toward Lu Chong, disregarding the others. This left Lu Chong feeling quite overwhelmed. Lin Fan, you are well aware. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from outside the hall, and the sky suddenly darkened. Everyone was taken aback. Was this heavenly might? The thunder resounded, shaking the very ground. Even the main peak of Qing Yun was rattled. In an instant, dozens of figures flashed outside, gazing upwards in astonishment. Thunderous power. Was this a sign of destruction for Qing Yun's sect? Chapter 53, Thunder and Lightning Rules. Ancient Thunder Dragon, everyone stood outside the Grand Hall, gazing at the heavens. At this moment, the skies above Qing Yun's sect were shrouded in clouds, with streaks of lightning intertwining. Disciples outside hurriedly reported, Sect Master, we do not know why, but dark clouds have suddenly appeared, and in the blink of an eye, thunderclouds have enveloped us. The expressions of the crowd turned grave. The lightning energy contained within the dark clouds was overwhelmingly potent. Even the nascent soul cultivators, such as Lu Chong, dared not ascend, fearing they would be targeted by the lightning. Was there a peer crossing tribulation? Yet, even a nascent soul ascending to divinity would not attract such a thunderstorm, which resembled a celestial tribulation. The expanse of Qing Yun's sect was vast, and the thunderclouds fully covered it, the clouds appearing as if they were alive, with lightning dancing within. Roar! Thunder rumbled. Such celestial might compelled every disciple of Qing Yun's sect to gaze upward. Even those in Qing Kong City noticed the strange phenomena. Lin Fan squeezed through the crowd, staring at the sky and unable to suppress a gulp. Had he inadvertently provoked the heavenly Tao? Was this lightning meant to end lives? In that fleeting moment, the heavens had turned utterly dark, and the quantity of lightning intensified, becoming densely packed and endless, with hundreds of bolts striking every second. The inky sky was illuminated once more by these flashes. There lies Xiao Yunfeng. At that moment, someone pointed towards the direction of Xiao Yunfeng. Terror etched upon their face. To their astonishment, Xiao Yunfeng appeared as bright as day, the lightning having coalesced into a vast thunder pool above the peak. Countless bolts crashing down, instilling dread in the hearts of onlookers. How could this be? Was more than half of the lightning striking Xiao Yunfeng? What had Lin Fan done? Was this divine retribution? Disciples of Qing Yun sect witnessed this spectacle and couldn't help but begin to murmur. Lin Fan was somewhat of a celebrity within the sect. Although most had never seen him, his legend persisted. The sight of Xiao Yunfeng being engulfed in lightning naturally sparked a flurry of gossip. However, the peak masters and elders of Qing Yun's sect did not consider the situation to be so simple. In an instant, all eyes turned towards Lin Fan. Suddenly under scrutiny, Lin Fan raised his hands in a gesture of innocence, feigning ignorance, though this was a blatant lie. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiong's expression grew increasingly grim. She raised her hand to calculate, which did not go unnoticed by Lu Chong. Junior sister Jiang? Lu Chong could not help but inquire. Sect Master, if my memory serves me correctly, Lin Fan's wife, Su Yishui, is due to give birth. The words left Jiang Qiong's lips, and she could scarcely believe them herself. Another extraordinary phenomenon, coupled with the impending birth of Su Yishui. What did you say? Lu Chong was taken aback. Quickly, seal the mountain gates and activate the Great Formation. Come, follow me to take a look. Yes. With Lu Chong's command, individuals immediately departed, and he seized Lin Fan by the collar, propelling him towards Xiao Yunfeng with a swiftness surpassing their previous encounter. Sect Master, slow down. The gust of wind left Lin Fan no room for resistance. When they arrived before Lin Fan's residence once more, Lu Chong and the others were left utterly dumbfounded. At this moment, the place where Lin Fan resided was enveloped in lightning. Han Yu and Gao Man, accompanied by their entourage, surrounded the area. Upon witnessing the influx of people, Han Yu promptly stepped forward to pay her respects. Zhongzhu, Shifu, Su Yishui is about to give birth. The celestial phenomena also frightened them, prompting them to watch vigilantly outside the door, fearing any unforeseen events. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiong rushed into the room without a moment's hesitation. Boom! Crackle! As the lightning danced across the sky, the air above Shaoyan Peak was now shrouded in thunder, with blue arcs of electricity flickering throughout. The very essence of this thunder sent shivers down the spines of all present, whether they were in the Jiedan or Yuanying stages, their hair standing on end. Several Yuanying practitioners cast solemn glances at Lu Chong. Roar! Just then, amidst the low-hanging black clouds, something luminous seemed to be moving. Glimpses of flickering shadows visible in the thinner parts of the clouds. As the grand formation of Qingyun sect appeared, the Yuanying cultivators let out sighs of relief, only to discover the terror lurking within the clouds. Oh no, this is the manifestation of the laws of nature, the ancient thunder dragon. At that moment, Lu Chong and the others felt their hairs stand on end. This chilling sensation was something they had not experienced in countless years. A colossal dragon's head emerged from the clouds, occupying nearly half of the mountain peak. In that instant, the lightning became even more vivacious, enveloping Qingyun's sect in a tempest of thunder. Lu Chong and the others retreated several steps, finally managing to steady themselves. But in that moment, several Jiedan disciples spat blood. This is the law of thunder. Do not resist, do not cultivate. Lu Chong urgently warned. To dare to defy the laws of nature was tantamount to courting death. Instantly, arcs of electricity began to manifest on everyone, yet none dared to move, merely watching in horror. Lin Fan was no exception. He found himself utterly bereft of the ability to resist, his heart racing as he gazed at the house crackling with arcs of lightning. Goodness, why is my child's birth becoming increasingly extraordinary? Even this dragon in the Yuanying stage dares not resist. The massive form of the thunder dragon hovered at a height of 100 zhong, allowing the onlookers to catch glimpses of its scales. Yet, this was merely a phantasmal manifestation of the thunder laws, showcasing the formidable nature of these rules. Roar! The dragon's roar reverberated through the surroundings. Small rocks shattered under the immense pressure, as if unable to bear the weight of such power. Following this, the thunder dragon shot skyward, plunging into the vast thunder pool several dozen kilometers above, producing a resounding echo before plummeting back down. In that moment, all cultivators, those in the Qi Refinement Foundation establishment, and Jiedan stages, fell to their knees, even the Yuanying practitioners trembling uncontrollably. Yet Lin Fan remained steadfast, the lightning posing no threat to him. As the rapidly descending thunder dragon approached the house, it suddenly shrank, entering the dwelling directly. At that moment, the thunder pool above seemed to boil, as if a few drops had been introduced into hot oil. All present were filled with terror, for even the most seasoned Yuanying practitioners had never witnessed such a spectacle. Just then, the sound of a baby's cry resonated from within Lin Fan's house, and Xiao Ruru burst forth. "Young master, it's a girl. She's been born." Born? Lin Fan was the first to rush inside, observing the dissipating thunder pool and clouds. Lu Chong and the others exchanged glances before following suit. Chapter 54. This little fox is desired by all Ding. Congratulations, host, on the birth of a daughter, who possesses an innate thunder body, naturally capable of controlling the laws of thunder. Host gains 10 points in innate thunder body. Ding. As this is the host's second offspring, the innate talents gained from the offspring increase by 10. Both innate Tao body and control over thunder laws are elevated to 20. At that moment, The system notification echoed once more in Lin Buffon's mind. 20? Increased? If I were to have 10 children, would that not mean a 100 increase? And if I had 20, would it be 200? Filled with joy, Lin Buffon inquired of the system. Ding. Theoretically, that is accurate. Wow. Even though Lin Buffon understood that with the system, anything was possible, he could not help but smile upon hearing this. What if I had 50 children? Would that not be 50 points? The notion of a five-fold increase was daunting. Even if Lin Buffon's offspring were extraordinary, it still paled in comparison to his prowess as their father. After all, a father is a father, and a son is just a son. This is the innate thunder body. Just then, Lu Chong began to assess the child's constitution. Upon sensing the laws of thunder within her, he could no longer maintain his composure. The elders, too, felt their scalps tingle. One by one, they approached to examine the child's attributes, their expressions growing grim. Zhongzhu. At that moment, a man stepped forward. One Lin Buffon recognized as Mu Hongjie, the Yuanying practitioner who had previously clashed with the Tianfa elder. He was also the peak master of Qing Yun's sect's King Lifeng, a formidable figure at the 5th level of Yuanying. His sudden appearance startled the other elders. Hongjie, what is the meaning of this? Lu Chong furrowed his brow, looking at Mu Hongjie, who was bowing deeply. He seemed to have done nothing wrong, yet here he was, nearly bowing at a 90-degree angle. Zhongzhu, my King Lifeng is suffering. My son Mu Qing, now over 40 years old, remains at the 3rd level of Jidan, the most talented of his direct disciples, yet only one has reached the 4th level. His cultivation progresses far too slowly. A Yuanying elder lamenting about his son was a sight to behold. Fortunate for Mu Qing, he was not present, or he would have likely knelt and cried as well. The father lamented his son's slow progress, though being in his 30s and at the 3rd level of Jidan was already quite impressive. The other peak masters, elders, and deacons were at a loss for words regarding Mu Hongjie's behavior. Hongjie, what are you doing? King Lifeng is one of the 6 peaks of Qingyun sect and ranks 3rd among them, is it not? Lu Chong could not help but comment. But Mu Hongjie paid no heed, even letting out a few sobs. Zhongzhu, you know that King Lifeng is populous, yet each disciple seems more foolish than the last. My son is especially dim-witted, consuming vast resources. Zhongzhu, my King Lifeng practices thunder-based techniques, and Lin Buffon's newborn is destined to be my disciple. I earnestly request Zhongzhu's consent to allow this child to be entrusted to me. From this day forth, I shall be both the child's grandfather and master, dedicating all my knowledge to him. How dare you? At this moment, even Lu Chong's expression shifted dramatically. Mu Hongjie, you scoundrel. I see now that you wish to snatch the child away. Zhongzhu, do not grant him this. Give the child to me. Our Dayan Peak is brimming with talent and will not squander such potential. My spirit beast peak possesses a thunderfire crystal beast, perfectly suited for this child. I am willing to form a contract with this beast in exchange for the child, a true Yuanying thunder beast. Get lost. No one understands thunder better than I do. In an instant, several peak masters began to vie for the child, leaving the surrounding elders and deacons utterly dumbfounded. When had they ever witnessed such a fierce competition among peak masters over a single individual? And to think it was accompanied by insults and hair-pulling? These were all seasoned individuals, well over 100 years old, yet they showed no shame whatsoever. Enough. Lu Chong could no longer bear to watch and immediately spoke out, prompting the group to disperse, albeit with displeased expressions and panting gazes directed at the other peak masters. Lin Buffon, however, was utterly dumbfounded. This was a Yuanying, and one of them was Mu Hongjie, just a few months prior. The formidable figure from He Shaman wielded a long sword and unleashed a devastating strike that sent sword energy slicing through dozens of miles. Yet now, he was feigning madness, weeping profusely, and berating his own son in a most ludicrous manner. Was this stark contrast truly necessary? It wasn't even evening yet, and the disparity was already apparent. Look at yourselves, what manner of behavior is this? The child has just been born and is ill-prepared to endure such chaos. Moreover, the child is still too young. Proper cultivation only begins at the age of 2, so what is the point of this contention? With all the madness and hair-pulling, do you not possess the dignity befitting elders? Chastised by Lu Chong, everyone fell silent, recognizing that there were still Qi and Foundation establishment disciples present, and they could not act so recklessly. Mu Hongjie straightened his posture, showing no remorse, completely ignoring the younger generation. However, the next word from the sect leader shattered their composure yet again. In truth, I feel a connection with this child. I have recently acquired a high-grade thunder system cultivation technique, Lu Chong said, reaching out to gently touch the child's small hand. Leader, you cannot act in such a manner. You are the leader. Lu Chong's assertion seemed to provoke a brewing storm among several individuals who were poised to challenge him. If they were to oppose him, the leader's authority would be diminished. Jiang Xiong quickly intervened. Enough. Let us not quarrel. The child is still small. We must wait until he is 2 years old to discuss apprenticeship, correct? Furthermore, have any of you considered the feelings of Lin Fan and Su Yixue, the child's parents? With that, the group fell silent, acknowledging the premature nature of their discussions. How about this, Lin Fan? As the father, why don't you choose someone? Lu Chong suggested with a smile directed at Lin Fan. This was indeed a challenging decision. Lin Fan had not anticipated that the ultimate authority rested with him. As his eyes flickered, a smile emerged. This is quite agreeable. Lin Fan surveyed the others, and they instantly recognized the gravity of the situation. This man was not as simple as he seemed. He was undoubtedly cunning. It all depends on the bond between the esteemed leaders and my child. From now until he turns 2, he will form impressions of people, and when that time comes, we shall see who he favors. The child's instincts are always correct. His audacity left everyone present speechless. These were seasoned cultivators with decades of experience. What was he playing at? Was he truly allowing the child to choose? This would inevitably forge connections between the child and several peaks. To nurture the child, one must frequently visit and build relationships, perhaps even gifting some treasures for companionship. The little fox would want it all. Chapter 55. The leader remembers to visit often, little fox. Your scheme is so transparent that even He Shaman has caught wind of it. Daiha could not help but scoff. Though he was not the strongest among the peak masters, he too aspired to mentor this child. Yet he had grown weary of Lin Fan since last year, never having harbored such disdain for anyone before. Ideally, the temperament of the child's mentor should be mild. After all, this is my child. I can tolerate reprimands for my child's mistakes, as I, the father, consent. However, if the chiding is unwarranted, I shall not stand for it. Lin Fan seemed oblivious, continuing to speak as if he had not heard. Were it not for an obstruction from those nearby, Daiha would have lifted Lin Fan for a proper lesson. For was this not what he had deemed hopeless? Whatever, it is just a child. I shan't stoop to his level. All right, Lin Fan. Let's table this matter until the child turns 2. For now, let's choose a name for him. Lu Chong cleared his throat, showing a fondness for the child as he played with the tiny hand. As for the child's name, Lin Fan had not given it much thought. He turned to Su Yixue and then to Jiang Xiong, suddenly having an epiphany. Annie, I am immensely grateful for your care during this time. And since Yixue is your disciple, you should name this child. Upon hearing this, the gazes directed at him shifted dramatically. This cunning fellow, having the sect leader name the first child and now passing the second name to Jiang Xiong, was ensuring that regardless of how the children fared in the future, they would remain forever linked to these two. Jiang Xiong, delighted, looked to Lu Chong, who chuckled in amusement, recognizing Lin Fan's cleverness. Aunt Jiang, please do provide a name. With Lu Chong's endorsement, no one dared oppose. Let me think. The first shall be named Lin Yue, and the second shall be Lin Shuang, inspired by the ancient locust tree's delicate shadows, reminiscent of the ethereal cry of the osmanthus in autumn. Shuang? Lin Shuang. The assembly pondered, finding the name quite satisfactory. Very well, we shall name her Lin Shuang. What say you, Buffon? Lu Chong inquired, turning to Lin Fan. Thank you, Auntie, for the bestowed name. Lin Fan readily acquiesced, knowing full well he had no objections to her choice, for the responsibility lay with her. Excellent. Lu Chong and the others laughed heartily. This was Buffon's second child. The first was a natural Dao body, while the second was a natural thunder body. Although Buffon had once been an ordinary mortal and had only just begun cultivation, these children brought honor to him and hope to Qingyunzong. Alas, if only they had arrived a few decades earlier. Lu Chong contemplated Qingyunzong's current plight, with He Shaman lurking ominously. If either child were to mature, what would they have to fear from He Shaman? Leader, it is indeed fortuitous. I believe that under your and the elders' guidance, these two will certainly rise to prominence. Lin Fan, unaware of the underlying tensions, merely flattered. For it is well known that flattery is always welcomed. You rascal, you are quite the trickster. Lu Chong gently tapped Lin Bufon's forehead. Now that you can cultivate, ensure you do so diligently. Everyone present must pledge their loyalty. The affairs of Lin Bufon's children must remain confidential. Moreover, I require a thorough cleansing within our ranks. Qingyun's zone must be as fortified as a stronghold, allowing no outsiders to intrude. Furthermore, regarding this matter, I demand that the elders and stewards take an oath, while the memories of the others must be erased. Lu Chong stated with a serious demeanor as he turned to the assembly. Understood. Having experienced a similar event previously, all present comprehended the gravity of the situation. After all, a natural Tao body and a natural thunder body were not trifling matters. Should this information reach others, it would be imperative to eliminate any threats before they could manifest. At that moment, Ji Jinyue was already so astonished that she could scarcely find her voice. How could there be another child with a natural Tao body under Lin Bufon's care? Following Jiang Qiong's signal, she swiftly pledged her oath. Now in her 20s, and having achieved foundation establishment, she had earned the respect of her elders. Thus, a simple vow sufficed, and she seemed to have forgotten the need for memory erasure from the last incident. Before long, the elders and stewards departed. As those who accompanied Lu Chong here were all pivotal figures, many matters required their direct attention. Very well, if there is nothing further, you may all return to your duties, Lu Chong announced, preparing to dismiss the assembly. Wait. At that moment, Lin Bufon spoke up. Unparalleled. Is there anything else? The crowd was puzzled, as it seemed there was nothing more to discuss. Lin Bufon looked at the sect leader and others, chuckling. Sect leader. It appears that esteemed individuals tend to forget things. Resources, the resources of my Xiao Yinfeng. As he spoke, he extended his palm, his fingers twitching slightly. Do not hold me back, I must seize this little beast. One elder immediately grew furious, but was restrained by others. Even Lu Chong was caught off guard. He now suspected that Lin Bufon was being deliberate, knowing that his child was about to be born and possessed a formidable constitution. Hence his request for resources in the Grand Hall. This little fox may lack cultivation, yet his wits are sharp. I do not have them on me, but I shall provide them within 3 days. Lu Chong waved his hand, affirming his intention to give. Sect leader, this is for Xiao Yinfeng. Now that we have an additional member, I hope to see an increase in resources. Besides, I am now capable of cultivation, and should I make rapid progress. My constitution consumes materials at an alarming rate. What if I run out midway through my training? That would be quite distressing. Lin Bufon spoke somewhat bashfully, yet this bashfulness was perceived by the onlookers as nothing more than shamelessness. It was fortunate that Lu Chong had a good temper. Otherwise, someone with a less forgiving demeanor might have given Lin Bufon a sound thrashing. Very well, understood. I shall take my leave. This time, Lu Chong had no desire to linger, and the elders departed, sending off the sect leader. Do visit often. I have missed you dearly in these few days, Lin Bufon concluded, causing Lu Chong, who was soaring through the air, to nearly choke and fall. That little fox, is merely a year old. How could she possibly miss him? As he is the sect leader, he could not express his feelings and could only muster his energy to vanish from sight, executing a short-range teleportation typical of the Yuan Ing stage. You little rascal, he thought. All right, I still have some resources here. Take them. Jiang Qiong beamed at Lin Bufon, amused by his clever antics. Her eyes filled with affection, a manifestation of love for his cleverness. How despicable! How did I not notice this before? Ji Jinyue had lost count of how many times she had rolled her eyes at Lin Bufon. Chapter 56, This Scoundrel, Deceiving Once More. Sister Jinyue, what are you saying? Lin Bufon suddenly turned to Ji Jinyue. It's nothing. The child is quite adorable. Ji Jinyue was internally exasperated, wishing to transform Lin Bufon's face into that of a pig's head. Unfortunately, with Su Yixue and her master present, she could not act on her impulse and could only grit her teeth, feigning nonchalance. Thank you, sister, for the compliment. Lin Bufon smiled. He was intentionally teasing Ji Jinyue for her earlier harsh words. Bufon, the child has just been born. Take good care of her. We shall take our leave now. Jinyue, return with 50 people to replace Gao Man. Xiao Yunfeng is understaffed, and you all should assist Bufon a bit. Jiang Qiong was making arrangements. Me? Ji Jinyue could hardly believe her master would instruct her to bring people to help watch the child. Master, are you aware? For a moment, Ji Jinyue nearly cried. What is it? Do you have something to say? Jiang Qiong inquired. No, I shall make the arrangements. Although displeased, Ji Jinhue could not defy her master nor raise any suspicions. Yet, at this moment, Lin Bufan was momentarily stunned. Was this the fabled destiny? However, he would rather not have such a connection. Though Ji Jinhue was indeed beautiful and others would covet her, their relationship was rather complicated. How would they face each other moving forward? Lin Bufan and Ji Jinhue exchanged a glance, and in that fleeting moment, they both perceived a flicker of trepidation in each other's eyes, clearly taken aback. Yet it was but a moment, as Ji Jinhue soon smiled. Lin Bufan, you are flustered. Very well, you have fallen into my hands this time, and with your wife still here, I shall surely find an opportunity to tease you. All right, Bufan, we shall take our leave, Jiang Qiong announced, and as Ji Jinhue departed, only Lin Bufan and a few others remained in the room. Observing the somewhat fatigued Su Yixue, Lin Bufan settled at the bedside. You have worked hard, having given birth to 2 daughters for him in 2 years. Lin Bufan felt a pang of tenderness. It is nothing. I wish to bear more for my husband, Su Yixue replied softly. Having noticed that Xiao Ruru and Han, you were assisting in caring for the 2 children. By the way, my spiritual root has slightly improved. It has reached the mid-grade. Su Yixue exclaimed with excitement. Spiritual root? Lin Bufan's eyes lit up, and he immediately began to inspect Su Yixue's spiritual root. As expected, it had indeed elevated from low-grade to mid-grade. This was remarkable. He also checked his own, discovering he still possessed a low-grade spiritual root. It seemed that their children had brought them considerable benefits. Even his spiritual root had risen to low-grade. Lin Bufan had previously inquired of the system, and the Yin-Yang Dao Jing could alter one's spiritual root. This was Lin Bufan's most potent technique, and as long as they continued to have children with daily practice, attaining a top-tier spiritual root might not be out of reach. Within an hour, Ji Jinhue returned. She and Gao Man, along with Han Yu, were already quite familiar as sisters, thus requiring no elaborate preparations. Once Gao Man departed, Ji Jinhue would simply occupy Gao Man's room. Along with her, she brought 50 female disciples, 30 in Qi refining and 20 in foundation establishment. The female disciples naturally possessed a certain charm and were carefully selected by Ji Jinhue, ensuring they were reliable. In an instant, Lin Bufan's room was filled with laughter and merriment, as the 2 little ones finally had companions to play with. The next day, Luo Ping arrived, bringing resources for Xiao Yunfeng. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he offered Lin Bufan some guidance, warming his heart. For the following 10 days, Lin Bufan devoted himself to Su Yixue, causing envy among the newcomers, who wished to find partners of their own. On one particular day, while Jiang Qiong was mentoring Su Yixue and Xiao Ru, she suddenly discovered that Su Yixue's spiritual root had reached mid-grade. In this remote corner of the wilderness, mid-grade spiritual root cultivators were exceedingly rare. If a low-grade spiritual root appeared once in 1,000 individuals, then a low-grade spiritual root would appear once in 10,000. As for mid-grade spiritual roots, one might not find even one in 100,000. Of course, this did not mean that one without a spiritual root could not cultivate. It simply implied that their future was dim. As for high-grade spiritual roots, there were likely only a handful in the current Qingyan sect. Cultivators with spiritual roots had an enhanced understanding of techniques, deeper insights into cultivation, and heightened perception of true energy. Yixue, I recall you were previously a low-grade spiritual root, correct? How have you now attained mid-grade? Have you eaten something recently? Jiang Genginker, gripping to Uislist, astonished. I haven't eaten anything. Su Yixue's face flushed. What does she possibly consume? No, absolutely not. Are you certain? A spiritual root cannot simply improve unless one possesses celestial treasures. Could it be that Brother Lin has discovered something to enhance spiritual roots? This seemed implausible. If he had, he would not have needed to take such risks. Jiang Qiong was puzzled, utterly unable to comprehend. Bufan, come here. Jiang Qiong called Lin Bufan over. He paused, then smiled wryly. He certainly could not divulge that it was merely the result of his intimate activities with Yixue that had led to the improvement of her spiritual root. That was something he could never admit, lest he be turned into a guinea pig. Your spiritual root has also improved? Low-grade spiritual root? At this moment, Jiang Qiong suddenly stood up, startling both Xiao Ruer and Ji Jinhue. Close the door, Jiang Qiong stated with a grave expression. Han Yu hurriedly instructed the other disciples to step back, leaving only Ji Jinhue and Xiao Ruer. Auntie, is this really necessary? Bu Fan, you must tell your aunt how it is that you both possess such spiritual roots. I assure you, I will not disclose this to anyone. The matter of changing spiritual roots is of great significance, even in the East Wilderness, as it pertains to the rise of Qingyun's sect. Lin Bufan had never seen Jiang Qiong so serious before. It dawned on him that he had always regarded Jiang Qiong as a familiar figure, forgetting that she was a true Yuan-Ing cultivator. Auntie, this may be due to the children. Look, one has an innate Tao body, and the other an innate thunder body. Such constitutions are exceedingly rare. Perhaps this has influenced the transformation of our own physiques. Lin Bufan fabricated a lie. Jiang Qiong appeared contemplative, and after a lengthy pause, she spoke. Indeed, such unique physiques are exceptionally rare. Among 1,000,000 cultivators, you find not a single one. Yet you possess two. Could this truly be the reason? None noticed that Ji Jinhue had furrowed her brows, having also realized the issue. Her spiritual root had improved, albeit subtly. Possessing a quick wit, she suddenly conceived a plausible explanation. This scoundrel is deceiving us. Chapter 57. Perhaps we should find him a few more partners? Although this notion seemed outrageous, Ji Jinhue believed it held considerable merit. Lin Bufan, you have unwittingly revealed your secret to me. A glint of cunning flashed in Ji Jinhue's eyes, though she feigned indifference. Lin Bufan, who had been pretending to be an obedient child, suddenly felt a chilling gaze upon him. Turning to investigate, he found nothing amiss and sighed in relief. After a while, Jiang Qiong regained her composure from the shock. You may be right. Perhaps it is indeed this reason. Bu Fan, focus on your cultivation. I may be away for several days. During this time, should you have any questions, feel free to consult Han Yu and Ji Jinhue. Their cultivation level is at the golden core stage, and they can assist you with golden correlated inquiries. Thank you, Auntie. Su Yixue and Lin Bufan expressed their gratitude immediately. After leaving Shaoyan Peak, Jiang Qiong sought out Lu Chong once more. What did you say? Lin Bufan has descended to low-grade spiritual roots, while Su Yixue has ascended to medium grade. You must be mistaken. Many disciples with spiritual roots were not accepted. Some became wandering cultivators. Others were from prestigious families, while some never chose the path of cultivation at all. How could spiritual roots possibly improve? Even Lu Chong was rendered speechless. It was indeed a rare occurrence to witness such a thing. Brother sect leader, do you think I am fabricating this? I am utterly certain. Could there be some heavenly materials or earthly treasures involved? Jiang Qiong harbored no ill intent towards Lin Bufan and merely sought to understand the situation. There should not be. Not to mention that Su Yixue is from the Su family, if there were any. The Su family would have already risen to prominence instead of relying on a marriage alliance for protection. As for Lin Bufan, he has only ventured out once. If it were brother Lin Yuan, had he discovered such treasures, he would have used them on Lin Bufan long ago, rather than expending vast resources on body refinement and taking constant risks. Lu Chong shook his head, unable to comprehend the situation. Could it truly be due to the two children? Lu Chong lifted his gaze towards Shaoyan Peak, as if attempting to see through everything. Jiang Qiong remained silent for a moment before speaking. Brother sect leader, what do you think the chances are of giving birth to two Qilin children? This was a question Jiang Qiong had kept to herself. Are you referring to Lin Bufan's children? Lu Chong inquired. Yes. One with an innate Tao body and one with an innate thunder body. Could it be that Lin Bufan or Su Yixue possesses a constitution we have yet to notice? What if their third child also shares such an extraordinary physique? After voicing her thoughts, Jiang Qiong found it hard to believe herself. If such were the case, having more children would be the solution. That is impossible. As the head of a sect, Lu Chong had seen much. But the idea of consecutively birthing two children with exceptional attributes seemed utterly ludicrous. A third? Absolutely out of the question. It was not merely rare, it was unheard of. If Brother Lin Yuan were here, would this not be a cycle of cause and effect? After Brother Lin's demise, did heaven grant two children as a means to ensure his legacy? When it came to the unusual constitutions of Lin Bufan and Su Yixue, Lu Chong leaned towards the belief that it was fate. Fate was inherently elusive and mysterious. Well then, let this matter remain between us. Do not inform others. And I urge you to advise Lin Bufan and the others to refrain from speaking of it. In due time, I will investigate personally to ascertain whether their constitutions differ from the norm. Lin Bufon's 2 children must be kept hidden and carefully nurtured. If possible, I hope our Qingyun sect can have more such Qilin children. Within a century, Qingyun sect shall surely rise. This was merely a fleeting thought of Lu Chong's. A hope that seemed exceedingly slim. Yes, sect leader. However, I must rotate to Jinan Mountain for some time, Jiang Qiong replied. Very well, arrange your matters accordingly. I will ensure others protect Shaoyan Peak. Understood. After Jiang Qiong finished speaking and was about to leave, she turned back to Lu Chong once more. Is there something else? Junior sister Jiang? Lu Chong asked. Brother, I have an idea. Though it may seem extreme, I believe it warrants discussion. Jiang Qiong appeared troubled. Do share. Lu Chong was intrigued. Something serious must be afoot if Jiang Qiong were so earnest. Brother, what if we found Lin Bufan another partner to see if his constitution exhibits any peculiarities? Lu Chong was taken aback by Jiang Qiong's suggestion. You propose to find him a companion directly? To ascertain whether Lin Bufon's physique is indeed special? Exactly. If it is true, it can not only enhance their spiritual roots, but perhaps even yield a Qilin child. Jiang Qiong's idea bordered on the outrageous, causing Lu Chong to stare at her in disbelief for a long moment before finally processing her words. We shall discuss this later. Perhaps it is mere coincidence. Su Yixue is already Lin Bufon's partner. To seek another without a foundation of affection is ill-advised, and, as elders, it would be rather embarrassing to calculate such matters regarding a younger generation. While Lu Chong desired to see Qilin children emerge in Qingyun sect, this approach clearly exceeded conventional understanding. All right, I still wish to give it a try. Jiang Qiong remained convinced that this could work. Very well, junior sister. You may attend to your affairs. Do you not realize how rare it is to give birth to a Qilin child? They are 1 in a million, or even 1 in 10 million. Perhaps they exist in Zhongzhou, yet they are treasured and nurtured by the established sects. Lu Chong shook his head, attempting to dissuade Jiang Qiong. His junior sister was, in fact, quite persistent. If not clarified, she would likely pursue this the very next day. Among the disciples of Qingyun sect, such reckless actions were unacceptable. After Jiang Qiong left, Lu Chong could not shake the thought from his mind, ultimately sighing. Am I being too obstinate? If this is indeed the case, I could find Lin Bufan several partners, but Qilin children are not so easily born. At this moment, Lin Bufan remained blissfully unaware that he had almost become a breeding stallion. If one truly becomes a mere stallion, consuming goji berries and kidneys daily will not suffice for restoration. Under the cover of the late-night sky, Lin Bufan resumed his practice of spear techniques atop the precipice. During these days, Su Yixue had just given birth and was not fit for tender embraces. After coaxing Su Yixue to sleep, Lin Bufan utilized the cliff's edge for his training. To unleash the full potential of the power within him was the only way to attain satisfaction. Crack! The sky was overcast, and Lin Bufan practiced his spear techniques repeatedly, exuding a formidable presence. Break! Crack! As Lin Bufan thrust forward with his spear, a bolt of lightning surged from his hands toward the weapon. A thunderclap echoed across the heavens, shattering a protrusion on the cliffside. Chapter 58. The arrival of Ji Yue at midnight with a resounding clap of thunder resonating through the sky. An electric aura flickered around Lin Bufon's body. Upon reaching the Jidan stage, one can harness the natural rules through their own cultivation, yet these rules are rather elusive. It is said that only upon achieving Deshang, prior to ascending, can one truly wield these rules. I possess 1/20th of the innate thunder body, which merely allows for a more adept manipulation of lightning. However, with this alone, even a Yuanying would struggle to surpass me. Lin Bufan currently relied on the strength of his progeny for this 20%. To master these powers completely, he would need to father 10 children. Even if one were born each year, it would take a decade. Sitting cross-legged, rain fell upon him, cascading over his bare, muscular form. In that moment, the tempestuous weather aided him in honing his command over lightning. Within his inner vision, faint traces of lightning appeared in his Dantian, sea of consciousness, and Baihui. In the Dantian, arcs of electricity danced around his Jinda. In the sea of consciousness, a world of white was illuminated by thunderstorms. In the Baihui, chaos reigned with lightning intertwined. Time passed without notice, and a cyclone formed around Lin Bufan. Slowly spiraling with him at its core, drawing in the spiritual energy of a small portion of the Shaoyan Peak. Even the lightning in the sky above intensified in comparison to other areas. In the late hours, when most had retired, the spiritual energy was at its densest. Lin Fan instinctively cast out countless spiritual stones, fervently absorbing their essence. His cultivation visibly ascended. With the resources provided by Lu Chong and some supplies gifted by Jiang Xiong, he swiftly advanced to the 8th level of Jidan. The innate Tao body significantly enhanced my comprehension, making breakthroughs considerably easier. I ponder how my child will fare as they grow. I suspect they will achieve remarkable progress, likely surpassing me within 20 years. Lost in thoughts of the future, a smile unconsciously crept upon Lin Fan's lips. At that moment, his expression shifted as he halted his training and turned towards the darkness. Under the night's shroud, a woman approached, holding an umbrella. Her flowing white dress, adorned with red patterns, starkly contrasted the rainy night. She bore a sword in hand, gracefully walking towards Lin Fan. The rain fell, and her skirt billowed, revealing glimpses of her porcelain-like skin hidden beneath the umbrella. Observing this scene, Lin Fan found himself momentarily entranced. Until the umbrella was before him, the figure drew near, and a stunning face gradually lifted to meet his gaze. Senior sister? Lin Fan, about to exchange playful banter, was abruptly roused. This enchanting figure, had it been anyone else, would have been more welcome. Yet, it was Ji Jinhue who stood before him, and it was midnight, resembling a rendezvous amidst the rain. It is I. Are you surprised to see me here? The person was indeed Ji Jinhue. Not at all. Senior sister is free to roam Shaoyan Peak. I have no objections. Lin Fan felt a sense of fondness for the woman with whom he shared a degree of intimacy. Yet he also wished to evade her presence. Do you not wish to see me? Ji Jinhue inquired again, her smile akin to a gentle breeze. Lin Fan finally realized why he felt somewhat anxious. It was because Ji Jinhue held a secret with him, a sensation of an impending revelation. How could that be? Senior sister is so beautiful, perhaps ranking among the top 3 of all the female cultivators I know. Lin Fan flattered her. Oh, is that so? Ji Jinhue chuckled. Whether true or false, she relished the compliment. But who are the other 2? Difficult to manage. Lin Fan could now ascertain that Ji Jinhue was far from the simple persona she portrayed. Her presence here undoubtedly bore ulterior motives. No, senior sister is the most beautiful. Did you come to seek me for a particular reason? Lin Fan quickly diverted the topic. Oh, so you mean to say that if there is nothing to discuss, I cannot seek you? Ji Jinhue's demeanor softened unexpectedly, her attitude shifting rapidly. Ji Jinhue was clearly being deliberate. She was intentionally provoking him. To speak of it, Ji Jinhue was indeed beautiful, and now that she had reached the Jidan stage, her aura had become even more ethereal and lively. Just in Qingkong City, Suyi was captivated upon seeing her, and the male disciples of Qingyun sect were numerous in their admiration. At this moment, she feigned a coy demeanor. Who could withstand such allure? Lin Fan was no exception. He could not help but glance around. In this desolate cliffside at such an hour, amidst the thunder and rain, it was an isolated setting for a man and a woman. How perilous! Just then, a flash of light flickered, and Ji Jinhue unsheathed her sword. Umph! You claim not to be a rogue, Lin Fan. I know you are as cunning as a fox, deceiving even the Sect Master and my master, and now attempting to deceive me. This sudden shift left Lin Fan taken aback. Was this the contrast? Ji Jinhue had some misunderstandings. It was a complete misunderstanding, and her approach was fierce, not resembling a jest at all. It seemed she intended to eliminate him. Senior sister, I have done nothing. I assure you, I would never deceive you. Lin Fan forced a bitter smile. He could neither retaliate nor scold her, nor could he allow harm to befall her. She was the youngest direct disciple of Jiang Xiong. Should anything happen to her, he would be pursued relentlessly. Oh, what is this? Then tell me, what is the matter regarding the enhancement of your and Su Ishue's spiritual roots? Ji Jinhue finally revealed the purpose of her visit. I previously mentioned this to the Sect Master and my aunt. It is likely due to the birth of the child. Lin Fan attempted to evade the inquiry. Lin Fan, you are still deceiving me. Ji Jinhue bit her lip in frustration. This fellow was truly insincere. My spiritual root has also seen a slight improvement. You can deceive others, but not me. It is not merely due to the child, but rather because you and Su Ishua have been intimate, which led to the enhancement of your cultivation, correct? Ji Jinhua hesitated before finally expressing her thoughts. Lin Bufan was taken aback. He had thought Ji Jinhua to be clever, and her status as a direct disciple indicated her capabilities, which extended beyond mere cultivation. This time, there was no escaping. Lin Bufan found himself without a retort. It was entirely the fault of the yin-yang Dao Jing operating autonomously, and he could not halt its flow. Thus, you possess a unique method that can enhance the quality of one's spiritual roots in conjunction with another, do you not? Your ability to cultivate stems from marriage. And it is through such intimacy that these enhancements occur, is it not? The physiques of both parties infinitely improve, potentially reaching high or even supreme spiritual roots. Chapter 59. Half of the cultivation world is searching for you. Lin Bufan was astonished. This woman's intellect was astounding. How could she have deduced all this? He and Ji Jinhua had merely shared a moment of intimacy. When he was with Su Ishua, it took numerous days for him to perceive even a slight change in his spiritual root. Lin Bufan began to suspect that Ji Jinhua possessed a rather extraordinary constitution. Noticing the unusual pallor on his face, Ji Jinhua remarked, "Everything I said must be correct, isn't it?" Her eyes sparkled as she caught the dazed expression on Lin Bufan's face. Silence equated to acquiescence. She had guessed correctly. Yet, almost immediately, her expression shifted to one of astonishment, her face contorting into a complex mix of emotions. Realizing that Ji Jinhua had figured him out, Lin Bufan understood that if he denied it, she would likely persist in her inquiries. Given Ji Jinu's demeanor, it was evident that avoiding the subject was impossible. Thus, Lin Bufan conceded, "All right, I shall not conceal it from you, senior sister. You are indeed correct. The reason my spiritual root has enhanced with Su Ishua is due to my unique constitution. This trait cannot be transferred to anyone else, but it can alter a person's essence." Ji Jinu's eyes lit up with excitement. Speculation was one thing, yet hearing such revelations was truly astonishing. What kind of constitution is this? After emerging from the secret realm, I have perused countless scriptures of our sect, yet I found nothing of use. It is said that only a few items from the immortal realm can alter spiritual roots, and those are the legendary Lingji herbs. At that moment, Ji Jinu's mind raced with innumerable possibilities, her gaze never straying from Lin Bufan. Feeling the intensity of her stare, Lin Bufan felt uneasy, uncertain of what thoughts were swirling in her mind. Then, with a serious tone, he said, "Senior sister, this matter is of great importance, and I hope you can keep it secret. Otherwise, if word of this spreads, I might be captured for research. To be frank, my constitution only activates when two individuals are in a state of mutual enjoyment. I certainly do not wish to be taken for experimentation." Lin Bufan intentionally sought a reason to ensure Ji Jinhua kept the secret. However, upon hearing this, Ji Jinhua glared at him fiercely, remaining silent. "What do you mean by mutual enjoyment? Are you implying something?" Ji Jinu's face flushed as she demanded. Lin Bufan was taken aback, wondering what she was thinking. "Senior sister, I assure you, that is not the case. I, Lin Bufan, swear it." He quickly raised his hand in protest. Suddenly, a rumble of thunder split the sky, illuminating half of it. Lin Bufan exclaimed in surprise, prompting Ji Jinhua to chuckle at his startled reaction. Heaven cannot bear to watch this. Lin Bufan, you are nothing but a blatant liar. What absurd notions are you entertaining? Ji Jinu's alternating laughter and interrogation left Lin Bufan at a loss for words. Indeed, women were notoriously fickle, and the heavens chose this moment to unleash its thunder, nearly scaring him to death. "I could keep your secret, but," Ji Jinhua said, extending her hand toward Lin Bufan. "Bribe?" Lin Bufan asked, perplexed. This scene felt all too familiar. Previously, Ji Jinhua had extorted him for a branch. Ji Jinhua tilted her head, her hand still extended, her fingers playfully wiggling. Raindrops fell upon her slender fingers, glistening like jewels. "All right, I shall give," Lin Bufan declared, producing a branch of the Lu Huabao shoe and placing it in Ji Jinu's palm, yet she did not retract her hand. "Not this." Ji Jinhua shook her head. "Senior sister, I truly possess no treasures. I was a mere mortal before, and it is only through marriage that I could cultivate. My previous resources came from Shaoyun Feng, as you know, and I had to persuade the Sect Master to acquire them. I genuinely have nothing left." After saying this, Ji Jinyu accepted the branch, yet her hand remained outstretched, her fingers playfully twitching once more. In a moment of impulse, Lin Fan placed his hand on hers. The sensation was icy, smooth, and yet carried a hint of warmth. Upon their fingers meeting, both felt a shiver run through them. And Ji Jinyu's mouth parted in surprise. Their minds went blank as they recalled previous moments, completely losing control. After what felt like an eternity, Ji Jinyu suddenly withdrew her hand, a cold glint slicing through the air. Had Lin Fan not reacted swiftly, he might have lost his hand. Indeed, one cannot be too careless. Life is precious. Lin Fan, you, senior sister, I couldn't help it. This is not my fault. Lin Fan hurriedly gestured, bewildered by how things escalated. Surely, he had consumed too much TikTok content. Did you steal the phoenix feather from the Hei Shaman? Yin Ipsilonue, wishing to avoid further entanglements with Lin Fan, got straight to the point. Lin Fan was taken aback. Senior sister, you're aware? This matter seemed to be known only to Ji Jinyu. No one else had a clue. If others are unaware, how could I not be? You are now quite the celebrity. Hei Shaman is searching for you, as are Bai Huagu and Qin Yunzong. Even certain noble families are on the hunt. Searching for me? For what purpose? Lin Fan instinctively took a step back. His intention was merely to develop in seclusion until he reached the great ascension stage, at which point no one would be his equal. He hoped to wait until his descendants achieved the great ascension before taking action. It is quite simple. Some wish for your life, while others covet your treasures. Do you realize that because you acquired the phoenix feather, an ancient saintess of the Hei Shaman cannot merge with her reincarnated body? It will require years for her to reach the 9th level of the Yuan. What? The 9th level of Yuan? Lin Fan felt a wave of dread wash over him, realizing he had inadvertently angered someone at such a formidable level. He had only just reached the late stage of Jiedan and felt powerful, yet now a 9th level Yuan appeared, sending chills down his spine. What had transpired in the outside world over the past 6 months? Was there a global war? Was destruction imminent? Wait, is it that Hu? Lin Fan recalled the woman from the Hu family and inquired. Yes, the Hu family has been annihilated. They colluded with the Hei Shaman to invade the territories of Bai Huagu and Qin Yunzong, and thanks to her, nearly 10,000 lives have been lost among the 3 factions. Ji Jinyu observed Lin Fan's genuine concern and felt inclined to share more information, especially since this little rascal had dared to touch her hand. The peculiar sensation lingered within her. This is disastrous. Why are the others searching for me? Lin Fan felt increasingly insecure, even within Qin Yunzong. He needed to hasten his cultivation. After all, the Sect Master was only at the 5th or 6th level of Yuan and could not contend with such threats. Chapter 60. Phoenix Feather, High-Level Spiritual Root. The Hei Shaman seeks to reclaim the Phoenix Feather. Once they do, the ancient saintess will likely reach the 9th level of Yuan in 6 months. Others seek to kill you for your treasures, while some wish to hide you away. Ji Jinyu said, circling Lin Fan. I have heard that several factions have placed bounties on your head, each starting at a minimum of 10 million spiritual stones. Lin Fan, you are now exceedingly valuable. In an instant, Lin Fan's composure shattered. Only Ji Jinyu understood that if they were to kill her, Lin Fan felt an unprecedented sense of danger. He had truly done nothing wrong. Yet, they could not act recklessly, as this was Qin Yunzong, where even the slightest disturbance could alert the Yuan. Meanwhile, Ji Jinyu, intrigued, maintained a distance from him, observing with keen interest. 10 million? Am I truly worth so much? Lin Fan chuckled bitterly. Not merely a mere sect offering 10 million, but also several aristocratic families bidding 3 or 500. Ji Jinyu's gaze now resembled that of a merchant inspecting a commodity. Surely, my elder sister does not intend to sell me off, does she? Were it not for certain secrets that must remain concealed, Lin Fan would have inquired about Qin Yunzong's offer and sought to negotiate a price himself. However, upon reflection, it is perhaps best to keep some matters buried deep within. Lin Fan had indeed dealt with numerous threats to his life and seized their treasures. Yet he harbored no desire to meet his demise. Life was still too precious to him. Who wishes for death while they can still live? His only desire was to survive, to bide his time until they forget him, thus ensuring his safety. Noticing Lin Fan's slight, furrowed brow and his expression of concern, Ji Jin, you seem to have made a resolute decision. I require the phoenix feather, or rather, I wish to harness the phoenix feather for my cultivation. My practice is of the fire element. If I could reference the spirit fire of the phoenix feather, my cultivation would surely flourish. Ji Jinyu suddenly turned serious, revealing the true intention of her visit. In the realm of cultivation, the strong prey on the weak. One must attain strength to attain anything else. A truth Ji Jinyu understood all too well. To cultivate with a phoenix feather? Lin Bufan gazed into Ji Jinyu's eyes and discerned her sincerity. However, the phoenix feather was an exceedingly rare treasure, and he needed to deliver it carefully. What? Is that not acceptable? I have kept such a significant secret for you. I only wish to borrow it, and I shall return it in due time. Is that not fair? How about a year? This time, it was Ji Jinyu who appeared anxious. She was desperate to enhance her power. She truly yearned to elevate her cultivation swiftly to accomplish many things. Very well. I agree, provided my elder sister vows not to betray me. Lin Bufan sighed in relief. If the demands had been unreasonable, he might have had to resort to more drastic measures, and should it come to that, there would be no turning back. He would likely not remain in Qinyun's zone for long. Excellent, bring it forth. Ji Jinyu extended her hand for the third time, curling her fingers enticingly. Seeing Ji Jinyu's radiant smile, Lin Bufan chuckled as a fiery red orb materialized in his hand, revealing the phoenix feather. It was a pure white plume, about the length of his forearm, adorned with intricate patterns. The moment it was revealed, the temperature around them surged, causing even the raindrops in the air to evaporate 2 meters away. The phoenix feather was indeed powerful, imbued with fire element energy. Under the influence of the crimson energy, Ji Jinyu gazed at the phoenix feather in wonder. Is this truly the phoenix feather? I had not seen its form before. Such rich fire energy, capable of transforming the surrounding spiritual energy into fire element energy. It possesses a domain, allowing my cultivation to be doubly effective. I believe I shall reach the Jidan stage swiftly. Ji Jinyu's excitement was palpable. Yet, just as she prepared to take the phoenix feather, Lin Bufan swiftly withdrew it. Ji Jinyu was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting to one of anger as she glared at Lin Bufan. Do not be angry, elder sister. I shall certainly return the phoenix feather, but I have a small favor to ask. At that moment, Lin Bufan was acutely aware that he might not be able to contend with Ji Jinyu, especially considering her connection to Jiang Qiong. Should anything happen to her and word reached Jiang Qiong's ears, it would spell disaster for him, regardless of her favorable disposition towards him. You better make it a reasonable request, or else. Ji Jinyu glared at Lin Bufan, her teeth clenched. It was clear that once Ji Jinyu's temper flared, she would be difficult to manage. Elder sister, dear elder sister, you are my beloved sister. Given my close relationship with Aunt Jiang Qiong, how could I possibly deceive you? It is merely a small request that you can easily fulfill without much time lost. Lin Bufan hurriedly explained. Speak. Yiying Ipsilonue commended coldly. Hee, you are the best, elder sister. I simply wish for you to teach Su, Ishue, and Xiao Ruru some cultivation techniques. Of course, if possible, I would also appreciate your guidance for myself. You know, I lack cultivation, and there are no high-level cultivators in Shaoyan Peak, but I do possess some resources. I hope you can provide me with a little extra assistance. Lin Bufan blurted out in one breath, fearful that Ji Jinyu might refuse. This is your request? Ji Jinyu blinked in surprise, a puzzled expression crossing her face. Yes, what did you think it was? I wasn't thinking anything. This is simple, and I can agree. Ji Jinyu feigned indifference, casting Lin Bufan a sidelong glance. Wonderful. You truly are my dearest elder sister. Now, might I impose upon you another small request? Lin Bufan offered what he believed to be the most tender smile in the world as he asked again. What is it? Promise me that if Su Ishue finds herself in danger and I am not around, you will assist her within your capabilities. Lin Bufan implored. How touching. Such deep feelings. But to Lin Bufan's surprise, Ji Jinyu responded coldly immediately after. This. Indeed, Ji Jinyu's demeanor shifted abruptly, and Lin Bufan was left puzzled, feeling he had said nothing wrong. Was she perhaps feeling jealous? Surely not. Just as Lin Bufan pondered this, Ji Jinyu stated icily, Very well, I can agree, but I shall require the phoenix feather for 3 years, not 5. All right, I agree. Lin Bufan quickly acquiesced. Then let us commence your instruction tomorrow. Hand it over. Ji Jinyu extended her palm, her tone remaining frosty. All right. With the phoenix feather in her possession, Ji Jinyu turned and departed, leaving Lin Bufan alone in contemplation. What peculiar women they were. Never mind, he thought, I must hasten my own cultivation. After all, the most I might delay the birth of my next offspring is merely 2 years. Lin Bufan shrugged as he watched Ji Jinyu's retreating figure. Chapter 61. The difficulty of transformation. The rain had ceased, and the dawn painted the sky in vibrant hues. Lin Bufan, somewhat disenchanted, returned to the adjacent room of Su Yixue, careful not to disturb her, particularly with the child present. He resolved to indulge in a deep slumber for the entirety of the morning. Young master, do you have something weighing on your mind? Xiao Ruru observed Lin Bufan's unusual demeanor for the first time. Lin Bufan, somewhat disgruntled, responded, What do you know about worries, little girl? I am contemplating how to advance my cultivation level. Unlike you, who is so unambitious, I give you a month to reach the 5th level of foundation establishment. Here are some spirit stones and pills. He tossed the storage bag aside before promptly burying himself under the covers. I am working hard. Who else is like you? A monster with such rapid cultivation progress. Xiao Ruru pouted, tucking Lin Bufan in before stepping out. Ah, the young master appears somewhat fatigued. I shall prepare some delightful new snacks. If anyone understood Lin Bufan's toil, it was undoubtedly Xiao Ruru, who genuinely sympathized with him. Moreover, to entice Lin Bufan to eat more, she had self-taught numerous culinary recipes. If Xiao Ruru were to open a snack stall at the Sect's marketplace, she would likely amass a considerable fortune in spirit stones. Alas, her sole desire was to prepare meals for Lin Bufan and Su Yixue. Anything beyond that was inconceivable. Of course, Lin Bufan remained oblivious to these sentiments. In recent days, he spent his daytime hours with Su Yixue and their child, basking in an atmosphere of utmost warmth. As his cultivation level advanced, he encountered some difficulties in further progress. It was already commendable to have ascended from a mortal to his current level in such a short span of time. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed, and Lin Bufan's cultivation had reached the 9th level of the Jindan stage. At this level, he was merely a step away from the Yuanying stage. Within Lin Bufan's Dantian, a golden yellow vortex resided. If refining qi involved absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth into one's body and refining it for personal use, then establishing a foundation meant forming a vortex at the Dantian, which represented the refined qi. The higher one's foundation cultivation, the larger this vortex of refined qi became. This qi, while external, was considered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Once it entered the body, it transformed into one's true qi. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level of foundation establishment, the vortex reached its maximum size and began to condense gradually. With sufficient cultivation and determination, one could condense this vortex into a Jindan. The Jindan is the transformation of spiritual energy from gaseous to solid form after entering the body. The spiritual energy contained within a Jindan is 100-fold that of the vortex. When the limits of the body's capacity for storing Jindan are reached, further cultivation leads to the Yuanying. The Yuanying is formed after refining the Jindan to its utmost, utilizing powerful spiritual energy to shape it into an infant form, thus creating the Yuanying. The final form of the Yuanying is significant because humans are regarded as the spirits of heaven and earth. This Yuanying can exist independently, entirely composed of the condensed spiritual energy of the universe. With the spirit of heaven and earth residing in the Dantian, it can cultivate autonomously, perceiving the surrounding spiritual energy and ultimately achieving an extraordinary existence. Humans are beings favored by the laws of heaven, regardless of the form they previously took. Whether demons or monsters, as long as they continue to cultivate and reach a certain level, they will inevitably transform into human form. Those tree people and stone people, as well as beasts like wolves, tigers, and leopards, ultimately all morph into humans. Even celestial fire and water spirits eventually become human. Furthermore, certain precious herbs like ginseng also transform into human form. However, breaking through the 9th level of Jindan is no easy feat, while gathering spiritual energy to form a Jindan is relatively simple. Transforming the Jindan into human form requires not only a substantial amount of spiritual energy, but also specific methods and the need to undergo tribulations. After a considerable period of cultivation, Lin Bufan ultimately decided to give up. It was futile to hope for the Jindan to take form. Most importantly, transforming the Jindan into an infant requires an abundance of spiritual energy, rare treasures, or special locations. Although Shaoyan Peak is rich in spiritual energy, it is still insufficient. Patience is key. One must not rush. Lin Bufan understood that haste makes waste, and he was already quite pleased with reaching the 9th level of Jindan. When Lin Bufan returned, he playfully teased Zaiwei Ui. At that moment, Su Yixue approached him, inquiring about her senior sister Ji Jinwei. Surprised, Lin Bufan feigned calmness as he responded. She is quite commendable. Why do you ask? Su Yixue, intrigued, rested her chin on her hand and continued, which is more beautiful, senior sister Han Yu. Senior sister Gao Man, or senior sister Ji Jinwei. She revealed her interest in the topic. Perhaps senior sister Ji Jinwei, she remarked, I have heard she, along with Elder Qingning of Duanyue Peak and Yao Ling'er of Ling Beast Peak, are known as the three beauties of Qingyun. Should the multitude of Qingyun's sect disciples discover Ji Jinyue's affections for him, they would surely vie to eliminate Lin Bufan. One must never underestimate a woman's innate charm. Husband, what if I persuade Master to marry you off to senior sister Ji Jinwei? Su Yixue suggested, her tone revealing a hint of mischief. Stunned, Lin Bufan could hardly fathom the idea of his wife seeking another for him. Yix, donotist, he replied, feeling somewhat uneasy. What is so strange about it? I have observed the way you and senior sister Ji Jinwei look at each other. Do you believe in women's intuition? I sense that senior sister Ji Jinwei has been somewhat discontent as of late. In contrast, Su Yixue was the epitome of gentleness, while Ji Jinwei was a spirited and capricious girl. Both were beauties, yet of entirely different types. Is that truly the reason? Lin Bufan pondered, taken aback by Su Yixue's perceptiveness. Indeed, have you considered it? By the way, what is your current cultivation level? Su Yixue asked curiously. Foundation establishment, 9th level. Lin Bufan replied without hesitation. He was not deliberately concealing it, but rather waiting for the right moment, as he still had enemies from the Haisha sect seeking his life. That is higher than I am. Su Yixue recalled that when Lin Bufan first arrived, he had no cultivation at all. Of course, do you not know who I am? My dear husband? Lin Bufan boasted. Humph. Su Yixue shot him a playful glare. In the following days, Lin Bufan exhibited no unusual behavior, while Su Yixue frequently engaged in conversations with Ji Jinwei. The two often cast glances at Lin Bufan, and it was evident that their discussions revolved around him incessantly. After conversing for an hour, Ji Jinwei prepared to leave and moved past Lin Bufan. He dared not look at her and quickly pretended not to notice, aware that Su Yixue was watching him with a smile. Ji Jinwei cast Lin Bufan a wistful glance and murmured, Phoenix feather. I shall need 2 more years before I give it to you. With that, without waiting for Lin Bufan's response, she vanished into the night. Chapter 62, Idle Chatter. As she left, Lin Bufan was momentarily stunned, sensing that something was amiss with Ji Jinyue's emotions. As a man, he found it challenging to decipher the thoughts of a girl. Soon after, Lin Bufan found himself lost in thought before the graveside of Lin Yuan and his mother. Father. Mother, the thoughts of a girl are truly perplexing. In the days that followed, Lin Bufan maintained his routine. After the recent events in the Miner's Secret Realm, he recognized the critical importance of possessing a powerful physique. For a cultivator, it is not sufficient to merely have high cultivation. One must also possess a resilient body, lest one risk demise. The relationship between Ji Jinwei and Su Yixue continued to blossom, yet she did not seek Lin Bufan's company at night anymore. Indeed, women are fickle beings. Lin Bufan found it impossible to fathom Ji Jinyue's nature, likely a reflection of her Aquarius traits. What she felt was what she expressed, indifferent one moment and aloof the next. As for Su Yixue, perhaps she was more akin to a Cancer? It remained unclear whether this world of cultivation adhered to astrological signs or zodiac animals. Stuck at the 9th level of Jindan, the innate Tao body of 1/20th allowed for rapid minor advancements, yet significant breakthroughs were still far from reach. To progress further, one must consider procreation. Currently, Lin Yue was nearly a year and a half old, while Lin Shuang was about to turn 6 months. Little Yue was already capable of speaking simple phrases, enjoying herself with Ji Jinwei and the other girls. Watching his 2 daughters being embraced and playing with several female cultivators. Lin Bufan and Su Ishue could not help but smile. Husband, haven't you noticed something? Su Ishue suddenly inquired. What? Lin Bufan glanced around, reassured that there was no danger or unusual occurrences. Husband, our Shaoyan Peak currently suffers from a male surplus and female deficit. Perhaps we should consider having another baby? A boy would ensure the continuation of the Lin family line. Lin Bufan looked at Su Ishue in astonishment. How considerate of her, always thinking of him. Your body has only recently recovered. Lin Bufan tightened his embrace around Su Ishue. I'm perfectly fine. I've been well for quite some time. And my cultivation is progressing rapidly. Isn't that wonderful? Su Ishue began to employ her charming tactics. Who could possibly resist? All right, then let's put in some more effort. Lin Bufan chuckled and placed a gentle kiss on Su Ishue's forehead. In truth, Lin Bufan was contemplating how to persuade Su Ishue, but to his surprise, she brought it up herself. However, Lin Bufan had his own considerations. He desired children, yet he sought something extraordinary, a treasure of formidable strength. The phoenix feathers were indeed a remarkable item, beneficial even to Yuan cultivators, and were left behind by the divine beast, the phoenix. However, he currently possessed only one, which was with Ji Jinyue, and it would take nearly 2 years for it to return. Furthermore, this object was rather sensitive. If a powerful child related to the phoenix suddenly appeared in Qinyan's sect, it would undoubtedly attract attention. The best course of action was to let it rest for a while. The cultivation world is abundant with treasures. Should one item draw attention, like a fleeting rumor, it would soon be overshadowed by others or gradually forgotten. Walls could be merged. In the dead of night, after spending time with Su Ishue, Lin Bufan returned to the cave and laid out all his findings. Among them, the only high-quality item was that fragment of a broken sword. He gathered the pieces together, and with a wave of his right hand, his true qi ignited into flames. Yet, despite his foundation in the dance stage, the flames were insufficient to even turn the broken sword fragments red. What on earth was this material? Neither Lin Yuan nor Jiang Xiong could deduce its nature, nor could Lin Bufan. It seemed that Qinyan sect had a refining pavilion and a library pavilion. He resolved to explore them the following day. That night, Ji Jinyue did not arrive, and after a brief period of cultivation, Lin Bufan returned home. The library pavilion and the refining pavilion were overseen by their respective heads, all esteemed elders of the sect. When Lin Bufan frequently visited the library pavilion, he inevitably attracted the attention of many disciples of Qinyan sect. Isn't that Lin Bufan? I heard he married a lady from the Su family. The Su family was currently the most powerful in Qingkong City, and for an ordinary person to marry into such a family was indeed a lofty achievement. I've heard that Lin Yuan was once a peak master even more formidable than the Sect Master, yet he ended up with a useless son. Presently, only his family remained on Shaoyan Peak, occupying a position of prominence. The Sect Master dotes on him excessively. Ah, just an ordinary fellow. What does he even seek in the library pavilion? This place is meant for cultivators. You may not know, but it has just spread that useless commoner Lin Bufan has already cultivated to the 2nd level of qi refining. Really? Has he opened his meridians? Perhaps he was simply too dull before and could never sense true qi. Amidst the idle chatter, Lin Bufan paid no heed, continuing on his path. Isn't this Lin Bufan? What book are you reading today? Upon reaching the entrance of the library pavilion, an elder at the counter glanced at him. Hello, Elder Sunday. I want TB reading today. As the saying goes, reading thousands of books is not as valuable as traveling thousands of miles. And traveling thousands of miles is not as valuable as meeting a wise teacher. Today, I shall visit the refining pavilion, Lin Bufan declared, promptly departing. Hey, this lad. Elder Sun was a thin old man, a Yuaning cultivator, and a core figure who was well aware of Lin Bufan's unique circumstances. He allowed him free access to the library pavilion. After all, he had 2 lovely daughters. Yet, upon interaction, it became evident that Lin Bufan was quite spirited. And as a result, Elder Sun found some amusement in his company. Lin Bufan naturally showed Elder Sun the fragments of the broken sword, yet they were equally perplexed by its material. This led Lin Bufan to feel a sense of disdain. The monks at the Shaolin Temple's Sutra Pavilion were all experts, whereas the elders of Qinyan sect's library pavilion seemed to lack knowledge, forcing Lin Bufan to search for answers himself. Due to this attitude, Elder Sun found himself in several debates with Lin Fan, only to discover that despite having read the texts of the Sutra Pavilion 1,000 times, he was at a loss against Lin Fan's unconventional reasoning, nearly falling victim to his persuasive words. Their relationship, however, grew amicable, providing them both with some light-hearted entertainment. The refining pavilion was an entirely different ambience. Upon entering, Lin Fan immediately sensed a wave of heat. Armed with the Sect Master's token, he ventured deep into the refining pavilion, seeking to find an elder here. Lin Fan, what brings you here? An elderly man with a scraggly beard, dressed in tattered clothing marked by burned scars, stood before him. Lin Fan was taken aback. Wasn't there supposed to be a powerful Yuan-Ing cultivator in the refining pavilion? This certainly did not resemble the esteemed elder he had envisioned, but rather a beggar. With a cold snort, the elder seemed to have guessed Lin Fan's thoughts and immediately appeared displeased. Gviting, ao de tang. Lin Fan pays his respects. Lin Fan quickly greeted him. The elder's name was uttered, but upon recalling the handsome Tang Sung, Lin Fan felt that Elder Tang did not live up to his surname. Speak plainly. Get to the point. Elder Tang shot a glance at Lin Fan, then picked up a hammer and moved to another side, retrieving a piece of metal from furnace. Whereupon he began to hammer away. This was the innermost part of the refining pavilion, essentially the source of the earth fire. To refine items, one needed flames. The earth fire was the most easily obtained flame among all known flames, requiring only to find a location rich in fire elements in a cave where the earth fire could be found. At this moment, Elder Tang was in the area where the earth fire was most potent. To refine anything, one must possess quality flames and materials. Good flames can enhance refining, making the process far more efficient. Lin Fan's gaze wandered, feeling envious of such a place. Unfortunately, he did not possess the skill to refine items. Elder Tang, I have something I wish to inquire about. I possess a kind of metal. Might you be able to refine it? Lin Fan said as he produced a fragment of the broken sword. Just this blackened scrap of metal? In Elder Tang's view, Lin Fan was merely a minor cultivator at the second level of qi refining. What could he possibly have of value? If it were Lin Yuan, he might have paid more heed. Yet, upon a mere glance, Elder Tang froze. He then tossed the hammer aside and picked up the fragment of the broken sword. What is this? Elder Tang found himself momentarily at a loss for words and examined it closely for quite some time. Where did you acquire this? His expression turned serious as he looked at Lin Fan, inquiring further. It was in my father's ring. I wonder if Elder Tang recognizes it? Lin Fan fabricated atale. I do not recognize it, but the sword intent it contains is formidable. It must be a fragment from some ancient spirit sword. Do you possess any more? Lin Fan had already gathered information regarding Elder Tang's obsession with refining, and his peculiar character was now unmistakably revealed. I have 3 pieces. I thought it might be some special treasure, so I came to consult Elder Tang. Lin Fan said, presenting 2 additional small fragments. Looking at the combined size of the 3 fragments, which barely fit in his palm, Elder Tang sighed. What a pity, what a pity. This metal seems extraordinarily hard. I wonder what material it is. Just how many materials are there in this world that I have yet to encounter? It was evident that even this small amount of metal stirred Elder Tang's yearning, as he held a deep fascination for rare materials. Can Elder Tang refine this metal? Lin Fan continued to probe. Tang Chonglao glanced at Lin Fan, then at the shard in his hand, and unceremoniously cast it into the ground fire. Lin Fan exclaimed in disbelief, questioning the lack of courtesy. However, he quickly noticed the profound formation surrounding the area of the ground fire, causing the metallic fragment to levitate above the formation. This display of skill filled Lin Fan with envy, pondering when he might master formations himself. Alchemy, artifact forging, and formations, mastering even one could lead to financial gain. The orange flames, under Tang Chonglau's manipulation, transformed dramatically, raising the temperature within the cave to an alarming degree, far exceeding that of the previous magma pool. Startled, Lin Fan retreated several steps. Tang Chonglao had anticipated this outcome, but soon noticed Lin Fan standing still, a hint of crimson on his body and a barely perceptible admiration in his gaze. This formation could condense the ground fire and increase its temperature by 30 degrees, though it could also lower it. Lin Fan, with his qi refining cultivation, standing there was already quite impressive, Any other qi refiners would likely have been injured. He reasoned that Lin Yuan had previously expended significant resources to forge Lin Bufan's body, making it indeed extraordinary. Tang Chonglao had once been consulted by Lin Yuan on how to make a mortal body akin to a magical artifact, leading to extensive discussions. Seeing Lin Bufan unharmed, he turned his attention back to the remnants of the sword fragment above the formation, furrowing his brow. This ground fire was considered the strongest in the eastern wilderness. None could rival his forging prowess. Despite the enhancement of the formation, the sword fragment remained unscathed even after a long wait. This wait extended for the duration of an incense stick. Observing Tang Chonlao's growing impatience, Lin Bufan opted to stand aside. If it could be refined, it would be splendid. He could reforge the sword, undoubtedly making it immensely powerful. If it could not be melted, it would signify that it was a precious shard. A treasure remains a treasure, even when fractured. For Lin Bufan, there was little to lose. At that moment, Tang Chonglao waved his hand to retrieve 3 shards, astonished to find them devoid of any red hue. What could this be? He was taken aback. After all, the ground fire had been scorching for quite some time. Yet, when Tang Chonglao grasped it, there was no heat whatsoever. This was the first time he had encountered such an anomaly. Lin Bufan, equally stunned, picked up another shard. It felt cool to the touch, confirming its lack of temperature. This was undoubtedly a treasure. Lin Bufan lamented the loss of its original form, wondering what magnificent artifact it had once been. Curiously, he asked if he could have the shards in exchange for a spiritual sword. Tang Chonglao was intrigued and wished to study them more closely. Lin Bufan shook his head, expressing that it was a keepsake from his father, and, since its nature was unknown, it would serve as a cherished memory. Are you certain? Tang Chonglao asked, a hint of urgency in his tone. But upon realizing there were only 3 shards, he relented. Very well, you may keep them. If you decide to part with them later, let me know. Perhaps I could glean some insights into the identity of the sword's creator. Thank you, Tang Chonglao. Lin Bufan accepted the 3 shards and turned to leave, bowing as he departed. However, Tang Chonglao had already resumed his work on his weapon, paying him no further mind. It was only after Lin Bufan had exited that he lifted his gaze to the door and sighed. The cause of his sigh unknown, whether it was for Lin Bufan or Lin Yuan. This is undoubtedly a treasure, Lin Bufan affirmed as he held the shards tightly in his hands upon exiting the door. Chapitre 64, Zendu Jiadu. The shards could not be melted even by a Yuaniing expert, and their coolness hinted at an inherent chill, suggesting either a unique composition or remarkable durability that the ground fire could not alter. Most importantly, there was a trace of sword intent within them. If Tang Chonglao could not melt them, then reconstituting the sword would not be an easy feat. Lin Bufan realized he must continue searching for treasures to ensure the emergence of powerful offspring. If one method failed, he would seek another. If necessary, he could utilize branches from the Lu Huabao Shu, which seemed promising. However, he recalled that the Lu Huabao Shu typically grew in lesser secret realms. If that proved unfeasible, a visit to the library to further research was imperative. During this period, Qinyan sect was remarkably tranquil, with the most discussed topic being Lin Bufan's serious and tireless reading in the library. Hearing whispers of ridicule from below, Lin Bufan chose to elevate his cultivation to the 3rd layer of qi refining. As long as he did not advance, these individuals would continue their chatter. Yet, even after his elevation, they persisted in their mockery, prompting Lin Bufan to ultimately disregard them. The elders, however, reprimanded these disciples for their behavior. You lot, instead of focusing on your own cultivation, waste time fixating on others. Your ambitions are to compare yourselves to a mere 3rd layer qi refiner like Lin Bufan. After years of training, you remain stagnant in the initial stages of qi refining and foundation building. How shameful. Go and devote yourselves to your training. If you do not reach the 5th layer of foundation building within a year, each of you shall face a wall of reflection. These disciples, who dared to compare themselves to Lin Bufan, had no ground for such comparisons. What did it matter if Lin Bufan was immortal? His daughter was of noble birth. Did you possess such connections? It was no wonder the elders were incensed. The disciples could only seethe in silence, ultimately resigning themselves. Among the instigators was Lu Zhongming, whose countenance was grim. He had received yet another warning, though unnamed. The look from his master indicated he was well aware of the situation. Were these individuals truly without any information? In his room, two disciples stood by, heads bowed in silence. No news at all. None have seen him. One finally replied. What is Han Gu up to? Lin Bufan returned months ago. Are Han Gu and his crew utterly useless? Lu Zoming, now more anxious than the sect leader, understood that the sect leader had allocated resources to Shaoyan Peak but remained in the dark as to why. Little did he know that the disciples had long been subjected to memory alterations, courtesy of the Yuanian cultivators, leaving them with no recollection of events. In their minds, Qinyan's sect had been uneventful. For those outside the sect, the occurrences were akin to thunderstorms, common in the high mountains where the weather was unpredictable. Or perhaps someone had ascended to Yuanying, which was hardly a significant issue. Master, Han Gu has been absent for months, neglecting his sect duties. Do you think something has happened to him? One junior inquired. Impossible. Lin Bufan's cultivation is low. If anyone could cause a dozen people to lose track of him, it would take a foundation-building, initial-stage cultivator at the very least. That good-for-nothing Han Gu can't even handle a simple task. Lu Zoming expressed his frustration. V2 Tanye. He lacked capable allies, impeding his plans. Cultivating a capable individual was no easy feat, a truth known only to him. If Han Gu were aware of Lu Zoming's disparagement, he would likely rise from the grave to throttle him, questioning why he was being insulted even in death. Has Lin Bufan returned to the library again? Lu Zoming inquired. Indeed, during these times, I venture out every day. Very well, I understand. You may go. Lu Zoming gazed out of the window, making a resolute decision to meet Lin Bufan and discern the exceptional qualities that warranted such protection from the sect leader and others. Is this the formation? Quite mysterious indeed. The formation encompasses both offensive and defensive strategies. It can shield, attack, confound, and assist. In the remote region of Dongwang, masters of formations are virtually non-existent. Many of these formations have been passed down from ancient times, some merely remnants. The reason Lin Bufan prioritized the study of formations is quite deliberate. Having offended a ninth-layer Yuanying, he anticipated it would take considerable time to enhance his own strength. Although his adversary had not yet regained their powers, they remained formidable as a Yuanying, and he lacks disciples from the Haisha sect to command. His status and cultivation levels fall short compared to his opponent. But mastering formations might allow him to ensnare them. At the very least, smaller formations could assist in attacks, trap enemies, or confuse them, while larger ones could facilitate teleportation or even eliminate foes. I have no desire to engage in battles beyond my level. How did fate lead me to this juncture? My intention is to survive. Lin Bufan resolved to remain within the sect, dedicating himself to mastering formations, then pursuing talismans, alchemy, and artifact forging. With a myriad of subjects in compulsory education, learning these should pose no challenge, right? In my previous life, I had to study, and this life demands the same. A tinge of bitterness lingered in Lin Bufan's heart. As the adage goes, one learns until the end of their days. While Lin Bufan engaged in self-affirmation, a voice broke the silence, followed by the appearance of a man clad in white, wielding a folding fan. He bore an admirable countenance, a smile gracing his features, reminiscent of Gongsun stood beside Bao Qing Tian. In the realm of reality, he would undoubtedly eclipse the contemporary young, fresh meats in historical dramas. I am Mu Qing. I presume you are Lin Bufan's junior brother? Your name has spread throughout the Qinyan sect, and today, witnessing you live by the adage of learning until death is indeed well-deserved. Mu Qing chuckled amiably. Mu Qing? Suddenly, Lin Bufan recalled a certain Mu Hongjia, a starkly contrasting elder from his peak, lamenting about his foolish child. Could this foolish child be the very person before him? Lin Bufan felt his lips twitch involuntarily. He desperately wished to ask Mu Qing, "Are you aware that your father is quite the actor? It turns out you're Mu Shixiang. Elder Mu Hongjia had mentioned you, praising your charming demeanor and promising future as a potential peak master. It must indeed be you," Lin Bufan playfully remarked, prompting Mu Qing to step closer, his eyes sparkling. "Haha, that is indeed my father. He merely speaks casually. However, my looks have captivated numerous junior sisters here at the Qinyan sect." After this, Mu Qing leaned closer to Lin Bufan and whispered, "Junior brother, we seem to have an instant rapport. Let me share a secret. Sister Ji Jinwei from Duanyue Peak fancies me. Please do not divulge this to anyone, all right?" With that, Mu Qing shot him a knowing glance. Lin Bufon's eyes widened in astonishment. What? My father praises me, so? I must know. This secret between us should remain undisclosed. I fear Sister Jinhua might become shy. Mu Qing chuckled, brimming with pride. Lin Bufon felt utterly befuddled. One Mu Hongjia and one Mu Qing. How had this peculiar father-son duo come to be? Such comparisons are utterly futile. Thank you, Mu Qing Shixiao, for your kind regard. I, Lin Bufon, shall certainly keep this to myself. Lin Bufon raised his hand, for he had no intention of sharing this absurdity, not believing a word of it. He was, after all, entangled with Ji Jinhua. Surely that was far more exhilarating than mere admiration. Lin Bufon had already labeled Mu Qing a fraud in his mind. I knew I was right about you. Lin Bufon, my brother, what books are you seeking? I am well versed in them, and should you have any questions, I can guide you. I have already reached the third layer of Jedon. The fundamentals of Qi training are simple to grasp, and with my guidance, your cultivation could easily reach the fifth layer within a year. Mu Qing proclaimed, confidently waving his folding fan, embodying the image of a dashing gentleman. Surprisingly, Mu Qing's demeanor attracted the attention of several junior sisters from afar, to whom he flashed a dazzling smile. What show-off? Lin Bufon felt a wave of embarrassment. How could such a person wish to befriend him? He felt as though he could dig a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment with his toes. Haha, many thanks, Mu Qing Shixiao. Lin Bufon longed to shoo this fly away, but alas, his father is a Yuanying. Junior brother, do not doubt my abilities. My cultivation level makes it easy to guide you through Qi training. Have you forgotten how my father speaks of me? If you do not trust me, you should at least trust my father. Mu Qing boasted with an air of superiority. Your father considers you a fool. Lin Bufon wanted to speak the truth, but thought better of it. Suddenly, he noticed the formation book in his hands and casually inquired, Indeed, Mu Qing Shixiao, how do the offensive and defensive formations integrate? I have pondered this for quite some time and still find it perplexing. Mu Qing paused, glancing at the book Lin Bufon held, then at its cover, The Art of Formation Integration. Mu Qing knew nothing about formations. Junior brother, as long as the true eye of the formation is correctly placed and the energy activated, it suffices. It is said that our Qing Yuan sect formations are 6th tier, left by a Grand Master of Yur, capable of withstanding attacks from great ascension practitioners. This is also a verification formation. As for how to integrate them, that is quite intricate. You may learn from individual formations, and in due course, you shall understand. With a flourish, Mu Qing snapped his folding fan, suddenly brimming with confidence. Thank you, Mu Qing Shixiong. I shall certainly strive to improve. Lin Bufon clasped his fists in gratitude. Junior brother, why not pose some questions about your cultivation? I can elucidate matters for you. Many transmission elders are at the Jedon level, and I have taught before, attracting the affection of several junior sisters. Do not feel shy. Mu Qing continued, noticing Lin Bufon's lack of enthusiasm. Why should I seek your guidance? I am already at the 9th layer of Jedon, Lin Bufon thought, suppressing the urge to lash out. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Mu Qing Shixiao, as the son of Mu Hongjia, you have grown up in the Qingyan sect. Could you inform me of any rare treasures or unique phenomena in or around the sect? Unique? Mu Qing paused deep in thought. Within our Qingyun sect, Daiyan Peak and Shaoyan Peak are rather commonplace. However, Duanyue Peak, near the Alchemy Pavilion, hosts a rather peculiar area, a forbidden zone inaccessible to the inner sect. It is the Qingyun sect's medicinal garden, overseen by dedicated elders, where all medicinal supplies for the sect are cultivated, including several extraordinary immortal herbs that naturally resonate with the Tao. Qinglei Peak also contains a mountain. Despite its barren appearance, it harbors tens of thousands of flying swords that endure incessant lightning strikes, even on clear days when lightning occasionally descends. It is indeed a unique phenomenon. In addition, at Ling Shofeng, there exists a pond that harbors a Yuaning spirit beast, reputedly left by a former sect leader of Qing Yunzong, known as Lei Jiao. This creature, crackling with arcs of lightning, serves as the guardian deity of Qing Yunzong. On the back mountain, there lies a cliff adorned with a peculiar formation, believed to have been crafted by a genius of formations from a sect. The intricacies of this formation are said to be profound, with a ranking of at least 7, impervious even to those at the Great Ascension stage. It is well known that a 9-rank immortal array can trap immortals, while a 10 rank signifies the pinnacle of immortal formations. one cannot help but acknowledge Mu Qing's deep understanding of Qing Yunzong as he unveiled myriad wonders that Lin Bufan had never heard of before. The medicinal garden, the thunderstruck peaks, the Lei Jiao, the seven-rank Great Array. These are indeed legendary existences, are they not? It is no wonder that Qing Yunzong remains steadfast. Could I perhaps extract something of value from it? Lin Bufan felt a surge of excitement, envisioning the immense power that could arise from merging such treasures with his progeny. Wait, what did you say? Mu Qing was taken aback by Lin Bufan's words. Bufan, you are merely at the qi refining stage. Caution is paramount. The medicinal garden is guarded by Yuan Ying, and the Lei Jiao is ferocious. One must be wary even during feeding times. The formation is even more enigmatic. Many disciples have ventured within and never returned. Do not let your fantasies run wild. Thank you, Senior Brother Mu Qing. I was merely indulging in a whimsical thought. I must take my leave now. I hope to welcome you to Shaoyin Feng sometime. Lin Bufan replied with a smile. Very well, take care, Junior Brother. I shall certainly pay you a visit. After bidding farewell to Mu Qing, Lin Bufan departed. Observing Lin Bufan's retreating figure, Mu Qing pondered. Why does my father wish for me to associate more with him? How peculiar. Nonetheless, this junior brother is quite agreeable. He believes everything I say and addresses me as senior brother. It is quite pleasant. Unbeknownst to Lin Bufan, Mu Qing harbored his own thoughts. At that moment, he had already left the library pavilion. Lin Bufan? Just then, he heard someone calling his name, the voice tinged with irritation. Has he offended anyone in Qing Yunzong? Turning to look, he saw a young man approaching from beneath a tree, his expression devoid of emotion, hinting at displeasure. Lin Bufan, with your cultivation, you ought to focus on refining at Shaoyin Feng. The text in the library pavilion may be beyond your comprehension. This was a contemptuous remark, a clear insult. Lin Bufan frowned and replied, Do I know you? Chapter 66. Senior Brother, please advocate for me. Someone is bullying me. Huh. It is only natural that you do not know me, but I know you well enough. I am Lu Zoming from Shaoyin Feng. The newcomer was indeed Lu Zoming, who had been waiting for some time to confront Lin Bufan. He sought to gauge Lin Bufan's capabilities and character. Are you Lu Zoming from Shaoyin Feng? Lin Bufan was momentarily taken aback, surprised. Previously, it was Lu Zoming who incited Lu Hao and Han Ge. He had a brother who seemed to have reached the Jidan stage. Indeed, that is I. Lu Zoming was confident that his name was known to many. As the majority of Qing Yunzong comprised qi refiners and foundation establishment practitioners. As a senior brother on the cusp of the 9th layer in foundation establishment and a direct disciple of the Peak Master, he was quite well known. Oh, I do not recognize you. However, before Lu Zoming could bask in pride for even a minute, Lin Bufan turned and walked away. He had no intention of engaging with such a minor figure. Lu Zoming's expression darkened. Stop. You truly do not recognize me? Lu Zoming was enraged, suspecting Lin Bufan's dismissal was intentional. What? Are you famous? Which peak do you represent? Lin Bufan raised an eyebrow, deliberately speaking loudly. His voice drew the attention of several disciples nearby. Upon noticing the gathering crowd, Lu Zoming's countenance shifted dramatically. He had merely intended to observe Lin Bufan, but now found himself the center of attention. It is Lu Zoming from the Yun Feng. He is the senior brother among the younger generation of the Yun Feng. He is a direct disciple of the Peak Master. Why has he come to confront Lin Bufan? Heard that the Yun Feng has absorbed many disciples from Shaoyin Feng. It appears that resources still favor Lin Bufan, which has irked many from the Yun Feng. I also heard that senior brother Lu is responsible for distributing low-tier resources to the disciples. Is he here to settle scores with Lin Bufan? I have heard from the elders that one should not provoke Lin Bufan. Those who do may face dire consequences. That is just the case for ordinary disciples. Lu Zoming is a direct disciple. Why would he fear Lin Bufan? Lin Bufan is merely a qi refining third-layer cultivator. Elder Lin Yuan has already fallen. The murmurs around them were not loud, yet they reached the ears of both young men. I have matters to attend to at Shaoyin Feng, so I shall take my leave. Lin Bufan was disinterested in this individual and turned to depart. Stop. Overwhelmed by the incessant chatter, Lu Zoming could no longer contain himself. You see your senior brother, and simply turned to leave, not even offering a greeting? Lu Zoming glared at Lin Bufan. Lin Bufan halted momentarily, unwilling to stir up trouble. But this fellow was clearly seeking conflict. What? Does senior brother Lu have any advice? Lu Zoming chuckled. You are but a waste. What advice could I possibly offer you? Do you think you deserve it? Laughter erupted from the surrounding onlookers. To them, Lin Bufan was nothing more than a waste. What a bold claim. Did you forget to brush your teeth this morning? Or have you indulged too much? My cultivation is of no concern to you. Is it? Have you been poking too much at excrement, that you wish to poke at everything in sight? The crude language was shocking. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Did Lin Bufan truly say that? As practitioners of the Tao, they valued strength, and such insults devoid of obscenity, yet rife with repugnance, were unheard of. What elder taught him such a skill? Such words were not only offensive, but carried a potent sting. This is disastrous. Lin Bufan will surely face punishment now. Lu Zoming's temper is notorious. Previously, a disciple merely brushed against him and was sent to reflect for 3 months. This is terrible. How dare Lin Bufan act so brazenly? Lu Zoming's countenance darkened. What? Lu Zoming, are you here to showcase your mood swings? One moment you are black, the next white. One moment red, the next green. This lifeless visage is not easily achieved. Truly, senior brother, your cultivation is profound. A junior like me could never learn. Lin Bufan intended to provoke this fellow. He sought to teach this brat a lesson. Otherwise, he might think Lin Bufan was easy prey. Old grievances and new grudges intertwined. Lin Bufan understood well the notion of justifiable defense. After all, there was no law here. Insulting others was not a crime. And should he strike first, Lu Zoming would be in the wrong. Indeed, Lu Zoming was finally enraged. Very well, very well. With Elder Lin Yuan gone, you, Lin Bufan, lack upbringing. Today, I shall act as a substitute for Elder Lin Yuan and teach you a lesson, you little wretch. Lu Zoming was genuinely furious. He had never been insulted in such a manner throughout his life. Even after becoming a direct disciple, everyone had treated him with utmost respect. The stark contrast incited his wrath, and he raised his hand to strike at Lin Bufan. In an instant, a massive hand, 2 meters wide, appeared, swinging menacingly toward Lin Bufan. How dare you mention my father? At this moment, Lin Bufan exhibited behavior akin to that of a person who had lost all reason, utterly disregarding the immense hand looming above him as he charged directly toward Lu Zoming. It was over. This lad was about to face dire consequences. How could a mere 3rd-layer Qi refinement cultivator withstand an assault from an 8th-layer foundation establishment master? He was not evading. Instead, he was recklessly rushing toward Lu Zoming, genuinely believing that a 3rd-layer Qi refinement could even touch him. Lu Zoming, upon catching sight of Lin Bufan, let out a cold snort, looking at him as if he were a fool. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed through the air. The 2-meter hand in the sky dissipated, and as the crowd turned to discover the source of the sound, they were astounded. Lin Bufan had slapped Lu Zoming across the face. Lu Zoming felt a tingling sensation on his face and throughout his body, his cultivation abruptly ceasing to function. Smack! I shall not allow you to speak of my father. Smack! How dare you mention my father? Smack! You presume to discipline me in place of my father? Who do you think you are? With each resounding slap, Lin Bufan's fury escalated. His strikes landed on Lu Zoming's face and head, swiftly causing it to swell. Yet Lin Bufan showed no mercy. Smack! So Lu Zoming is it? Smack! You fancy yourself an educator? Smack! I shall distort your head. By the end, Lin Bufan felt unsatisfied and leapt high into the air, delivering slap after slap until Lu Zoming staggered back over 10 meters. Stop! At that moment, someone shouted, and Luo Ping stepped forward from the crowd. Upon seeing him, Lin Bufan's eyes lit up, and he began to weep. Senior brother Luo, please help me. Someone is bullying me. Chapter 67. What is wrong with green tea? Lin Bufan? Luo Ping was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Lin Bufan, who was crying like a child, then glanced at the person seated on the ground. At that instant, Luo Ping was dumbfounded. Someone was bullying Lin Bufan? The surrounding disciples gasped in shock. Were they truly witnessing such audacity? Luo Ping had been tasked with locating an elder from the library, but was not expecting a conflict to arise. Internal strife was strictly prohibited within the Qingyun sect. As a disciple of the Sect Master, he felt compelled to intervene. However, upon entering, he realized it was Lin Bufan involved. Instinctively, he perceived Lin Bufan as the underdog, especially given his status as a mere 3rd-layer Qi refinement cultivator, and seeing him sobbing assuredly indicated he had suffered great injustice. He habitually placed a comforting hand on Lin Bufon's shoulder. Bufon, do not cry. Please tell me what transpired. He had already resolved to stand up for Lin Bufon's. This was excellent news, and Lin Bufon's, filled with excitement, pointed at the seated Lu Zongming, indignantly exclaiming, "Senior brother, it is him. This 8th Layer Foundation establishment scoundrel is bullying me. I was returning from the library to Shaoyan Peak when he blocked my path, claiming I disrespected him by not recognizing him. The most infuriating part is that he spoke of my father's demise, asserting he would discipline me in my father's stead. I may lack a father-esque support, but he cannot humiliate me like this." The more Lin Bufon spoke, the angrier he became, panting heavily. "Discipline? And he dares say you have no father?" Luo Ping, also an orphan raised by the Sect Master, understood all too well the weight of such words. Without the Sect Master's mentorship, he would have perished long ago, or worse, fallen victim to wild beasts. To use such a sensitive matter against Lin Bufon was akin to pouring salt into an open wound. Outrage coursed through him. "Lift your head. Let me see which peak and which elder's disciple you are." Despite Luo Ping's cultivated demeanor, encountering such insolence among the disciples ignited his fury. As Lu Zongming raised his head from the ground, Luo Ping froze. "Lu Zongming? Wait, is that you?" Luo Ping's mind struggled to process the situation. The conflict had involved Lu Zongming and Lin Bufon. He had only focused on Lin Bufon's apparent grievances, failing to recognize who lay on the ground. Lu Zongming, dazed, could only ponder why he was the one being struck. Luo Ping observed Lin Bufon, noting he bore no injuries, while Lu Zongming's face was already swollen. "Lu Zongming, who struck your face?" Suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, Luo Ping's expression shifted. "Did you bully Lin Bufon?" The expressions of those around them also transformed, as the unfolding events deviated from their expectations. "Lin Bufon, you bastard! How dare you hit me?" At that moment, Lu Zongming finally registered the situation. Still seated on the ground, one hand pressed to his face, looking woefully at Luo Ping. Meanwhile, Lin Bufon stood beside Luo Ping, casting scornful glances at Lu Zongming. Remembering Lu Zongming's earlier menacing demeanor, Lin Bufon's contempt only fueled Lu Zongming's rage. With his 8th Layer Foundation establishment power fully unleashed, Lu Zongming struck with his weapon. In an instant, a gleam of sword light surged toward Lin Bufon's throat, offering him no time to react. "He is going to kill me. Senior brother Luo, save me." Lin Bufon, not daring to advance, cowered behind Luo Ping. With a sharp clang, Lu Zongming's sword clattered to the ground. "How dare you harm others?" Luo Ping bellowed, and Lu Zongming promptly snapped to attention, realizing Luo Ping was present. "Calm down." Lu Zongming quickly bowed in submission. "You, an 8th Layer Foundation establishment, bullying a mere 3rd Layer Chi refinement cultivator, is that not excessive? Now, recount the events that transpired." Luo Ping was unaware of the details that had unfolded, yet he was certain that had he not been there, Lin Bufon would have met a grim fate from Lu Zongming's attack. The Sect Master had expressly stated the importance of safeguarding Lin Bufon's safety, and Lu Zongming had nearly thwarted that significant task. It was not like that. It was he who, Lu Zongming, still nursing the pain in his face, protested. "Thank goodness you were here, senior brother. I would have truly perished. You cannot fathom how fierce he is," Lin Bufon declared, realizing it was advantageous to play the victim. Lu Zongming, in a fit of rage, spat out blood. "Lu Shixiao." Several disciples from Danyu Peak rushed over to assist him, and after swallowing a few medicinal pills, Lu Zongming began to recover. A few disciples excitedly relayed the earlier events to Luo Ping, leaving him astounded. "So, you were the one who struck Lu Zongming? How is that even conceivable?" Luo Ping regarded Lin Bufon with a peculiar expression. Lin Bufon, somewhat bashful, replied, "I am uncertain. I merely heard him insult my father, and I charged at him. Perhaps my father's previous training strengthened my physique, enabling me to close the distance." Surrounding disciples nodded in agreement. A 3rd Layer Chi refinement cultivator facing an 8th Layer Foundation establishment master would ordinarily be impossible, yet Lin Bufon had achieved it. Everyone knew Lin Bufon had undergone physical training, leading them to accept this explanation. Although Lin Bufon had not unleashed any high-level cultivation prowess, he remained a 3rd Layer Chi refinement cultivator. While they may have disdained Lin Bufon, they would not utter falsehoods in dire moments and acknowledged this account. The news of a third-layer Qi refinement cultivator striking an eighth-layer foundation establishment cultivator would likely spread throughout the Qingyun sect with remarkable speed. After inquiring with Lu Zongming, he found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, it was he who sought out Lin Fan. Lu Zongming, I trust your master has warned you against provoking Lin Fan. Although Lin Shidi possesses lower cultivation, he is nonetheless a disciple of our Qingyun sect, and his father has made considerable sacrifices for the sect. You instigated this conflict first and acted upon it first. I shall relay the truth of this matter to the Sect Master and Peak Master. Remember today's lesson, and return to reflect upon it. Luo Ping, known for his integrity, has assisted Lu Chong on numerous occasions over the years, and his authority is well recognized. His words carry significant weight. Lu Zongming's expression darkened severely. He cast a deep glance at Lin Fan before bowing to Luo Ping. Yes, I shall take my leave now. Observing Lu Zongming's departing figure, Luo Ping addressed the others around. You may disperse, should any of you continue to harm your fellow disciples. Do not blame me for expelling you from Qingyun sect. Yes, the disciples quickly scattered. Thank you, senior brother. It is truly a blessing to have you. Lin Fan smiled at Luo Ping. Is this the feeling of having someone to rely on? If his future daughters grow up, who would dare to bully him? It is all resolved. The Sect Master has issued an edict forbidding anyone from mistreating you. You are safe here in Qingyun sect. Luo Ping replied with a smile. Thank you, Sect Master. Senior brother, if you have the time, why not visit Shaoyan Peak? Yesterday, you mentioned that Uncle Luo has not come. Chapter 68. Father, I'm aware of your evaluation of me. As expected, the incident of Lin Fan slapping Lu Zongming reverberated through Qingyun sect like a tornado. From the lowest disciples in the Chores Division to the Peak Masters and Elder officials, this minor event within Qingyun sect captured the attention of countless individuals. At this moment, Lu Zongming felt as though he wished for death. He knelt alone in a training ground, while in the pavilion ahead, Yang Sheng sat in meditation, lost in thought. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, and Lu Zongming's legs had gone numb as dusk descended. Finally, Yang Sheng opened his eyes. You're no longer my personal disciple. As he passed Lu Zongming, Yang Sheng spoke without pausing, continuing on his path. In that instant, Lu Zongming's heart skipped a beat. Master, why? Master, you cannot abandon me. Lu Zongming exclaimed in shock, crawling a few steps and grasping Yang Sheng's leg. Yang Sheng turned, his gaze devoid of emotion. Do not assume I'm unaware of your previous actions. Lu Hao is gone. Han Gu is gone, along with over a dozen disciples. Do you think I, as Peak Master, know nothing? Lu Zongming's expression shifted dramatically. I distinctly instructed you not to provoke Lin Fan. How did you behave? Yang Sheng's eyes bore no warmth. Though he had some reluctance toward this disciple, he had no desire for a disobedient student. Who knows what kind of trouble this disciple might stir in the future? Over the years, Yang Sheng had been aware of Lu Zongming's various misdeeds, choosing to turn a blind eye until now, when the situation had become intolerable. This Yun Peak is the pride of Qingyun sect, and it is under my authority. Yang Sheng needed not utter any further words. The Yun Peak is governed by his will. Master, Lu Zongming could hardly fathom that it would culminate in such a result. Was it merely a useless individual relying on his father's favor? Why? Lu Zongming roared, yet his cries fell on deaf ears. Soon, the disciples of the Yun Peak became aware of the incident. No one dared to approach Lu Zongming anymore. To be frank, he had accumulated a great deal of resentment over the years, offending numerous disciples. Among the lower-level disciples of the Yun Peak, there was an unspoken anger that remained unvoiced. Those who lose the path find themselves bereft of support. Similarly, at Qinglei Peak, in the dead of night, Mu Hongjie summoned Mu Qing to his study. Did you manage to make contact with Lin Fan, as I instructed? Mu Hongjie inquired. Father, I did. Mu Qing replied excitedly, his eyes brimming with affection. How did it go? Mu Hongjie felt slightly perplexed by his son's demeanor. Father, I know you hold me in high regard. Rest assured, I am aware of your expectations. I will certainly devote myself to my cultivation and strive to become your pride. Mu Qing declared, positioning himself to present a striking profile to Mu Hongjie. Mu Hongjie remarked, Oh, have you lost your mind, or perhaps consumed a wrong elixir? Observing Mu Hongjie's lack of response, Mu Qing dramatically sighed. Father, I understand you have worried for me over the years, but your son has matured. I comprehend, truly I do. as you are not one for many words. A father sometimes struggles to express certain sentiments. However, it matters not. Father, I have grasped your intentions. What nonsense is this? Mu Hongjie gestured with his right hand, and immediately, Mu Qing felt a powerful grip seize his collar, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Mohongoye firmly grasped Mu Kvink's neck, pinning him to the ground with one hand while exploring his inner energy with the other. No injuries? Could it be a problem with his cultivation? Before Mu Qing could protest, Mu Hongjie pointed at his forehead, and after a moment his frown deepened. Strange, he hasn't been possessed. Father, what are you doing? Just like that. I was brought here and toyed with for so long. Mu Qing could no longer contain himself, his appearance now disheveled. As Mu Hongjie released him, Mu Qing quickly stood, adjusting his clothing and hairstyle. What is it? I demand to know the nature of your relationship with Lin Fan and what you just told me. Were it not for the fact that your sea of consciousness appears unharmed, I would think you were possessed by some nefarious creature. Mu Hongjie felt an urge to strike. This foolish son was driving him to madness. Mu Qing looked somewhat aggrieved. No, father, did you not instruct me to foster a good relationship with Lin Fan? I know you do this for the sake of your bond with Lin Yuan, master, urging me to take good care of him, and I have adhered to your wishes. Additionally, did you not want me to convey your evaluation? I have listened to that as well. Mu Qing believed he had comprehended his father's intentions accurately. However, Mu Hongjie froze for 2 seconds, momentarily considering whether to eliminate this foolish son. When did I give you an evaluation? I suggested you associate with Lin Fan because his daughter possesses potential. I wish to take his second daughter as my disciple. What nonsense are you speaking of? Convey what evaluation? Mu Hongjie felt utterly defeated. After achieving a Yuan-Ing level of cultivation, his lifespan had increased. Yet he suspected his own life was being shortened by the antics of such a son. No, what evaluation are you referring to? Did Lin Fan say something to you? Suddenly, Mu Hongjie grasped the crux of the matter. Could it be that this foolish son had heard some absurdity? Mu Qing, puzzled, responded, Yes, father. Did you not say it yourself? What did I say? At that moment, Mu Hongjie was taken aback, recalling how he had previously remarked at Xiao Yun Peak that his son was a fool, slow to cultivate, and only now achieving the 3rd layer of Dan formation after consuming vast resources. This little rascal Lin Fan would have revealed that, would he? Speak quickly. How did Lin Fan convey this to you? Mu Hongjie's expression darkened. Such matters should not be casually divulged. Mu Qing, upon hearing this remark, assumed it was his father requesting him to repeat himself, and he immediately chuckled. Father, there is no shame in this. I am your son. Besides, I'm now aware that Lin Fan mentioned you had previously spoken of me, describing me as charming, handsome, and a dashing young gentleman. The promising hope for the future of Qing Lei Peak, destined to develop it into the strongest of the 6 peaks. When Mu Hongjie heard Mu Qing refer to himself as charming, he was taken aback, and his expression darkened, especially when he noticed his son's haughty demeanor. He felt an overwhelming urge to take out his treasured weapon and shred him into fine pieces, then reduce him to a pulpy mass. Father, I will certainly live up to your expectations. I never imagined I was so esteemed in your eyes. Mu Qing finished with a broad grin, completely oblivious to the chilling atmosphere surrounding him. Chapter 69, Bufan Shitty. How lucky your Mu Hongjie diligently practiced the Qingxin Ju, fearing he might lose control and act out. His joints cracked ominously as he clenched his fists, trembling slightly. He repeatedly shouted internally, My son, my own flesh and blood. Father, I truly believe you are the most outstanding father. Mu Qing continued unabated. Mu Hongjie took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Shower, I apologize, but you must allow me to be kinder to my son. I cannot resort to beating and scolding him today. With a swift motion, the enchantment of the study room was lifted. Mu Qing was momentarily stunned as he looked up at the light, aware of the room's enchantment, yet puzzled by its sudden activation. Upon raising his gaze, he was met with Mu Hongjie's grim visage. Father, please don't come any closer. This scene was all too familiar. Mu Qing was unsure what he had said wrong, but he knew that punishment was imminent. Had it not been for this formation, his mere utterance of father might have alarmed half of Qing Lei Peak. Strangely, despite their diligent efforts in recent days, they had yet to conceive. On this particular day, Su Yixue leaned against Lin Fan, basking in the sunlight. with both children being cared for by a few female disciples from Duanyue Peak. Su Ishue found herself quite at ease. The little one, Zia Weiyuai, had taken to running about, and the female disciples were entertaining him, their laughter ringing through the air. Soon enough, Lin Bufan remarked cheerfully, "It won't be long now." In recent days, he had traversed many locations, including the site of the formation on the back mountain, the cold pool at Spirit Beast Peak, and the medicinal herb garden where the Dan Pavilion was located. However, these places were not easily accessible. Spirit beasts were obviously not to be trifled with, and many were pondering over the back mountains formation. He had no desire to visit the sword tomb of Qing Lei Peak, as he already had a daughter with a lightning constitution. Therefore, the medicinal herb garden seemed to be the most suitable option, as he held Su Ishue in his arms. His mind raced with calculations on how to reach the herb garden. While Lin Bufan was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a gaze upon him. Turning to look, he found nothing amiss, except for Ji Jingyue cradling Lin Shuai. How strange. Could it be a mere illusion? Notably, Ji Jingyue had not acknowledged him in recent days, nor had she sought him out, leaving him puzzled about her thoughts. They had once been so affectionate. Did she now view him as a mere tool? After all, had his spiritual roots been elevated to a higher level? Did she no longer need him? Just then, Xiao Ruer approached from afar, calling out, young master, someone is looking for you," claiming to be an old friend. "An old friend? I don't have any such acquaintances," Lin Bufan replied, momentarily bewildered. Besides Luo Ping, he truly couldn't think of anyone else. "I'm not sure. He is a fellow with injuries on his face, claiming to be Mu Qing," Xiao Ruer informed him. Mu Qing. Lin Bufan's brow furrowed. It seemed this fellow was quite diligent. "What did he want?" "Invite him in." "All right. Ha, I'm already here." Just as Lin Bufan spoke, Mu Qing's voice echoed in response. "I must say, Lin Laudi, your Shaoyan Peak is rather desolate. Not many people around. Would you like me to send a few over?" Upon approaching, Mu Qing was taken aback. What was the situation with these female disciples? Some were practicing, others meditating, a few reading, and some were even looking after children. Looking after children? Mu Qing was astonished. Like everyone else, he had assumed Shaoyan Peak was devoid of inhabitants. Yet here were so many female disciples present, all of whom were female. Mu Qing Xixiao, have you come with a purpose? Lin Bufan inquired, observing Mu Qing, who indeed bore visible bruises on his face, suggesting he had sustained them for a day or two. Mu Qing Shikshunk. Lin Bufan called out a couple of times before Mu Qing snapped back to reality, his eyes lighting up. "How delightful. I once thought you were merely an ordinary person. But it seems Lin Shibua has arranged quite the setup for you with all these lovely ladies, sufficient for you to carry on your lineage." Mu Qing lowered his voice intentionally. Speaking to Lin Bufan felt an overwhelming urge to have him thrown out. What kind of talk was this? A few could be acceptable, but there were over 50 here. These disciples were primarily stationed around for Lin Bufan's protection. The residences on Shaoyan Peak were tiered, aesthetically pleasing, and not overly rigid, allowing views to be somewhat limited. At that moment, Lin Bufan and the others were in the pavilion of the martial arts training ground. Mu Qing Xixiang certainly knows how to jest. "This is my partner, Su Ishue. The others are sent by Aunt Jiangxiong to care for my partner and children," Lin Bufan introduced. "Greetings, Mu Qing Shikshunk." It was only then that Mu Qing noticed Su Ishue behind Lin Bufan. Upon seeing her, Mu Qing's eyes brightened. "Sister Su, no need for formality. I have long heard tales of the Su and Hu family's beauty in Qingkong City, and you are indeed stunning. Lin Bufan, you are quite fortunate." Mu Qing was undoubtedly a clever individual, adept at navigating conversations. "Brother, I am truly enjoying the benefits of being with Lin Bufan. You two continue your discussion. I shall fetch tea for you both." Su Ishue, aware that Mu Qing had come to speak with Lin Bufan regarding something significant and not being familiar with him, took her leave. Soon, the pavilion was left with only Lin Bufan and Mu Qing. "Ah, brother, I finally understand why you are so reluctant to let Shaoyan Peak dissipate. It is indeed a place of comfort. Are all these children yours? Before, my father mentioned you had 2 adorable daughters. I did not expect them to be right before me." Mu Qing gazed around at the women, feeling a twinge of envy. Given his self-assured charm, he naturally favored such an atmosphere. Then Mu Qing Xixiang must strive hard. "I heard Elder Mu Hongjia express his desire for you to settle down and have children soon, so he may cultivate them." Lin Bufan babbled nonsensically. From Mu Qing's words, he inferred that Elder Mu Hongjie had not disclosed the nature of his child's constitution to Mu Qing, which was indeed fortunate. However, just as he finished speaking, Mu Qing covered his face in dismay. Bufan Shitty, it would be best if you refrained from mentioning my father. I am unsure where the issue arose. But when he learned of your conveyed evaluation of me, he gave me a severe thrashing. The pain has yet to subside. I wonder if he is disappointed in me. Huh? What evaluation? Lin Bufan was taken aback. Your father has only scolded you. When did he ever evaluate you? It was indeed what you previously mentioned in the Tangshuga, claiming that I am charming and talented, a dragon among men and a phoenix among women, the future of Qing Lei Feng. As Mu Qing spoke, he once again swelled with pride. By the way, did you convey this to Master Mu Hongjie? Lin Bufan gaped at Mu Qing. What a remarkable talent. Chapter 70. No more nonsense. I will not be polite. Indeed, my father probably still believes I am not good enough. Mu Qing sighed. Lin Bufan thought to himself, it is a miracle you are still alive. Hey, Mu Shixiang, what have you summoned me for? Lin Bufan hastily changed the subject. Oh, how could I forget? My father intended to come personally, but due to an outing, he sent me to deliver some items to you. Mu Qing said, retrieving a storage bag. He then produced several items, including magical artifacts, talismans, and elixirs, while the storage bag contained some spirit stones. Upon seeing these items, Lin Bufan's eyes lit up. He had been troubled about where to acquire some elixirs and spirit stones, and unexpectedly, Master Mu Hongjie had sent them. Bufan, my father mentioned that he hit it off with your second daughter at first sight. Once he finishes his business, he will pay a visit and will send items every month, hoping to take Lin Shuaying as his disciple. After saying this, Mu Qing sighed. Bufan, how on earth did you manage this? Your eldest daughter is the Sect Master's direct disciple, and now my father has taken a liking to your second daughter? To be honest, as his son, I have not received such treatment. Goodness, is he feeling envious? After receiving a beating, Mu Qing finally realized that his father wanted him to cultivate a friendship with Lin Bufan, providing him with benefits for future connections and facilitating his disciple recruitment. As for his father's evaluation of him, he understood it all. Master Mu was present at his birth, perhaps wishing to forge a good connection. Lin Bufan began examining the items. Among them were 3 ninth-grade artifacts, all quite usable. There was also a small cauldron, entirely green and seemingly rusted. It had emanated a faint Tao rhythm, the quality of which remained unknown. Bufan, you're the only male in this small Yinfeng, right? With so many female disciples around, haven't you considered finding a few more? Mu Qing looked around, once again captivated by the female disciples, nudging Lin Bufan's shoulder. Find more? That depends. Isn't it all about fate? Mu Qing Shixiao, which one do you fancy? Perhaps I can offer some assistance? No wonder Elder Mu Hongjie disapproved of his son. It turned out he was preoccupied with women. Bufan Shitty, you underestimate me. With my charm, only an unparalleled beauty like Ji Jinyue could be worthy of me. Mu Qing proclaimed proudly, then leaned closer to Lin Bufan, lowering his voice. Shitty, to be frank, Ji Jinyue has already succumbed, agreeing to go on a date with me. In the future, our Qing Lei Feng and Duan Yu Feng will strengthen their ties. This matter is still unknown to others, so you must keep it a secret. Good brothers should indeed keep each other's secrets. Who? Mu Qing Shixiao. Are you referring to Sister Ji Jinyue? Lin Bufan's facial muscles stiffened. He was taken aback. Last time, Mu Qing claimed Ji Jinyue fancied him, which was shameless enough, and now he mentioned a date, claiming she was smitten? This statement was made. Yet Lin Bufan's gaze had already shifted behind Mu Qing, quietly moving back a bit to distance himself. What? You don't believe me? Mu Qing questioned, noticing Lin Bufan's expression. Haha. At that moment, Lin Bufan could only force a couple of awkward laughs to mask his embarrassment. You have no idea how bashful Sister Ji Jinyue was. He began, but Mu Qing suddenly sensed a chill mixed with warmth behind him. At that moment, danger approached, and Mu Qing swiftly dodged to the side, while Lin Bufan had already leapt aside. Boom! The stone table shattered instantly. Sister Ji, realizing the situation, Mu Qing was taken aback, his forehead already glistening with sweat. This woman had an exquisite face. Who was she? It was none other than Ji Jinyue. Mu Qing was dumbfounded. Why was Ji Jinyue here? Shouldn't she be at Duan Yu Feng? He scanned the surroundings, confirming he was indeed at Xiao Yin Feng. I do not care who you are. If you dare to speak nonsense again, I will not be polite. Ji Jinhue glared coldly at Mu Qing. Her eyes filled with fury. This is the 5th layer of foundation establishment? How could this be? Indeed, Ji Jinhue had just attained the 5th layer of foundation establishment. Propelled by her superior spiritual roots, Lin Bufan's assistance, the branches of the Lu Hua treasure tree, and a phoenix feather. Her cultivation had soared in just a few months, surpassing Mu Qing, who was at the 3rd layer, by 2 levels. Oof. With a flick of her hand, a fireball shot toward Lin Bufan. Startled, he quickly dodged to avoid being hit. Wait, Shiji, I didn't say anything. Please don't hit me. Lin Bufan hastily yielded. One should never provoke an angry woman, or they could expect various forms of retaliation. You're not innocent either. Drinking your tea. Ji Jinhue shoved the teapot and teacup onto a nearby stone stool, snorting coldly before turning to leave. The table was in ruins, so Lin Bufan simply waved the debris aside and arranged a new stone table in its place. He had carved this during his earlier idol practice with the spear. He never expected it would come in handy. It was not until Ji Jinhue vanished from sight that Mu Qing dared to sit down again. Lin Bufan poured him a cup of tea and pushed it toward him, allowing Mu Qing to breathe a sigh of relief after taking a sip. Bufan Shitty, you have put me in a terrible situation. With Sister Ji here, why didn't you inform me? I, Mu Qing, am regretting this immensely. Lin Bufan stifled a laugh. Who told this fellow to have such a loose tongue? I also didn't expect Sister Ji would act so rashly. However, Mu Xixiang, you mentioned that Sister Ji has feelings for you, so she shouldn't have attacked you. Lin Bufan was feigning ignorance. I didn't say that. Mu Qing lamented with a sorrowful face. Alas, to be honest, I like Sister Ji, but she seems uninterested in me. Nevertheless, I believe that with perseverance, I will win her heart in time. I wonder what it would feel like to embrace her in the future. As he spoke, Mu Qing's confidence surged once more. Lin Bufan truly wished to say, I know exactly how beautiful it is. But upon reflection, it was better to refrain. Seeing Mu Qing's regretful expression, if he found out, he might leap off Xiao Yunfeng in despair. One should leave a way out for the child. Chapter 71. The Array of the Medicine Garden. Senior brother, indeed you are a man of temperament. What else could Lin Bufan say? I apologize for making you the subject of laughter, but please, do not let this matter slip out. Mu Qing regarded Lin Bufan with a somewhat peculiar gaze. Bufan Shitty, how did Sister Ji end up here? He finally inquired. Oh, apart from Sister Ji Jinhue, there is also Sister Han Yu, and previously, Sister Gao Man. This was all arranged by Aunt Jiang Qiong to protect me. Alas, I feel ashamed. My cultivation is too low, and I still require the protection of my senior sisters. Lin Bufan sighed, speaking somewhat self-deprecatingly. Of course. Mu Qing gritted his teeth as he recounted how he had invited Ji Jin Yu numerous times, even going so far as to write her letters. Regrettably, Ji Jin Yu had not even spared him a glance and had advised him to cease his pursuits. He had been infatuated for quite some time. However, Lin Bufan was different. He needed no words as he directly stationed himself at Shaoyun Peak. That single utterance of "Aunt" truly touched her heart. Aware of Mu Qing's silence, Lin Bufan understood his sentiments. Yet there was little to be done. Reality was an undeniable truth that the youth must confront. By the way, Mu Xixiang, I happen to have a question. Lin Bufan exclaimed, recognizing the value of having a native disciple of Qing Yunzong. Speak. Mu Qing replied. Do you have a way to grant me access to the medicine garden? Lin Bufan inquired. The medicine garden? Mu Qing looked at Lin Bufan quizzically. What do you intend to do there? Surely, you aren't coveting the few celestial herbs? The medicine garden was of paramount importance to Qing Yunzong, serving as a vital resource for both cultivation and healing, and thus should not be trifled with. Of course not. I merely wish to learn some other skills, such as formations, alchemy, or weapon crafting. This way, I can earn more spirit stones. Have you not noticed that I have a child to support? Lin Bufan rolled his eyes at the audacity of his companion. Mu Qing pondered briefly before nodding in agreement, acknowledging the truth in Lin Bufan's words. To be honest, if you were a master of formations or an alchemist, it would certainly elevate your status. You are fortunate to have asked me. While others may not know, I can provide you with the information you seek. Mu Qing's confidence surged once more, transforming him into a different person. Do you possess some sort of magical ability, Mu Xixiang? Lin Bufan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Certainly. As a descendant of the Peak Master within Qing Yunzong, I have certain privileges. I've been in contact with these matters, and I possess a token to access the medicine garden. What? Lin Fan's interest peaked as Mu Qing produced a palm-sized token that appeared neither metallic nor jade-like, exuding a peculiar aura. Is this the token to activate the formations of the medicine garden? Lin Fan's excitement was palpable. This was precisely what he desired. Indeed, the medicine garden belongs to the entirety of Qing Yun Zone and is managed by dedicated individuals. I am privileged to be one of them. The garden is protected by formations, resembling a small mountain that is safeguarded from disturbance. Thus, it is rarely visited to preserve its environment. As Mu Qing elaborated on the medicine garden, Lin Fan listened intently. Mu Shi Xiao, may I enter to take a look? I have been studying some herbal texts and wish to familiarize myself with the herbs. Lin Fan proposed, presenting 2 volumes of herbal introductions. Mu Qing hesitated initially, but then conceded. Since you have grown up within Qing Yun Zone, you share a similar standing as I do. Here, take it and feel free to go, but heed this, do not venture too deep. There are precious herbs within that are strictly protected. Even the slightest disturbance will incur severe penalties. The deeper you go, the more valuable the herbs become. You may gather some from the outer areas, but do not cause destruction. It is best to leave the rare ones untouched. Mu Qing's expression turned serious as he conveyed this warning. Thank you, Mu Shi Xiao. Rest assured, I understand the gravity of the situation. Lin Fan was pleasantly surprised by Mu Qing's willingness and resolved to treat him more kindly in the future, refraining from bullying him. After a brief conversation, Mu Qing took his leave. Young Master, Master Jiang Qiong has arrived. At that moment, Xiao Roer approached, announcing the news. What? Aunt Jiang has returned? Why did no one inform me sooner? Master Jiang Qiong requested that you spend time chatting with Mu Qing and making more friends. Xiao Roer replied with a pout. No wonder Su Yishui had mentioned going to serve tea, but had not returned. It was Jiang Qiong who had brought the water. Previously, Jiang Qiong had indicated she would be away for some time, and after a few months, it was indeed time for her return. Let's go. Lin Fan quickly made his way to his residence. Aunt, you've arrived. Why did you not call for me? You made Aunt wait. Lin Fan exclaimed before he even reached her. Slow down. Maintain your composure. It is perfectly acceptable to take your time. That Mu Qing is someone you can befriend, Jiang Qiong said cheerfully, akin to a mother seeing her child. As Lin Fan approached, her eyes lit up. You've reached the 3rd layer of qi refinement? Excellent. Do not rush. Take your time with cultivation. With sufficient resources, advancement is merely a matter of time. Yes, I have remained diligent, particularly since I started later than others. Lin Fan was cautious not to reveal that he had advanced from the 1st to the 9th layer of Dan formation in just 2 years, fearing he would be captured for experimentation. You're similar to Su Yishui. Your spiritual root has improved. Su Yishui's spiritual root is now of moderate quality, and your inferior spiritual root has also seen enhancement. This will benefit your cultivation greatly. Should you have any queries, do not hesitate to ask. If you require anything, I'm here for you. Jiang Qiong's maternal instincts surged as she examined Lin Fan's condition while cradling Xiao Shuing. Aunt, there is nothing much, except that I have absorbed too much spiritual energy. The resources provided by the sect leader have consumed a significant portion of my own. Lin Fan scratched his head sheepishly. That is easily remedied. I have some spirit stones here. Take them for your use. Jiang Qiong generously handed him over a substantial amount of spirit stones. Thank you, Aunt. Lin Fan was immensely grateful, as this was precisely what he lacked. He was eager to accumulate spirit stones to facilitate his breakthrough into the Yuan Ying stage. Achieving Yuan Ying would provide him with a sense of security. There is no need for formality among family, she replied, sharing valuable insights from her experience as a Yuan Ying cultivator without reservation. The session was profoundly beneficial. By the time Jiang Qiong departed, night had fallen. Lin Fan, shrouded in the cover of darkness, set off towards the medicine garden. Causing no disturbance was impossible. He hoped to discover some rare herbs. If merged, perhaps he could cultivate a descendant with an aptitude for alchemy. Although learning would pose challenges, if his offspring possessed talent, he could very well become an alchemist himself. Chapter 72, Precious Herbs and the Connection with Nature. The Medicine Pavilion is situated near Duanyu Peak. While Qing Yun Zone comprises a main peak and 5 secondary peaks, it also encompasses several smaller mountains. Though these smaller peaks do not rival the size of the 6 principal ones, they are still categorized within the 6 major peaks. The Medicine Pavilion is located at the periphery of the main peak, adjacent to Duanyu Peak. Disciples of Qing Yun Zone belong to the 6 major peaks. Yet a few are affiliated solely with the Dan Pavilion and Qi Pavilion. However, disciples who are exclusively tied to the Dan Pavilion or Qi Pavilion are relatively few. Naturally, disciples from other peaks are welcome to learn about alchemy or weapon crafting as well. Lin Fan did not traverse through the Dan Pavilion. Instead, he sought a more secluded path leading towards the rear mountains. Here it is. Before him lay faint ripples in the air, indicative of the formation's manifestation. Flanking either side were stone tablets towering over him, inscribed in red, "Restricted area of the Medicine Garden." Placing his hand upon it, he sensed the formation's intricacies and felt an overwhelming aura of lethal intent targeting him. He was certain that should he trespass, the formation would obliterate him. Upon producing the token, the formation recognized it, and the oppressive aura dissipated into nothingness. Indeed, it appears effective. One can surmise that for a Yuanying to dismantle the formation would not be an easy feat. After taking a deep breath, Lin Fan stepped into the formation, feeling as though he passed through a layer of water, as if his body was being scrutinized. When Lin Fan's vision cleared, he was momentarily taken aback. This place was undeniably a medicinal garden, with a subtle fragrance wafting through the air, invigorating his internal energy, which began to circulate rapidly. How delightful! Is this the essence of a medicinal garden? The aroma of spiritual herbs permeated the air, suggesting the presence of a gathering formation. The spiritual energy here was markedly denser than outside, even more so than atop Shaoyan Peak. Could it be that there exists a spiritual vein here? Lin Fan was no longer a novice. He had gained some understanding of the nuances within the realm of cultivation. Various sects or caves were often established atop spiritual veins, ensuring abundant spiritual energy within their confines. A medicinal garden, in addition to requiring fertile soil, temperature, and humidity, also necessitates spiritual energy to yield miraculous effects. In essence, spiritual herbs are merely plants that absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This medicinal garden was vast. From the outside, it appeared as an unremarkable hill. But upon entering, one would discover a hidden paradise. A narrow path extended inward, flanked by patches of herbs. He lai hu lan gao, bing lang hu, gu zhong gao, huolongua, and zianai shu. As Lin Fan ventured deeper, he recognized many spiritual herbs, which instilled a sense of accomplishment within him. Previously, when he could not cultivate, Lin Yuan would procure various texts on elixirs, and on occasion, Lin Fan would peruse them. Thus he became familiar with several herbs, a pleasant surprise indeed. In a prior attempt to deceive Mu Qing, the 2 books he referenced were previously stored within Lin Fan's storage ring, Limina. Moreover, upon his arrival in this cultivation world, he had engaged in research on various topics. Albeit unable to conduct experiments due to his inability to cultivate, he could only observe. As the saying goes, reading 100 times will reveal the meaning. While practical application was not possible, recognition was still achievable through observation. Along the way, various herbs were cultivated in abundance, and Lin Fan noticed protective formations in place. Upon attempting to touch one, he found that the token of the medicinal garden could indeed breach these restrictions. Whether it be alchemy or formations, he vowed to master them in due time. Each small plot of medicinal herbs was accompanied by a jade tablet inscribed with the name of the herb, along with markings indicating the last time it was tended to. To be candid, spiritual herbs seek out suitable environments for growth. Yet here in the medicinal garden, the environment is manipulated through formations, necessitating human intervention for proper maintenance. These elements were quite reasonable. Lin Fan observed the outer regions, which were populated with common spiritual herbs, but upon entering deeper, he encountered herbs that were unfamiliar, and their numbers dwindled, indicating a struggle for reproduction. Ahead lay a small peak, where the herbs on the shaded and sunny sides differed in cultivation. With such a vast array of herbs, numbering over 1,000 species, one must ponder the fact that the spiritual herb realm encompasses far more than that. The herbs cultivated here were relatively few, with some areas hosting only a handful of specimens. This seemed to correlate with what Mu Qing had mentioned regarding the most precious areas. As Lin Fan ventured to the innermost part, the spiritual energy thickened, and gradually, he began to hear the sound of flowing water. A spiritual spring? Lin Fan Fan's eyes brightened as he hastened forward, emerging from a crevice of the valley into an expansive vista. Before him lay what appeared to be a paradise, with a grand waterfall cascading down into a pool, beside which was a platform adorned with myriad blossoms, their fragrance contrasting sharply with the neatly arranged medicinal garden outside. To his astonishment, there existed such a place within the medicinal garden. Unbeknownst to Lin Fan, entry into this area was typically restricted to ordinary gardeners and caretakers, and only those granted special permission were aware of its existence. However, Mu Qing had neglected to inform Lin Fan of this crucial detail. On the grassy area beneath the spiritual spring, Lin Fan spotted a particular herb. He leapt down, his eyes gleaming as he beheld a Qianyan Luo Tonghua, a fruit that, when consumed, could grant a moment of enlightenment to a Yuanying, serving as a vital ingredient in the crafting of enlightenment pills. That S.A. Fei Tian Tongue, a material for crafting high-tier talisman brushes, imbued with spiritual essence to enhance talisman quality. At this moment, Lin Fan had stumbled upon a treasure trove. Amidst this vast expanse of pristine nature, he discovered numerous rare herbs, over 30 distinct varieties, each essentially a unique specimen. To an unknowledgeable individual, this locale would merely appear as an ordinary, untouched cavern. What was this piece of deadwood, positioned at the heart of this extraordinary space? Surrounded by flourishing flora, stood a withered log, 3 centimeters in diameter, firmly anchored in the ground. Lin Fan discerned that this location was indeed the most advantageous spot. Curiously, what purpose did this would serve? Lin Fan probed it with his finger, finding no discernible marks or signs of significance. After much contemplation, he could only abandon the inquiry. This place was filled with precious herbs, yet what about this one? Would it be suitable for merging offspring? Would the sect leader be enraged if I were to take it? Lin Fan's mind began to wander into mischievous thoughts. Perhaps I should bring Yishui here for a rendezvous with nature? The very notion excited Lin Fan. Chapter 73. The discovery of spiritual roots leads Ji Jinyue to panic throughout that night. Lin Fan did not return. He harnessed the spiritual energy of this place to cultivate, discovering that his progress was remarkably fruitful. However, he remained unaware that the pool formed by the small waterfall was flowing toward a distant location, namely Spirit Beast Peak. As Lin Fan engaged in his cultivation, a massive figure began to surface in the flowing water. It gradually emerged, revealing its head, adorned with a pair of horns and covered in scales. Though only its head was visible, it was evident that its true form was immense, likely spanning dozens of meters in length. Its crimson eyes fixated on Lin Fan for a moment before silently submerging back into the depths. This is delightful. Perhaps it is the presence of these rare, spiritual herbs that has contributed to a slight enhancement in my cultivation, albeit modest, yet it is still commendable. Taking advantage of the twilight, Lin Fan swiftly departed, leaving the area in tranquil silence once more. At midday, Ji Jinyue stood outside Jiang Qiong's residence, biting her lip, her expression betraying a hint of hesitation. You've arrived, just step inside. Jiang Qiong was a stark contrast to how he presented himself before Lin Fan, now embodying the persona of a stern master. Yes, Ji Jinyue affirmed, pushing the door open. Inside the room, only Jiang Qiong awaited her. Taking a deep breath, Ji Jinyue approached and knelt. Having grown up alongside her master, she sensed an unusual tension in Jiang Qiong, indicative of impending reprimand. Have you reached the 5th level of Jidan? Jiang Qiong inquired, scrutinizing Ji Jinyue. Yes. Ji Jinyue dared not lift her gaze, fully aware that she could not conceal this from her master. Originally, every individual possesses their own secrets, and I should not pry. However, Jinyu, as my disciple and one of my closest students, I have a duty of care towards you, and I trust you understand this. Jiang Qiong sighed as she gazed at Ji Jinyu. Among her 6 direct disciples, Ji Jinyu was the youngest and had been under her guidance since childhood. Jiang Qiong admired her poise and approach to tasks. Yes, master, Ji Jinyu replied earnestly. Cultivating the Tao is inherently an act of defiance against the heavens. Indeed, there exist certain quick methods for advancement in this world, but many of them lead astray. Jinyu, having only recently formed her golden core a few months prior. I hope you can temper your spirit and suppress your current level of cultivation. Your rapid ascent is concerning. This was the true purpose behind Jiang Qiong summoning Ji Jinyu. Understood. Ji Jinyu wished to speak, but held back her words. She had initially thought her master would be away for a year or two, and by then could claim to have encountered some fortuitous events. She did not anticipate her master's swift return. During her training, she had been eager to reach a higher spiritual root and hasten her progress, neglecting the suspicion it might arouse in others. I understand. You are the most obedient of my disciples, yet your nature is ambitious. If you possess a secret treasure to aid your practice, as long as your heart remains steadfast, take your time to solidify your cultivation. However, if it involves dubious practices, abandon it early. Such paths yield only harm without benefit. Ji Jinyu felt a wave of gratitude. Her master truly cared for her well-being. Master, I assure you, it is not a dubious path. I have indeed made some gains. Ji Jinyu hesitated, uncertain whether to disclose her secret. Gains? What kind of gains could elevate your cultivation so significantly? Jiang Qiong looked at her in confusion, grasping Ji Jinyu's wrist, as pure fire energy surged into her. It was both substantial and tranquil, indicating that Ji Jinyu had indeed been suppressing her power. Without such restraint, she would likely have reached the 6th level of the Golden Core in less than half a year. 6 levels in less than half a year? And in the Golden Core stage? Jiang Qiong's brows furrowed as she observed Ji Jinyu, who dared not breathe too heavily. Master, I borrowed someone else's fire-type magical artifact for cultivation, but I promised not to disclose this. Ji Jinyu recalled her pact with Lin Fan. The matter of the phoenix feather was too significant. She had to keep it under wraps. Very well, I trust you, but remember to seek me out if you encounter any issues, understood? Just then, Jiang Qiong released Ji Jinyu's wrist, only to grasp it again. Jinyu, you possess a high-level spiritual root? Jiang Qiong was taken aback. Previously, Ji Jinyu had a medium-level spiritual root, very close to high level. This was one of the reasons she had accepted her as a disciple. But now, upon inspection, Ji Jinyu's spiritual root had indeed reached the high level. Such high-level roots are exceedingly rare in this remote region of Dongwon. How can this be? Jiang Qiong continued to examine her, confirming the high-level status. I encountered a fortuitous event. Ji Jinyu could not meet Jiang Qiong's gaze, fearing her secret would be discovered. Jiang Qiong studied Ji Jinyu, a tempest brewing within her. She had previously discussed the issue of spiritual roots with the sect leader, knowing well that such enhancements were not easily achieved. The most formidable methods would likely require intervention from the central region. Yet now, first with Lin Fan and Su Yixue, and now with her own disciple, it felt surreal. If Su Yixue and Lin Fan's spiritual advancements stemmed from the two Qilin children, what could have caused Ji Jinyu's? For years, Qinyan sect had not witnessed any enhancement of spiritual roots. This was the first instance, and now 3 occurrences. Opportunities? What kind of opportunity? Jiang Qiong felt an overwhelming urge to inquire further. What could Ji Jinyu possibly say? She could not confess the delicate nature of her previous encounters with Lin Fan, for that would render her position untenable, and she had also promised him secrecy. Unbeknownst to her, Ji Jinyu felt a strong desire to confront Lin Fan, believing it would alleviate her inner turmoil. As the adage goes, a niece resembles her father. Jiang Qiong had watched Ji Jinyu grow up, and she could easily perceive her inner conflict. Observing Ji Jinyu's discomfort, Jiang Qiong suddenly felt as though her daughter had matured. Sighing, Jiang Qiong recognized that. Given Ji Jinyu's character, she would not divulge her secrets no matter how many questions were posed. Jinyu, may I ask how you perceive Lin Fan? Jiang Qiong unexpectedly broached the sensitive subject. Master, what do you mean? Ji Jinyu instinctively flinched at the mention of that particular name, her surprise only confirming Jiang Qiong's suspicions. What is your opinion of Lin Fan's character? Jiang Qiong shifted the topic of conversation. Chapter 74. Stealthily. Stealing from the medicine garden? Well, he treats Su Yixue quite well. Ji Jinyu recalled the carefree moments shared with Lin Fan, from their initial meeting to their time in the cave. Undoubtedly, Lin Fan was a good person. He was exceptionally kind to Su Yixue, and during her time at Shaoyan Peak, she had witnessed many tender interactions between them. This brought back memories of the moment she had rested against Lin Fan's chest, eliciting an involuntary blush upon her cheeks. Is he good to Su Yixue? That seems apparent. It appears you have favorable feelings toward Lin Fan. Now, hypothetically speaking, what if I were to arrange a marriage between you and Lin Fan? What do you think? Master? Ji Jinyu gasped, her expression one of astonishment directed at Jiang Xiong. Panic gripped her. Did her master uncover the truth? Had her emotions been too transparent? Seeing Ji Jinyu's shocked reaction, Jiang Xiong sighed once more. It's nothing. You may leave now and focus on your cultivation. If you encounter any issues, feel free to come to me. You could discuss anything. Jiang Xiong waved her hand, emphasizing that any matter was welcome. Yes, master. Ji Jinyu quickly bowed and exited, closing the door behind her. After walking a considerable distance, she turned back to glance at Jiang Xiong's residence. What did her master mean by that? Was she serious? Had her secret truly been discovered? Cursed Lin Fan. Ji Jinyu's mind was in turmoil, and after standing in place for a long moment, she finally departed. Her thoughts consumed by her master's words about marrying her to Lin Fan. While Ji Jinyu left, Jiang Xiong became increasingly restless. It appeared that something significant had transpired between Jinyu and Lin Fan. With Su Yixue's spiritual root elevated and now Jinyu's as well. The focal point lay with Lin Fan. What treasures or abilities did he possess? A bold thought crossed Jiang Xiong's mind. If Jin, you were willing, perhaps she could indeed be betrothed to Lin Fan. However, it was essential to ascertain the truth. With Jinyu's intelligence, she would likely keep the secret well. Jiang Xiong was not concerned about her discretion. She could refrain from discussing this matter with the sect leader for now. If she confirmed this situation, could it lead to the enhancement of all her disciples' spiritual roots? Let us first allow Jinyu to test this theory, followed by Gao Man and Hanyu. For cultivators, their cultivation is paramount. Other considerations can be set aside for the time being. Seeing how Lin Fan treats Su Yixue, he would likely not neglect the others either. Who could have anticipated that Jiang Xiong was so astute, capable of discerning certain truths? If Lin Fan were present, he would undoubtedly be taken aback, drenched in cold sweat. A grand scheme was unfolding under Jiang Xiong's guidance. Is the child asleep? Lin Fan inquired softly in the deep night, 3 days hence. Yes, sound asleep. Replied Su Yixue. The two little ones each had their own beds, with Xiaoyu particularly clingy, requiring Su Yixue's presence even while playing during the day. Well, since they have retired early, let us be off, Yixue. I shall take you to a marvelous place. Lin Fan rose quietly. Husband, where are we headed? It is the dead of night. Su Yixue questioned, passive. Precisely because it is late and no one is around that we shall go. Lin Fan replied with a mischievous grin. Having accompanied Lin Fan for such a duration, Su Yixue could easily discern that his playful smirk hinted at some mischief brewing within. Be gentle, do not wake the children, she admonished, casting a disapproving glance at him. Despite her irritation, she obediently donned her clothing, allowing Lin Fan to take her hand and lead her away. Husband, this path leads away from Xiaoyunfeng. Yes, I am aware. Keep your voice down. Lin Fan gestured for silence. As the couple made their way toward the outskirts of Xiaoyunfeng, a figure materialized before their abode, gazing intently at them. Where are you two venturing at this late hour? It was Ji Jinyu. In recent days, due to Jiang Xiong's words, her heart had been in disarray, suffering from sleepless nights, and truthfully, Lin Fan and Su Yixue's nightly banter had been quite disruptive, compelling her to employ formations to muffle the noise, a rather futile endeavor. After all, her mentor had assigned her the task of safeguarding Xiaoyunfeng and its inhabitants, yet complete isolation from their thoughts was not feasible. Frankly, it was not just her, others were in the same predicament. The lower-ranked disciples could easily relocate and establish formations, but she and Hanyu had no such luxury, resorting instead to different rooms to avoid awkwardness. Many times, she found herself wishing to storm out and thrash Lin Fan. Today, however, they were attempting to sneak away. Humph! It must be that scoundrel Lin Fan leading her astray. Su Yixue, who was once so docile, has certainly been corrupted. Ji Jinyu was well aware of far too much, some of which she found embarrassing to voice. Let me see what mischief this rogue is up to. With this thought, Ji Jinyu steadied her focus and trailed them from a distance. Soon, she was taken aback. They have circumvented the Dan Pavilion and ventured into the medicinal garden. Are they intent on pilfering herbs? With a smirk, she thought, once I catch them, perhaps I can extort something from them as hush money. After waiting outside for a while, Ji Jinyu produced a token for the medicinal garden and stepped inside. As Jiang Xiong's direct disciple, she had the requisite authority and was quite familiar with this garden. Inside, It was serene, illuminated by the moonlight, revealing neatly planted herbs. And fortunately, there were rocks and trees to conceal her presence. Upon entering, she spotted Lin Bufon's silhouette deep within. Quietly, she followed him. She was aware of a certain forbidden area ahead, yet she never anticipated Lin Bufon would venture that way. She almost called out, but ultimately restrained herself. Sneaking about. Let me see what you intend to do. Ji Jinhua was not in a rush, opting to wait outside the mountain crevice. But after a considerable time had passed, and Lin Bufon still did not emerge, her patience waned. Does it truly take this long to steal something? Fortunately, the medicinal garden was within the confines of Qingyun sect and protected by formations. Had it belonged to another, Lin Bufon would have surely been apprehended by now. After a full incense stick's worth of time, curiosity finally overcame Ji Jinhua. If Lin Bufon disregarded the restrictions, why should she? With that, she stepped inside. Upon her entrance, a breathtaking sight greeted her, accompanied by the melodious sound of flowing water and a palpable aura of spiritual energy. She had suspected the presence of a spiritual spring, and now it was confirmed. Yet, amidst the clamor of the rushing water, a peculiar sound resonated. This rascally Lin Bufon. That sound was all too familiar to her. Her face flushed instantly, yet her subconscious compelled her to peer further inside. Chapter 75. Shameless, brute, truly shameless. Upon spotting the two figures, Ji Jinhua could not suppress a disdainful scoff and quickly concealed herself behind a nearby rock. Her cheeks tinged with crimson. Her mind became a whirlpool of confusion. Lin Bufon was audacious beyond measure. Unbeknownst to him, he was being tailed, and had he known, he would likely have remained unfazed, for such occurrences were hardly extraordinary. An hour later, a notification sounded. Detected host S.N. in Yan Union. Shall offspring be conceived? Yes. Please select the item for merging with the offspring. The system inquired once more. System, the surroundings are filled with potent herbs. You choose but only one. Lin Bufon was determined that a formidable heir would far surpass the benefits of any herb. Unable to transport the herbs and ignorant of their names and effects, he decided to allow the system to make the selection. If the heavens could be invoked, he trusted in the system's prowess. Merging complete. Host S offspring has been conceived. As the system's notification chimed, Lin Bufon's spirits soared. He felt invigorated, eagerly anticipating the nature of the merged offspring. System, what have you merged? Alas, no matter how he called out, the system remained silent. Fine, I shall wait and see for myself. Lin Bufon felt a sense of relief. But Ji Jinhua was in torment. She pondered endlessly, yet could not conceive of a reason to depart. Her mind felt overtaxed. Another hour passed, and after indulging in tender moments with Su Yishue in the small medicinal garden, Lin Bufon began to inspect his surroundings. What is happening? What exactly are these herbs? How can it feel like none are missing? Lin Bufon was perplexed. Although he did not know the names of the spiritual herbs, he distinctly remembered the location of each one. Indeed, none were lacking. Suddenly, while inspecting for the third time, he stumbled as his foot sank unexpectedly, nearly causing him to fall. Who excavated a pit here? Is there no sense of public decorum? Lin Bufon seethed, ready to unleash a torrent of curses, when a realization struck him. Damn it, system. You didn't T-merge that little broken stick, did you? An image of a forlorn wooden stick, the size of an infant's arm, flashed through his mind. Earlier, he had poked it, finding it lifeless, devoid of branches or roots. Surely not. Yet, the system remained mute. Fine, keep your cool. Lin Bufon plopped down onto the ground. After all the risks I took, you give me a mere wooden stick? You're not going to tell me my offspring will turn out like that decrepit elder from the Haisha sect, are you? Will it emerge as an old man? The more Lin Bufon contemplated, the more incensed he became. Yet there was no recourse now. All the herbs remained untouched, save for the absence of the little wooden stick. Dear husband, what troubles you? Su Yishue, having regained her composure, knelt in front of Lin Bufon, cradling his head and inquiring softly. It's nothing, just a minor issue. Let us return to Shao Yunfeng and continue our journey. Lin Bufon, showing a sudden shift in demeanor, urged her to depart. Don't be shy. Your face is all flushed. Come on. He, disregarding everything else, took Su Yishue's hand and rose. At that moment, he seemingly heard a sound from the cave entrance. He swiftly ascended, but only caught a glimpse of a white dress vanishing from the medicinal garden. What is it, dear husband? Sujiksu follow suit, asking. It's nothing. I must have been mistaken. This place is unsafe. We should return home. Lin Bufan replied, eager to leave. Yet, after taking a few steps, he suddenly recalled something. Wait for me. Lin Bufan glanced at the small pit in the center and gestured with his hand, then looked up at the nearby large tree, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his lips. This isn't my fault. After all, you have no branches. Soon, a small twig appeared in Lin Bufan's hand, identical in size to the one before. He carefully excavated the original soil from the pit and inserted the twig, then concealed it with grass and dirt, glancing around. It looks exactly the same. How clever of me. Having completed this task, Lin Bufan took Su Yixue and left. Once they exited the medicinal garden, Ji Jinyue emerged from behind a stone outside the garden. That scoundrel Lin Bufan, she muttered, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, before flying back to Xiao Yinfeng. Needing to freshen up. The following morning, Lin Bufan slept until noon, fortunate that the two little ones had someone to care for them. Otherwise, they would have gone hungry. Previously, Lin Bufan loved to sleep in, while Su Yixue would rise early. However, today, Su Yixue also slept late, prompting much discussion among the others. All the attendees were female disciples, not entirely ignorant, and they began to attribute the blame to Lin Bufan, casting him dubious glances as if he were livestock. What is with that look? Upon waking, Lin Bufan found food prepared for him. Even if the female disciples had not prepared it, Xiao Ruru would, ensuring their young master was not hungry. Xiao Ruru, why are you still at the 8th level of weapon refining? How long has it been? Lin Bufan inquired, feeling a sense of pride as he observed Xiao Ruru busily attending to various tasks. Is Xiao Ruru like you? Just idling around? Xiao Ruru was always busy preparing this and that for their young master, fearful he would go hungry or cold, leaving her little time to cultivate. Furthermore, after last night, Lin Bufan's comment led Xiao Ruru to remain silent, but Ji Jinyue overheard, launching into a tirade against him. Lin Bufan was astonished. Ji Jinyue was scolding him? The most terrifying state of a girl is silence. If she speaks, it indicates her anger has subsided. He, Jinyue Shiji, speaks wisely. You are well aware of my circumstances. Are you not? Lin Bufan could not help but flirt. I know, you rascal. Even with her composed nature, Ji Jinyue could not help but retort, wishing to bite Lin Bufan in frustration. Jinyue's sister, please do not berate the young master. He only wishes the best for me, to motivate me. Before Lin Bufan could speak, Xiao Ruru quietly defended him. Oh you, sigh. Seeing Xiao Ruru's disposition, Ji Jinyue was at a loss for words, casting Lin Bufan a fierce glare before departing. She too was busy and had no time to spare for him. Xiao Ruru, here are some elixirs and spirit stones. During this time, I will focus on your cultivation. You must reach the foundation establishment stage as soon as possible. Do you understand? Yes, Xiao Ruru obediently replied, knowing she must comply with Lin Bufan's wishes. Lin Bufan, you are indeed challenging to find. So you all gathered here. At that moment, a voice echoed from afar. Upon seeing the figure, Lin Bufan's eyes lit up. Yuaning. Indeed, it was the Yuaning elder he had encountered before during the birth of the children. Elder Chu, the leader of the Spirit Beast Peak. Previously, Elder Chu had mentioned taking Shuaing as a disciple, claiming a Yuaning thunder dragon awaited. Elder Chu, it is an honor to see you. Have you come seeking me for something? Lin Bufan exclaimed with excitement, fully aware of the inquiry's nature. Why such formality? Just call me Uncle Chu. Your father still refers to me as Brother Chu. I have come to see the two little ones. Elder Chu said with a smile. Yue, Gulme, Xiao Ruru, go fetch Shuaing. The moment Lin Bufan heard it was about the children, excitement surged within him. With Elder Mu Qing, Elder Chu, and Luo Ping, Lin Bufan knew his previous words had been taken to heart. The fact that a peak leader visited was a testament to the children's significance. Daddy, he calls me Grandpa. Little Yue exclaimed, approaching Lin Bufan and pointing curiously at Elder Chu. Little Yue, just call me Grandpa Chu. Your biological grandfather and I are brothers. Elder Chu's eyes sparkled upon seeing Yue. Truth be told, he had yet to meet her since her birth. As he held Yue's tiny hand, he immediately sensed her innate power, as if a vast universe resided within her. Around her neck hung a jade lock, a protective measure taken by the sect leader to conceal Yue's true nature, only detectable by those at the Yuaning level or higher. A trace of Lu Chang's essence lingered within. Should Yue face danger, Lu Chang's consciousness would activate, alerting him. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Elder Chu beamed, cradling little Yue as she playfully tugged at his beard. Who could resist such a prodigious child? Without any resistance, Elder Chu found himself overjoyed, holding one child in each arm, radiating warmth as if they were his own granddaughters. It was not until little Shuang began to cry that he handed her back to Xiao Ru. Lin Bufan, you are blessed with two lovely daughters. I have brought a small gift for you. With that, Elder Chu retrieved 2 Qinquan bags. Lin Bufan's eyes sparkled. After all, one does not visit without bringing gifts, especially at such an advanced age. These are spirit beast bags, specially crafted to store spirit beasts. Elder Chu declared, opening one of the bags. In an instant, 5 round, fluffy creatures leaped out, roughly the size of a soccer ball, with long white spears and tails, along with cat-like ears. Upon being released, they nestled adorably on the table. Jiu. Upon sensing the external environment, a pair of eyes and a mouth appeared on the front of the fluffy creature, resembling an adorable cartoon pet. Is it Jiu? At that moment, Ji Jinwei approached and caught sight of this little beast. I have met Elder Chu. Ji Jinwei brought over some tea, and, upon seeing Jiu, her eyes lit up, quickly greeting it. Jinyu, you are here too. It seems you are familiar with this creature. Elder Chu said with a smile. Indeed, this little beast possesses remarkable resilience to attacks, qualifying it as a semi-spiritual beast. It can cultivate to a high level, allowing its body to attach to its master and withstand damage of a higher tier. Moreover, it recognizes only one master throughout its life and exhibits considerable intelligence. Elder Chu, this must be your treasured companion. Ji Jinwei expressed her fondness for the little beast, having previously sought one without success. You are correct. It took Qingyun's sect a long time to nurture just a few of these exceptional creatures. Let us give one to Xiao Yue and Xiao Shuang. Auda Chuchuka. Withstanding an attack of a higher level, a beastly shield, Lin Bufan held it in his palm, and the creature tilted its head, showing no fear. This little one is more suited for being a cute companion, not a shield, he remarked. It's just right for the chi refinement stage. When a practitioner strikes, its skin can absorb the blow. As Elder Chu beckoned, the little creature leaped from Lin Bufan's hand to Elder Chu's, wrapping around his wrist, transforming its plump form into a protective cuff. Quite intriguing. Lin Bufan chuckled, noting that its appearance was precisely the sort of thing a little girl would adore, and its defensive capabilities were indeed impressive. Jiu, I want it. Upon seeing such a delightful creature, Xiao Yue immediately snatched Jiu from Elder Chu's grasp. The little being became round and fluffy again, nuzzling against Xiao Yue's cheek. The two little ones erupted in joyful sounds, one chirping Jiu and the other giggling. It seemed Xiao Yue was quite taken with it. Ha ha ha. Elder Chu's gaze shifted to Lin Shuang, sensing that she too would come to cherish it once she found her own. At that time, should Xiao Shuang be willing, he could seek out even more peculiar creatures. As the peak master of the Spirit Beast Peak, his expertise lay in the study of spirit beasts. These were trivial matters. Thank you, Elder Chu. Lin Bufan felt fortunate to have acquired several small beasts that could accompany children and serve as shields. Truly wonderful companions. But that was not the end. Elder Chu produced another storage bag. This one is for you. As you are just beginning your cultivation, I shall gift you a spirit pet for transportation. Elder Chu declared, opening another spirit storage bag. A shadow darted past, and an eagle soared into the sky, rapidly growing to 5 or 6 meters in size, its wings spanning several meters.